Haoxuan, through a fortuitous encounter, discovered his spiritual root and entered the Beast Master Sect to embark on his cultivation journey. Initially sailing smoothly, he soon faced a series of unforeseen challenges, honing his abilities amidst the tumultuous waves of the immortal realm, ultimately carving out a unique path in the art of beast mastery. Chapter 1. A Convergence of Fate. A milky white mist enveloped the mountain peak as the sun gradually ascended from an unknown horizon. In the quaint village nestled at the foot of the mountain, the silhouettes of the townsfolk began to stir. At that moment, the mist parted, revealing three ethereal figures emerging from within. Among them were two men, one riding a black bear, the other gliding on a white crane, while the sole woman sat astride a multicolored deer. Upon witnessing their arrival, the villagers could scarcely contain their awe, exclaiming reverently about the celestial beings before them. Some even fell to their knees, bowing deeply and fervently beseeching the trio for blessings. "Ha, look at how insignificant these mortals are, junior sister Long." One of the men chuckled. "Seeing us, they kneel with such ease, how lacking in dignity." Ha, he added with mirth. The woman, referred to as Long Ji Rual, cast a cold glance at the mortals below before directing a terse command at the man atop the black bear. "Enough." "What do you mean, junior sister?" he protested. "Enough. Senior sister Long, brother Fu, we must prioritize our mission, let us descend," interjected their companion, Wu Yu, eager to diffuse the tension. Nodding, Long Ji Rual led the way down towards the villagers, with Wu Yu and Fu Feng hastily following her. Thus, the brief interlude was effortlessly brushed aside. Celestial beings, the immortals have arrived. As they approached, the villagers erupted with fervor, the crowd buzzing with excitement. Long Ji Rual addressed the throng. "Where's the person in charge? Step forward." "I am here, fairy." Upon hearing this, the crowd parted, revealing an elderly man who emerged as the village chief of Lingwu Village, Lin Fu. "Esteemed immortals, may I inquire what brings you to Lingwu Village?" he asked, clasping his hands in respectful greeting. Before Long Ji Rual could respond, Fu Feng interjected, "Old man, your ancestors have summoned us. Today we, from the Beastmaster Sect, have come to select disciples from your village. Hurry and gather the children aged 6 to 10 from your village. Be swift, lest you waste our precious time." At Fu Feng's command, the villagers erupted into a flurry of activity. They dispersed, hastening to bring their little ones to the designated spot. This assembly of mortals fervently sought to seize the divine opportunity that had seemingly descended from the heavens. After much effort, the adults managed to corral the children from both within and outside the village. "Junior sister Long, we can commence." Upon hearing Wu Yu's words, Long Ji Rual, who had been meditating with her eyes closed, opened them. She surveyed the gathered children, forming a large circle, and then released a pearl into the air. The pearl floated above the children, emanating a gentle white light that enveloped them in its warm glow. Time passed slowly, yet no significant changes occurred in the scene. With a sigh, Long Ji Rual was about to retract the pearl when she noticed a peculiar glimmer in a corner. There, obscured by the crowd, was a child radiating a blue light. Single water spiritual root? What a delightful surprise. With a flick of her wrist, she sent forth a white ribbon from her sleeve, gently parting the other children to reveal a 6-year-old boy whose head gleamed with a blue luminescence. The child, now exposed to the gaze of the onlookers, appeared quite disheveled. His ragged clothing and dirt-streaked face starkly contrasted with the other clean and tidy children. "Marvelous. At long last, we have found a mortal with a spiritual root, and a single water one at that. Surely, there will be rewards for this. After visiting so many villages without finding anyone to fill our ranks, I was beginning to fear punishment. Truly, fortune shines upon us." "Ha!" Fu Feng exclaimed, overjoyed. Haoxuan gazed up at the three exalted immortals. Though his expression remained calm, a storm of emotions surged within him. He possessed a spiritual root he could cultivate and become an immortal with myriad abilities. As he pondered this, Long Ji Rual spoke. "Do you wish to accompany us to the Beastmaster Sect?" Her cool voice struck him deeply. "I am willing," Haoxuan replied hastily, nodding affirmatively, anxious that Long Ji Rual might not have heard his words clearly. "Do you have any unfinished business in the mortal realm? Any family?" "No affairs, no family," Haoxuan declared. No sooner had he spoken than Long Ji Rual swept her sleeve, and he vanished from sight. The three immortals, each mounted on their respective spiritual beasts, soared away, leaving only their retreating figures behind for the villagers of Lingwu. Brother, sister, we have finally found someone to fill our ranks. Ever since the Bai Shui snake devoured that child, we have been short on numbers. Throughout this journey, my heart has been restless. Now, I can return to the sect with peace of mind and assist in delivering the young crane's wife. Wu Yu, aloft on his white crane, shook his head with glee. Meanwhile, Li Haoxuan, now enveloped in a swirl of confusion, found himself encircled by a group of children of similar age, who stared at him as though he were a spectacle. So, you are the mortal brought in to replace that fool Zhang Chong. You don't seem very bright, likely just as short-lived as Zhang Chong. A boy clad in fine garments sneered, disperse, disperse. His departure prompted the surrounding children to scatter. Soon, only Li Haoxuan and a boy dressed in white remained. Are you all right? Hello, I am Zhou Mingyi. I am fine. My name is Li Haoxuan. Zhou Mingyi extended his hand, helping Li Haoxuan rise from the chaotic ground. Don't pay too much heed to his words. Lu Bingwen speaks like that. I won't mind, because I've heard far worse. Taken aback by Li Haoxuan's response, Zhou Mingyi paused for a moment before breaking into a warm smile and began to explain their current situation. They're all disciples of the Beast Master Sect, and the 3 senior brothers and sisters who have come this time are responsible for escorting them to the sect, where they will officially embark on their journey of cultivation. However, during a brief respite on their journey, a sudden appearance of an azure water snake resulted in one of the children being devoured. In order to replenish their numbers, the 3 outsiders had scoured numerous villages along the way. Ultimately, they discovered Li Haoxuan in Lingwu village, who would serve to complete their contingent. Li Haoxuan nodded, acknowledging Zhang Mingyi's words. Having endured the devastation of losing his family and the turmoil of displacement, Li Haoxuan never imagined that he would one day tread the path of cultivation. At that moment, he felt an immense gratitude for having quietly squeezed into the crowd for the spiritual root assessment. Since I have the opportunity to cultivate, I shall persevere through any challenges that lie ahead. In this world, where man-eating creatures abound, I am determined to survive. In the ensuing moments, Zhou Mingyi imparted a wealth of knowledge about the realm of cultivation to Li Haoxuan. As their conversation unfolded, time swiftly passed. The group, under the protection of the 3 senior brothers and sisters, finally arrived at the location of the Beast Master Sect. Chapter 2. Joining the sect. Welcome to the Beast Taming sect. Come forth, Long Shirua declared, her cherry lips parting as she spoke. With a graceful wave of her hand, a group of children who had been concealed within her sleeves appeared in the open space before her. The sudden shift in surroundings caused everyone to momentarily stagger. Once Li Haoxuan regained his balance, he noticed that Zhou Mingyi beside him still wavered, prompting him to extend his hands in assistance. After both had steadied themselves, Li Haoxuan took a moment to survey their surroundings. At this early hour, the morning mist had yet to dissipate, shrouding the mountains in a veil of clouds. Within this ethereal fog, the undulating peaks were faintly discernible, revealing a 3-eyed spirit cat grooming itself, a flower-spiked hedgehog nibbling on a spiritual fruit, and a golden-boned tiger lazily sprawled on a rock. The scene before Li Haoxuan was a feast for the eyes. Suddenly, a resplendent blue-green pheasant with metallic-hued feathers burst through the mist. At that moment, Long Shirua spoke again. Junior Brother Wu, please escort them to the disciples' quarters. I must visit Uncle Shi to discuss in detail the circumstances we encountered during our mission. Of course, Senior Sister. I assure you I will bring each of them to the disciples' quarters without fail. You can trust me with these little ones. Wu Yu confidently patted his chest, making his promise. Long Shirua nodded and summoned her colorful deer, which lifted her into the air and soared away from the area. Witnessing her departure, Fu Feng also took his leave without a word. Wu Yu, undeterred by Fu Feng's actions, turned to the others. All right, junior brothers and sisters. Let us follow my lead. I shall bring you all to the first stop at the Beast Taming sect, the disciples' quarters. Onward. With a proud chest and uplifted chin, Wu Yu led the group of new disciples toward the disciples' quarters. As they traveled, Li Haoxuan was once again awed by the wonders of the cultivation realm. Various spiritual herbs and flowers, as well as extraordinary beasts, rushed past him in a blur. Yet, even amidst the whirlwind of sights, he managed to witness countless remarkable phenomena. Under Wu Yu's guidance, the group swiftly arrived at the disciples' quarters. Chen Jinxiu, I've brought you some new arrivals. Wu Yu shouted boisterously before they even reached the entrance. Peering from the entrance of the disciples' quarters, they could see a young man clad in a white sect robe, leisurely seated by a pond, tossing chunks of meat into the water to feed his spirit turtle. The turtle poked its head out, swiftly devouring the morsels with each bobbing motion. Upon overhearing the new disciples discussing it, The spirit turtle promptly retracted its limbs into its shell, allowing its weight to sink it to the bottom of the pond. Junior brother, the senior brother has arrived. Wu Yu bounced up to Chen Jinxiu. Despite Wu Yu's exuberant demeanor, Chen Jinxiu respectfully returned the greeting. Greetings, senior brother. How are you, junior brother? Have Li Qing and the others not returned yet? Am I the first to bring back new disciples? Wu Yu. Senior sister Li Qing and the others returned with the new disciples 2 days ago. You are the last to bring in new arrivals. Oh dear. Never mind. I leave these new disciples in your capable hands. I shall return to my cave abode. Feeling embarrassed, Wu Yu hastily departed, leaving Li Haoxuan and the others to gaze after his retreating figure. As they watched Wu Yu's silhouette diminish, the group shifted their attention back to Chen Jinxiu, awaiting his further instructions. After bidding farewell to Wu Yu, Chen Jinxiu redirected his focus to the latest batch of new disciples. Congratulations, dear junior brothers and sisters, on joining the Beast Taming sect as this year's new disciples. I shall now escort you to your temporary accommodations for the night. Tomorrow, after the peak allocation, you will have your own fixed residences. Follow me. With that, Chen Jinxiu strode forward, leading the way. All the new disciples obediently followed in his wake, traversing through rows of buildings. As they passed by, Li Haoxuan noticed earlier new disciples emerging from their quarters, sizing up the newly arrived group. Under the scrutiny of so many eyes, Li Haoxuan and his companions instinctively quickened their pace. Eventually, after what felt like an eternity, they arrived at the location of the vacant quarters. This will be your temporary residence for tonight. Each empty room can accommodate 2 people, so you may pair up, Chen Jinxiu announced before departing, leaving Li Haoxuan and the others staring at one another, unsure of what to do next. Why are you all just standing there? If you don't choose, I shall pick first. The speaker was a young man in splendid attire, who, along with his entourage, confidently approached a room of his choosing. Seeing someone take the initiative, the others stirred, seeking companions to share their lodgings. Zhou Mingyi naturally gravitated toward Li Haoxuan, asking, Haoxuan, which room do you think would be best for us? I'm fine with anything, you make the choice. Then let us take this one, quick, Zhou Mingyi exclaimed, tugging Li Haoxuan toward his selected room. Li Haoxuan pushed the door open to reveal a hall furnished with a wooden table. On either side, there were empty rooms available for occupancy. Zhou Mingyi stepped forward, poking a finger at the table, and remarked, this place is quite clean. It's not bad at all. Which side do you wish to occupy? I'll choose the left room, Zhou Mingyi replied. Then I shall take the right one. Li Haoxuan indicated the room to the right. Now, let us rest well. We shall see each other in the morning. Indeed, see you in the morning. Suddenly, a howl pierced the silence, waking Li Haoxuan from his slumber. He quickly dressed and stepped outside. As he opened the door, he found Zhou Mingyi emerging from his own room. What is happening? It's the sound from outside. Let us go see. Li Haoxuan nodded, and together they ventured outside. Upon exiting, they discovered a fire cloud wolf seated at their doorstep. The wolf barked at them, gesturing for them to follow. Looking around, they noticed that every door had a fire cloud wolf waiting. It seems these spirit beasts have been sent by the sect to guide us. Let us follow them, Zhou Mingyi suggested. Li Haoxuan agreed. No wonder we weren't informed of the assembly point yesterday. It turns out the spirit beasts would lead us. Thus, the two followed the fire cloud wolf along their journey to the peak allocation site, catching sight of many other new disciples being similarly led. With each step, their hearts felt more at ease. Chapter 3. Peak allocation. The fire cloud wolf moved swiftly, quickening the pace of its 2 companions. Soon, they arrived at a spacious plaza, its periphery adorned with numerous mysterious symbols that Li Haoxuan could not comprehend. Li Haoxuan lifted his gaze toward the heavens, where a multitude of ethereal beasts soared gracefully through the air. The sun's blinding rays compelled him to lower his head, alleviating the discomfort in his eyes. As the crowd swelled around him, the cacophony of voices in the square grew increasingly tumultuous, rendering the conversations of those nearby inaudible to him. Thus, he and a companion sought refuge in a secluded corner to escape the clamor. Silence. Suddenly, a voice resonated throughout the square. The new disciples obediently fell silent, and the square was enveloped in a stillness so profound that one could discern the sound of breathing from those nearby. A Taoist priest, adorned with a golden serpent coiling about his arm, drifted into view, prompting the surrounding senior disciples to call out in unison, Shi. Shi descended gracefully onto the high platform and addressed his female senior, Jin Xian. Have all the new disciples arrived? Master, I have learned through communion with the fire cloud wolf leader that all new disciples have been gathered, she replied. Excellent. Let us proceed with the peak distribution. Yes, master. With that, Jin Xian stepped forward, raising one hand high before bringing it down in a sweeping motion. Announce the list. In an instant, the senior disciples positioned at the edge of the square began to weave intricate hand gestures. As their gestures ceased, golden characters materialized above their heads. revealing the requisite number of disciples and conditions for each peak. Chaoyan Peak, single spirit root, 2 disciples. Double spirit root, 10 disciples. Triple spirit root, 30 disciples. Shiyan Peak, must possess a fire spirit root, single spirit root, 5 disciples. Double spirit root, 15 disciples. Triple spirit root, 20 disciples. Quadruple spirit root, 30 disciples. Lingxi Peak, must possess a water spirit root, single spirit root, for disciples. Double spirit root, 12 disciples. Triple spirit root, 53 disciples. Quadruple spirit root, 72 disciples. The plethora of golden characters dazzled Li Haoxuan's eyes, leaving him momentarily at a loss. Fellow disciples, Jin Xian announced, this year, the number of disciples and stringent conditions required by each peak are laid bare before you. You will have the duration of an incense stick to make your choice. Any who remain unallocated after this time will be assigned to the affairs peak. No sooner had Jin Xian's words echoed than the new disciples erupted with excitement, akin to dry straw igniting in a blaze, radiating fervor. Minghe, have you decided which peak to join? I possess a single fire spirit root. Before my arrival, I had already resolved to join Shiyan Peak. What about you? Have you made your decision? Li Haoxuan shook his head, indicating his indecision. Then you should join the queue for Shiyan Peak. I'll take a look at the other peaks. Understood. I shall head over now. But remember not to exceed the time of an incense stick. After receiving this reminder from Zhou Minghe, he proceeded toward the queue for Shiyan Peak. Li Haoxuan observed the lively throng and realized he needed to make a choice swiftly, for opportunities at esteemed peaks do not linger. He moved rapidly through the square, endeavoring to glean information from each peak. Many new disciples followed suit, creating a bustling atmosphere reminiscent of a lantern festival during the spring festival. After traversing the entire square, Li Haoxuan committed the details of all the peaks to memory. At this juncture, he engaged in a fervent internal deliberation and decision-making process. To ascend to the Immortal Peak, he murmured to himself, a statement audible only to his ears. The Immortal Peak, as the main peak of the Beast Master Sect, accepts only a limited number of disciples and imposes various restrictions. Li Haoxuan resolved to head to the Immortal Peak, as its recruitment criteria explicitly stated a need for a single water spirit root disciple this year, which he precisely met. Thus, the choice of the Immortal Peak was, indeed, fortuitous for him at that moment. With determination, he made his way directly toward the area where the senior brothers of the Immortal Peak awaited. The other peaks were abuzz with activity, while the Immortal Peak, due to its stringent requirements, was rather deserted. Consequently, he soon found himself standing before his senior brother. Wu Yu, are you not the child we rescued from Lingwu village? Indeed, it is I, brother Wu Yu. As he approached, Li Haoxuan recognized Wu Yu, and his previously anxious heart began to ease. Come. Although you were brought back by us, you must still follow the necessary procedures. Wu Yu took Li Haoxuan's hand and placed it upon the spirit testing plate, which immediately shimmered blue. No issues here. A single water spirit root qualifies. Next, let me take a look. Wu Yu rummaged through his storage bag and produced an antiquated mirror. He directed the mirror toward Li Haoxuan and infused it with spiritual energy. The yellow glow enveloped Li Haoxuan, and after a brief moment, Wu Yu declared, no possession, no demonic attachment. You are qualified. Welcome, junior brother, to the Immortal Peak. Please rest behind me for a while. When the time is right, I shall escort you back to the Immortal Peak. As he spoke, Wu Yu erased the information regarding the recruitment of water spirit root disciples from the air, leaving only the information for 5 single root disciples. In the ensuing moments, the queue for the Immortal Peak remained sparsely populated. After a lengthy wait, Wu Yu managed to accept a lightning spirit root and an earth spirit root disciple. Stop. Time flew by swiftly. This time, the Immortal Peak had only recruited 3 individuals, while the other peaks had seen bountiful intakes. The batch of new disciples who had not been chosen by any peak stood dejectedly in the center of the square. Zengong, you may take the individuals away now. Understood, senior sister. A melodious tune from a shepherd's flute resounded in the square, accompanied by the sound of wings flapping from afar. A group of figures gradually emerged before the crowd, revealing themselves to be a flock of exquisite wind spirit birds. They swooped down, grasping the shoulders of the disciples standing in the square's center, lifting them into the air and carrying them toward the affair's peak. As the presiding Shirshi spoke, the peak distribution has concluded. Senior disciples, please escort the new disciples back to your respective peaks and ensure their proper arrangements. Yes, Shirshu, the senior disciples replied in unison. Shinner, I leave the subsequent matters to you. I shall take my leave, Shirshi said, as he stroked the golden serpent on his arm, departing with satisfaction. All right, fellow disciples, now let us follow my lead to our Immortal Peak. Wu Yu exclaimed enthusiastically. He clapped his hands, summoning forth the spirit crane that Li Haoxuan had previously encountered. The spirit crane graciously allowed the four of them to mount its broad back, soaring over mountain peaks and through the vast sea of clouds, arriving at the long-awaited Immortal Peak. Junior brother, junior sisters, that is our Immortal Peak. Wu Yu pointed toward the highest mountain before them, addressing Li Haoxuan and his companions. As they gazed in the direction he indicated, their hearts raced with anticipation. The first sight to greet their eyes was the array of ancient and exquisite celestial structures atop the Immortal Peak. The beauty of the scene utterly captivated their senses, rendering them unable to look away. Awaken, for there is ample time ahead to indulge in reading. Allow me to escort you to the Hall of Beasts, where the Master and our esteemed elders await our return. Little Crane, take flight to the Hall of Beasts and seek out the Master and elders. Following the command, the obedient spiritual crane flapped its wings and soared with increased vigor. It ascended above a grand hall, gracefully circling before landing gently at its entrance. Do not fear. Simply follow your senior brother Wu Yu inside, he instructed. With that, Wu Yu pushed open the ancient, ornate doors and strode confidently within. Li Haoxuan and the others exchanged glances before entering as well. Master, elders, I have returned with our new junior brothers and sisters, Wu Yu announced boisterously upon crossing the threshold. You slow-witted rascal, why do you take so long? That old coot from Ascending Cloud Peak has already sent a message. Boasting incessantly, grumbled a robust man seated to the left. Noticing his master's displeasure, Wu Yu quickly adopted a humble demeanor, attempting to placate his beloved mentor. Master, I was merely fulfilling the task entrusted to me by the master and elders, which took a bit more time. Look, I have brought back those whom you desired. At that moment, he turned to indicate Li Haoxuan and the others, signaling the successful completion of the task assigned to him. He then proceeded to introduce the newcomers to the assembled elders. This is Li Haoxuan, possessing a single water spiritual root. I brought him from our village to the sect. It appears our fates are intertwined upon arriving at Ascending Immortal Peak. The other young man is named Wang Cheng, with an earth spiritual root. And finally, our only junior sister this time is Su Yao, who possesses a lightning spiritual root. No sooner had Wu Yu finished speaking than a refined gentleman to the left, exuding an aura of clarity and elegance, inquired, Li Haoxuan, do you wish to become my disciple? Li Haoxuan turned towards the source of the voice and beheld a graceful figure clad in a lake green robe, momentarily entranced by his charm. Observing Li Haoxuan's stunned silence, Wu Yu grew anxious, fearing that his junior brother might miss such a splendid opportunity. He hurried over, gently shaking Li Haoxuan to bring him back to his senses. Junior brother, Master Mingqing is asking if you wish to be his disciple. You must respond. Prompted by Wu Yu, Li Haoxuan hastily replied, I am willing. I beseech you, Master, to accept my bow as your disciple. Having spoken, he sincerely knelt and offered 3 respectful bows. The sound of his bows resonated throughout the spacious hall. Wu Yu's master, the esteemed Mingqing Zhenjuan, along with the other elders, nodded in approval at Li Haoxuan's display of respect. Since our junior brother has taken on a disciple, I too shall not lag behind. I will take this Wang Cheng, with the earth spiritual root, as my disciple. Wang Cheng, do you agree? Suddenly, a female cultivator on the right spoke up. Senior brother, since both senior sister and I have taken on disciples, I too shall select one. This girl shares my spiritual root attribute, thus she shall be my disciple. Wang Cheng and Su Yao were both overjoyed upon hearing these words. They quickly knelt, expressing their gratitude to their respective masters. As the esteemed Yuanying Zhenjians conferred upon the 3 new disciples their destinies, they each presented small tokens of goodwill. Mingqing, Liaoyi, and Mingxin have all taken on disciples, which is truly splendid. Henceforth, you 3 must diligently guide them. Yes, master. The trio responded in unison. Now go forth. With the master's wave of farewell, the gathering of individuals cheerfully made their way to the entrance. After bidding farewell to the departing seniors, Master Mingqing prepared to escort his new disciples away from the Hall of Beasts. With a flick of his left hand, he summoned his spiritual beast. Roar! The Bai Yun Jiao Long made its grand entrance with a resounding call, as if to assert its presence to Li Haoxuan. Li Haoxuan examined the imposing creature before him. Under the sun's rays, its scales shimmered with a formidable sheen, appearing exceedingly tough. The glinting claws of the dragon instilled a deep-seated sense of trepidation within him. Buyer, this is my newly accepted disciple. Haoxuan, meet my spiritual beast, Bai Yun Jiao Long. You shall coexist harmoniously from this day forth. During their first meeting, Master Mingqing introduced both parties to one another, forging a connection. Upon hearing his master's words, the Bai Yun Jiao Long extended its massive head towards Li Haoxuan, gazing intently at him for a moment before suddenly exhaling a gust of air. The force of the wind was so strong that Li Haoxuan found himself losing control, toppling backward as he neared a rather intimate encounter with the floor. Buyer, cease your antics. Just as Li Haoxuan was about to hit the ground, Master Mingqing swiftly caught him. Mingqing, your disciple is rather weak. I could easily devour 2 or 3 of him in a single bite, the Bai Yun Jiaolong boasted, opening its mouth wide to display its sharp teeth to Li Haoxuan. This time, however, Li Haoxuan was no longer intimidated. He regained his composure and addressed the dragon courteously. Esteemed Bai Yun Jiaolong, I look forward to your guidance in the future. Observing this polite young man, the dragon relented, albeit with a hint of pride, stating, from now on, I shall protect you. You may call me Sister Bai. Sister Bai, Li Haoxuan obediently responded. The Bai Yun Jiaolong nodded in satisfaction and said to the two, climb aboard. I shall take you back to the cave. Let us go. Master Mingqing remarked lightly. He was the first to ascend onto the dragon's back. With his master already settled atop the dragon, Li Haoxuan quickly followed suit. As soon as he found his footing, the Bai Yun Jiaolong took flight. Clinging tightly to the dragon, Li Haoxuan feared falling off and becoming a mere splat on the ground. Chapter 5. Infusing Qi into the body. With the Bai Yun Jiaolong's effortless flight, they swiftly traversed from the grand hall to an entirely new realm. Arrived. Quickly disembark. I must return to my cave for a rest. The Bai Yun Jiaolong urged. Master Mingqing lifted Li Haoxuan as they approached a dark, cavernous entrance. Upon entering, Li Haoxuan was greeted with a scene he had never anticipated. Before him lay a picturesque paradise, vibrant with the sounds of chirping birds and fragrant blossoms, starkly contrasting the cold stone walls he had envisioned. Within the cave, spiritual birds frolicked in the air, and a gentle breeze caressed his face, making the cave feel like a miniature world. Haoxuan, this is my abode, Spring Blossom Retreat. You may roam freely here. For areas with restrictions, allow Saner to guide you. Master Mingqing explained. Just as he finished speaking, a golden-haired monkey came bounding from a distance. Master, you have returned. Saner has been waiting for you for so long. The monkey leaped into Master Mingqing's embrace, expressing a profound sense of longing. Little monkey, cease your antics. Quickly take this young lad to explore the various locales of Chunfengxi. This must be the new disciple of the master. How splendid. At last, I have someone to play with. Saner joyfully released his grip from Mingqing Jinjuan's thigh and leaped onto Li Haoxuan's shoulder. With his fluffy hands cradling Li Haoxuan's face, he exclaimed, you can rest assured to follow me and play. I am exceedingly familiar with Chunfengxi. I claim the first place, and none dare dispute it. Observing Saner's earnest and whimsical demeanor, Li Haoxuan chuckled in response. Very well, Saner, I shall rely on you to guide me in our adventures henceforth. Upon hearing his new companion's words, Saner was elated, bouncing up and down with glee. Follow your master. With that, Mingqing Jinjuan strode ahead. The Bai Yun Jiaolong affectionately swished his large tail against Li Haoxuan. Hurry up and keep pace with your master. Following this, the Bai Yun Jiaolong took to the skies. Li Haoxuan clasped Saner's hand and trailed behind his master. Mingqing Jinjuan halted before an elegant wooden cabin. With a flourish of his sleeve, the wooden door swung open of its own accord. Upon entering the dwelling, Li Haoxuan was immediately enveloped by an aura of comfort, causing the tension he had harbored to dissipate. Suddenly, an unfamiliar scent wafted into his nostrils, prompting him to rub his nose, which only furthered his relaxation. Noticing the look of bewilderment on his disciple's face, Mingqing Jinjuan smiled gently and said, this is a calming incense I have lit for you, intended to help you focus without distraction from external matters, so you may swiftly guide the qi into your body and embark upon the long journey of cultivation. These words stirred deep emotions within Li Haoxuan. Since the departure of his family, he had not felt the warmth that comes from others for quite some time. In those painful days of turmoil and hardship, he had only been met with scorn and disdain, growing accustomed to the ugliness others bestowed upon him. Thank you, master. Are you literate? Yes. Then, Mingqing Jinjuan produced a paper book and handed it to Li Haoxuan. Li Haoxuan extended his hands respectfully to receive the book. First, memorize the spirit guiding technique. Then I shall explain to you how to draw qi into your body. Understood, master. Mingqing Jinjuan gestured to a cushion beside him, indicating for Li Haoxuan to sit there. Complying, Li Haoxuan settled into the indicated position. He opened the book that his master had just provided, the black characters leaping into view. With unwavering focus, he studied intently, not daring a moment of laxity. After a quarter of an hour, he closed the book and reflected upon the characters in his mind. Only after ensuring that he had committed the spirit guiding technique to memory did he turn to his master. Master, I have memorized it. Having kept his eyes closed in meditation while observing his disciple's progress, Mingqing Jinjuan opened his eyes at the sound of Li Haoxuan's voice, gazing at him. Have you truly committed it to memory? Master, I have firmly grasped it. Only a quarter of an hour has passed. You managed to memorize it so quickly? Recite it for me. Li Haoxuan nodded and began to recite. The words flowed effortlessly from his lips, with not a single stutter. Upon finishing, he gazed at his master, wide-eyed. Well done. Xianer, how did you accomplish that? Mingqing Jinjuan inquired, intrigued. I am not quite sure. It has always been this way for me since I can remember. Li Haoxuan pondered before responding innocently to his master. A photographic memory? Fascinating. Xianer, do not squander this divine gift. Make good use of it in the days to come. Yes, I understand. Master, I will surely utilize this ability diligently. Mingqing Jinjuan nodded in satisfaction. Subsequently, he summoned spiritual energy from his palm, crafting an illustration of the human meridian system before them. This represents the meridians within our bodies. Observe closely. I shall now demonstrate the pathway through which you will guide your spiritual energy after drawing it into your body. Given your exceptional memory, my demonstration will suffice. With a hand gesture, another stream of spiritual energy flowed from Mingqing Jinjuan's hand, animatedly coursing through the meridian diagram in the air. After completing a circuit, he looked toward his disciple. Li Haoxuan nodded, indicating that he had absorbed the information. Xianer, commence your practice. I shall remain by your side to protect you. Mingqing Jinjuan's words instilled a sense of calm in Li Haoxuan. As a novice, he was aware that erratic actions could lead to dire consequences. So having his master nearby to oversee him was indeed a comforting thought. Li Haoxuan steadied himself, beginning to perceive the spiritual energy that floated in the air as his master had described. Observing Li Haoxuan close his eyes and enter a meditative state, Mingqing Jinjuan released several sparkling stones, which floated momentarily before settling into their respective positions. Li Haoxuan closed his eyes, immersing himself in his own world, gradually searching for the glimmers in the darkness. Upon spotting the luminous points, he meticulously followed the path his master had just demonstrated, guiding them gently into his body, allowing them to circulate within. After directing the spiritual energy for a complete cycle, it coalesced into a warm current that began to flow rhythmically within him. Captivated by the exquisite sensation of the spiritual energy coursing through his body, Li Haoxuan remained blissfully unaware of his surroundings. Meanwhile, Mingqing Jinjuan, ever vigilant, closely monitored Li Haoxuan's condition and soon discerned that he had successfully drawn the qi into his body, entering the first stage of cultivation. Noticing the impurities expelled from Li Haoxuan's body, Mingqing Jinjuan performed a cleansing technique, then closed his eyes, entering a state of tranquil rest beside him. Chapter 6, The Bamboo Loft. Time slipped away unnoticed as Li Haoxuan remained engrossed in his practice until the pangs of hunger compelled him back to reality. Upon his awakening from the meditative state, Mingqing Jinjuan also opened his eyes simultaneously. Xianer, how do you feel now? Master, I feel as though my entire being is brimming with energy, as if I shall never tire. Li Haoxuan replied, astonished. Mingqing Jinjuan smiled gently, finding Li Haoxuan's naive exuberance refreshingly delightful. It had been far too long since he had encountered such youthful exuberance. His thoughts drifted back many years, to long-gone friends who had vanished into the annals of history. He too had once possessed many things, friendship, familial bonds, and now, he felt as though he had acquired something new. Mingqing Jinjuan proffered a dan that alleviates hunger for Li Haoxuan to consume, sparing him from the pangs of hunger. After witnessing his disciple swallow the pill, he continued, Xianer, having drawn the energy into your body, you must diligently cultivate in the future and never squander this celestial opportunity for cultivation. Yes, master, Li Haoxuan replied with utmost reverence. This is a storage belt. I have placed the items you will need for your future cultivation within it. First, recognize the belt as yours. Then infuse it with your spiritual energy, and you may utilize it at will. Mingqing Jinjuan conjured a belt from thin air and handed it to Li Haoxuan. Thank you, master. Li Haoxuan received the belt with both hands, scrutinizing it closely. It was a white belt adorned with emerald decorations, appearing exceedingly exquisite. Li Haoxuan had never possessed such exquisite beauty before. He touched it with utmost care, cherishing it deeply. Observing the expression of his disciple, Mingqing Jinjuan could not help but feel a pang of sympathy. Allow me to assist you in recognizing your ownership. With that, Mingqing Jinjuan flicked his pinky, releasing a beam of spiritual light that flowed into the tip of Li Haoxuan's finger. As he gazed at his pristine fingertip, droplets of blood began to emerge, merging into the belt he held. Yet, the blood did not tarnish the belt. It remained immaculate and beautiful. Xianer, follow my hand gestures. Yes, master. Li Haoxuan imitated the movements of Mingqing Jinjuan's hands, continuously shifting them. As he performed the hand seals, a faint stream of spiritual energy began to circulate within his body. With the final gesture, a surge of spiritual energy shot forth from Li Haoxuan's body and entered the belt before him. In that instant, an entirely new space, one he had never encountered before, materialized in his mind. Within this space lay an array of neatly arranged items. Recalling his master's earlier words, he realized that this space was indeed a storage area. With the storage belt now recognizing its owner, Haoxuan could freely place items within, bearing in mind the rule against storing living beings. There is also a house within. I acquired it at an auction. Once you infuse it with spiritual energy, you can enlarge it for habitation, extremely convenient. Go ahead, find a delightful spot in Chunfang Rest, and take a moment to rest. The subsequent matters have been entrusted to Sanner. It will guide you. After delivering this series of instructions, Mingqing Jinjuan closed his eyes to rest. Understood, master. After bowing respectfully, Li Haoxuan exited the wooden cabin. Outside awaited his master's spirit beast, Sanner, which had been waiting for quite some time. Upon seeing Li Haoxuan emerge, it hurried over. Haoxuan, you're finally out. I've been waiting for you for ages. The master wouldn't let me in, fearing I might disturb you. Sanner's expression fluctuated between joy and grievance. However, it soon became animated again. Just now, the master communicated with me, instructing me to lead you next. I can play with you every day now. Wait, I misspoke. I mean, I'll guide you in your cultivation. Don't worry, I'm quite reliable. Observing Sanner's reliability, Li Haoxuan felt a twinge of concern for his future days. Haoxuan, let me take you to choose a good place to live. Why not reside next to me? The environment there is simply splendid. Come, I'll lead you. Sanner didn't allow Li Haoxuan a moment to respond, and immediately took his hand, leading him away. After a considerable walk, they arrived at a lush grove of green bamboo. At this moment, the bamboo was thriving with vitality, effortlessly captivating the young Li Haoxuan. Noticing Li Haoxuan's satisfaction, Sanner exclaimed, "How about this? Not bad, right? We shall reside here together." Li Haoxuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, it's quite nice. It seems we shall be neighbors. Gradually, he summoned the spiritual energy within him, channeling it into his palm and transferring it to the belt around his waist. The image of the storage space reappeared in his mind as he sought the house his master had mentioned. With a thought, the house materialized in his hands. It truly is convenient. Li Haoxuan marveled. Next, he began to infuse it with spiritual energy. With each infusion, the weight of the house increased until he could no longer bear it, at which point he tossed it into the sky. The house descended, gradually expanding until it reached its normal size, ceasing its transformation. The structure appeared to be crafted from green bamboo, and upon drawing near, a faint fragrance of bamboo wafted through the air. Heavens, it's the jade clear bamboo loft. The master actually bestowed it upon you. Sanner exclaimed in astonishment. Is this jade clear bamboo loft truly so precious? Of course. You have no idea. The master spent a fortune on spirit stones at the auction to acquire it. The price was so high that I feared I would never taste high-grade spirit fruits again. Feeling unworthy of such generosity, Li Haoxuan reflected on how to repay Mingqing Jinjuan's kindness. Hey, Haoxuan, what are you pondering? Let us hurry inside the loft and explore. I've never been inside since the master acquired it at the auction. In that case, I'm benefiting from your good fortune, so let us go. As Sanner rambled on, Li Haoxuan set aside his thoughts, focusing instead on the fact that Mingqing Jinjuan was now his master, and that he would treat him well in return. He followed the ritual hand seals taught by Mingqing Jinjuan and began the process to recognize the loft as his own. Once the recognition was complete, he approached the jade clear bamboo loft. Chapter 7. Tidying up. The jade clear bamboo loft was a two-story structure, supported only by 4 bamboo poles at its base, leaving ample space beneath. Li Haoxuan mused that if his spirit beast were to be messy, it could reside there, keeping it out of the bamboo loft. Haoxuan, come on. Let us hurry upstairs and truly experience the interior. Sanner exclaimed, scurrying up the bamboo ladder. Li Haoxuan grasped the bamboo railing, ascending step by step. Upon reaching the first-floor bamboo door, he gently pushed it open. As the door swung ajar, a gentle breeze greeted him, carrying the soothing sound of dew droplets sliding from bamboo leaves into a pond, instilling tranquility and serenity within his heart. Does this jade clear bamboo loft possess the ability to calm the mind? Li Haoxuan inquired. Indeed. It is precisely this effect that led so many cultivators to fiercely compete for it at the auction, Sanner elaborated enthusiastically. Sanner, I cannot squander the master's goodwill. I must begin my cultivation immediately. I cannot waste the opportunity that the jade clear bamboo loft presents. Without hesitation, Li Haoxuan seated himself, prepared to commence his cultivation. Wait. Haoxuan, don't rush into cultivation just yet. I have something important to discuss with you. Sanner interrupted him. What could possibly be more important than cultivation? Oh, plenty. For instance, where you should cultivate in the future, Sanner teased, relishing the suspense. Isn't it just in Chunfang Rest, or the jade clear bamboo loft? Where else could I possibly go? Where else? Of course, to the academy on Ganlu Peak, where you will study alongside fellow true disciples for 5 years. Only after that will you return to your master for independent cultivation, Sanner patiently explained. Upon hearing that he would be studying with other true disciples, Li Haoxuan felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, for it had been quite some time since he had interacted with so many people. Tomorrow morning, I shall accompany you to Ganlu Peak, so do not be overly anxious. Rest assured, I, Saner, shall protect you. Saner declared with unabashed bravado. Li Haoxuan nodded in understanding. Therefore, you should refrain from your cultivation for the time being and hasten to tidy your room. I shall attend to my own matters first and return to find you once you have finished. After Saner mischievously uttered these words, he swiftly scampered away, fearing that Li Haoxuan might ask him to assist in the cleaning. Having absorbed much from Saner, Li Haoxuan grasped the tasks that lay ahead and mentally prepared himself. Foremost among his intentions was to avoid bringing shame to his master. Everything else could follow thereafter. Li Haoxuan collected his thoughts, ready to embark on a thorough cleaning endeavor. He surveyed the first floor, only to discover no dust at all. Ascending to the second floor, he found the Yuqing bamboo loft to be exceptionally pristine, leaving him to redirect his focus to the storage belt bestowed upon him by the true monarch of Mingqing. Delving into the storage belt once more, he perused the various items gifted by the true monarch. Among the many glimmering stones, there lay a sharp sword. Excitement surged within Li Haoxuan as he summoned the sword into his grasp, delighting in its weight and balance. Subsequently, he retrieved a set of garments from the storage belt. It was a blue and white sect uniform, intricately embroidered with silver threads depicting auspicious clouds at the cuffs. The fabric felt incredibly smooth to the touch, indicating that the uniform was of considerable value. At that moment, Saner reappeared. Haoxuan, quickly try it on. All right, I shall wear it this instant. As a spirit garment. The sect uniform adjusted itself to fit Li Haoxuan perfectly upon donning it. After he changed into the uniform, Saner lavished compliments upon him, praising his appearance as fitting and handsome. Li Haoxuan, feeling a tinge of embarrassment from the flattery, interrupted Saner, neatly folding the clothes he had just removed and placing them back into the storage belt. Haoxuan, you ought to dispose of that old attire. You won't have the chance to wear it again, and it merely occupies space in the storage belt. Once you form your golden core, you won't even need to wear the sect uniform, as you may choose any spirit garments you desire. Saner jested with a cheeky grin. Li Haoxuan, however, chose to retain the old clothes. Saner, I must cultivate. I cannot afford to waste any more time. Please tell me what time we shall depart for Ganlu Peak tomorrow. Saner counted on his fingers and, after calculating the time, informed Li Haoxuan. We must set off from the ascending Immortal Peak at the hour of the rabbit, otherwise, we shall arrive late at Ganlu Peak. Understood, we shall undoubtedly depart punctually, Li Haoxuan affirmed before beginning his cultivation anew. Why does it seem so identical? My master, who loves to cultivate, does not play with me, and now he has taken on a disciple who is just the same. How can the master and disciple be so alike? Saner fumed in frustration, yet he could do nothing to halt it, resigning himself to the situation. After playing beside Li Haoxuan for a while and finding it tedious, Saner closed the bamboo door and went off to play elsewhere, leaving Li Haoxuan to his tranquil cultivation. Immersed in his practice, Li Haoxuan found himself increasingly enamored with the experience of cultivation. Regardless of how long he engaged in it, he felt no fatigue. On the contrary, he became ever more engrossed in his endeavors. For someone at the first level of qi refinement, there were only paths ahead, with no obstacles to impede his progress. Everything flowed smoothly, as if sailing effortlessly across serene waters. Time passed in the spring fragrance retreat, mirroring the world outside. Remarkably, the sun set and night descended upon spring fragrance as well. In the deep of night, the calls of spirit beasts echoed from beyond the walls of the Yuqing bamboo loft. Nevertheless, none of this disturbed Li Haoxuan's concentration. While cultivation was paramount, he knew not to neglect important matters. When the time Saner had mentioned arrived, Li Haoxuan concluded his session. Upon opening his eyes, he found the fluffy Saner waiting eagerly in front of him. Haoxuan, let us go. I have prepared everything, so you need not worry. Just follow me. Saner exclaimed with excitement. Though the journey to Ganlu Peak was meant for Li Haoxuan's studies, he sensed that Saner was even more exhilarated, as if it were the little monkey attending lessons. Saner, shall we walk there? Li Haoxuan asked. If so, we must hurry. He lifted Saner onto his shoulder and began to stride out. Li Haoxuan, you foolish boy. You are a cultivator. Why walk when you can fly? Saner playfully tapped Li Haoxuan's head in realization. Chapter 8, The Academy. Quickly, let us go. I am all set. You need not concern yourself. Just follow my lead. According to Saner, they exited the spring fragrance retreat and arrived at the entrance of the cave. Upon stepping outside, they beheld a magnificent gale eagle awaiting their arrival. What a colossal eagle! Li Haoxuan marveled, for in his mundane life, he had never encountered such an impressive creature. Haha, isn't it magnificent? This is what my master arranged for you. Traveling to Ganlu Peak will be much more convenient now. In fact, it will make any journey a breeze. Saner cheerfully urged Li Haoxuan to mount the Gale Eagle, embarking on their journey to Ganlu Peak. The Gale Eagle obediently tilted its body sideways, extending its wings to form a staircase, allowing them to ascend onto its back. Once they were settled, The gale eagle soared into the sky with gusto, flapping its wings and rising swiftly through the clouds. The sounds of wind and the eagle's calls filled Li Haoxuan's ears. Once the gale eagle flew steadily, Li Haoxuan devoted his attention to the breathtaking scenery beneath him. What had once appeared as a vast river now seemed no more than a slender ribbon. Indeed, one must rise high to truly see far. During the flight, Li Haoxuan encountered Wang Cheng and Su Yao, who were riding a frost wolf and a flame griffin, respectively. With their destinations aligned, the three of them continued toward Ganlu Peak together. Upon their arrival at the clearing before the Ganlu Peak Academy, they found other individuals engaged in conversation. Look who has arrived. Surely, these three must be the disciples of the ascending Immortal Peak. A plump girl exclaimed first. As Li Haoxuan and his companions dismounted from their spirit beasts, they approached the four fellow cultivators who had arrived earlier. He instinctively glanced at Wang Cheng and Su Yao, discovering that they were also observing him. Steeling himself, Li Haoxuan spoke up. Greetings, we indeed are disciples of the ascending Immortal Peak. See, I always guess correctly. Su Ruofeng, Wang Jingming, you two gentlemen, you must pay up, swiftly. Zhu Yuhan interjected. You truly are obsessed with money. Wang Jingming sighed and shook his head. At that moment, another girl stepped forward, leaning close to Zhu Yuhan and gently shaking her. Yuhan, perhaps wait until later to ask for spirit stones. The junior disciples are watching. Zhu Yuhan glanced around, realizing that everyone was indeed observing them. She waved her hand, cleared her throat, and declared, All right, I shall heed Sister Shuan's advice and wait to ask for spirit stones, but you must not refuse me. Look at her, with that pitiful expression. If it weren't for you, I would have already thrown a punch. Wang Jingming grumbled. Oh, on the old pine tree to the left. A morning rooster suddenly soared in, emitting a sharp cry. The time had come. Let us hasten to take our seats in the classroom. Wang Shuan beckoned everyone inside. Li Haoxuan, Wang Cheng, and Su Yao, being newcomers, promptly followed suit. Upon entering the classroom, they found that many of the seats at the back had already been claimed by others. The last two remaining seats in the rear were swiftly occupied by Wang Cheng and Su Yao. Consequently, Li Haoxuan and his companions had no choice but to move forward, eventually settling in the first and second rows. After a brief moment of settling in, an elder entered from outside. The elder took her place at the center, and it was then that Li Haoxuan could clearly discern her features. She possessed lustrous hair as dark as jade, styled in an elegant flying fairy bun. Her figure curvaceous and graceful, dressed in the same blue and white sect robes as Li Haoxuan and his peers. She bore a jade-green storage pouch at her waist and sported a pair of deer-hide boots. Greetings, everyone. I am Song Ningxin, a practitioner of the Golden Core stage, and I shall be your instructor henceforth, she declared, her tone neither warm nor cold. In this ever-changing realm of cultivation, I hope you all will diligently train, seize opportunities, and embark upon the path to immortality. We practitioners traverse 9 stages: Chi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, divine transformation, void refinement, integration, great ascension, and tribulation crossing. Among these, the Chi refinement stage is the simplest, with increasing challenges as one progresses. All of you present are the true disciples of the nascent soul, true monarch, and will undoubtedly become the backbone of our Beastmaster sect in the future. Upon hearing Song Ningxin's words, Li Haoxuan couldn't help but envision himself soaring through the skies, taming beasts, and vanquishing evil. The teaching period spans 5 years. And after this duration, regardless of one's level of cultivation, the instruction shall cease. The curriculum encompasses various aspects of beast mastery, talismans, artifact forging, alchemy, and more. While mastery of every subject is not expected, a basic understanding is essential. Ignorance would tarnish the esteemed reputation of our Beastmaster sect. Now, without further ado, let us commence with today's lesson on spiritual beasts. First, please retrieve your compendium of spiritual beasts from your storage pouches. At her command, the disciples activated their spiritual senses, and in an instant, large, thick tomes appeared on the empty desks before them. Noticing some puzzled expressions among the students, Song Ningxin clarified. Although you are all in the Chi refinement stage, prolonged use of jade slips can overwhelm your spiritual senses, so we shall utilize books instead. A few students who had previously appeared confused nodded in understanding, prompting Song Ningxin to continue. Let us first examine the first spiritual beast, the fire silkworm. It typically resides near fire-attributed spiritual plants, feeding on them. Pay close attention to its habitat, as unexpected treasures may await. The second spiritual beast is the wind bellbird. Known for its melodious song and gentle disposition, often kept by female cultivators in their abodes. The third is the iron-tailed monkey, known for its temperamental nature. After a morning filled with enlightening lessons, Li Haoxuan's eyes were opened wide. Many of the enigmatic phenomena he had observed in the mundane world were finally elucidated. As the morning class concluded, those who did not wish to consume the fasting pills could dine at the dining hall of Ganlu Peak. After a brief rest, the spiritual beasts would signal the time for them to re-enter the classroom. Subsequently, Song Ningxin released a captivating third-tier jade-faced fox from her spiritual beast pouch to guide the new disciples. After class, Li Haoxuan intended to join Wang Cheng and Su Yao for a meal in the dining hall. However, after a morning of lessons, they had already made new friends and proceeded to follow them. Just as Li Haoxuan was at a loss, Zhu Yuhan approached, took his hand, and led him forward. "Let us go, I'm famished. We must hurry to eat." The jade-faced fox moved gracefully, nimbly leaping from stone to stone, always staying ahead of the disciples. After a series of twists and turns, the dining hall finally came into view. "Look, that's the dining hall of Ganlu Peak," Zhu Yuhan exclaimed excitedly, and the group followed her pointing finger. They noticed that the jade-faced fox had already settled at the entrance, curling comfortably into a ball, using its delicate tongue to groom its fur. With a soft yip, the little fox disappeared through the hall's door. With the jade-faced fox gone, the other disciples quickly entered the dining hall. "The jade-faced fox has left. Let us hurry in for a meal. I'm sure everyone is starving," Wang Shuwan said gently. Seeing their fellow disciples already ahead of them, Li Haoxuan hurriedly entered the dining hall with the group. Chapter 9. Attending School. The dining hall of Ganlu Peak was immaculate and well-organized, with fragrant spiritual wooden tables and chairs that provided a serene ambience. Li Haoxuan gazed toward the bustling crowd and noticed that the only one serving was a senior brother at the 6th layer of Qi refinement, while the rest were the contracted spiritual beasts he had seen. Among them, a particularly striking 8-armed spirit ape stood out, its 8 agile arms effortlessly managing the crowd, helping to disperse it as individuals collected their spiritual meals and sought seating. As the crowd thinned, Li Haoxuan and his companions seized the opportunity to approach the counter and purchase their meals. Upon reaching the front desk attended by the 8-armed spirit ape, he was amazed by the vast array of spiritual dishes on offer. Wooden plaques hung above each dish, indicating their names. Having never encountered spiritual cuisine before, Li Haoxuan was uncertain of what to choose, so he carefully examined each plaque and its corresponding dish. Ultimately, he selected the roasted white rabbit, prepared by the red-haired monkey. With enthusiasm, he retrieved 32 spirit stones from his storage belt and handed them to the red-haired monkey, who grinned broadly, accepting the stones with delight. Another profit earned. "My master will surely reward me with a spirit-feeding pill. I must continue to work hard to accumulate spirit stones for my cultivation." Li Haoxuan received the roasted rabbit and spiritual rice from the red-haired monkey, then sought a place to sit with the other 4. As he observed the neatly sliced pieces of rabbit meat in his dish, Li Haoxuan could no longer contain his appetite. He quickly picked up his chopsticks and placed a piece in his mouth. The fragrant rabbit meat released its delectable flavor with each chew, leaving Li Haoxuan thoroughly satisfied. Beside him, Zhu Yuhan stuffed her mouth with her chosen dish and exclaimed, "Delicious. This steamed chicken in clay pot is absolutely marvelous. I want to buy another serving." "Do be mindful of your eating. You've just entered the Qi refinement stage, and your body hasn't changed at all. You're in trouble," her playful adversary, Wang Jingming, retorted. "I suspect it's because your braised duck is unappetizing. Don't envy my delightful meal." "What nonsense. My braised duck is exquisite." "I don't believe it." "What do you mean? Don't disturb me while I eat." As the two continued their playful banter while eating, their lively interaction brought endless joy to Li Haoxuan and the others at the table. In this cheerful atmosphere, Li Haoxuan found himself eating more than usual. After finishing their spiritual meals, Li Haoxuan and his companions engaged in conversation about various topics beyond cultivation. Through their discussions, he learned much about Wang Shuwan, Zhu Yuhan, and the others. Wang Shuwan and Wang Jingming were a pair of fraternal twins hailing from a subordinate family of the Beastmaster sect, while Zhu Yuhan was the only daughter of the true monarch of the Dragon Tiger Peak, and Su Ruofeng was the second son of the true monarch of the Verdant Peak. The 4 of them grew up in the realm of cultivation, truly embodying the essence of the Beast Taming sect's second-generation disciples. They were distinctly different from individuals like Li Haoxuan, who were selected after being tested for their spiritual roots beyond the jurisdiction of the sect. As the time drew near, the 5 of them rose and departed from the dining hall, retracing their steps back to the academy. Just as Li Haoxuan and his companions arrived at the entrance of the academy, the newly appointed spirit beast, the gray-feathered plover, let out a cry, signaling the students to enter and resume their lessons. Song Ningxin, positioned above, surveyed the seated students below. Upon noticing that all seats were occupied, she nodded in satisfaction and announced, "Excellent. Now that everyone is present, let us commence our midday studies. In today's class, we will primarily focus on the identification of spiritual plants. Commit these to memory, Otherwise, you may inadvertently overlook 8th or 9th tier celestial herbs when you encounter them. The first type is spirit rice. Some of you may have already sampled it. It contains trace amounts of spiritual energy, has a delightful taste, and provides satiety while enhancing the cultivation speed of chi refining disciples. Hence, many choose to cultivate or purchase it. For those with spiritual fields, I encourage you to try your hand at growing some, as it is in high demand among low-tier chi refiners. The second type is qingling grass, which is primarily used to feed low-tier spirit beasts such as the white-haired spirit sheep and the mighty bull. With that, she concluded the day's lesson, reminding them not to be tardy the following day. As she uttered the words "class dismissed," the disciples within the academy erupted in excitement. Hurriedly exiting to return to their respective peaks, Haoxuan and his group also made their way out. Saga, accompanied by the fierce wind giant eagle, was already waiting in the open space, alongside Haoxuan and Wang Jingming with their own mountable spirit beasts. It seemed that the mountable spirit beasts had formed a small collective of their own. They each mounted their respective spirit beasts and soared into the sky. Due to the different locations of their peaks, they could only part ways in the air, returning to their individual mountain homes. Sitting atop the fierce wind giant eagle, Haoxuan waved goodbye to Wang Jingming and the others. "See you tomorrow, Haoxuan," Zhu Yuhan shouted exuberantly from atop the iron-winged eagle, her voice echoing as if to ensure Haoxuan heard her, despite the proximity between them. Saga, perched on the eagle's back, bombarded Haoxuan with questions, inquiring about the day's lessons and whether any students had engaged in fights within the academy. Its excitement was palpable. Even after an entire day of playing with the fierce wind giant eagle and the Tsang wolf, it remained brimming with energy. Haoxuan couldn't help but feel a bit wary of its boundless enthusiasm. Under the rapid flight of the fierce wind giant eagle, the duo quickly returned to the summit of the ascending Immortal Peak, right before the entrance of Chunfeng Rest. Saga gestured for Haoxuan to follow its lead in deactivating the entrance's restriction with a hand seal. Haoxuan mimicked its actions, channeling his spiritual energy to unlock the entrance barrier. Upon returning to Chunfeng Rest, Haoxuan's first task was to report today's learning outcomes to his master. His steps quickened compared to when he was outside, and his heart was filled with anticipation to see his mentor. "Master, I've returned," Haoxuan announced at the door of his master's wooden cabin. With a creak, the door swung open. Mingqing Jinjuan sat on his cushion, looking out at Haoxuan and Saga. "Come in, you two." Master, I've been responsible today, guiding Haoxuan thoroughly without any mistakes," Saga boasted to Mingqing Jinjuan. "Oh, is that so?" He turned to Haoxuan, seeking validation. "Yes, master. Today, thanks to Saga, I was able to attend class at Ganlu Peak smoothly. Since you performed so well, you shall be rewarded." Mingqing Jinjuan produced a bag of spiritual fruits and infused it with spiritual energy, presenting it to the little monkey, Saga. "Thank you, master." "Haoxuan, we have spiritual fruits now. I'll share some with you so you can taste them as well. They are delicious," Saga exclaimed, gleefully displaying the storage bag filled with fruits to Haoxuan. "Haoxuan, did you have any difficulties understanding anything in class today?" Mingqing Jinjuan inquired. Haoxuan shook his head, indicating he had no uncertainties. Consequently, Mingqing Jinjuan posed several questions to test Haoxuan's grasp of the day's lessons, while Saga busied itself devouring the fresh spiritual fruits acquired from Mingqing Jinjuan. After leaving his master, Haoxuan hurried back to the Yuling Bamboo Pavilion. He diligently consolidated what he had learned that day and then commenced his meditation with the spirit guiding technique, entering a state of cultivation. In this state, time slipped away like a worthless liquid, swiftly flowing past. Before long, it was time for class once more. Upon exiting his meditative state, Haoxuan, along with Saga, mounted the fierce wind giant eagle to head to the academy again. Today's curriculum encompassed alchemy and artifact forging, and with each lesson, Haoxuan found himself increasingly enamored with the enchanting world of cultivation. After finishing the morning session, they returned to Chunfeng Rest for their usual evening cultivation. Life was comfortable and promising. On this particular day, after completing the formation studies, Song Mingxin announced, "You are excused for 3 days. There's no need to attend the academy during this time." Upon hearing this, the disciples within the academy erupted in excitement. However, Song Mingxin turned with an expressionless demeanor and departed, leaving the students in a state of restless jubilation. "Not having to attend the academy is fantastic. I can enjoy several days at Tiana Peak," Zhu Yuhan exclaimed joyfully. She wasn't the only one thrilled. Even Su Ruofeng and Wang Shuwan shared in the excitement. After all, it was a long-awaited freedom, and they were all eager for it. After bidding farewell to the others, Haoxuan quickly mounted the fierce wind giant eagle, returning to Chunfeng Rest to share this delightful news with his master. Master, we have 3 days off from the academy. I can cultivate well at Chunfeng Rest." Haoxuan rushed to his master, who was sipping tea, brimming with happiness. I see, Mingqing Zhenjuan replied, setting down his teacup. In these 3 days, I shall take you to the Qinglong market. You must not confine your knowledge to books alone. You must also understand the world of tangible things. The Qinglong market, Li Haoxuan exclaimed. Qinglong market is vast, filled with numerous shops, countless cultivators, and all manner of peculiar items. It will be quite the adventure. And I wish to join you. San Er chimed in from a distance. Li Haoxuan couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation at the prospect of visiting Qinglong market. What kind of place could it possibly be? Early the next morning, Li Haoxuan and San Er set off with Mingqing Zhenjuan on the ice crystal flying bird towards Qinglong market. This marked Li Haoxuan's first excursion beyond the sect since joining the Beast Taming sect. He and San Er rode atop the ice crystal flying bird, commenting on the passing scenery. As they drew closer to Qinglong market, San Er excitedly pointed ahead and exclaimed, Haoxuan, look, that is Qinglong market. Bing Er, descend at the designated area of the Beast Taming sect, Mingqing Zhenjuan instructed. Qinglong market is the most prosperous trade hub under the jurisdiction of the Beast Taming sect. Within the market, a god transformation Taoist and 3 nascent soul, true monarchs oversee the safety of cultivators and the trade of goods throughout Qinglong market. High in the sky, Li Haoxuan observed numerous qi refining cultivators queuing at the entrance of the market, eagerly awaiting entry. As it came time to enter, 2 spirit stones were presented to the guard at the entrance as a fee for admission. Li Haoxuan presumed that they too were required to submit spirit stones in order to gain entry into the market. Thus he delved into his storage belt, preparing himself. The ice crystal flying bird approached the Qinglong market, and Mingqing Zhenjuan deftly performed a hand gesture, sending his tokens soaring into the market. Moments later, a portal opened within the market formation, allowing the ice crystal flying bird to glide inside. Master, we have yet to pay the spirit stones, Li Haoxuan exclaimed, glancing at Mingqing Zhenjuan. The disciples of the Beast Taming sect are not required to pay spirit stones to enter the Qinglong market. Those below the golden core stage are prohibited from flying with their beasts and must walk instead. However, those above the golden core stage may fly within the market. Mingqing Zhenjuan patiently elucidated. Li Haoxuan nodded, continuing to marvel at the grandeur of the Qinglong market. Upon entering, the ice crystal flying bird soared directly towards the tallest building within the market, the Qinglong Tower. It landed gracefully before the tower. And just as Li Haoxuan steadied himself on the ground, he felt someone grasp his left arm. Haoxuan, how wonderful, you've come to the Qinglong market too. Turning around, Li Haoxuan was delighted to find Zhu Yuhan and Su Ruofeng among their group, their presence bringing a sense of comfort to him amidst the unfamiliarity. After exchanging pleasantries, the 4 of them noticed Mingqing Zhenjuan standing beside Li Haoxuan and promptly greeted him in unison. Greetings, Master Mingqing. Mingqing Zhenjuan acknowledged their greeting with a nod. Master Mingqing, may we accompany Haoxuan to explore the market? Zhu Yuhan boldly inquired. Mingqing Zhenjuan nodded once more, adding, certainly. However, you must return to the Qinglong Tower by the hour of the dog. Of course, no problem. My father has already instructed me. We shall ensure our timely return. Zhu Yuhan exclaimed, taking Li Haoxuan's hand and dashing forward. In a moment, the 5 of them were engulfed by the bustling crowd. Mingqing Zhenjuan withdrew his gaze, recalled the ice crystal flying bird, and, accompanied by Saner, entered the Qinglong Tower. Within the Qinglong market, a designated area had been established for the disciples of the Beast Taming sect and cultivators from various regions to engage in trade. The 5 of them now wandered leisurely through this trading zone. Haoxuan, there is a plethora of items here. As it's your first visit, you must explore thoroughly. Zhu Yuhan remarked as Li Haoxuan's eyes roamed over the stalls, each one brimming with intriguing wares that captivated his attention. Fellow cultivators, step right up and don't miss out on these delightful little spirit beasts. Recently born, they are easy to bond with. A vendor's enthusiastic cries caught Li Haoxuan's attention, piquing his interest. Though the stall was situated in an inconspicuous corner, nearby vendors were offering various low-tier formations and spiritual herbs. A boy around Li Haoxuan's age, his clothes tattered, stood at his stall, vociferously promoting his goods, attracting a throng of curious onlookers. Wang Shuan noticed Li Haoxuan's intrigue and suggested, "It seems lively over there. Let us go take a look." Li Haoxuan turned to her, gratitude reflected in his eyes. Since they had ventured out to explore, they promptly approached the bustling stall. Upon reaching the stall, they discovered not only the small spirit beasts, but also an array of common first-tier spiritual herbs. The stall's highlight, however, was undoubtedly the tiny, newly born spirit beasts. Please take a look. I assure you, I'm not deceiving you. These are all freshly born spirit beasts that I painstakingly gathered. The boy enthusiastically pitched his offerings. Li Haoxuan leaned down to observe, noting 6 small spirit beasts on display. Among them, a little mouse particularly stirred his emotions. Standing beside him, Su Ruofeng whispered, That's a golden-furred mouse, known for its easy upkeep and non-picky eating habits. Many female cultivators enjoy keeping one as a companion to pass the time. If you like, you could purchase one for yourself. Chapter 11. The auction house. Though the crowd had gathered around the stall, no one had yet inquired about prices. Haoxuan was the first to break the silence. Excuse me, fellow cultivator, what is the price for this golden-furred mouse? 120 spirit stones. You can take it right away, the boy responded promptly. Su Ruofeng nodded to Haoxuan, indicating that the price was reasonable. Thus, Haoxuan retrieved spirit stones from his storage belt and handed them to the boy. The boy grinned as he accepted the stones, dismantled the formation on the ground, and handed the golden-furred mouse to Haoxuan. Being the first to purchase a spirit beast, the boy generously gifted him a low-grade spirit beast collar as well. Following Haoxuan's acquisition of the golden-furred mouse, the atmosphere around the stall grew livelier, prompting other cultivators to approach the boy with inquiries of their own. Those who found the prices agreeable, much like Haoxuan, swiftly produced spirit stones from their storage bags and made their purchases. After acquiring the golden-furred mouse, the 5 of them exited the crowded stall. Cradling the sleeping mouse, its golden and white fur a comforting sight, Haoxuan's thoughts drifted back to a dark, rainy night. It was a night of sorrow following the destruction of his family. Cold and famished, he had taken refuge in a dilapidated temple. In that forlorn place, the only companion he had was a small mouse he had fortuitously encountered, as they shared a meager meal of cornbread obtained through begging. An unexpected intruder, a wild cat, burst into the temple, swiftly pouncing on the small mouse and swallowing it whole, leaving only a tail behind. Now, as a cultivator and having purchased a spirit mouse in the Qinglong market, he found a semblance of solace. In the ensuing hours, the 5 of them continued to explore. Zhu Yuhan and Wang Shuwan acquired some trinkets. Su Ruofeng procured seeds for spiritual herbs, while Wang Jingming sought companionship. As the time approached for their meeting with Mingqing Zhenjuan, the group decided to wrap up their playful exploration and head towards the Qinglong Tower. Upon their arrival at the tower, they encountered Mingqing Zhenjuan and several other masters just exiting, who promptly led the group to the Wanbao auction house. The Wanbao auction house, though only a single story, sprawled over a vast area, with the adjacent Wanbao pavilion expanding its footprint even further. At the entrance of the auction house, a throng of people buzzed with excitement. Low-tier cultivators stood at the entrance, greeting arriving guests and ushering them inside in an orderly manner. The personnel at the Wanbao auction house clearly exhibited professional training. Upon noticing a gathering of Yuanying Zenjins from the Beast Taming sect, they immediately approached with utmost respect, guiding them into the auction house and to their designated private boxes. The interior of the auction house was expansive and circular. Haoxuan and his companions were assigned a box on the second floor, while the first floor was filled with empty tables and chairs, likely designated for other cultivators. Following Mingqing Zhenjuan, they entered their exclusive box. The decor was remarkably unique, featuring a large transparent mirror that allowed them to observe the outside while remaining unseen from beyond. Under the guidance of the auction house staff, the first floor and second floor boxes soon filled with patrons, creating a vibrant and lively atmosphere throughout the space. Suddenly, the entire hall's private boxes dimmed, leaving only the solitary beam of light illuminating the central stage. A graceful female cultivator clad in crimson, known as Shang Hongling, emerged before the audience. Her delicate lips parted as she welcomed the esteemed guests. Esteemed friends, I extend my warmest greetings to you at the Wanbao Auction House's grand auction, held once every 50 years. The treasures presented today are among the rarest of the rare. I urge you to seize the opportunity and acquire your coveted items, for who knows when they may grace us again. Without further ado, let us unveil the first auction item, the Baiken Snow Gossamer robe. As her words faded, a garment of azure hue appeared upon the stage. The cuffs were fashioned like petals, adorned with exquisite lotus motifs throughout. The female cultivators within the auction house gazed with rapturous eyes at the Baiken Snow Gossamer robe, a superior-grade spiritual attire of the 4th tier, shimmering with ethereal light as it swayed. Its protective capabilities were formidable, capable of withstanding 3 strikes from a god transformation expert. The starting bid for the Baiken Snow Gossamer robe was set at 100,000 spirit stones. Esteemed friends, please place your bids. Shang Hongling gestured with her delicate hand, smiling as she awaited the offers. 105,000 spirit stones. 120,000 spirit stones. 150,000 spirit stones. 336,000 spirit stones. 336,000 spirit stones. First call. 336,000 spirit stones. Second call. 336,000 spirit stones. Third call. Congratulations to bidder number 23 for securing the Baiken Snow Gossamer robe. Haoxuan was taken aback by the robe's final price of 336,000 spirit stones. He previously believed his collection of spirit stones was substantial, yet now realized it was insufficient to procure even a single item from the auction. Stealing a glance at Mingqing Jinjuan, he noted an air of calmness rather than surprise. Meanwhile, San'er, observing his befuddlement, stifled a giggle beside him. He. The second auction item was introduced, the Millennium Wine Snake Grass. This spiritual herb could aid serpentine spiritual beasts at a bottleneck to ascend to the next tier, particularly recommended for those ranging from tier 3 to 4. The starting bid for the Millennium Wine Snake Grass was set at 200,000 spirit stones, 305,000 spirit stones, 322,000 spirit stones, 350,000 spirit stones, 400,000 spirit stones, 400,000 spirit stones, first call, 400,000 spirit stones, second call, 400,000 spirit stones, third call. Congratulations to bidder number 73 for acquiring the Millennium Wine Snake Grass. Subsequently, several spiritual artifacts and beasts were auctioned. Yet the one that captivated Li Haoxuan's attention was a charming little fox known as the three-eyed crimson fox. It lay peacefully within a formation, its fiery red fur and three adorably poised tails rendering it utterly adorable. Li Haoxuan gazed at the slumbering three-eyed crimson fox, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. The three-eyed crimson fox was nimble and alert, adept at wielding flames. Upon awakening its third eye, it could launch attacks on the soul, making it a highly coveted spiritual beast. The starting bid for the three-eyed crimson fox was set at 400,000 spirit stones, 435,000 spirit stones, 520,000 spirit stones, 650,000 spirit stones, 690,000 spirit stones. To Li Haoxuan's surprise, San'er, without any forewarning, called out a bid in a loud voice. Chapter 12, The Contracted Spiritual Beast. San'er, you? Li Haoxuan was startled by San'er's sudden outburst. It was the master who instructed me to call out. San'er replied with pride. Li Haoxuan glanced at Mingqing Jinjuan, who reassured him with a knowing look, indicating that he need not worry. Mingqing Jinjuan held his own plans. As San'er called out the high bid of 690,000 spirit stones, a hush fell over the auction hall. Shang Hongling seized the moment to declare, 690,000 spirit stones, first call. 690,000 spirit stones, second call. 690,000 spirit stones, third call. Congratulations to bidder number 7 for acquiring the three-eyed crimson fox. The little fox was soon whisked away, and new auction items were introduced, igniting fresh excitement within the hall. The final prices of the items escalated with each passing auction, leaving Li Haoxuan in a state of numbness. Spirit stones? They were merely a string of numbers. To his astonishment, a 5th-tier superior-grade artifact was effortlessly claimed by a god transformation expert for 6 million spirit stones. As the final item of the night was successfully auctioned, Shang Hongling expressed her gratitude for the delightful evening spent together, eagerly anticipating their reunion in 50 years. Though she had stood for the entire night, her demeanor remained impeccable, her professional smile unwavering. Knock, knock, knock. A voice resonated from outside the private box. May I inquire, esteemed senior, if we may enter? A low-ranking cultivator from the Wanbao auction house respectfully inquired. Enter, Mingqing Jinjuan instructed. Thank you, esteemed senior. The attendant entered and approached the wall of the box, activating the formation inscribed upon it. Esteemed seniors, I shall now transport you. Please do not resist. With that, he tapped the center of the formation. In an instant, the ground of the box radiated with light, enveloping Li Haoxuan and Mingqing Jinjuan as they vanished from the private chamber. Where are we? Li Haoxuan discovered they had arrived in a new chamber, adorned with an antique charm. An incense burner graced the table, emitting delicate wisps of fragrant smoke that danced above it. Jinjuan, it has been a while. I presume this is your newly acquired disciple? Indeed, it has been a while. Daoist Shang. Mingqing Jinjuan responded. This is my disciple. Shinner, come forward and greet your esteemed senior, Shang Weiming. Listening to his master's words, Li Haoxuan obediently stepped forward to bow and pay his respects to Shang Weiming. Observing Li Haoxuan's earnestness, Shang Weiming exclaimed, Good, good. You shall undoubtedly become a great talent in the future. No need for formalities. From now on, simply refer to me as Uncle Shang. The atmosphere in the room was warm and inviting. The items Mingqing Jinjuan had procured at the auction were being carried in one by the attendants of Wanbao Tower. Yet, despite the numerous treasures, it was the fiery-furred, three-eyed crimson fox that captivated Li Haoxuan's attention most. Jinjuan, all of your acquired items are here. Please take a look. I shall step out now. Call for me if you require anything, Shang Weiming said, gesturing towards the collection. Mingqing Jinjuan nodded, and Shang Weiming departed the room. Shinner, come here and contract this three-eyed crimson fox, Mingqing Jinjuan said with an air of calm assurance. Master, this, Li Haoxuan was taken aback. He had assumed that the three-eyed crimson fox was intended for his master's own contract, similar to the bond between Bai Jie and San'er. San'er chimed in, Shinner, Hurry and contract it. This little fox is too small and weak. Contracting it would bring no benefit to the master and might even become a burden. There is no need for discomfort. I am your master. Mingqing Jinjuan spoke gently, his tone light and filled with conviction. With those words, Li Haoxuan ceased his hesitation. He stepped forward to approach the three-eyed crimson fox. With Mingqing Jinjuan's assistance, Li Haoxuan established a master-servant contract with the fox using a drop of his own blood. What is this? Mingqing Jinjuan inquired, noticing the spirit beast ring on Li Haoxuan's hand. Li Haoxuan quickly explained. This was given to me by the stall owner when I purchased the golden-furred mouse on the street. Let us place the three-eyed red fox into the spirit beast ring as well. The golden-furred mouse can wait until you return from the spring rest to form its own contract. Following his master's instructions, Li Haoxuan gently placed the slumbering three-eyed red fox into the spirit beast ring, allowing it to accompany the recently acquired golden-furred mouse. With a flick of his sleeve, Master Mingqing swiftly stored the remaining items into his storage device and led Li Haoxuan out of the Wanbao building. They did not return to the Qinglong building, nor did they linger in the bustling Qinglong market. Master Mingqing summoned the ice crystal flying bird once more, which carried them back to the Beast Master Sect. 5 years later, during the spring rest at the Yuling Bamboo Pavilion, Li Haoxuan sat with his eyes closed in meditation. He not only drew upon the spiritual energy he had assimilated from the outside world, but also benefited from the spiritual energy provided by the three-eyed red fox beside him. Although the energy from the three-eyed red fox was lesser in quantity, it was far more refined than the spiritual essence he directly drew into his body. Upon concluding his meditation, Li Haoxuan opened his eyes just as the three-eyed red fox beside him did the same. He extended his hand to stroke the fox's head and said, "Woo-woo, splendid. Master." The three-eyed red fox, "Woo-woo," responded with a voice brimming with youthful innocence, resonating within Li Haoxuan's mind. Yet, he could not help but wonder where that rascal Jixiang had wandered off to, always dashing around. The mere thought of the treasure-hunting mouse, Jixiang, made Li Haoxuan's head throb. Initially, he had casually purchased a golden-furred mouse at a stall in the Qinglong market, only to discover upon forming the contract that it was, in fact, a treasure-hunting mouse. This unexpected find had certainly brought immense joy to Li Haoxuan, yet it also led to countless troubles thereafter. Jixiang, by nature, possessed an innate talent for treasure hunting, resulting in its incessant scurrying about, gnawing on one spiritual herb after another. It even had a slight knack for breaking formations, often stealthily dismantling protective arrays set by other disciples and ravaging their precious herbs. Over the course of 5 years, Li Haoxuan had thus compensated for numerous spiritual stones due to Jixiang's antics. "Woo-woo, let us go outside and search for it together." As Li Haoxuan descended the stairs with Woo-woo, Jixiang was clumsily climbing up. "Jixiang, where have you been this time? Speak honestly, or your share of spiritual fruits for the month will be revoked." Li Haoxuan sternly threatened the mischievous little mouse. "Master, I merely took a stroll outside." Jixiang scampered to Li Haoxuan's feet, ingratiatingly declaring, "Really? Truly I swear, I did nothing wrong today. Please don't cancel my share of spiritual fruits for this month. You know very well that your usual antics are hardly commendable. All right. Let us go. Ruofeng's white jade spirit rice is ripe for harvest. We should assist him." Upon hearing this, Jixiang excitedly climbed onto Li Haoxuan's shoulder. "Master, we must hurry. I promise to work diligently today and help him finish the harvest of white jade spirit rice. Do not listen to it, master. This chubby mouse will surely end up eating instead." Indeed, I find Wu-Wu's words to be quite accurate. Jixiang, flustered, clung tightly to Li Haoxuan's shoulder with its front paws, hastily defending itself. "Master, you must trust me. How can you believe this foul fox? Hey, you fat mouse, who are you calling a foul fox? It's you." Chapter 13, Verdant Peaks. Stepping out of the spring rest and mounting the Gale Eagle, Li Haoxuan, accompanied by his 2 spirit beasts, made his way directly to the verdant peak where Su Ruofeng resided. Chirp! In the spirit field, Zhu Yuhan heard the eagle's call and looked up. Upon recognizing the figure above, her face blossomed with a radiant smile. "It's Senior Brother Haoxuan. Senior Brother Haoxuan has arrived." The other 3 busy individuals in the spirit field also lifted their heads to gaze at the sky. Li Haoxuan waved from atop the Gale Eagle, greeting them warmly. He patted the Gale Eagle beneath him, signaling it to descend near the spirit field. "Junior brother, junior sisters, I've arrived earlier than scheduled." Li Haoxuan leaped down from the eagle's back and approached Wang Shuwan and Wang Jingming. "Senior Brother Haoxuan, how did you reach the 9th layer of qi refining? You've broken through again." Zhu Yuhan exclaimed, her face losing its luster as despair washed over her. Just last night, he had achieved a breakthrough and, having consolidated his progress, he hurried to Verdant Peak. Li Haoxuan smiled at Zhu Yuhan, having grown accustomed to this expression over the past 5 years. He felt immune to it now. Congratulations, senior brother. Wang Jingming stepped forward, his face awash with joy as he congratulated Li Haoxuan. Over these 5 years, the most precious gain for Li Haoxuan had been the sincere camaraderie of these 4 junior brothers and sisters. Wang Jingming had grown to resemble a devoted admirer. I feel utterly defeated by senior brother Haoxuan. My father insists on using senior brother Haoxuan as a benchmark for me every day. If he learns that senior brother Haoxuan has now advanced to the 9th layer of Qi refining, he might just use the dragon subduing whip on me. Zhu Yuhan lamented. Li Haoxuan pointed towards the spirit field and remarked, I think we should get started quickly. Otherwise, I fear Ruofeng's white jade spirit rice may be entirely pilfered by that little mouse, Jixiang. Turning to look, they found Jixiang in the spirit field, busily collecting white jade spirit rice with its tiny paws, stuffing them into the small storage necklace Li Haoxuan had prepared for it. Then we must hasten our pace and not allow that mouse to take all the rice. Su Ruofeng joked. With that, the 5 dispersed, each responsible for a portion of the spirit field. Li Haoxuan stood at the edge of his designated plot and initiated the water blade technique, followed by the gentle breeze technique, levitating the harvested white jade rice ears to keep them from touching the muddy ground. The lively atmosphere surrounding them did not faze Jixiang in the slightest, who continued diligently scrounging for treasures. Throughout the process of harvesting the white jade spirit rice, various spells were employed in succession, making the task exceedingly convenient. Just as they finished, thunder rumbled in the sky. Within half a second, torrential rain began to pour down, soaking everything around them. The fragrance of damp earth wafted into their nostrils. Senior brother Haoxuan, catch this. Zhu Yuhan scooped a large clump of mud from the spirit field and hurled it straight at Li Haoxuan. Caught off guard, he was struck successfully by the muddy projectile. Zhu Yuhan, what are you doing? Wang Jingming shouted in astonishment at Zhu Yuhan. However, he soon found his attention diverted as his sister, Wang Shuwan, also threw a large clump of mud at him. Sister Yu. Wang Jingming, unable to contain his frustration, quickly squatted down, scooping up 2 hefty handfuls of mud to retaliate against both Wang Shuwan and Zhu Yuhan. In an instant, the scene erupted into chaos, with mud flying in all directions. What began as a battleground for 3 soon expanded to include all 5, their joyful laughter echoing through the vast spirit field, as they momentarily rediscovered the innocence of their youth. Beside the spirit field, a stream meandered, and from its depths emerged a pair of watchful eyes. After casting a glance at the frolicking Li Haoxuan and his companions, it discreetly submerged back beneath the water's surface. The 5 weary little monkey spirits lay sprawled in the soil of the spirit field, utterly unconcerned with their disheveled appearances. In that moment, they were enveloped in sheer bliss. The rain arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. As Li Haoxuan and his friends reclined in the spirit field, a sudden shadow passed over their faces. Sui Shi, what brings you here? A youthful figure appeared, exuding an air of refined elegance, with features as picturesque as a painting. Clad in a lilac-hued, wide-sleeved robe, cinched at the waist with a violet jade belt, he stood tall and graceful, embodying a unique charm. Upon seeing Su Ruofeng's elder brother, Li Haoxuan hastily rose to his feet. Following his lead, Zhu Yuhan and the others quickly stood up as well, greeting Su Yi in unison. Su Yi regarded the 5 little monkey spirits with a faint smile, casually performing a cleansing spell that restored Li Haoxuan and his companions to their previous handsome forms. Thank you, senior brother. The 5 chimed in gratitude. I heard Ruofeng say you 4 were coming today to assist him in gathering the white jade spirit rice, so I prepared some spirit points for you. However, after waiting and waiting, I still didn't see your figures, so I came to check on you. Su Yi spoke with a refreshing demeanor. Since you have all finished your tasks, let us head to the Luyan Pavilion for a moment of rest. Li Haoxuan and his companions followed Su Yi to the breathtaking scenery of the dueling peaks and the sea of emerald clouds. From a distance, the sight resembled a vast expanse of clouds, somewhat monotonous. Yet, upon closer inspection, the cloud sea was embraced by lush mountain forests. The pure white clouds billowed like waves in the sky, crashing and colliding with one another. At times, they transformed into ferocious tigers, and at others into majestic eagles. A spectacle of unparalleled beauty. Sunlight graced the cloud sea, where white-feathered cranes soared leisurely above. This Bijang Mingyue tea remains exquisite no matter how many times one partakes. Zhu Yuhan exclaimed, raising her teacup with one hand and drinking heartily. Observing her, Wang Jingming lifted his own cup and said, tea tasting should be savored slowly. First admire the leaves, then inhale the fragrance. One cannot simply drink it down without care, as you do. Li Haoxuan gently placed his cup down, nodding in agreement. Each time they indulged in this rare fine tea, gazing at the beautiful cloud sea, they felt as though they were living a life akin to that of celestial beings. Senior brother Su, while we were playing in the spirit field, I had the distinct impression of being watched for a fleeting moment. Aside from the five of us, I did not see anyone else there. Li Haoxuan voiced his lingering curiosity to Su-yi. That must be the guardian spirit of dueling peaks. A flower-spotted spirit fish with a blue-yellow-gray back, which has lingered here for many years. Fear not, as long as you do not strike the dueling peaks with your sword. It shall not take action against you, Su-yi replied with a smile, alleviating their concerns. Chapter 14, Graduation. Now that the academy has concluded, have you all prepared your items for the upcoming expedition? Wang Shuan inquired. Not at all. I have no desire to venture out. The Beastmaster sect is fraught with exposure to the elements and peril. Most importantly, there is no delectable spirit cuisine out there. Who would want to go? Zhu Yuhan lamented, her chubby hands covering her face in fear. You need not be overly apprehensive. The locations for the field missions are all within the sect's jurisdiction, so the dangers are minimal. At that moment, Zhu Yuhan's rival, Wang Jingming, chimed in. Su Shixiang, Zhu Yuhan is not afraid of danger. She fears the hardships of life outside the sect. I have prepared quite a bit. Should any of you find yourselves lacking, do not hesitate to ask me. Su Ruofeng proclaimed proudly, patting his storage pouch. Su-yi affectionately regarded the five little ones and added, indeed, if you find yourselves in need of supplies, do not hesitate to approach Ruofeng. If he runs out, I shall replenish it for him, so you may use freely without worry. At that moment, Zhu Yuhan leaped from her stone bench as if she had received a royal decree from an emperor, lunging towards Su Ruofeng with her sights set on his storage pouch. Su Ruofeng, startled, scrambled to evade her. A playful game of cat and mouse ensued within the Luyan pavilion. Cock-a-doodle-doo. The morning rooster continued its duty, heralding the final day of the disciples' 5-year journey with an especially bright and high-pitched crow. Bow. The voices echoed from within the academy as all disciples bowed in unison to Song Ningxin. She cast a sweeping glance over her students, whom she had taught for 5 years, and her heart swelled with emotion. Today marked the culmination of their 5-year instruction. She congratulated them on their successful graduation. In the days to come, may you diligently cultivate and not squander this precious time. I wish you all to shine brightly within the sect and stride confidently along the path of immortality. Using her spiritual energy, Song Ningxin styled the male disciples' hair into a neat bun, donning them with hats, while the female disciples arranged their braids atop their heads, securing them with pins. The atmosphere in the academy transformed as the disciples appeared more mature. Who knows when they would gather again after this farewell? Ceremony concluded. Take care, everyone. With those parting words, Song Ningxin gracefully departed. The disciples dispersed, each mounting their spirit beasts to return to their respective peaks. Li Haoxuan gazed at the academy, once bustling with activity, now reduced to just the 5 of them lingering in the space, and he couldn't help but feel a twinge of nostalgia. Let us go. The 5 ventured forth from the academy, where they had spent 5 long years. They were now set to embark on their respective journeys toward immortality. As they reached the open area outside the academy, their spirit beasts awaited them. Li Haoxuan leapt onto the back of the Gale Giant Eagle, addressing his 4 fellow disciples. Tomorrow at the hour of the Chun, we shall gather at the Shiwufeng to receive our training tasks and set off. Ensure each of you is prepared with the necessary items for the expedition. We cannot rely solely on Ruofeng for the entire year. Understood, senior brother. The 4 responded in unison. The Gale Giant Eagle flapped its wings, soaring toward the peak of ascending immortals. As Li Haoxuan surveyed the majestic mountains along the route, he reflected on the past 5 years, realizing he had traversed these peaks daily, except on rest days. Time had flown by, and his experiences were rich and fulfilling. He had forgotten the weak and pitiful self he once was in the mortal realm. Lost in thought, he soon emerged from his reverie, continuing to admire the splendid scenery within the Beastmaster sect. The Gale Giant Eagle maintained its swift pace, as always. Upon returning to Chunfengxia, Li Haoxuan's first course of action was to seek out his master. Indeed, the figure of Mingqing Jinjuan reappeared outside his wooden dwelling. Master, your disciple has returned from Ganlu Peak. The door of the wooden house remained closed, and Li Haoxuan did not enter. Mingqing Jinjuan silently appeared by his side. Gazing at the disciple he had diligently nurtured for 5 years, he spoke softly. Shall we take a stroll through Chunfengxia together today? Li Haoxuan, filled with joy, promptly replied, Yes, master. Together, Mingqing Jinjuan and Li Haoxuan wandered aimlessly, a rare occurrence in 5 years. Typically, Mingqing Jinjuan was either in seclusion or guiding Li Haoxuan in his cultivation. Loitering, a pastime that had transpired only a handful of times over the past 5 years, was a rare indulgence for them. Together, they traversed numerous locales, passing by Li Haoxuan's elegant Yuqing bamboo pavilion, where they observed the long-armed monkeys diligently crafting divine fruit wine. They meandered to the meandering riverbanks, feeding the purple jade spirit carps, when suddenly, a column of water erupted skyward. Long time no see, little Haoxuan. A voice resonated from above the river, prompting Li Haoxuan to look up. Baijia, You've made a breakthrough. It turned out to be the Bai Yun Jiaolong, a companion Li Haoxuan had not encountered in some time. Since sensing an opportunity for advancement a year prior, it had devoted itself to rigorous training in the river. And now, it had finally emerged victorious from its seclusion. During the period of Mingqing Xinjuan's retreat, Bai Yun Jiaolong had also taken on the role of a mentor, guiding Li Haoxuan in honing his combat techniques. There was a time when Li Haoxuan had suffered greatly from Bai Yun Jiaolong's relentless training, with San Air tending to his bruises each night with healing ointment. Well done, little Haoxuan. Before my seclusion, you were merely at the 6th level of qi refinement, and now you've reached the 9th level. It appears you have not been idle during this time, Bai Yun Jiaolong declared with a hearty laugh. When time permits, we shall exchange a few moves. Reflecting on the times he had endured such beatings, Li Haoxuan could only awkwardly smile. It seemed inevitable that before departing from the Beast Master sect, he would have to face this one-sided bout once more. Xianer, the items in this storage bag are for your practical training, Mingqing Xinjuan said, placing a storage bag upon the meditation stone table, just as a few peach blossoms gently descended onto its surface. Thank you, Master, Li Haoxuan replied. Accepting the storage bag and retrieving a jade tea set from his own belt to brew tea for Mingqing Xinjuan, Bai Yun Jiaolong chimed in occasionally, critiquing Li Haoxuan's tea-making skills. Meanwhile, Wu Wu and Ji Xiang were playfully entangled by the mischievous San Air, ultimately collapsing in a dizzy heap beneath the peach tree, while San Air hung from a branch, laughing heartily at their plight. At that moment, all was lovely and idyllic. Chapter 15. Practical Training Tasks. Li Haoxuan descended from the back of the Gale Eagle and patted its body, saying, "Go now, return to Master, and we shall meet again in a year." The Gale Eagle, reluctant to depart, nudged its shoulder against Haoxuan's, who offered a comforting pat in return. After another gentle nudge, as if urging it to leave, the Gale Eagle understood and let out a piercing cry, flapping its wings and soaring back towards the summit of ascendancy. As Li Haoxuan watched the Gale Eagle vanish into the horizon, he turned to survey the expansive wooden structure of the affair's peak, which had been continuously expanded in harmony with the mountainside. Inside this grand edifice, disciples of the Beast Master sect bustled about, comprising both inner and outer disciples. The variety of individuals entering and exiting made this place the most frequented within the sect. "Oh dear, why did you bump into me? Move aside. I must hurry to the Crimson Leaf Valley," exclaimed one disciple. "If it weren't for my urgent need to gather 7-leaf flowers, I would demand compensation in spirit stones. You're the one who collided with me first." Another retorted, Hey, Dali, forget it. It was just a bump. We need to hurry for our tasks." "Humph, lucky for that rascal." Li Haoxuan stood at the entrance of the affairs hall for a while, witnessing several such incidents unfold. It was evidently a chaotic and bustling place. Before the appointed time arrived, the remaining 4 companions had also arrived early. Once gathered, they entered the affairs hall together, which was alive with commotion and filled to the brim with people. Each individual clutched their disciple tokens, jostling to receive tasks at the counter. All were eager to earn contribution points for the sect or spirit stones to support their cultivation. Li Haoxuan scanned the hall and noticed a smooth stone wall in the center, adorned with floating shadows. Approaching for a closer look, he discovered that the shifting characters were the tasks issued by the affairs hall, as well as requests from other true monarchs, elders, and disciples. Capture Spirit Beasts task. Capture 3 long-eared rabbits. Reward of 15 spirit stones. Mining task at Daching Mountain. Extract 100 pounds of Daching stone. Reward of 80 contribution points. Herb gathering task at Shifeng Ridge. Gather 30 stalks of windgrass. Reward of 8 contribution points. They carefully navigated through the throngs of people, struggling for what felt like an eternity before finally reaching the counter for the practical training tasks for graduating disciples. "Haoxuan, hurry and collect the task." Zhu Yuhan gasped, slumped on the ground, handing her disciple token to Li Haoxuan. He took her token and then collected those from the other 3, turning to approach the counter staff. Upon reaching the counter, he recognized the attendant as Jin Xian, who had stood beside Elder Shirshi during the Peak Division 5 years prior. "Greetings, senior sister," Li Haoxuan initiated. "I, along with my junior siblings, have come to collect our external training tasks." "Ah, Haoxuan, it's been 5 years since we last met, but I often hear Ningxin speak of you." Jin Xian responded warmly. "Senior sister, you remember me from 5 years ago?" Li Haoxuan inquired, surprised. 5 years prior, Jin Xian had been in a position of prominence, while he was merely a newcomer to the sect, preoccupied with observing the recruitment criteria of various peaks, hardly exchanging a word with her. "Of course, though there were many present during the Peak Division, your striking appearance stood out in the crowd." Jin Xian teased with a smile. Though Li Haoxuan was aware he had a decent appearance, being complimented so openly was a first for him, and he felt a tinge of embarrassment, sensing his discomfort. Jin Xian refrained from further comments and graciously accepted 5 disciple tokens intricately engraved with images of rare beasts from his hands. She arranged the tokens neatly on the counter, then performed a hand gesture, channeling her spiritual energy. The energy radiated from her hands, gradually enveloping the tokens as 5 formations emerged from them. With Jin Xian's subtle modifications to the formations, she finally ceased her gestures and smiled at Li Haoxuan. All right, junior brother. You and your group are now free to embark on your training journey. Thank you, senior sister, Li Haoxuan replied, retrieving the tokens and distributing them to Su Ruofeng, Wang Jingming, and the others. Upon examining his token, he noticed the details of their external training task had already appeared. Investigation task. Recently, unusual phenomena have been frequently reported in Taoyuan City, with disciples stationed there mysteriously perishing. A disciple must be dispatched to Taoyuan City to ascertain the cause of these deaths and the occurrences, and report back to the sect. Upon reading the task description, Zhu Yuhan shuddered, fear evident in her voice. Oh my, could it be haunted? Senior brother, senior sister, perhaps you should go. I seem to have developed an ailment that makes me feel uneasy about leaving the Beast Master sect. As soon as she finished speaking, she began to feign illness dramatically. Li Haoxuan and his companions were not easily swayed by her antics. Wang Jingming affectionately wrapped his arm around her plump limb, gazing at her with a gentle smile. After expressing their gratitude to Jin Xian, Li Haoxuan and his group turned to leave the counter. Once they had departed, Jin Xian hastily retrieved her communication jade slip and initiated a message to her good friend, Song Ningxin. Ningxin, I just saw junior brother Haoxuan. He*s truly remarkable. He*s grown even more handsome than he was as a child. Such beauty, paired with a gentle demeanor. Before long, a reply arrived from Song Ningxin. What madness are you up to now? You ought to focus on your cultivation. I've already reached the golden core stage, while you're still stuck at the peak of foundation establishment. I know, I've been quite busy these past few years, but I'll set aside these trivial matters and enter seclusion soon. After exiting the affair's peak, the 5 of them made their way to the gate of the Beast Master sect. After properly registering with the gatekeepers, they successfully departed from the sect. Taoyuan City lay to the southeast of the Beast Master sect, and after Su Ruofeng confirmed their direction, they prepared to set off. Senior brother, since none of the seniors have large riding spirit beasts, let us all ride on my Dahe. This way, the other spirit beasts can rest a bit longer. Zhu Yuhan exclaimed, summoning a massive, pitch-black Tuan Mountain Beast. The Tuan Mountain Beast, a 4-legged spirit beast, was most notable for its enormous mouth, which nearly dominated 2/3 of its face. Its maw, filled with sharp fangs, appeared rather fearsome. This beast had been meticulously sought after by the true monarch of the dragon and tiger for his beloved daughter, Zhu Yuhan. Despite its unremarkable appearance, the Tuan Mountain Beast possessed formidable strength. Thanks to her bond with this beast, Zhu Yuhan had triumphed over many of her peers during sparring sessions, earning herself quite a reputation among the academy disciples. Chapter 16. Tula Ridge. Li Haoxuan and his companions wasted no time and climbed onto the back of the Tuan Mountain Beast, settling comfortably in place. The beast moved its limbs as if walking but smoothly soared into the sky, heading toward the direction of Taoyuan City, as pinpointed by Su Ruofeng. As it flew, the Tuan Mountain Beast relished the treats Zhu Yuhan tossed into its mouth from her perch atop its head, though it felt somewhat fatigued. The promise of food made it a diligent and accommodating spirit beast. After spending nearly half a day in transit, Li Haoxuan and his companions arrived at a quaint little town named Shishui Town. Established by cultivators, this town was devoid of ordinary folk. Upon presenting their Beast Master sect disciple tokens to the guards at the town gate, the 5 of them were granted free entry into Shishui Town. Upon stepping inside, they were greeted by a multitude of Qi refining stage cultivators, with only a handful being disciples of the Beast Master sect. The rest were wanderers. Though small, Shishui Town was well equipped, featuring a bustling street where cultivators set up stalls, some shouting their wares while others patiently awaited customers. The arrival of 5 distinguished disciples from the Beast Master sect instantly captured the attention of those on the street, as such a sight was quite rare. Li Haoxuan realized this and mused inwardly. I'll need to change my attire when going out in the future, otherwise, I'll draw too much attention. He exchanged a glance with Su Ruofeng, who promptly said, I have a plan. Follow me. Leading the way, Su Ruofeng navigated through the lively crowd and brought Li Haoxuan and the others to a restaurant adorned with the sign Delicious Pavilion. This 6-story establishment was quite popular among the cultivators of Shishui Town due to its reasonably priced spirit wine and exquisite spirit dishes. For just 20 or 30 spirit stones, one could enjoy a hearty meal, resulting in the restaurant being packed with patrons. At a table, 7 or 8 Qi refining stage cultivators were seated, their postures eclectic as they indulged in hearty servings of spirit beast meat and spirit wine. Life has been treating you well, Brother Zhao? remarked a middle-aged cultivator in his 30s at the 6th level of chi refining. As he poured wine into the cup of the man sitting at the center of the table. You've been frequenting delicious pavilion lately. You must have struck a rich vein. Could you perhaps share some of your fortune with your little brother? Brother Zhao smirked disdainfully, lifting a piece of meat with his chopsticks and popping it into his mouth. You're as opportunistic as ever. Just enjoy the drinks with me. And if you make me happy, I might just help you strike it rich. Absolutely. Thank you, Brother Zhao. The younger cultivator replied, becoming even more eager to please. Having changed out of their sect robes and into fresh spirit attire, Haoxuan and his companions observed this little drama unfold beside them. Wang Jingming, after witnessing the scene, let out a subtle scoff directed at the middle-aged cultivator. He then whispered to the others, how can a cultivator lack such dignity? It's shameful to behave in this manner. Haoxuan understood the middle-aged cultivator's situation but also recognized Wang Jingming's disdain. His past experiences had taught him that such compromises were often necessary for survival. Wang Jingming, overly sheltered by his family and sister, had little exposure to such realities. With time, he would come to understand the middle-aged cultivator's plight. As an elder sister, Wang Shuwan possessed a deeper understanding of the world than Wang Jingming. She gently placed her hand on his, signaling him to remain silent. After enjoying a few dishes to satiate their hunger, Haoxuan and his companions soon departed from Shishui town and entered Tula Ridge. Before them lay a tangle of dense weeds, some towering even taller than a person. Standing at the entrance of Tula Ridge, their vision was severely obstructed, as the ridge seemed to stretch endlessly. This place is rather primitive, I assenti it? I thought many cultivators came here to gather Yin spirit grass, Zhu Yuhan remarked incredulously, unable to believe that such a well-frequented location could be so overgrown. The group had ventured to Tula Ridge because Su Ruofeng, as an alchemist, required Yin spirit grass. Since they were passing by, they thought to gather some before departing. Don't worry, leave it to me. Dahao, come forth. Zhu Yuhan summoned her spirit beast, the fang-toothed pig. Dahao, charge ahead and trample down the weeds to clear a path for us. Upon hearing Zhu Yuhan's command, the fang-toothed pig charged forward without hesitation, using its massive frame to forge a way through the underbrush. With the path cleared by the fang-toothed pig, Haoxuan and the others proceeded deeper into Tula Ridge. As they walked, they deployed their spiritual senses, searching for the elusive Yin spirit grass amidst the thick foliage. As twilight approached, they finally discovered a few sprigs of Yin spirit grass nestled within a vibrant patch of weeds. The grass itself was modest in size, no larger than 2 fingers, with black roots and green-tipped leaves emanating a chilling aura. Before Haoxuan's fingers could touch the Yin spirit grass, he could already feel the icy sensation radiating from it. He carefully took out his medicinal hoe and began to excavate the soil surrounding the grass. Once he had successfully unearthed it, he retrieved a jade box and gently placed the Yin spirit grass inside. On the other side, Zhu Yuhan successfully harvested a stalk of Yinling grass. Holding the jade box containing the precious herb, she excitedly waved it about, bouncing in delight as she showcased it to Wang Shuwan. Senior sister Shuwan, look, I found it. And the quality of the Yinling grass is quite impressive. Brother Ruofeng will surely be able to concoct an excellent pill from it. Wang Shuwan gazed at Zhu Yuhan with affectionate pride, responding, indeed, you are becoming increasingly remarkable, junior sister. Su Ruofeng meticulously stored the last stalk of Yinling grass in a jade box before placing it in his storage pouch. He lifted his gaze to the darkening sky. Night had fallen. As dusk enveloped the Tulu Ridge, it transformed into a domain for wild spirit beasts, particularly nocturnal bat-like and wolf-like creatures, which thrived in the cover of darkness. Their myriad of attack methods made them formidable foes. Should Haoxuan and his companions encounter a horde of these wild spirit beasts at night, it would require considerable effort to fend them off or eliminate the threat. Fortunately, their route back was simply retracing their steps, not demanding much time. Without further delay, Haoxuan and his group hastened towards Shishui town. And in just a quarter of an hour, they had departed from Tulu Ridge. As they reveled in the joy of nearing Shishui town, they suddenly sensed several unfamiliar presences rapidly closing in on them. Haoxuan, perceiving the approaching danger through his spiritual sense, quickly led his junior disciples to find a hiding spot. Chapter 17, Conclusion of the Battle. Just as they concealed themselves, 6 rogue cultivators cautiously arrived at the location they had just vacated. Judging by their auras, they were of similar cultivation level to Haoxuan. The leader among the 5 exuded a slightly stronger presence, reaching the 10th level of chi refinement. Third brother, where are they? Where could they be? Brother, trust my black-tailed yellow hornet. It insists they are here. They must be hiding. Indeed, indeed. Brother, third brother's black-tailed yellow hornet has accomplished many feats. We must search further. After all, they are disciples of the Beast Master sect, and they surely possess valuable treasures. With that, the 5 men dispersed, scouring for Li Haoxuan and his companion's hiding place. As time passed, the leader's expression grew increasingly grim. Finally, he shouted, drawing forth a large blade, as tall as himself, and swung it down fiercely onto the ground. Instantly, a deep crack appeared in the earth, sending tremors through the very spot where Li Haoxuan and his group concealed themselves. Unsuccessful in drawing out his quarry with that strike, he continued to channel spiritual energy into the blade, slashing wildly in all directions. Although Li Haoxuan had mentally prepared himself for such scenarios before leaving the sect, encountering this relentless group of rogue cultivators was quite disheartening. In this desolate wilderness, even if one were to be killed, it would be challenging for anyone to discover the crime. Come out, little disciples of the sect. I'll make it quick. 1 slash per person. Better to die early and reincarnate, perhaps in the mundane world as a wealthy individual. Ha ha ha. The rogue cultivator's laughter echoed through the night. However, Li Haoxuan was not one to be easily intimidated. He produced a high-grade spiritual instrument, the Ming Si Qin, and began to play. In the vast, desolate wilderness, the air was soon filled with the enchanting sound of the qin. In mere moments, the melodious notes attracted the birds that had been resting in the surrounding trees, which flocked towards the blade-wielding rogue. The rogue immediately swung his large blade in a circular motion, attempting to fend off the onslaught of the birds. The music enveloped him from all directions, leaving him perplexed as to where to strike to disrupt Li Haoxuan's performance. Meanwhile, the 5 rogue cultivators, who had previously scattered, hurried back to their leader upon hearing the music. They wielded their own spiritual instruments, cleaving through the attacking birds, gradually closing in on him. As the 5 formed a protective circle around the blade-wielding rogue, they bore numerous wounds, blood trickling from their injuries. Despite their efforts, the relentless birds continued to assault them. Undeterred, "Brother, what do we do? My spiritual energy is nearly depleted. Brother, mine too. Heavens, are we truly going to perish here? Silence. Do not utter such words." The rogue cultivator roared in fury. "Enough talking. Quickly form a formation. Let me carve a path." Under his command, the 6 quickly cleared a small space, temporarily halting the birds' attack. They aligned themselves, with 4 behind, 1 in the center, and the blade-wielding rogue at the front. The spiritual energy of the 5 converged rapidly upon him, and with a fierce roar, the rogue unleashed a tremendous wave of blade energy, cleaving a path through the encircling birds. "Quick, charge through this opening." As soon as the words left his mouth, the 5 immediately summoned the remaining energy within them, striving to break free from the birds' encirclement. Yet, how could Li Haoxuan permit them such an escape? The tempo of his qin playing quickened, and the opening they had just created was swiftly filled by the returning birds. Witnessing the closure of the gap, despair filled the eyes of the 6 as they confronted the specter of death. In the urgent strains of the qin, amidst the throng of birds, a flash of red suddenly emerged. This crimson figure darted to and fro, and with each approach, a scream pierced the air as another life was extinguished. Soon, the cries of distress faded into the distance, the urgent music ceased, and the birds scattered in disarray. "Ah, the battle is concluded. Master, I want a hug." Woo-woo. Shedding her earlier ferocity, transformed back into a childlike demeanor, she dashed to Li Haoxuan's side, her voice sweetly requesting a hug. Li Haoxuan retrieved his Ming Si Qin with a gentle flourish, cradling the 3-eyed crimson fox in his arms, affectionately stroking its head as a reward. "Haoxuan, you are truly reliable," Wang Jingming declared proudly, his demeanor suggesting he had single-handedly secured the victory. "Woo-woo indeed. Thank goodness for Haoxuan. That reckless group of rogue cultivators frightened me terribly," Zhu Yuhan exhaled, patting her chest in relief. At that moment, Wang Shuan interjected. "The outside world is far less secure than within the sect. We should depart quickly." Li Haoxuan nodded in agreement, endorsing Wang Shuan's prudent advice. Su Ruofeng stepped forward, thoroughly inspecting the storage pouches and valuable spiritual instruments of the fallen rogue cultivators, ensuring no discrepancies remained, before gathering everything. After all, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Subsequently, Li Haoxuan instructed the 3-eyed crimson fox to unleash a fire breath upon the bodies. As the remains turned to ash, they resumed their journey toward Shishui town. As they drew nearer, the flickering lights of Shishui town became visible. In that moment, the town appeared like a luminous pearl in the night, radiating its brilliance amidst the enveloping darkness. Protected by a 3-tiered formation, Shishui town bestowed a sense of tranquility upon the wandering cultivators. Upon their arrival, Li Haoxuan and his companions found a rather agreeable inn, settled the fee for their accommodations that night, and took residence within. They secured 5 rooms in total. Yet now all congregated in Li Haoxuan's chamber. The 5 of them sat together, gathered around a table laden with the spoils acquired from their recent skirmish. As they examined the items before them, pointing and commenting, Su Ruofing was the first to speak, indicating a particular object on the table. As wandering cultivators, we possess little of worth. Among these, the most valuable must surely be this spirit beast egg. It was our esteemed senior Haoxuan who bore the brunt of the battle. Thus, it is only fitting that this egg be entrusted to him. The remaining three nodded in agreement, and so the spirit beast egg was bestowed upon Li Haoxuan. The rest of the items, primarily taken from the 6 rogue cultivators they had dispatched, failed to pique the interest of Wang Shuwan and the others. Su Ruofing retrieved a set of silver needle spirit tools, swiftly recognizing them as his own before stowing them in his storage pouch. As for the remaining items, since none expressed desire for them, they resolved to dispose of them at the general store the following day in exchange for spirit stones, which they would then divide equally amongst themselves. After Li Haoxuan's pronouncement, Su Ruofing gathered the items from the table, and come dawn, they would venture to the general store to convert them into spirit stones. As night deepened, the group dispersed to their respective rooms for cultivation or rest. Chapter 18. Taoyuan City. On the following day, Li Haoxuan and his companions promptly discarded their miscellaneous belongings at the general store, converting them into spirit stones. They then continued their journey aboard the Shunzhan Beast towards Taoyuan City. After 3 days and nights of travel, they finally beheld a town adorned with blooming peach blossoms from a distance. The peach trees flourished vibrantly, while the crystalline waters flowed gently around Taoyuan City. This place was home not only to cultivators, but also to mortals, who coexisted in perfect harmony, their lives unfolding in an orderly fashion. Unlike the cautious demeanor observed in the wake of death, heavens, Taoyuan City is simply breathtaking, Li Haoxuan remarked, gesturing ahead, as the others followed suit. The terrain of Taoyuan City exuded a natural aura of spiritual energy, instilling a sense of comfort and serenity. Li Haoxuan instructed Zhu Yuhan to stow the Shunzhan Beast back into her spirit beast ring. The 5 of them, much like the inhabitants of Taoyuan City, proceeded on foot into the heart of the town. They wandered leisurely towards the Lord's Manor of Taoyuan City, soon arriving at the entrance of a grand estate where they paused. As they halted, they were approached by a gaunt middle-aged man resembling a steward. "Might I inquire if you are disciples sent by the Beastmaster Sect to investigate?" he asked. "Could I see your Beastmaster Sect disciple tokens?" Understanding the underlying concern that they might be imposters, Li Haoxuan readily presented his token for verification. "We are here on a mission assigned by our sect." The steward displayed no surprise at their foundation stage cultivation, for within Taoyuan City, it was common for disciples of the Beastmaster Sect to possess foundation stage capabilities in cases of unexplained deaths. "Please, follow me," the steward beckoned, leading Li Haoxuan and his companions into the Lord's Manor. The spiritual plants and herbs cultivated along the pathways within were all of exquisite varieties, and the materials used for the construction of the manor were likewise rare and precious, hinting at the opulence of the Lord's abode. The 5 of them navigated through the estate, twisting and turning until Zhu Yuhan began to feel dizzy. Finally, just before she could voice her discontent, they arrived at a hall. At the center of the hall sat a frail old man clad in red robes. The steward stepped forward to introduce Li Haoxuan and his companions to the Lord. "My lord, these are the disciples sent by the Beastmaster Sect to investigate the cause of Taoist Fu Yuanfang's demise." The Lord of Taoyuan City, Chu Ying, scrutinized Li Haoxuan and the others before breaking into a welcoming smile. "Welcome to Taoyuan City," he proclaimed, his tone as though they were esteemed guests rather than investigators on a mission. "Oh, this young friend in the center appears to be merely in his teens, yet has reached the 9th layer of Qi refinement. He must be a prized disciple of the Beastmaster Sect." Chu Ying's keen observation of Li Haoxuan's exceptional demeanor and cultivation prompted him to offer a compliment. After diverting the conversation momentarily, Chu Ying returned to the matter at hand. "As you are here to investigate the cause of death, it is expected that you will remain in Taoyuan City for some time. Guest accommodations have already been prepared for you. Please follow Steward Lai to your quarters. Tonight, we shall host a welcoming banquet in your honor." With a wave of his hand, he signaled for Steward Lai to lead them away. Just as Steward Lai was about to escort them, a little girl suddenly darted out from behind Chu Ying, launching herself at Li Haoxuan's legs. "Daddy, let me go with Uncle Lai to take the big brother and sisters to their rooms," she exclaimed, clinging tightly to Li Haoxuan. Her face turned towards Chu Ying as she playfully begged. "Please excuse her. My daughter, Chu Qingran, has been a bit unwell and possesses the temperament of a 6-year-old. Chu Ying explained, his gaze fixed on Li Haoxuan, as if seeking something extraordinary about him. Noticing nothing particularly remarkable, he permitted Chu Qingran and Steward Lai to guide Li Haoxuan and the others to their quarters. Come. Qingran will take the big brother and sisters to their rooms now." With a bewildered expression, Li Haoxuan found himself being pulled along by Chu Qingran. The 5 companions were led to a spacious courtyard adorned with tasteful decorations, where Li Haoxuan quickly counted 5 available rooms. He could not discern whether the furnishings had been arranged beforehand or hastily prepared upon their arrival. Brother, this is where you will be staying, Chu Qingran exclaimed, tugging at Li Haoxuan's clothing with childlike innocence. At this moment, Steward Lai stepped forward, addressing Li Haoxuan and his companions. This is the residence prepared by the Lord for your stay. Should you find any shortcomings, do not hesitate to inform me, and I shall make the necessary arrangements. No need. This is already quite satisfactory, Li Haoxuan replied, exchanging glances with his fellow cultivators, who were not particularly concerned with such matters. Would you like me to arrange for a few attendants to assist you during your stay at the Lord's Manor? Steward Lai inquired. After a brief exchange of looks among the five, Li Haoxuan responded, we shall leave all arrangements to Steward Lai. Very well. I shall return this evening to invite you to the banquet, Steward Lai concluded before departing with Chu Qingran. Chapter 19. The welcoming banquet. The five of them selected individual rooms, and upon entering his own, Li Haoxuan surveyed the surroundings, pleasantly surprised by the spaciousness. The room featured a table, a bed, and various decorative items, clearly arranged with care. In the courtyard, Wang Shuwan skillfully set up a protective formation to safeguard the small abode where they would temporarily reside. Li Haoxuan sat on the bed, closed his eyes, and held his breath in deep concentration. He reflected upon the series of events that had transpired since their arrival in Taoyuan City. After contemplating for a while, he furrowed his brow. Logically, the death of an individual should elicit some changes within Taoyuan City. However, upon entering the city, he had not sensed any unusual emotions from anyone. What could this mean? Puzzled by the harmonious atmosphere of Taoyuan City, Li Haoxuan decided to set his thoughts aside for the moment. He released the silver-throated long-tailed tit, which had hatched from a spirit beast egg and possessed reconnaissance abilities, instructing it to discreetly gather information around the Lord's mansion. As Li Haoxuan stepped outside, Wang Jingming, Su Ruofeng, and Zhu Yuhan quickly surrounded him. Aware that they had something to discuss, Li Haoxuan turned to Wang Shuwan, who had just completed the formation. Senior brother, the formation is complete. Those who approach cannot enter the courtyard directly, nor can they overhear our conversations, she informed him. Nodding in acknowledgement, the three then began to speak. Senior brother, we just communicated with the surrounding plants, but unfortunately, we found nothing of significance. The only information we uncovered was some trivial gossip from the Lord's mansion. As a fundamental skill for the true disciples of the Beast Taming sect, spiritual communication often proved useful, allowing them to acquire valuable information. Yet here, it had yielded no results. Do not fret, there is still ample time. We shall proceed at a leisurely pace. After calming his junior disciples, he allowed them to return to their respective rooms. Li Haoxuan resumed his cultivation, patiently awaiting the arrival of nightfall. At dusk, Butler Lai arrived at the small courtyard as agreed. Standing outside Wang Shuan's formation, he respectfully announced, esteemed disciples of the sect, the welcome banquet is ready. We await your presence. Once prepared, please step out and follow me. As the primary guests of the banquet, the five did not forget the proper etiquette and donned new spirit garments for the occasion. Initially, Li Haoxuan had intended to wear his sect uniform, but he had not anticipated how striking the Beast Taming sect's attire would appear in public. Searching through his storage belt, he found that aside from his sect uniform, he possessed no other spirit garments. Reflecting on the times when Wang Shuwan and Zhu Yuhan had visited the Spirit Garment Pavilion to purchase new attire, he regretted not doing the same for himself. Ultimately, he discovered a set of new spirit garments prepared by his master in the storage bag recently given to him by Ming King Senjun. From the array of garments, he selected a simple, unobtrusive stone green outfit and changed before stepping out. The five followed Butler Lai through several long corridors, entering a spacious parlor. Upon their arrival, they found many guests already waiting. A large round table, capable of seating 15, was adorned with a variety of fragrant and visually appealing spirit dishes. As Li Haoxuan and his companions entered, a young man in a golden embroidered robe, who had already taken a seat at the center of the table, immediately stood up. Looking at them with disdain, he remarked, is it truly necessary to go to such lengths for a few disciples in the chi refining stage? Must we be summoned to entertain them, thereby wasting our precious cultivation time? Young Master Chu, these five are esteemed disciples of the sect, Butler Lai simply replied. Upon hearing this, the young man, referred to as Chui Chen, exhibited a slight change in expression. He snorted softly. Very well, second brother. Guests are to be treated with respect, especially those from the sect. We must extend our hospitality, stated Chu Yiheng, the elder brother and city lord, in a calm tone. Following his brother's command, Chu Chen reluctantly subdued his arrogance and quietly took his seat. With the atmosphere settling, Butler Lai approached Li Haoxuan and his companions with a smile. Please, take your seats. Li Haoxuan nodded lightly and, guided by Butler Lai, proceeded to sit down at the designated place. Following his lead, Wang Jingming and the others also took their seats, and the welcome banquet officially commenced. During the feast, Chu Chengran once again approached and clung to Li Haoxuan's side. Refusing to leave, Li Haoxuan, unperturbed by Chu Chengran's presence, patiently entertained him while Butler Lai attempted to take him away, shaking his head in refusal. Meanwhile, Wang Shuwan found herself cornered by a female cultivator from the Chu family, who was at the 6th level of Qi refinement. Sister Wang, I heard you can set up a second-tier low-grade formation even at the Qi refinement stage. Could you please offer some guidance to your junior sister? Upon hearing this, Wang Shuwan, wishing to avoid extensive conversation, simply replied, the art of formations is vast and profound. But I know that, Sister Wang. I merely asked for your insights to enhance my formation abilities. Chu Shiran pressed on, her determination evident, as if she would not relent until she extracted something of value from Wang Shuwan. For a moment, all eyes in the room were on Wang Shuwan and Chu Shiran, eagerly anticipating the unfolding of this exchange. Unfazed by the scrutiny, Wang Shuwan boldly stated, the secrets of our sect must not be divulged. Her words prompted the assembly to divert their gazes, returning to their meals and drinks, resuming their primary focus. The welcome banquet did not last long, as it appeared that all present were merely going through the motions. After the feast concluded, Li Haoxuan and his companions returned to the small courtyard. Senior brother, about what transpired at the banquet. The five remained silent on their way back, and Li Haoxuan's expression was unusually stern. Upon returning to the courtyard, Wang Shuwan activated the formation before Wang Jingming dared to speak. Li Haoxuan surveyed his junior disciples and remarked, everything at the banquet appeared normal at first glance. However, upon deeper reflection, it seems they were merely acting in a play for our benefit. In the days ahead, do not let your guard down, remain vigilant. He exchanged glances with his junior disciples, who all nodded in agreement. Then let us disperse, you all should rest for a while. You must be weary after all that has transpired. With that, Li Haoxuan did not linger in the courtyard and returned to his room. The other four did not retire to rest, but dispersed to seek further information. Chapter 20. The 9 Curves and 10 Layers Formation. Upon returning to his room, Li Haoxuan was greeted by the silver-throated long-tailed tit, which had been waiting for him. Through it, he learned some new intelligence. At this moment, he began to meticulously organize this information in his mind. Among the peculiarities of the earlier welcome banquet, the most striking were Chu Yiqin and Chu Shiran. Their words and actions, while seemingly reasonable, were riddled with inconsistencies. To embarrass a guest openly and to inquire about another's cultivation techniques in public were behaviors unbecoming of well-bred cultivators from noble families. Yet, such occurrences had genuinely unfolded at the banquet today. Their audacity suggested they possessed some form of confidence. But from where did this confidence originate? The situation remained unclear, shrouded in a fog that rendered it even more inscrutable. Patience was required. He would wait for the cracks that time would reveal. He was determined to seize the opportunity and dismantle the layers of mystery enveloping him. On the morning of the following day, Li Haoxuan casually performed a dust removal technique for himself, adjusted his spiritual attire, and stepped out of his room. He glanced at the other 4 rooms, all of which were tightly shut, and chose not to disturb his junior disciples. Instead, he ventured out of the formation and left the courtyard alone. Upon exiting, he noticed a young maid waiting at the entrance. Li Haoxuan asked her to accompany him on a stroll, which led them to a certain location where he encountered Steward Lai. Through their conversation, he learned that Steward Lai had come in search of him. Guided by the steward, Li Haoxuan arrived at a conference hall. Inside, besides Chu Yiheng and Chu Chengran, was also the imposing Chu Yiqin, who had made quite an impression on Li Haoxuan and his companions the previous evening. Upon seeing Li Haoxuan's arrival, Chu Yiheng let out a hearty laugh and warmly remarked, my young friend Li, I must apologize for the offense caused last night. My younger brother has been rather spoiled by our father since childhood. After I took charge of the Chu family, I allowed him a certain degree of leniency. Thus, his behavior last night, please do not take it to heart. After listening to Chu Yiheng's words, Li Haoxuan discreetly assessed Chu Yiqin with his spiritual awareness, gaining a new perspective on the pampered second master of the Chu family. I hadn't given it much thought. There is no need for you to dwell on this matter, Lord Chu, Li Haoxuan replied nonchalantly, assuring him that it was of little concern. At that moment, Chu Shiran interjected with a light-hearted laugh, saying, let's put this matter behind us. My second uncle felt quite guilty about it all night. By the way, do you have any leads regarding the cause of Senior Fu Yuanfang's demise, brotherly? Li Haoxuan shook his head, his expression calm. I have yet to find any clues. I wonder if the Lord's mansion has uncovered anything unusual during these past few days. If you could share that with us, perhaps my junior disciples and I might discover a breakthrough. Chu Yiqin immediately stood up, brushing off his robe, and retorted. If we had any leads, we would have informed you already. Would we hide anything from the sect? Chu Shiran quickly stepped forward to grasp Chu Yiqin's sleeve, patting his hand to soothe her somewhat spoiled uncle. Looking at Li Haoxuan, she continued, since neither the Lord's mansion nor you have any leads. This matter will undoubtedly take considerable time. Why not find something to occupy ourselves during this tedious period? What shall we do? Li Haoxuan inquired. How about I spar with Sister Wang regarding formations? I am truly eager to learn from Sister Wang's expertise in this domain, Chu Shiran suggested with a bashful demeanor. Li Haoxuan, not wanting to overstep, responded, that is a matter for Sister Wang. As her senior, I cannot take it upon myself to agree on her behalf. Just then, a voice came from outside. Since Sister Chu has brought this up several times, I shall accept the challenge to compare notes with her, thus fulfilling her wish. But I wonder how Sister Chu intends to compete? Wang Shuan stated, fixing her gaze on Chu Shiran. Sister Wang, do not rush. I have a proposal for the contest. Chu Shiran replied. Oh, please share your thoughts, Sister Chu. Li Haoxuan and the others turned their attention to her. Recently, I acquired a new formation plate in the city, which I have yet to comprehend. How about we use the formation contained within this plate as the subject of our contest? What do you think, Sister Wang? Chu Shiran proposed. Then please present the formation plate for everyone to see, and we shall decide after, Wang Jingming interjected, his tone revealing his concern for Wang Shuan. Chu Shiran wasted no time and produced a somewhat worn formation plate from her storage bag, unfurling it before everyone. At that moment, Li Haoxuan and the others realized what formation Chu Shiran intended to contest with. The plate bore several ancient-looking inscriptions, the 9 curves and dense forest formation. As soon as the formation plate was displayed, Wang Jingming leaned closer to Wang Shuan, his expression calm, but his voice tinged with anxiety. Sister, how confident are you in defeating that little girl? Wang Shuan shook her head and replied honestly, I do not know. Hearing this, Wang Jingming's worry intensified. Sister, you must win. I believe in you. You can do it. Li Haoxuan approached Wang Shuan and softly encouraged, Sister, just do your best. Upon hearing his words, she nodded and stood to observe. She and Chu Shiran took their positions on opposite sides of the formation plate, each delving into the intricacies of the 9 curves and dense forest formation without disturbing the other. Wang Shuan's gaze swept over the formation, noting the tight connections between each node, making it nearly impossible to break. Immersing oneself completely in the formation could lead to dizziness, as if one were ensnared within its confines. While observing, she stole a glance at Chu Shiran, who appeared deeply engrossed in the formation and showed no signs of distraction. Thus, she redirected her focus entirely on the 9 curves and dense forest formation. After approximately 3 hours, Wang Jingming's patience wore thin as he ceased his conversation with Su Ruofeng and Zhu Yuhan, anxiously awaiting the outcome. Finally, Wang Shuan and Chu Shiran concluded their observations, each having gained insights. Chu Yiheng, noticing that both had closed their eyes in contemplation, spoke up, since both have finished, after a brief moment of recuperation. Let us share our interpretations of the 9 curves and dense forest formation. This way, we may discern the victor. At his words, Wang Shuan and Chu Shiran opened their eyes. As a member of the Chu family, Chu Shiran spoke first. Allow me to go first. With confidence, she shared her thoughts. After she finished, she stood proudly, receiving praise from Chu Yichen. Indeed, Shiran's mastery of formations has significantly improved. He then cast a somewhat challenging glance at Li Haoxuan and the others. Chu Shiran stepped back slightly and gestured for Wang Shuan to share her insights. Wang Shuan nodded in agreement with Chu Shiran's observations. With a smile, she stepped forward, conjuring a stream of spiritual light that swiftly entered the 9 curves and dense forest formation. Suddenly, the formation erupted in brilliance before fading away rapidly. The once dynamic formation became a still plate, stripped of the captivating force that had entranced them moments before. This unexpected turn of events left both Chu Shiran and Chu Yichen astounded, silencing them in their respective places. Meanwhile, Chu Yiheng, seated in a position of authority, turned his gaze to Wang Shuan and remarked, I did not anticipate that such a young disciple as you, Wang, would possess such remarkable skill in formations. Truly a credit to the sect's training. Chu Shiran stepped forward respectfully, addressing Wang Shuan. Sister Wang, you are indeed formidable. I concede this round. I have learned much from you, and will undoubtedly dedicate myself further to the study of formations. Finally, Chu Shiran and Chu Yichen exchanged no further words and, feeling somewhat dejected, turned to leave. In the hall, only Li Haoxuan and his companions remained with Chu Yiheng. With a signature smile, Chu Yiheng remarked, Since you possess such abilities, dear Wang, might you arrange a formation for Chengran's courtyard? It would greatly enhance her safety. Wang Shuan contemplated the girl named Chengran, who was both fortunate and unfortunate. She nodded in agreement with Chu Yiheng, who then smiled and remarked, In that case, I must thank you, Wang Xiaoyu, for your efforts. May I inquire when you plan to commence the arrangement? As for the materials required for the formation, the Lord of the city will provide them all. You may feel free to request any necessary items from Butler Lai. Wang Shuan replied gently, The setup of the courtyard formation may take several days. I need to first examine Shinran's courtyard, select the optimal location for the formation, and then proceed with the arrangement. After seeing off the guests, Butler Lai returned to the hall. Upon hearing Chu Yihing's words, he spoke up. If Wang Xianzi requires anything, do not hesitate to command me. I shall ensure that all the materials needed for the formation are procured. Once the matters were settled, Li Haoxuan and his companions left the hall. After their departure, 2 more figures appeared within the hall. I knew my sister would triumph. Wang Jingming exclaimed excitedly. Su Ruofeng chimed in. I have always known that my senior sister's formations were formidable, but I never imagined she could defeat that Chu Shiran with a single move. Zhu Yuhan, holding a spirit meat bun, occasionally interjected with her own praises. The air was filled with admiration for Wang Shuwan. In the hall, Chu Shiran and Chu Yichen re-entered. With Chu Yihing still seated above them, the 2 brothers faced each other. Eldest brother, as per your instructions, we have staged 2 performances. It is now time to take action. Upon hearing this, Chu Yihing's expression shifted. Second brother, do not be too hasty, he replied. His tone calm, yet imbued with an undercurrent of something that made Chu Yichen uneasy. We must approach matters one step at a time. Only then will we achieve a favorable outcome. Understood, eldest brother. Second uncle, we indeed must not act with undue urgency. They were all disciples of the Beastmaster sect. The demise of a single disciple might not provoke much concern, but the loss of a multitude would certainly be another matter. Thus, we shall proceed as planned. Chu Yihing stated, revealing an undisclosed scheme. In the days that followed, Li Haoxuan and his companions busied themselves with various tasks, living in a state of tranquility. Among them, Wang Shuwan was the most occupied, spending her days surveying Chu Qingran's courtyard and returning at night to revise her formation designs. Within his chamber, Li Haoxuan amused himself by toying with a silver-throated long-tailed sparrow. Through these days of meticulous observation, he had uncovered some unusual aspects within the Lord's estate. After a brief period of play with the sparrow, he stored it in his spirit beast ring and summoned a 3-eyed scarlet fox, entering a state of cultivation. On the following day, Li Haoxuan and Su Ruofeng ascended the highest mountain in Taoyuan City. From this vantage point, they could behold the entirety of the city below. Li Haoxuan closed his spiritual eyes and pointed to a specific location. Water cascaded from the mountain's summit, forming a magnificent waterfall. From afar, the sound was a gentle rush. But as they drew closer, it became a thunderous roar. The water flowed down, plunging over a drop of more than 20 meters into a deep pool. Surrounded by towering greenery, had Li Haoxuan not stood at such a height, he would not have glimpsed this splendid sight. Su Ruofeng glanced at the direction Li Haoxuan indicated and remarked, that seems to be an exceptionally tranquil place. Indeed, according to the intelligence gathered, that area has long been designated a forbidden zone by Lord Chu, and no one is permitted to enter without permission. Su Ruofeng pondered, regardless of the place. There are always some taboos, even at our Dieting Peak, we have them. Senior brother, could there be any issues there? As soon as Su Ruofeng spoke, he met Li Haoxuan's gaze. They exchanged a silent understanding. In the next moment, Li Haoxuan activated a speed talisman, with Su Ruofeng swiftly following behind. Before long, they arrived at the deep pool they had observed from the mountain. Standing beside it, they felt the coolness of the water splashing around them. For Li Haoxuan, with his single water spiritual root, this place was immensely soothing. At that moment, he wished merely to savor the beauty this spiritual land offered, rather than to seek any information. Li Haoxuan lowered his head, his gaze fixed on the pool, but he realized he could not see through its depths. Subsequently, he attempted to probe the pool with his spiritual sense, but to no avail. No matter how he tried, he could not discern what lay at the bottom of the pool. Su Ruofeng remained beside him, when suddenly, a chill surged from within. Senior brother, have you made any discoveries? If not, perhaps we should leave. I am feeling rather cold here by the pool. Li Haoxuan's expression grew serious as he replied. This pool is rather peculiar. No sooner had he spoken than a commotion arose nearby. An unknown entity swiftly launched an attack against them. Junior brother, be cautious. Li Haoxuan utilized his spiritual power and gently pushed Su Ruofeng aside. The two quickly evaded the sudden onslaught. Chapter 22. Auspicious Beast. Li Haoxuan regained his focus and observed a sinuous white figure gliding across the surface of the pool. Its tail flicked gracefully, sending ripples across the water. It was a massive white serpent, its scales glistening like snow, which had unexpectedly attacked them. Senior brother, Su Ruofeng suddenly shouted. Li Haoxuan turned to see a sleek black figure with a vibrant blue head emerging on Su Ruofeng's side. Fortunately, Su Ruofeng, being of the wind spiritual root, possessed the agility to evade the blue-headed python's attack. The two second-tier serpent-like spirit beasts were now fixated on Li Haoxuan and Su Ruofeng with predatory intent. At that moment, Li Haoxuan recalled the disciple token belonging to Fu Yuanfang. which had captured fragments of his final moments before his death and transmitted them back to the Beastmaster sect. He had watched that fragment multiple times. It dawned on him that the fleeting blue he had seen was not the attire of a murderer, but the coloration of the blue-headed python's body. Faced with these second-tier spirit beasts, Haoxuan dared not underestimate them. He turned to Su Ruofeng, saying, "Junior brother, we must exert all our strength to slay them. Do not entertain any notions of luck." "I understand, senior brother." Without hesitation, Su Ruofeng summoned a wind-riding tiger from his spirit beast pouch. Haoxuan swiftly called forth the three-eyed scarlet fox from his spirit ring, bow in hand, prepared to confront the white serpent and the blue-headed python. With two human cultivators before them, the white serpent and blue-headed python wasted no time in launching their assault. Haoxuan and Su Ruofeng, accompanied by their spirit beasts, took defensive stances and retaliated with their own attacks. A myriad of spells unfolded in the air. Su Ruofeng engaged the second-tier blue-headed python in a fierce battle, his incantations never faltering. Wind blades soared in all directions, but the python, with its tough hide, swung its tail to disperse Su Ruofeng's onslaught. Meanwhile, Haoxuan, seeking to protect Su Ruofeng, confronted the superior tier white serpent. He infused his spiritual power into the crescent bow, forming arrows from his essence, and continuously fired at the white serpent from a distance. With the three-eyed red fox feigning an assault ahead, Haoxuan drew his bowstring and unleashed a fierce arrow that struck the eye of the white-armored spirit snake. The creature let out a piercing shriek, its tail whipping the three-eyed red fox against a tree trunk. In that moment, Haoxuan stood starkly exposed before the white-armored spirit snake, which, injured by the waning moon bow, executed a swift glide across the ground, closing in on him with a menacing tail strike. Though protected by his spiritual attire, Haoxuan was still flung into the water pool by the serpent's force. Soaked to the skin, he floated helplessly in the water. Suddenly, the surface of the pool began to churn. Haoxuan attempted to escape, only to find himself immobilized, drifting with the currents. A wave surged forth, engulfing him and dragging him beneath the water. In the final moment before disappearing, he issued a last command to the three-eyed red fox through their master-servant pact. "Master, I understand." The three-eyed red fox swiftly moved to Su Ruofeng and the wind-treading tiger, allowing Su Ruofeng to mount alongside. It then detonated the thunderclap bomb that Haoxuan had placed upon it, launching it towards the two serpents. With remarkable speed, the wind-treading tiger carried Su Ruofeng and the three-eyed red fox far from the water pool, while the two second-tier white-armored spirit snakes, the azure-headed pythons, were reduced to mere ashes by the thunderclap bomb's explosive force akin to that of a nascent soul. Once distanced from the pool, Su Ruofeng and the others gazed at the lingering smoke. Su Ruofeng, invoking the spirit communication technique, inquired of the three-eyed red fox, "Wu-Wu, how is my senior brother? Is he unharmed?" I am uncertain. However, the bond between me and my master remains intact. Thus, he should be safe for the time being. It is simply that I cannot establish contact with him. That is reassuring. As long as the pact between you and my senior brother persists, he should be fine. Let us return to the Lord's residence to consult with our senior sister and junior brothers." Su Ruofeng sighed. "We certainly cannot approach the water pool anytime soon." Upon the explosion of the thunderclap bomb and the emergence of a black mushroom cloud, the cultivators from the Lord's residence rushed toward the scene. The area around the pool would undoubtedly be patrolled by many cultivators in the meantime, who would remain vigilant for some time. Thus, finding a way to approach the water pool and rescue his senior brother became Su Ruofeng's primary task. At the water pool, someone had arrived at the scene promptly. The leader, his gaze cold and voice ominous, demanded, "What is the situation? What about the disciples of the Beastmaster sect? We just sent someone to check. It appears they are all in the courtyard cultivating, with no one outside. Deploy more personnel to keep watch on them. I do not wish for further incidents." "Yes." The leader waved, erasing traces of their presence, and the cultivators from the Lord's residence who arrived later could detect nothing, merely conducting a cursory examination before reporting back. After Haoxuan was submerged, he felt an unusual force pulling him toward the bottom of the pool. Once he reached the depths, he suddenly lost consciousness. And when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in an entirely new place. "Where am I?" Haoxuan rubbed his eyes to dispel the discomfort, rising to survey his surroundings. Upon standing, he felt a coldness coursing through him, darting about chaotically. He harnessed his spiritual energy to dissipate the chill. "Oh, you've awakened quite swiftly, indicating some ability." A voice accompanied by distinct footsteps approached from a distance, revealing a figure emerging from the shadows into the light. Haoxuan gazed silently at what appeared before him. It resembled the legendary creature described in the Spirit Beast Compendium, a dragon-headed lion-bodied beast covered in scales, with enormous eyes and a gaping maw, showcasing two sharp tusks, surrounded by droplets of condensed spiritual energy. A water Qilin. In a moment of panic, Haoxuan considered fleeing but quickly realized that, given his current strength, escaping from such a majestic beast was futile. Calmly, what do you intend to do? He inquired with composure, the space around him entirely enclosed, illuminated only by the soft glow of the deep-sea pearl. What do I wish to do? The possibilities are endless. Yet I find myself without the opportunity. The water Qilin responded candidly. Which sect do you belong to? Haoxuan remained guarded and silent, observing his determined demeanor. The water Qilin was not angered. Instead, it began to speculate with a bemused expression. Tianke Palace? No, that is too distant. Tianyin Pavilion? No. Those individuals wouldn't dress so modestly as you do. Indeed, in this realm, it must be a disciple of the Beast Master Sect. After a series of deductions, the water Qilin confidently proclaimed its conclusion. Speak, young disciple of the Beast Master Sect. How has your sect fared in recent years? Surely it has not dwindled into obscurity? It cannot be that dire. I recall there being some promising young talents within the sect. The water Qilin's tone revealed no animosity towards the Beast Master Sect, allowing Haoxuan to acknowledge his affiliation without hesitation. Esteemed water Qilin, the Beast Master Sect has not fallen into decline. It is currently thriving. Yet, I am curious. What connection do you have with our sect? Haoxuan replied respectfully. Of course, I am connected to the Beast Master Sect. You, young one, should be more mindful. In the ensuing dialogue, Haoxuan learned of the water Qilin's background. This creature was once the cherished spirit beast of a powerful figure from the Beast Master Sect. 8,000 years ago, accompanying its master through the cultivation world with great success. The young talents it mentioned were the true disciples of the Beast Master Sect from that era, who later became the backbone of the sect. Haoxuan was astonished to find that this unexpected encounter with a legendary beast was with one of his ancestors. Meanwhile, Su Ruofeng retraced his steps and stealthily re-entered the Lord's residence courtyard, where he was met by the anxious trio of Wang Shuwan and others awaiting his return. How is junior brother Ruofeng? What of senior brother? Where has Haoxuan gone? Upon seeing only Su Ruofeng return, Zhu Yuhan expressed her concerns. Senior brother, Su Ruofeng recounted in detail the events that transpired after he and Haoxuan stealthily left the Lord's residence. In the confined space, the discomfort was palpable. The water Qilin, noticing Haoxuan's unease, guided him through an unknown network of passages. Crack! Haoxuan inadvertently stepped on something, causing the ground around him to tremble violently. A thunderous crash echoed behind him, accompanied by the sound of collapsing stones, the noise growing ever closer, with dust swiftly sweeping toward his position. Oh, I forgot that traps were set here. Normally, I navigate these areas only with my spiritual form, never coming into contact with anything physical, yet I overlooked your corporeal presence. Haoxuan refrained from lamenting to the water Qilin and activated a speed-enhancing talisman, dashing forward. He had no intention of allowing his life to be so easily extinguished within this enclosed passage. Such a commotion could not possibly escape the notice of an individual lurking in an adjacent path. That person halted, directing a gaze towards the fork where Haoxuan stood. An outsider has intruded. Without hesitation, he rushed towards Haoxuan's direction. The mysterious figures in the other paths, upon receiving his signal, hastened towards Haoxuan's location as well. Meanwhile, having narrowly escaped disaster, Haoxuan summoned a silver-throated long-tailed sparrow to hover protectively above him, while he remained wholly focused on the ground beneath his feet. Watch out, kid! The water Qilin suddenly shouted. Leave that little rascal to me. A swift claw descended from behind Haoxuan, accompanied by a derisive shout. The silver-throated long-tailed sparrow, witnessing the sharp claw's advance, bravely intervened, but only managed to delay its trajectory for a fleeting second. This brief moment allowed Haoxuan to have a sudden flash of insight, narrowly avoiding the lethal strike. Although Haoxuan successfully evaded the claw, the recently hatched silver-throated long-tailed sparrow met a tragic fate, reduced to a puddle of flesh. In the midst of battle, time for respite and reflection was a luxury rarely afforded. Almost immediately, a spell was cast against him. A fire serpent technique surged forth, composed entirely of flames. Racing towards Haoxuan, he drew forth a first-tier defensive spirit artifact, an oil paper umbrella, to shield himself, yet the fire serpent still propelled him against the stone wall. I told you, you pampered sect cultivators are hardly formidable. The spells I have honed through life and death struggles cannot possibly be inferior to those of you, who have feasted on fine rice. Oh, is that so? Then let us compare our skills. Haoxuan raised the umbrella, forming a hand seal with his left hand to unleash a water serpent technique. This watery serpent surged forth, even swifter than the previous fire serpent. The individual opposing him could not react in time, and was effortlessly sent flying by Haoxuan's spell. Upon witnessing the impact of the water serpent, Haoxuan did not relent. He swiftly conjured several water blade techniques, causing the adversary to cry out in agony. As Li Haoxuan observed the figure sprawled on the ground, he realized it was none other than Chui Chen. "It's you, Chui Chen," the fully realized Qi refining Chui Chen. However, remained unperturbed in the face of Li Haoxuan's prowess. Rising from the ground, he dusted himself off and regarded Li Haoxuan with an air of arrogance. "So what if it's me? What can you possibly do to me? Do you think you can escape from here?" Chui Chen's presence clarified many of Li Haoxuan's suspicions. "If I am not mistaken, senior brother Fu Yuanfang was not slain by the blue-headed python, but rather, you orchestrated his demise." "Indeed. That fool Fu Yuanfang fell victim to my schemes. It was a mere trifling tactic to lure him to the pond, allowing the blue-headed python to finish him off. After all, as long as I did not lay a hand on him myself, the Beast Taming sect cannot hold me accountable." Chui Chen's admission did not conclude the matter for Li Haoxuan. Instead, it hinted at a deeper enigma yet to be unraveled. "What exactly does your family seek to accomplish?" Li Haoxuan inquired coolly. At that moment, members of the Chu family arrived, encircling Chui Chen and collectively confronting the solitary Li Haoxuan. Li Haoxuan stood before them, akin to a jade bamboo rising resolutely from the rock, isolated from the world. "Attack!" Chui Chen commanded. One of the cultivators stepped forward, extending his hand towards Li Haoxuan in an attempt to seize him. Suddenly, a water serpent erupted from the ground, lunging at the foremost assailant. This cultivator, possessing notable skill, reacted swiftly, retracting his hand and summoning a spirit sword from his storage pouch to cleave at the oncoming serpent. Upon collision, the water serpent burst apart, scattering droplets that did not fall to the ground but transformed into sharp projectiles, slicing through the assailant's garments and flesh. The cultivator, astonished and gritting his teeth against the pain, channeled spiritual energy into his sword and pressed onward towards Li Haoxuan. In that instant, the droplets that had fallen to the ground seemed to possess a will of their own. In the next heartbeat, a barrage of lethal water arrows shot forth from the ground, overwhelming the unfortunate cultivator in a torrential downpour. With the final drop of water landing, the cultivator lay lifeless on the ground, a mere specter of blood. Chapter 24, Stone Sculpture. "Chu Er-yi, why not let them all take you on at once?" Li Haoxuan calmly proposed. Chui Chen signaled to his companions, who, without hesitation, surged forward once more. Li Haoxuan, however, remained unfazed, elegantly drawing forth the remnant moon bow, dispatching each assailant with a single arrow. When only Li Haoxuan and Chui Chen remained in the fray, he notched another arrow, infusing it with spiritual energy. "Now it is your turn, Chui Chen." Such useless fools, truly a waste of resources. Chui Chen seethed through clenched teeth. He produced a black orb from his robes, casting it to the ground without a second thought. Instantly, the entire space was engulfed in thick smoke. Li Haoxuan quickly extended his spiritual sense to locate Chui Chen, only to find the smoke thwarting his perception. When he emerged from the haze, umbrella in hand, he discovered himself alone in the desolate expanse. Chui Chen had successfully fled. "Not bad, kid," the water Qilin remarked, appearing beside him. Li Haoxuan humbly replied, "I managed, I suppose. But why did those individuals not notice your presence? Do you not recognize who I am? If I desire to be seen, they will see me. If I wish to remain hidden, none shall perceive me." The water Qilin declared with pride. "Let us depart quickly. I will guide you, lest more come after us." "Very well, please lead the way." With that, Li Haoxuan retrieved a porcelain vial from his waist pouch, consuming a first-tier recovery pill to replenish the spiritual energy he had just expended. Under the effects of the recovery pill, his dantian brimmed with renewed vigor, steadying his steps as they delved deeper into the passage. As they progressed, the corridor seemed to widen, and for reasons unknown, Li Haoxuan encountered no further pursuers from the Chu family. After navigating the last fork, the water Qilin continued to lead Li Haoxuan forward for a considerable distance. During this time, they encountered no further divergences, moving straight ahead. As the passage broadened further, Li Haoxuan's heart began to race with anticipation. Perhaps it was the nearness of their goal. The ever-vigilant Li Haoxuan heightened his awareness to its utmost. His expression remained composed, yet his spiritual sense cautiously probed the path ahead. Thus, they journeyed onward, engaging in light conversation as they advanced. Before long, a glimmer of light suddenly appeared ahead, momentarily halting Li Haoxuan's advance. "Little brat, we've arrived. Come with me," he beckoned. Li Haoxuan extended his consciousness forward, only to have it repelled by an unknown force. As he approached the source of the light, he faintly heard a peculiar roar. "Is it a spirit beast? What manner of spirit beast could it be?" Li Haoxuan pondered, unable to discern its identity from the indistinct sound alone. The water Qilin strode confidently forward, and Li Haoxuan followed closely behind, moving towards the radiant area. In this desolate place devoid of any signs of life, he had no alternative but to trust the words of the water Qilin. Upon taking his final step into the light, Haoxuan beheld the scene before him. The area was vast, its stone walls adorned with numerous large deep-sea pearls, even larger than those he had encountered earlier. At the center stood a colossal rock platform, every inch of which was inscribed with intricate formations. After examining the formations, Haoxuan realized that he was unfamiliar with the vast majority of them. The formations he had previously encountered were merely the most rudimentary among these. At the heart of the rock platform's array lay an enormous serpentine stone sculpture. Due to the distance, Haoxuan could not discern the intricate details of the sculpture, but could vaguely make out numerous snake heads, each gaping wide to reveal sharp fangs. The serpentine visage exuded a fearsome aura. What could this be? Haoxuan wondered. Though the spectacle left him awestruck, he maintained his composure and inquired of the water qilin. Clearing its throat, the water qilin began. This is the nine-headed fiend serpent. The nine-headed fiend serpent. Is it not an ancient beast of terror? How could it possibly be here? Haoxuan exclaimed. Indeed, the water qilin continued. I have remained here for this very purpose, to suppress it. My master and I were traversing outside the Beast Taming sect when we passed through Haoxuan city and discovered the nine-headed fiend serpent wreaking havoc within its borders. After a brief pause, the water qilin continued. Haoxuan city must be quite beautiful now, I presume? Yet when we beheld it, it lay in ruin. Rivers had run dry. The earth was cracked, and malicious crows soared overhead amidst a grim scene of mortal and cultivator corpses scattered everywhere, a forsaken land that cultivators dared not approach. I vividly recall that day when the nine-headed fiend serpent twisted its immense body, slithering freely across the desolate terrain. Many cultivators, upon witnessing this, fled without a second thought on their flying artifacts. Only my foolish master, undeterred, charged forth to confront the nine-headed fiend serpent. The nine-headed fiend serpent was not only powerful, but also employed many vile tactics. In the end, my master fell victim to its venom, which was so potent that even the 8th-tier superior jade lotus cleansing pill could not alleviate it. In his struggle for survival, he set up this grand array, using me as the focal point to securely seal the nine-headed fiend serpent here. After sharing this tale, Haoxuan and the water qilin approached the rock platform. Haoxuan's keen eyes spotted yet another formation behind the platform, within which was a figure. Chu Qingran. He gasped, recognizing that the silhouette ensnared within the formation was indeed Chu Qingran. Her small frame was entirely obscured by the stone sculpture of the nine-headed fiend serpent. At this moment, her eyes were tightly shut, her consciousness completely absent, leaving her pitifully slumped within the array. How did she end up here? Haoxuan's mind swirled with questions. Initially, he had believed the Chu family sought to explore this mysterious locale for treasures left by predecessors, but it seemed their intentions ran far deeper. Haoxuan produced a soul-binding talisman, summoning the spirit of a cultivator who had once attacked him alongside Chu Yichen. This was the last member of the Chu family he had eliminated with his crescent moon bow, likely a leader among the rabble. Surely, he possessed more knowledge. Thus, Haoxuan deemed it worthwhile to expend a soul-binding talisman to capture his essence. As the spirit hovered in the air, it was filled with dread upon seeing Haoxuan. Perhaps it feared that Haoxuan might shatter its spirit, leading to its complete obliteration from existence. However, through interrogation, Haoxuan gleaned no valuable information from the spirit. After responding to Haoxuan's final query, the soul-binding talisman lost its efficacy, and the spirit gradually dissipated into the ether. What a waste of time, the water qilin remarked, exasperated. Subsequently, Haoxuan resolved to rescue Chu Qingran from the formation. He approached the array, scrutinizing it for its focal point to shatter its confines. The formation ensnaring Chu Qingran contained numerous nodes, rendering it challenging for Haoxuan to discern a starting point. As he delved deeper into observation, a thought struck him. Could this smaller formation be connected to the suppressive array of the nine-headed fiend serpent? If so, with his current array-breaking abilities, he would be unable to locate its focal point to dismantle it. Nonetheless, Haoxuan did not relent. He formed seals with his hands and directed a surge of spiritual energy toward a specific node within the array. Upon entering, the surface of the formation began to ripple like water. Just as he believed he had successfully breached the array, a backlash of force surged toward him. Caught off guard, he was struck by this retaliatory power, causing discomfort to wash over his body. His mouth pressed shut. He felt crimson blood trickling from his lips. The formation ensnaring Chu Qingran quickly prepared another retaliatory force. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, Haoxuan hastily retreated a few steps. The formation seemed to respond to his withdrawal, gradually calming and returning to its original state. Beads of sweat formed on his brow, and his complexion paled slightly. He retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe the blood from his lips and consumed a rejuvenating pill to stabilize his condition. I had thought to ensnare you all. Who would have thought someone could breach this place? came a gentle yet courteous voice that resonated through the vast space. It was none other than Chu Yiheng, who approached with measured steps from the passage Li Haoxuan had recently traversed. Turning to face Chu Yiheng, Li Haoxuan beheld his smiling countenance. Without hesitation, Li Haoxuan unleashed several water blade techniques directed at Chu Yiheng. However, as the blades neared him, he effortlessly dispersed them with a wave of his sleeve. Unperturbed, Li Haoxuan retaliated with a water serpent technique, continuing his assault. Chu Yiheng, with equal ease, neutralized the water serpent technique, chuckling as he remarked, "Li Xiaoyu, why the haste? We could engage in conversation instead." Li Haoxuan straightened up at his words, standing in opposition to him. "How did you discern my identity?" he inquired. "The Chu family has been allied with the Beast Master sect for so long. It should not be so arduous to learn the name of a prodigious talent within the sect." Chu Yiheng maintained his smile as he replied. At that moment, trapped within the formation, Chu Chengran regained consciousness. Fearful, she cried out from within the array. "Chengran, father is here, do not be afraid." Chu Yiheng assumed a benevolent demeanor. Li Haoxuan refrained from further speech, focusing on adjusting his physical state. The oil paper umbrella floated above him, providing shelter to his entire being. "What is it that you truly wish to accomplish?" Chu Yiheng scoffed, stating, "Whatever your intentions may be, they bear no consequence for a dead man. It is a pity for such a gifted individual. Today, you shall vanish from this world." His gaze turned icy, as if he had already relegated the solitary Li Haoxuan to the status of a mere specter. Li Haoxuan's eyes were drawn to the stone sculpture of the nine-headed serpent. Observing his focus, Chu Yiheng seized the opportunity without hesitation. Instantly, the ground began to tremble, sprouting numerous earthen spikes that encircled Li Haoxuan. Fortunately, the oil paper umbrella shielded him from the onslaught. Li Haoxuan's expression grew grave. Facing the consummate Chu Yiheng, he felt utterly uncertain, yet hesitated not to take action. He swiftly executed a series of hand seals, conjuring a multitude of water serpents that surged towards Chu Yiheng. Unmoved, Chu Yiheng simply formed a spiritual barrier, effortlessly deflecting the water serpents. Seizing this chance, Li Haoxuan's feet shimmered with spiritual light as he escaped the confines of the earthen spikes. It seemed he must employ more tactics. As he thought this, Chu Yiheng initiated his own offensive. The overwhelming pressure emanating from the perfected foundation establishment cultivator bore down upon Li Haoxuan, instilling a sense of dread. Chu Yiheng advanced, and as he drew near, a second-tier spiritual weapon shot forth from his sleeve, aimed directly at Li Haoxuan's head. Without a moment's pause, Li Haoxuan raised his hand, clutching the umbrella above him to counter the attack. The sound of tearing echoed as the umbrella was slashed, leaving a significant gash. The weapon, a black iron spike, was thick in the middle and sharp at both ends. Its keen edge cleaved through the oil paper umbrella, rendering it nearly useless. Chu Yiheng expressed surprise upon witnessing his iron spike fail to completely ruin the umbrella. No wonder he is a top disciple of Ming Qingjinjuan. His spiritual tools are indeed remarkable. As Chu Yiheng spoke, he maneuvered the iron spike once more, launching it towards Li Haoxuan's heart. The speed was overwhelming. Caught off guard, Li Haoxuan rolled away, narrowly evading the ambush. He could have been more graceful in his escape, he thought. Chu Yiheng relentlessly commanded the iron spike to assault Li Haoxuan, who now truly felt the specter of death looming. He immediately released the spiritual energy from his dantian. The energy coalesced, transforming into a water dragon that coiled protectively around him. However, the use of the water dragon technique quickly drained Li Haoxuan's dantian, reducing his spiritual reserves to approximately half. While the water dragon's protection could deflect some of the attacks, the iron spike pierced through its form, creating multiple holes. At that moment, the water Qilin transmitted a thought. "Hold on, young one. I lack a physical form and am unable to assist you." The Qilin's words dashed Li Haoxuan's hopes. His mind raced, seeking a solution. Suddenly, he recalled the formation that had ensnared Chu Chengran. With a decisive shift, he spotted her location. Without hesitation, he channeled all his remaining spiritual energy into the water dragon. Fueled by this energy, the water dragon appeared even more vibrant. Li Haoxuan directed the water dragon to charge at Chu Yiheng. He affixed a swift movement talisman to himself, rapidly traversing to Chu Chengran's side. After dispelling the water dragon's entanglement, Chu Yiheng wasted no time in directing the iron spike towards Li Haoxuan once more. At this juncture, Li Haoxuan's dantian was nearly depleted. Summoning all his strength, he consumed a rejuvenation pill. The pill coursed down his throat, transforming into a warm flow that surged into his dantian, replenishing his spiritual energy. Chapter 26, The Heart of Yiheng. Now seated on the ground, Li Haoxuan's pallid visage regained some color. Upon seeing him, Chu Chengran, still within the formation, cried out again, seemingly urging him to rescue her. Meanwhile, Chu Yiheng continued to manipulate the iron spike against Li Haoxuan. by an unfortunate stroke of fate. The spike grazed the edge of the formation. In an instant, the formation reacted just as it had when attacking Haoxuan, swiftly countering. Not only did it repel the iron spike, but it also retaliated towards Chu Yiheng. Haoxuan was uncertain how Chu Changran had entered this formation. Yet he firmly believed that even Chu Yiheng would struggle against such a profound array. As the formation's counterattack unfolded, the fierce battle that had just occurred came to a halt. Elder brother, we have arrived. The situation on the battlefield shifted once more as Chu Yiqin and his companions emerged from the passage. Chu Yiqin's gaze immediately fell on Haoxuan beside Chu Changran. His expression darkened. What on earth is that wretched boy doing here? He exclaimed. Elder brother, what shall we do with him? Chu Yiheng remained composed. This lad is exceedingly cunning. For the time being, we cannot deal with him. The hour is drawing near. We must not allow ourselves to be delayed. If we miss this moment, we shall be utterly finished. Proceed according to plan. I will keep an eye on him. He should not pose too great a problem. Understood. Elder brother, I shall begin preparations, Chu Yiqin declared as he led his subordinates to arrange various items around the rocky platform. Haoxuan observed as Chu Yiqin and his crew produced an array of objects from their storage bags, each radiating an aura that made him feel nauseous. The water Qilin, upon seeing these items, swiftly approached Haoxuan, warning, this is dire, young one. They intend to disrupt the formation and release the nine-headed serpent. You must find a way to thwart them. In his precarious situation, Haoxuan found himself closely monitored by Chu Yiheng. Any minor movement on his part would provoke the iron spike hovering nearby, poised like a venomous snake ready to strike. As he watched helplessly, Haoxuan witnessed Chu Yiqin and his subordinates sever the serpents, extracting their venom and splattering it upon the rocky platform. As the serpent's blood accumulated, the corpses piled up, nearly filling the entire space. The stone sculpture of the nine-headed serpent trembled incessantly, and soon after, a fissure appeared upon its surface. Chu Yiqin, standing below the rocky platform, raised his hand and poured a copious amount of serpent blood onto the array, causing its intricate patterns to glow with renewed brilliance. However, soon the array patterns became tainted by the serpent's blood. The designs gradually darkened, as if they were slowly losing their efficacy. The tremors of the nine-headed serpent stone sculpture became increasingly pronounced, and the fissures on its surface multiplied. Haoxuan yearned to intervene and halt their heinous actions. Yet he found himself ensnared once more by Chu Yiheng, rendering him incapable of obstructing Chu Yiqin and the others. The cracks on the nine-headed serpent sculpture began to seep forth black mist. This black mist did not disperse aimlessly. Rather, it emanated from the central formation, gradually encroaching upon the array where Chu Changran was situated. Initially, the mist advanced slowly, but soon its velocity intensified. The black mist swiftly coiled around Chu Changran, enveloping her entirely. Haoxuan beheld her remaining eye, now obscured by the encroaching darkness. At that moment, Chu Changran was wholly enveloped by the black mist. A chilling scream pierced the air, followed by blood slowly seeping from the mist. The dark fog, entwining the blood, retreated back into the grand formation atop the rocky platform. Witnessing this, Shui Qilin's voice turned frantic. Little rascal, the nine-headed serpent is on the verge of breaking free from the formation. I must thwart that wretched serpent. Haoxuan, observing Shui Qilin in its spiritual form, anxiously plunged into the array to fulfill its destined purpose. He glared at Chu Yiheng and exclaimed, Chu Yiheng, what in the world are you doing? She is your daughter. The smile on Chu Yiheng's face vanished entirely, replaced by a mask of cruelty and indifference. Of course she is my daughter. However, her existence serves not for her own sake, but for me. Chu Changran was born to be my daughter, for my benefit. Li Xiaoyu, do you comprehend? I even calculated the moment of her birth. I exerted immense effort to ensure her blood would have an effect on this array's pollution. Enraged, Haoxuan retorted, you are lower than a beast. Lower than a beast. Perhaps. Everything I have done is in pursuit of transcending and ascending to immortality. The Yamada no Orochi has promised me that once it emerges, it will enter into a pact with me as my spirit beast. With the aid of this pact, I can extend my lifespan, hasten my cultivation, and ultimately ascend to immortality. Haoxuan gritted his teeth and declared, do you not realize? Your actions are utterly unforgivable. You cannot even withstand the tribulation for ascension, rendering your aspirations of immortality impossible. His words seemed to enrage Chu Yiheng. Ha! What do you understand? You possess the finest single spiritual root, a commendable master, and a sect that allocates resources in your favor. And what do I have? I am merely an ordinary cultivator with 3 spiritual roots. The path to immortality is fraught with challenges, yet I persist with unwavering determination. But why? Why can I not attain this smooth path to immortality? Why? At that moment, Chu Yiheng appeared to have found an outlet for his pent-up frustrations, unleashing the turmoil within him. Li Haoxuan, you cannot comprehend. So do not attempt to thwart me. With that, Chu Yiheng ascended the rocky platform, standing before the nine-headed serpent sculpture. He bit his tongue, allowing his essence blood to drip onto the stone figure. The array patterns, which had just begun to darken due to Shui Qilan's return, now accelerated in their darkness due to the fusion of Chu Yiheng's essence blood with Chu Qingran's. When all the patterns had turned black, a deafening explosion ensued. In the next moment, a piercing serpent's roar reverberated throughout the space. As the nine-headed serpent's cry echoed, the entire rocky platform shattered in an instant. A torrent of black mist surged forth, engulfing the entire space. Within that black mist, a terrifying figure writhed. Li Haoxuan caught but a glimpse before feeling the chilling gaze of death upon him. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The nine-headed serpent had been successfully unleashed. In that black mist, alongside the nine-headed serpent, stood Chu Yiheng. However, he was no longer the frail, red-clad old man Li Haoxuan had first encountered. Now he stood tall and handsome, appearing much like Li Haoxuan himself, a dashing gentleman. As the saying goes, flowers may bloom anew, but one cannot reclaim their youth. Yet Chu Yiheng now defied this adage. Was this truly the gift he spoke of, bestowed by the nine-headed serpent? Nine-headed serpent, as agreed, I have released you. Now, let us forge the spirit beast contract. Chu Yiheng had scarcely uttered these words when one of the serpent's heads opened wide and swallowed him whole. For an ancient beast like the nine-headed serpent, offering a moment of gratitude was sufficient. To ask for more was to invite doom. Big brother. Chu Yiqin cried out in anguish upon witnessing Chu Yiheng's fate. The nine-headed serpent, perhaps finding the commotion of these insignificant beings unbearable, flicked its tail, crushing Chu Yiqin and his subordinates. The space felt constricted for the nine-headed serpent, which soon let out a roar, followed by a colossal crash as it charged towards the stone wall, creating a smooth, gaping hole. Li Haoxuan remained in this tumultuous realm, surrounded by violent tremors and falling debris. This place was collapsing rapidly. Little rascal, it's about to cave in. Climb onto my back, and I shall carry you away. Shui Qilan emerged from the now damaged array. No longer the ethereal spirit it once was, it now possessed a formidable, majestic form. Li Haoxuan summoned his spiritual energy and rushed to Shui Qilan's side. With a swift motion, Shui Qilan grasped him and flung him onto its back. Then, it soared through the hole carved by the nine-headed serpent. As Li Haoxuan sat atop Shui Qilan, he glanced down to see the very ground where they had stood now buried beneath countless stones and earth. Shui Qilan leapt, completely escaping the gaping hole. Upon emerging, Li Haoxuan's consciousness detected the presence of others outside. He discreetly mobilized the energy within his dantian, preparing for action. Senior brother, it's Haoxuan. The voice reached Li Haoxuan's ears. He extended his awareness and discovered that it was Zhu Yuhan and Wang Jingming. Little rascal, go join your junior brothers and sisters. I must confront the nine-headed serpent. Li Haoxuan observed the direction in which Shui Qilan was heading. Indeed, in that direction, the nine-headed serpent had already begun its rampage. Everywhere it passed, trees and flowers withered, and the ground cracked. Each of its 9 heads unleashed formidable spells, casting terrifying attacks upon everything within reach. Li Haoxuan heard the anguished cries of mortals and witnessed cultivators fleeing in desperation. The sky, once a captivating azure, was now shrouded in ominous clouds, crackling with green lightning. Peach Blossom City seems to have transformed into a hell on earth. Before departing, the water Qilan suddenly created a barrier that severed all ties with the outside world. Within this protective enclosure, it retrieved 2 objects from some part of its being: a spirit beast egg, which Li Haoxuan had never encountered before, and an unrecognizable seed. Little cub, I am aware that you possess a singular water spiritual root. This is my offspring. It has been my companion for a considerable duration. Yet due to my circumstances at the time, I was unable to incubate it, and had to suppress it instead. Now, I entrust it to you. Form a life contract with it. In the past, my master and I failed to ascend to immortality. I hope my child may have this opportunity. The water Qilan's words left Li Haoxuan in a state of bewilderment. Observing his astonished expression, it continued, this seed was acquired by my master in a secret realm. Its origins remain a mystery to us. I had initially intended to keep it as a snack, but later forgot about its existence. The seed still retains vitality, indicating its extraordinary nature, so I shall give it to you as well. In the next moment, an ancient chant enveloped Li Haoxuan and the water Qilan egg. A complex contract formation materialized around them. Once the chanting ceased, the contract array vanished, signifying that Li Haoxuan and the water Qilan egg had successfully established their life contract. A surge of spiritual energy flowed back from the water Qilan egg, propelling Li Haoxuan to break through the 9th layer of qi refinement, elevating him to the realm of complete qi refinement. His foundation was solid, his spiritual energy abundant, devoid of any superficiality. Li Haoxuan sensed that he could now establish a foundation on the spot, formally stepping into the path of immortality. After completing its task, the water Qilin paid no further attention to Li Haoxuan. It soared directly towards the direction of the nine-headed serpent, preparing to engage in combat once more. Faced with the pressing situation, Li Haoxuan set aside his thoughts and securely stowed away the water Qilin egg and seed. He turned to his junior disciples and said, "Follow me." Li Haoxuan led his fellow disciples swiftly to a relatively safe location, where they quickly set up a formation to shield against potential dangers. In this secure environment, Zhu Yuhan felt emboldened to speak loudly. "Brother Haoxuan, we finally found you." Li Haoxuan's expression grew serious as he addressed his junior disciples. "The current situation has exceeded the sect's initial predictions. It is beyond our capacity to resolve. We must contact the sect and report the circumstances. Chu Yiheng and Chu Yichen have already fallen to the nine-headed serpent. I wonder if the practitioners of the Chu family at the Lord's Mansion have prepared any contingencies?" Wang Shuwan, recognizing the gravity of the matter, quickly interjected, "Rest assured, brother. Upon discovering your disappearance, we thoroughly investigated everyone at the Lord's Mansion. After Chu Yiheng's departure, there were no other Foundation establishment practitioners remaining in the Lord's Mansion. Therefore, the four of us detained all the practitioners from the Chu family and entrusted them to the three-eyed red fox and the mountain-devouring beast for monitoring." Li Haoxuan glanced at his junior disciples, noting the seriousness etched on their faces, and realized they had indeed handled the situation adequately. "Brother, I will immediately use the communication jade slip to inform my father of the situation here, allowing him to report to Master Zhangmen," Su Ruofeng said thoughtfully. Li Haoxuan nodded, granting Su Ruofeng the freedom to proceed. He then turned his gaze towards the water Qilin, which was currently engaged in battle with the nine-headed serpent. At that moment, the water Qilin bore numerous wounds, its blood cascading down and staining the earth crimson. Of course, the nine-headed serpent had not emerged unscathed, its body also marred by injuries. To minimize harm to the creatures below, the water Qilin lured the nine-headed serpent into the skies. There, the two combatants exchanged blows, with the nine-headed serpent's 9 heads displaying formidable prowess, each excelling in its own right. The spells unleashed by each serpent head left Li Haoxuan astounded, further heightening his concern for the water Qilin. The nine-headed serpent writhed amidst the dark clouds while the water Qilin ensnared it, preventing its escape. Blood flowed incessantly from both beasts, but the most terrifying was that of the nine-headed serpent. Its blood fell like rain, transforming the landscape into a nightmarish sight for any mountain or plant that dared to come into contact with it. Witnessing this, Li Haoxuan, despite knowing he was no match for the nine-headed serpent, felt an urge to intervene. If he could distract the nine-headed serpent just enough to allow the water Qilin to claim victory, it would be a splendid outcome. With a roar, the water Qilin cried out in pain, plummeting from the sky. Seizing the opportunity, the nine-headed serpent let out 9 resounding calls, diving downwards. With all 9 mouths agape, it unleashed a cloud of green toxic mist upon the water Qilin. At that moment, the water Qilin lay on the ground, still in agony, roaring in defiance as it struggled to rise and evade the serpent's poisonous onslaught. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of successive explosions reverberated throughout the realm. Standing protectively in front of the water Qilin was Li Haoxuan, his arm poised as he hurled a thunderclap of heaven. "Little cub, you," he began, but did not turn back, instead smiling and declaring, "I cannot allow you to face this alone. After all, I am also a disciple of the Beastmaster sect." "Brother is right. We are disciples of the Beastmaster sect." The other 4 junior disciples rallied, standing resolutely beside Li Haoxuan as they confronted the fearsome 9-headed serpent that instilled dread in other practitioners. Wang Shuwan, Zhu Yuhan, and the others summoned their individual flying spirit beasts. As Li Haoxuan lacked a contracted flying beast, he drew forth the Xian Shui spirit sword, preparing for sword flight. In an instant, the 5 of them ascended into the sky, spreading out in formation against the towering serpent. "Attack!" At Li Haoxuan's command, they simultaneously hurled thunderclaps of heaven towards the 9-headed serpent, the coveted thunderous strikes that lower-tier disciples yearned for, now raining down like cabbages from their hands. As the smoke from the explosions cleared, the 9-headed serpent stood unscathed, not a single mark upon its body. However, their actions had afforded the water Qilin a precious moment. It had regained some strength, rising from the ground to fix its gaze upon the 9-headed serpent above. "Water Qilin, how do you still have allies? Yet these allies seem far less capable than your master." The 9-headed serpent spoke in unison, its 9 mouths creating a cacophony that echoed unpleasantly. After finishing its words, the 9-headed serpent unleashed a barrage of spells towards Li Haoxuan and his companions. The 5 of them began to evade clumsily in the air. As the tide of battle tilted in favor of the serpent, the water Qilin stood resolute on the ground, glancing from side to side. The hellish scene it had once witnessed overlapped with the current chaos. It was hard to believe that after so much time, Peach Blossom City had devolved into such a wretched state. Memories of its master orchestrating formations with itself as the focal point flooded its mind. Once again, the master leaned against the stone wall after sealing the nine-headed serpent, his mouth laboriously opening to utter a few words before tilting his head, blood trickling from the corners of his lips as he departed from this realm. At that moment, the nine-headed serpent in the sky continued to laugh with a ferocity that was both grotesque and unrestrained. The water Qilin gazed at the serpent, seemingly resolute in its decision. With a powerful leap, it soared toward the nine-headed serpent, proclaiming with fervor, "Nine-headed serpent, this time I shall not let you escape." The pressure emanating from the water Qilin gradually intensified, its entire being erupting with immense energy. The closer it approached the nine-headed serpent, the more palpable the serpent's fear became. "What are you doing, water Qilin? Have you lost your mind? If you self-destruct now, it will not only obliterate me, but also lead to your own demise. In this vast world, is there truly nothing worth your attachment? Why go to such extremes? Do these inconsequential mortals and cultivators merit such sacrifice from you?" Undeterred, the water Qilin charged forward towards the nine-headed serpent, resolutely disregarding all else. In its heart and mind, there was only one individual. Its actions today were merely to fulfill the final wish of the one who had passed, namely, to ensure your complete annihilation. Under the water Qilin's spell, countless water columns surged into the sky, binding the nine-headed serpent from all directions with unyielding force. "Ah, madman!" The water Qilin lunged onto the nine-headed serpent, firmly constraining its movements. Then, with unwavering resolve, it detonated its own body. Its final words left in this world were a telepathic message to Haoxuan. "Little brat, take good care of my child." The explosion of the water Qilin sent Haoxuan and the others reeling far back from the shockwave. Once they regained their footing, they noticed that the dark clouds that had shrouded the sky had dispersed. The body of the water Qilin faded, and ethereal rain began to descend, bringing life back to the land. Life is a cycle of springtimes and vibrant scenes, a last gift from the water Qilin to Taoyuan City. Haoxuan, soaring through the skies on his sword, felt the gentle caress of this delicate rain. The rain fell softly upon him, as if he were being tenderly embraced. Senior brother, junior brothers and sisters, they gathered around Haoxuan. Gazing at his dear juniors, Haoxuan realized how woefully inadequate he was at present. To protect what he cherished, he must dedicate himself to rigorous cultivation. After this thought crossed his mind, a celestial figure, as clear and serene as a spring breeze under a bright moon, manifested in his mind. With this contemplation, he clenched his fist tightly. In the courtyard of the city lord's mansion, a small sparrow leisurely enjoyed the morning. Nestled among the begonia blossoms, Haoxuan, leaning against his window, gazed at the distant sky, pondering when the sect's dispatched personnel would arrive. He sighed softly, lowering his gaze. After the mutual demise of the water Qilin and the nine-headed serpent, Haoxuan contacted his master through a jade slip, informing him of the resolution of the situation. Upon learning that the issue had been resolved, the sect prepared to send a capable individual to manage the subsequent affairs of Taoyuan City. Until the sect's emissary arrived, Haoxuan, as the senior brother, was temporarily tasked with overseeing all matters within the city. At this moment, he felt utterly exhausted, yearning to retreat to the tranquil spring fragrance retreat to indulge in leisure and cultivation. Though the past few days had been taxing due to the responsibilities he bore, he gained insight into the fact that Chu Yiheng was, in truth, a commendable city lord. Under his stewardship, Taoyuan City flourished, harmonious and orderly. It was his deep-seated obsession that had led him to be ensnared by the nine-headed serpent, resulting in his grievous missteps. Chapter 29, The Desolate Mountain. Just as Haoxuan had gathered his thoughts, he noticed a colossal golden-winged rock soaring towards him from the horizon. Upon it stood a man and a woman, swiftly approaching the city lord's mansion. The immense silhouette of the golden-winged rock obscured the sunlight, casting a shadow over the entire mansion. The emissaries from the sect had finally arrived. Haoxuan moved with alacrity, summoning his junior brothers and sisters to greet their visitors. As Haoxuan and Wang Shuan reached the entrance of the mansion, they beheld the two figures already awaiting their arrival, a transformation realm Taoist and Long Shua, who had previously assessed Haoxuan's spiritual roots. Long Shua, adorned in ethereal peach-hued garments, possessed a statuesque elegance, her hair elegantly pinned up, adorned with a jade hairpin. Her exquisite features and serene demeanor exuded an otherworldly grace, reminiscent of a celestial being descended to the mortal world. In stark contrast stood the short and stout transformation realm Taoist, whose cheerful demeanor radiated warmth and approachability. "Long time no see, junior brotherly," Long Shua greeted. "Just call me senior sister," she added, Long Shiruo, it has indeed been a while. 5 years have passed since our last parting. It is a pleasure to see you again, and you remain as radiant as ever, Li Haoxuan responded. Shiruo, this kid has quite the sweet tongue. The transformation realm Taoist remarked with a chuckle. Long Shiruo nodded, then turned to introduce Li Haoxuan and his companions. Junior brothers and sisters, this is Taoist Xuanqing, sent by the sect to handle the affairs of Taoyuan City. Upon hearing the name Xuanqing, Li Haoxuan and his companions bowed respectfully. Taoist Xuanqing was renowned not only for his formidable cultivation, but also for his adeptness in navigating complex situations with finesse, effortlessly handling matters that others found troublesome. Indeed, Taoist Xuanqing was a man of action. After the pleasantries, he requested Li Haoxuan to guide him to the cave where the nine-headed serpent had been sealed. Li Haoxuan nodded, leading the way as they made their way to the site. Upon arrival, they found only a mass of stone, with no visible gaps to discern the interior. Taoist Xuanqing, forming a hand seal, summoned spiritual energy that radiated from his being. Large boulders began to levitate, flung aside by his command, creating an artificial stone mountain in the open space. Crouching down, Taoist Xuanqing examined the now-defunct formation. This indeed is the spirit-binding array of our Beastmaster sect. It possesses formidable binding power, but lacks any offensive capability. The individual responsible must have been Taoist Bun of our sect. Taoist Bun had once been famed throughout the cultivation world for his exceptional prowess with the water qilin and unparalleled beast mastery. Just as everyone believed he was destined to ascend to the celestial realm, he suddenly vanished without a trace. The sect and Taoist Bun's master exhausted every possible means to uncover his whereabouts, but to no avail. As time passed, they ultimately resigned themselves to the mystery, marking it as one of the sect's greatest regrets. Taoist Xuanqing briefly recounted the tale of Taoist Bun, providing Li Haoxuan and the others with a glimpse into the extraordinary talent of their Beastmaster sect. Accompanying the group, Li Haoxuan guided them through the area, explaining in detail the events that had transpired in each location. After their tour, Taoist Xuanqing expressed a desire to remain behind for further inspection, prompting Li Haoxuan and the younger generation to take their leave. Emerging from the oppressive atmosphere of the cave, the group felt a significant weight lift from their shoulders. In Li Haoxuan's consciousness, Jixiang began to stir restlessly. Master, let me out quickly. I sense something wonderful. Given Jixiang's words and the need to conceal its identity as a treasure-hunting mouse, Li Haoxuan concocted an excuse to part from the group. He soared on his sword to an isolated spot, releasing the excited Jixiang from the spirit beast ring. Master, the treasure is this way. Follow me. Upon the emergence of the spiritual beast ring, Jixiang immediately straightened up, her nose incessantly twitching as if she were savoring the essence of a hidden treasure. You lead the way, and I shall follow, Li Haoxuan declared, his attention divided. Half of his consciousness remained fixated on Jixiang, while the other half remained vigilant, surveying the surroundings. Once Jixiang discerned the direction of the treasure's aura, she crouched low and, with her 4 diminutive paws, began to sprint towards it. Despite her short legs, she moved with astonishing speed, prompting Li Haoxuan to affix a swift movement talisman to himself to keep pace. The surrounding trees swiftly receded behind them, resembling arrows shot forth in haste. Eventually, they halted at the base of a barren mountain. The mountain itself was modest in size, and a mere sweep of Li Haoxuan's consciousness revealed its entirety. Gazing upon the desolate landscape, devoid of even a few spirit plants, Li Haoxuan voiced his skepticism. Jixiang, are you certain there is something of value here? While he was aware of the notion that some spiritual entities could conceal themselves, it remained a fact that most resided in verdant, ethereal places brimming with vitality. Sensing Li Haoxuan's doubt, Jixiang quickly reassured him. Master, you must believe in me. I am the heir of the treasure-seeking mouse. Very well, then where is this item? Can you pinpoint its location? Li Haoxuan inquired further. Of course I can. Master, follow me. Jixiang beckoned, darting towards the mountainside. Upon reaching a specific spot, she instructed Li Haoxuan to wait while she utilized her earth-burrowing technique to retrieve the treasure. In less than the span of an incense stick, Jixiang resurfaced, a piece of jade clamped in her jaws. Li Haoxuan hurriedly crouched down as Jixiang released the jade into his palm. This is, Li Haoxuan pondered, uncertain of the jade's significance. Despite 5 years of study at the Ganlu Peak Academy, he had never encountered a spiritual object resembling this one. Master, drop a drop of your blood to test it. My inheritance suggests that many high-tier spiritual items recognize their master in this manner. Jixiang tilted her head in eagerness. A drop of blood fell upon the jade, and the soil clinging to it swiftly dislodged, revealing exquisite carvings before both Li Haoxuan and Jixiang. The blood-binding ritual forged a connection between the jade and Li Haoxuan. To their astonishment, the next movement of the ornate jade was wholly unbidden, it surged directly into Li Haoxuan's consciousness, coming to rest at the center of his mind and commencing a leisurely rotation. In the blink of an eye, Li Haoxuan vanished without a trace. Master, Master, where are you? Jixiang cried out in alarm, frantically scurrying around the spot where he had just stood. She clawed at the fallen leaves, howling to the heavens, Master, where have you gone? Then, recalling their contract, Jixiang hastily invoked it to establish communication. Master, Master. Meanwhile, Li Haoxuan found himself in a mysterious space. Chapter 30. The Departure from Dust. As soon as Li Haoxuan entered the space, the name Departure from Dust appeared in his consciousness. This realm was rich in spiritual energy, with a time flow akin to 10 days for every single day. The Departure from Dust space was not expansive, comprising only a small patch of open land and a small pool of water. Li Haoxuan measured the area with his consciousness, estimating it to be approximately 32 square meters. The surroundings and sky were enveloped in a thick white mist, and as he stepped closer to the fog's edge, he discovered an insurmountable barrier. It felt as though something was obstructing his path, prompting him to retract his hand and cease his exploration. Could this be a place forged from spatial stones, akin to his master's spring fragrance rest? However, unlike the spring fragrance rest of the Qingming true monarch, this realm possessed the unique feature of a 10-to-1 time flow. Li Haoxuan found himself engulfed in confusion. Nonetheless, this time dilation could prove to be extraordinarily beneficial for cultivating spiritual herbs. He pondered whether it would similarly affect humans. Summoning a water mirror with a wave of his hand, he scrutinized his reflection and noted that he appeared unchanged. It seemed that the departure from dust space held further mysteries yet to be unraveled. He recalled the seed given to him by the water Qilin and extracted it from his storage belt. Upon inspection, he surmised that it was a seed of an aquatic spiritual plant. Without hesitation, he cast the seed into the pool, allowing it to flourish freely. Additionally, Li Haoxuan noted a particular patch of soil that markedly differed in color from the rest. While the surrounding earth was red, this section was a deep black. This black soil occupied nearly a third of the departure from dust space, though it was not overly extensive. Li Haoxuan mused that this black earth might also serve as a spiritual field suitable for planting some spiritual medicine. However, he currently lacked any seeds for such herbs. He resolved to procure some upon his return to the Beast Sect at the Qinglong trading market. Once he completed these tasks, Li Haoxuan remembered that Jixiang was still outside the space. With a thought, he exited the departure from Dust Realm and rejoined Jixiang. Upon seeing Li Haoxuan reappear, Jixiang rushed forward, exclaiming, Master, Master, I called for you so many times just now. Why did you not respond? As Jixiang was his contracted spiritual beast, Li Haoxuan felt no need to conceal anything from her and shared the details of the departure from dust space. As the discoverer of this realm, Jixiang was filled with exhilaration, pride swelling within her for her treasure-seeking prowess. Realizing time was of the essence, Li Haoxuan decided it was time to return to the city lord's mansion. Contemplating the abundance of spiritual energy within the departure from dust space, he resolved to allow Jixiang and Wu to cultivate within its confines. Without delay, he placed the water Qilin egg, the three-eyed red fox, and the treasure-seeking mouse into the departure from dust space, granting them the freedom to explore. The spiritual beast ring he had once received as a gift for purchasing the mouse was naturally rendered obsolete. Observing the surrounding environment, Li Haoxuan sought a spot adorned with trees, grass, and flowers. Instead of utilizing spiritual power, he dug a small pit using his hands. From his storage belt, he retrieved the remains of the silver-throated long-tailed sparrow, a pile of flesh, placing it into the pit before covering it with soil and filling it in. He then employed a small-scale spiritual rain technique to coax tender blades of grass to sprout from the earth above. The silver-throated long-tailed sparrow had been the first contracted beast to perish before Li Haoxuan's eyes. When it had met its end, he had not shed tears. It was not due to a lack of emotion, but rather an understanding that while tears are the smallest ocean, they are also the most futile of things. Rather than weeping, it was far more prudent to gather oneself and vanquish the enemies before him. After casting a final glance at the resting place of the silver-throated long-tailed sparrow, Li Haoxuan summoned the Xian Shui spirit sword, channeling spiritual energy into it as he soared towards the city lord's mansion. As he approached the mansion, he noticed a large crowd gathered at its entrance. Leading the throng was Long Shuruo, followed closely by his 4 junior disciples and sisters. However, Wang Shuwan and Wang Jingming wore broad smiles, appearing quite elated, though the reason for their joy remained a mystery to him. Strikingly beautiful and soaring upon his spirit sword, Li Haoxuan drew attention the moment he appeared. As he landed gracefully, he inquired, Sister Long, what has transpired? It is nothing of great significance, merely the matter of the handover of Taoyuan City. Oh, has the sect already dispatched someone to take over? Our delay of a few days was due to Daojun Xuanqing managing this affair. Ultimately, the sect has decided that a branch of the family to which sister Wang Shuan and brother Wang Jingming belong will come to oversee Taoyuan City. Li Haoxuan smiled at Wang Shuan and Wang Jingming. I see now. No wonder I spotted the smiling faces of sister Shuan and brother Jingming from afar. It appears that family has arrived in Taoyuan City. Wang Shuan stepped forward to introduce, senior brother, this is my 13th uncle, who will be in charge of managing Taoyuan City from now on. As a junior, Li Haoxuan naturally extended a courteous greeting to Wang Shuan's 13th uncle. Observing that Li Haoxuan did not carry himself with the airs of a true disciple, Wang Zhui returned the greeting with a smile. I appreciate your efforts in temporarily overseeing the affairs of Taoyuan City these past few days. After exchanging pleasantries, the Wang family members present busied themselves. For there were indeed numerous matters to attend to upon taking over a city. Wang Shuan and Wang Jingming, being members of the Wang family, also joined in assisting with the family's various tasks. Apart from the 4 major affiliated families, many other families are dependent on the sect. Although the Wang family is one of the 4 great families, they must have expended considerable resources in this negotiation to gain the sect's approval for the takeover of Taoyuan City. Thus, under the strategic decision of the Wang family's higher-ups, this branch must strive to fully assume control of Taoyuan City in a short time frame. Following that, they aim to develop the land nourished by the gifts of the Water Qilin to reap substantial benefits from all aspects of Taoyuan City, compensating for the sacrifices made in the negotiation. However, these matters bore no relevance to Li Haoxuan, who was but a solitary figure with only a master and the sect. Once dispersed, he returned directly to his room in the courtyard to rest. That evening, he received a message from Long Shirao via a communication jade slip. The affairs within Taoyuan City have been handled. We shall leave tomorrow morning and return to the sect. Li Haoxuan felt no attachment to Taoyuan City and simply replied, all right. He glanced around the room, noting that everything remained as it was. He had not added any personal belongings and thus had no need to tidy up before departing the next morning. The spiritual energy within the Lichin space far surpassed that of this courtyard. To prevent any intrusions while he was in the Lichin space, he set up a formation within the room. With a thought, he entered the Lichin space. Although physically present in the Lichin space, Li Haoxuan was aware of the passage of time in the outside world. Early the next morning, he emerged from the space and arrived at the entrance of the city lord's mansion, where he found Long Shirao already waiting. He approached to greet her, Sister Shirao. Good morning. Good morning, Haoxuan Jr. brother. Are we the only ones returning to the sect? No, Sister Yuhan and brother Ruofeng will join us. The 4 of us are returning together. Li Haoxuan nodded in acknowledgement. Given the current circumstances of the Wang family, he surmised that Wang Shuan and Wang Jingming would not accompany them back. Regarding Daojun Xuanqing, as a transformation stage master, he certainly had his own plans and would do as he pleased. Chapter 31, Journey Back Home. When Zhu Yuhan and Su Ruofeng arrived, Long Shirao retrieved a 3rd-tier upper-grade meteor spirit boat from her storage bag and tossed it into the air. The boat soared upwards, enlarging as it ascended. Long Shirao uttered a few words. The spirit boat is ready. Let us depart. She boarded the meteor spirit boat first, followed closely by Li Haoxuan and the others. Once all were aboard, Long Shirao activated the meteor spirit boat, which transformed into a streak of light, swiftly heading towards the location of the Beastmaster sect. Seated on the meteor spirit boat, Li Haoxuan gazed into the distance, where the majestic beauty of mountains and rivers unfolded before him. Having been away from the sect for several days, he felt a tinge of excitement as he looked towards the direction of the Beastmaster sect, akin to a wayward traveler returning to his homeland. Perhaps this was what it meant to possess a sense of belonging to the sect. True to its status as a 3rd-tier spirit boat, the meteor spirit boat flew at remarkable speed, reaching the Beastmaster sect in just about 3 hours. In contrast, when they departed, the Tunshin beast had taken a considerable time to fly. Long Shirao tossed their disciple tokens into the protective array surrounding the sect, and after a brief moment, a small opening appeared in the array, allowing the meteor spirit boat to enter. Meanwhile, the registration they completed at the gate upon leaving was also annulled. Li Haoxuan and his companions returned to the sect smoothly. As they passed through the outer gate of the Beastmaster sect, they caught the attention of several outer disciples. Heavens, it's a 3rd-tier upper-grade spirit boat. The people aboard seem to be true disciples. They are true disciples. Otherwise, how could they fly within the outer gate? Exclaimed an enamored female cheer-finding disciple. That guy is so handsome. I wonder what his name is. Her companion chimed in. Let me think. According to what I've heard from my intersect sisters, that should be senior brother Li Haoxuan, the sole disciple of the Mingqing true monarch. Others around them continued to chatter. The one at the front is actually Master Long Shirao. She hasn't been seen in the outer gate for many years. Oh dear. Look at that one beside her. Could it be the legendary inner sect villainess Zhu Yuhan? Be careful how you speak. If she hears you, you might be trampled by her boar. I think senior brother Su Ruofeng is quite handsome too, murmured a shy admirer of Su Ruofeng. They must have just completed their graduation fieldwork assignment. Their speed in completing tasks is truly impressive. 5 years ago, those who entered the sect with them are still not back. They not only completed their tasks quickly, I also heard that their team resolved a major crisis, saving many lives in that area. Heavens, the sect must reward them with a significant amount of contribution points. I want some too. Stop dreaming. Hurry up and come with me to the herbal garden to clear out the weeds. That's a much more stable way to earn contribution points. A senior brother dragged his dejected junior brother towards the herbal garden. Upon entering the sect, Long Shira intended to ascend to the Immortal Peak first to report the situation to the sect leader, while Haoxuan and the others were to head to the Affairs Peak to submit their completed fieldwork tasks and collect their contribution points. Thus, they parted ways, each heading to their respective destinations. The Affairs Peak was as bustling as ever, as many other graduating disciples had yet to complete their fieldwork assignments. Consequently, the task collection counter was currently unattended by Sister Jean Xian, but manned by a new male disciple. Haoxuan stepped forward, handing over their disciple tokens, saying, "Hello. We are here to submit our tasks." The male disciple swiftly accepted the tokens. Understood. Please wait a moment, senior brothers and sisters. This task was rated as upper grade. Additionally, due to unforeseen circumstances during the task, the sect has granted an extra reward. Each of the 5 members in your team will receive 10,000 contribution points. The contributions of the 3 senior brothers and sisters have been duly credited to the disciple's token. As for the remaining 2 seniors, they may collect their rewards from the Affairs Peak upon their return to the sect. Thank you. Haoxuan and his companions retrieved their disciple tokens and departed from the Affairs Peak. The completion of this trial task signified their definitive farewell to the past 5 years and the commencement of a new chapter. What lies ahead? No one knows. After submitting the task, Haoxuan took to the skies on his sword, returning directly to the ascending Immortal's Peak. Upon his arrival at the ascending Immortal's Peak and entering the Spring Fragrance Rest, he was promptly transported before his master. Once again, he found himself at the familiar stone table, where his master was savoring the 3 pure teas, while Sanner playfully lingered nearby. "Master, Shanner has returned," Haoxuan announced with a respectful gesture. Mingqing Zhenjuan set down his teacup and inquired, "Pray tell, how did you reach the pinnacle of the qi refinement stage?" Although Haoxuan had mentioned the matters regarding the water qilin and the 9-headed serpent in the communication jade slip, there remained many significant details unspoken. Now, those omitted accounts must be recounted. With a smile and a gentle scratch of his head, Haoxuan, reminiscent of the 6-year-old boy who had first entered Mingqing Zhenjuan's tutelage, remarked, "Indeed, nothing escapes the master's keen perception." Subsequently, Haoxuan recounted all the experiences he had encountered since leaving the Beast Taming sect, excluding the affairs within the Lichin space. When he spoke of the deceased silver-throated long-tailed sparrow, a tremor of emotion was evident in his voice. Mingqing Zhenjuan discerned his unease and advised, "To observe the world and witness all living beings, know that the shore lies beneath your feet. Move forward, step onto the shore, and the path ahead shall shine brightly." Haoxuan understood his master's words, and the final knot in his heart was untied. "Before, I hesitated to allow you to contract your innate spirit beast, for I had yet to find a suitable match for you. Your greatest acquisition during this expedition was the water qilin egg, being of the single water spiritual root. Having the water qilin, a divine beast, as your innate spirit beast is indeed most fortuitous. Be diligent in the incubation of the water qilin egg. Should the spirit stones for the incubation array run low, replenish them without hesitation, for it would be unwise to forsake the greater for the lesser." Haoxuan pondered. Indeed, within the Lichin space, he had amassed a considerable collection of spirit stones. He had instructed Wu Wu to ensure that new spirit stones were provided for the incubation array when the time came, with Jixiang overseeing the process. Coupled with his regular inspections, this meticulous approach should prevent any oversights. Should any defensive spirit tool be damaged, it is of no consequence, for I have more here. If the spirit tools here do not meet your standards, feel free to procure some spirit stones from the storage warehouse of the Spring Fragrance Rest and make your purchases at the Qinglong market. After being away for so long, you must be weary. Return to your small bamboo cottage and rest. Master, Shinner is grateful for your concern during my absence." Mingqing Zhenjuan waved his sleeve, urging Haoxuan to take his leave and rest. Understanding his master's intentions, Haoxuan refrained from further ado, performed a respectful bow, and turned to head towards the location of the Yuqing small bamboo cottage. Chapter 32, Shopping Spree. For the cultivators of the Beast Taming sect, The number of contracted spirit beasts under a master-servant arrangement is of no concern. However, one must exercise utmost caution when contracting an innate spirit beast. For each innate spirit beast is intrinsically linked to the cultivator's path to immortality. Although all are spirit beasts contracted by cultivators, the quality of spiritual energy returned by a master-servant spirit beast is not comparable to that of an innate spirit beast. Upon surpassing the chi refinement stage and successfully establishing their foundation, cultivators of the Beast Taming sect will practice the sect's unique cultivation techniques. Under the influence of these exclusive techniques, innate spirit beasts will bestow certain transformations upon their cultivators. For instance, a cultivator who contracts a longevity turtle will enjoy a longer lifespan, while one who contracts a six-tailed enchantress fox will gain an alluring charm. The unique cultivation techniques of the Beast Taming sect significantly enhance the probability of its cultivators achieving immortality. Haoxuan skillfully concealed the matter of the water Qilin egg, and after all these days, only Mingqing Jinjuan was privy to it. Next, Haoxuan needed to patiently await the emergence of the water Qilin. Upon returning to the Yuqing small bamboo cottage, he, like an ordinary mortal, took a brief nap on the bamboo bed. Upon awakening, he set up an array and entered the Lichun space to tend to his precious water Qilin egg. Haoxuan did not forget his intention to cultivate some spiritual herbs within the space. Early the next morning, Haoxuan soared through the skies on his sword toward the Qinglong market. Having traveled swiftly last time on Mingqing Jinjuan's spirit beast, this time, Haoxuan, flying on his own, took a bit longer. With his disciple token secured at his waist, he entered the Qinglong market without spending a single spirit stone. The ground was paved with green bricks, flanked by buildings steeped in antiquity. The bustling crowd of cultivators and the incessant calls of vendors filled the air with lively chatter. After spending 5 years in the cultivation world, Haoxuan had come to recognize the esteemed reputation of the Wanbao Pavilion, renowned not only for its prominence, but also for the quality of its wares. Following his previous visit to Wanbao Pavilion, he could not shake the longing for its offerings. Thus, when the time came to procure items, Haoxuan made a beeline for Wanbao Pavilion. Upon arriving at the entrance, a staff member promptly approached him. The attendant was a female cultivator at the 6th level of Qi refinement, appearing to be of a similar age to Haoxuan. However, as Haoxuan's cultivation level surpassed hers, he heard her greet him warmly. "Welcome, senior brother, to Wanbao Pavilion. I am Caihuan, and I shall be at your service. May I inquire what items you seek to purchase today?" Guided by Caihuan, Haoxuan stepped inside the pavilion. The first-floor hall was adorned with an array of spirit tools, dazzling the eyes of all who beheld them. Haoxuan remained focused on his purpose. As Caihuan inquired, he expressed his desire. "I wish to purchase some spirit herb seeds." "Understood. Please follow me, senior brother. I will take you to the spirit herb section, where all manner of spirit herbs are available for sale." Caihuan led Haoxuan up to the 2nd floor. Indeed, as she had indicated, the 2nd floor was filled with various spirit herbs and a plethora of seeds. Most spirit herbs were encased in jade boxes, sealed with spiritual talismans, and placed on the counter. However, there were also exceptions, with some spirit herbs planted in spirit herb pots displayed prominently, capturing the attention of passers-by. These spirit herb pots were protected by arrays to deter theft. "Senior brother, this way please." Caihuan guided Haoxuan to a wooden table and invited him to sit. She stood beside him, retrieving a jade slip from her storage bag and presenting it to Haoxuan. "Senior brother, this jade slip contains information on the spirit herbs. Please take a look." Haoxuan accepted the jade slip from Caihuan and delved into it with his consciousness. As soon as he entered the slip, he was overwhelmed by the multitude of spirit herb names, causing him a headache. Noticing his predicament, Caihuan offered, "Would you like me to assist you? Simply inform me of the spirit herbs you require." Haoxuan nodded, returning the jade slip and replied, "Thank you for your assistance." Since it was his first time planting spirit herbs in the Lichun space, he preferred to select relatively easy-to-cultivate herbs that also held considerable value. He conveyed his requirements to Caihuan, who then sifted through the extensive selection of spirit herbs and presented a few options based on his specifications. "Then, let me introduce each of these spiritual herbs one by one. The red essence mushroom serves as one of the primary ingredients for the fire origin pill, and it can be utilized once it has matured for 15 years. The spirit bloom is a key component of the spirit enhancement pill, becoming viable for use after 30 years of growth. The azure flame grass is an essential ingredient for the fire attribute spirit feeding pill, requiring 18 years to be suitable for medicinal use. The 9-nether orchid is a principal ingredient in the illusion pill, which can be harvested after 10 years of growth. The aforementioned 4 spiritual herbs all meet the requirements set forth by my senior brother. May I inquire which varieties you desire? I can promptly contact someone to procure the seeds for you. Caihuan's service is exemplary, The 4 spiritual herbs she has selected are indeed in high demand, easily marketable, and simple to cultivate. These 4 herbs are the most suitable for Li Haoxuan at this present time. Thus, Li Haoxuan, without hesitation, declared, "I shall take all 4 varieties," requesting 15 seeds of each. "Thank you for your patronage, senior brother," Saihuan responded, retrieving a communication jade slip to initiate contact. Before long, a person approached with a tray, neatly presenting the 4 types of herb seeds before Li Haoxuan on the wooden table. "Senior brother, here are the seeds for the 4 spiritual herbs. You may inspect them." Each seed was housed within a jade box, and with a sweep of his spiritual awareness, Li Haoxuan confirmed the quantities and vitality of the seeds were indeed accurate. He glanced at Saihuan, who, understanding his intent, promptly announced the total cost. "Senior brother, the total for these spiritual herb seeds comes to 185 spirit stones." With a flourish of his sleeve, Li Haoxuan placed 185 spirit stones on the wooden table. Saihuan signaled to the person who brought the seeds to collect the payment. After confirming the accuracy of the spirit stones, the individual respectfully withdrew. Only Li Haoxuan and Saihuan remained at the table. "Congratulations, senior brother, on acquiring your desired items. Might there be anything else you wish to purchase?" Li Haoxuan recalled that during the battle with the water qilin and the 8-headed serpent, his fellow disciples had flying spirit beasts while he did not possess one. He realized he ought to procure a new spirit beast. Furthermore, considering the damaged oil paper umbrella, he recognized the necessity of acquiring another defensive spiritual artifact. Li Haoxuan conveyed his requirements to Saihuan, who promptly guided him to the spirit beast section on the 3rd floor and the spiritual artifact section on the 1st floor. The Wanbao Tower truly lives up to its name as a treasury. Within this establishment, Li Haoxuan successfully gathered all the items he needed in one convenient location. In the spirit beast section, he purchased a Zixia spirit crane egg for 433,015 spirit stones, 10 6-wing frost bee larvae for 1,300 spirit stones, and 2 butterfly carp eggs for 2,300 spirit stones. In the spiritual artifact section, he acquired a high-grade defensive spiritual artifact, the Zhaohua Pearl, for 3,200 spirit stones. Chapter 33, Thunder Tribulation. Li Haoxuan's considerable expenditure resulted in a substantial commission for Saihuan, and her smile remained unwavering. At that moment, Saihuan's communication jade slip received a message. After reading it, she beamed at Li Haoxuan, saying, "Congratulations, senior brother, on spending over 400,000 spirit stones in Wanbao Tower. The manager has graciously offered you 5 saplings of the Baohua Yulan to take home and nurture. The saplings are already waiting for you at the entrance. Please follow me." In this significant expenditure, the majority stemmed from the rare Zixia spirit crane, rendering the other purchases trivial by comparison. Under Saihuan's guidance, Li Haoxuan collected the storage pouch containing the Baohua Yulan saplings. "My identification number is 1999. You may seek me directly upon your next visit, senior brother. Farewell." With a respectful bow, Saihuan escorted Li Haoxuan out of Wanbao Tower. Though his purse felt significantly lighter, he had acquired all the necessary items. Li Haoxuan, eager not to waste any more time, promptly exited the Qinglong Fengshi and flew back to the Beastmaster sect. Upon returning to Chunfengxi, he learned from San'er that his master was in seclusion, and thus, he refrained from further disturbance. He returned to the Yudikingfeng Bamboo Pavilion to attend to his own affairs. In the Luchin space, Li Haoxuan first established a master-servant contract with the Zixia spirit crane egg and the 2 butterfly carp eggs. As for the 6-wing frost bee larvae, he decided to wait until they hatched and selected their queen before forming a contract. Li Haoxuan meticulously arranged 3 hatching formations, placing the spirit beasts he had purchased within each, allowing them to incubate. Once he completed his tasks with the spirit beasts, Li Haoxuan turned his attention to the vacant black soil. He painstakingly turned the soil to aerate it, and then evenly scattered the 4 types of spiritual herb seeds across the black earth. Employing the spirit rain technique, he awaited the growth of the herbs. After completing these tasks, Li Haoxuan exited the Luchin space. Having spent a considerable amount of time in the small bamboo pavilion, Li Haoxuan decided to venture outside for a stroll. However, upon stepping out, he collided with San'er. Haoxuan, something significant has occurred. The master." Upon hearing San'er mention master, Li Haoxuan's heart raced. "San'er, please tell me, what has happened to the master? Is he in trouble?" "The master. He is preparing to break through from the nascent soul completion stage to the transformation stage. Right now?" Li Haoxuan exclaimed. "He was supposed to undergo the tribulation long ago, but he delayed the breakthrough, fearing something might happen to you during your travels. Now that you have returned, he is ready to proceed. The transition from nascent soul to transformation involves enduring the thunder tribulation, which is quite perilous. Master will surely be fine," Li Haoxuan reassured, dismissing San'er as he raced toward his master's wooden cabin. Mingqing Jinjuan's spiritual awareness enveloped the entirety of Chunfengxi. Thus he observed Li Haoxuan's anxious demeanor. Setting down his teacup, he teleported Li Haoxuan to his side. Xin'er. Approaching Mingqing Jinjuan, Li Haoxuan inquired, Master, I heard from San'er that you are about to break through to the transformation stage? Indeed, Mingqing Jinjuan replied calmly. The time for the tribulation is set for 7 days from now. Master, are you fully prepared? Is there anything I can assist with? Mingqing Jinjuan chuckled softly, gazing at his soul disciple. Just watch closely. I am already prepared. Hearing his master's composed assurance, Li Haoxuan felt somewhat relieved. Nevertheless, he chose to spend the remaining 7 days by Mingqing Jinjuan's side, serving him tea and attending to daily chores. The master and disciple led a simple, yet fulfilling life together. When the day of the tribulation arrived, Li Haoxuan stood upon the Jiu Bridge, anxiously gazing at his master from afar. Mingqing Jinjuan sat at the center of the formation, surrounded by Yun Jiaolong, ice crystal flying birds, six-eared demon wolves, ghost-faced spiders, and the mischievous San'er. All these spirit beasts, exuding a formidable aura of the 4th rank, encircled Mingqing Jinjuan, ensuring his safety during the impending tribulation. As time progressed, the aura emanating from Mingqing Jinjuan intensified, reaching a point of violent energy that threatened to erupt at any moment. At that moment, dark clouds began to gather in the sky, crackling with lightning. Mingqing Jinjuan remained steady, channeling his cultivation method while drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy. Li Haoxuan stood on the Jiu Bridge, fists clenched. Master, Wu Wu and Jixiang stood beside Li Haoxuan, offering him solace. Master, rest assured, Jinjuan will undoubtedly be fine. Indeed. Jinjuan possesses such formidable prowess. He will surely succeed in breaking through to the transformation stage. At the heart of the formation, Jinjuan Mingqing clearly uttered a single word, break. Upon speaking, an astonishing vortex of spiritual energy manifested around him, drawing in all surrounding spiritual essence into his being. As the vortex formed, Mingqing Jinjuan's aura shifted dramatically, becoming increasingly fearsome. His oppressive presence surged significantly, transforming into an overwhelmingly potent force, rendering him nearly invincible. The tumultuous calamity clouds above had readied themselves, with lightning flickering ominously, seemingly poised to strike. However, before the lightning made its move, flames erupted. Countless crimson flames materialized from thin air where Mingqing Jinjuan stood, taking on various forms as they surged forward, igniting everything in their path, intent on reducing him to ashes. At that moment, the thunder in the sky sensed the opportune moment. Dozens of lightning bolts simultaneously shot towards Mingqing Jinjuan. Unperturbed by the approaching flames and lightning, Mingqing Jinjuan remained calm, while the spiritual beasts at his side sprang into action. The Bai Yun Jiao Long twisted its body, conjuring a torrent of water to extinguish the encroaching flames. As fire met water, it dispersed into mist, enveloping the surroundings in a dense white haze. The Bai Yun Jiao Long created a protective water shield, firmly safeguarding their vicinity. Meanwhile, the lightning was countered by the ice crystal bird, the six-eared demon wolf, and the ghost-faced spider. They maneuvered gracefully through the air, casting spells to neutralize the bolts. Any lightning that could not be deflected struck the formation, where it was further dissipated. This wave of tribulation was thus successfully weathered. Yet the calamity clouds above continued to churn, amassing even more thunderous might. The flames on the ground did not extinguish. Instead, they coalesced once more, rushing towards Mingqing Jinjuan. I never anticipated it would be the flame thunder calamity, exclaimed San'er, deftly deflecting an attack from the flames while taking a moment to speak. The flame thunder calamity is a rare occurrence amidst the transformation thunder calamity. Many cultivators face near certain death when confronting the flame thunder calamity, and numerous have perished within its grasp. Above, a multitude of lightning bolts coalesced into massive thunder spheres, while the flames on the ground began to ascend, intertwining with the thunder spheres, transforming into blazing thunderfire orbs. The confluence of lightning and fire within each orb held tremendous power, making them nearly insurmountable. In a flash, the thunderfire orbs hurtled towards Mingqing Jinjuan. At this juncture, the spiritual beasts surrounding Mingqing Jinjuan abandoned their positions, unleashing their spells to counter the oncoming thunderfire orbs. Amidst this relentless assault, several thunderfire orbs breached the defenses of both the spiritual beasts and the formation, drawing near to Mingqing Jinjuan. He summoned his spiritual power, wielding the 4th-tier superior spiritual artifact, the Sun Xian Bell, to dismantle the stray thunderfire orbs. One after another, the orbs fell to his might. However, a few thunderfire orbs took advantage of the moment when Mingqing Jinjuan was manipulating the Sun Xian Bell, crashing mercilessly into his body. Mingqing Jinjuan staggered, arcs of lightning dancing across him. His hair became somewhat disheveled, yet he sustained no substantial injuries. Gradually rising to his feet, he exuded an overwhelming aura of spiritual energy. Gazing at the thunderfire orbs above, he waved his sleeve, conjuring a blade of spiritual energy to sever the incoming orbs. As if possessing a will of its own, the tribulation seemed to adapt. In a flash of lightning, a five-clawed dragon materialized from the calamity clouds. This dragon, composed of flickering flames and crackling lightning, bore a formidable presence. The dragon's head emerged from the clouds, unleashing a colossal pillar of fire and lightning towards Mingqing Zhenjuan. Unfazed by the monstrous thunderfire pillar, Mingqing Zhenjuan raised his hands, forming incantations to direct the Sun Xian bell against it. The bell's formidable power surged forth, single-handedly halting the advance of the thunderfire pillar. The clash between the pillar and the bell scattered lightning in all directions. These errant bolts seemed to possess their own consciousness, converging to form thunderfire spears aimed at Mingqing Zhenjuan. Concentrating solely on the Sun Xian bell, Mingqing Zhenjuan could not divert his attention, and thus relied on his spiritual robe to fend off the incoming thunderfire spears. A bird's cry and a wolf's howl echoed as the ice crystal bird and the six-eared demon wolf bravely leaped forward, using their bodies to shield him from the speeding spears. The thunderfire spear effortlessly pierced through the ice crystal bird and the six-eared demon wolf, their blood spilling onto the ground. Mingqing Zhenjuan intensified his infusion of spiritual energy. The Sun Xian bell spun rapidly in the air, dissipating the thunderfire pillar. This act of neutralizing the thunderfire pillar seemed to infuriate the thunderfire dragon within the clouds. With a furious roar, the dragon lunged at Mingqing Zhenjuan. In the blink of an eye, it was upon him. At that moment, Sanner's figure appeared before Mingqing Zhenjuan. However, Sanner was not the same as before. The expression on its face was markedly different. Like the thunderfire dragon, Sanner let out a mighty roar, its body rapidly expanding, reverting to its true form. The Vajra Iron Fist Ape. Grasping the dragon's lower jaw with one hand, Sanner wrenched it away with tremendous force. In the next instant, it reappeared beside the dragon. Raising its head, with a fist as hard as black iron, it prepared to strike down with great force, only to be swatted aside by the dragon's tail. This tail not only held great strength, but the flames and lightning surged along its length, rapidly enveloping Sanner. At this moment, Sanner was caught in the throes of both fire and lightning. In an instant, the thunderfire dragon confronted Sanner. Unfazed, Sanner clenched its fists and began to rain blows upon the dragon, though they proved largely ineffective. Countless fist shadows erupted from Sanner, relentlessly pounding against the dragon's form. As the thunderfire dragon endured Sanner's assault, it suddenly roared in fury. The power of thunder converged in its maw, forming a thunderfire pillar that it unleashed at close range towards Sanner. Sanner thrust its fist forward, believing it could shatter the thunderfire pillar, only to find its iron fist utterly incapable of budging it. Instead, it was swiftly engulfed by the pillar. The thunderfire dragon soared into the sky, spiraling amidst the calamity clouds, releasing a resounding dragon's roar. The battleground between Sanner and the thunderfire dragon was left devoid of the towering Vajra Iron Fist Ape, leaving only a small, dark monkey pitifully sprawled on the ground. In the distance, Haoxuan's expression darkened considerably, his countenance reflecting profound despair. Master, observing this, the remaining active spiritual beasts, the Baiyun Jiao Long and the ghost-faced spider, hastily regrouped and returned to Mingqing Zhenjuan's side. Left to battle alone without his spiritual beasts, Mingqing Zhenjuan stood resolute. At this moment, the spiritual garment adorning his form had been ravaged by the tempestuous lightning of the fiery tribulation, reduced to a tattered state. Within his body, remnants of lightning continued to flit about chaotically, compelling the esteemed Mingqing Zhenjuan to divert his focus. Employing his spiritual energy to suppress and refine the residual lightning coursing through him. Steady your heart, intoned the Baiyun Jiao Long suddenly. The entire sky darkened, only to be illuminated once more in an instant. The calamity clouds in the heavens began to roil violently, their persistent flashes of lightning slowly coalescing into a singularity. From a diminutive orb of light, it gradually transformed into an enormous sphere of lightning, adorned with tendrils of dark electricity that occasionally struck downward. Observing the massive lightning sphere above them, Baiyun Jiao Long declared, "Summon Xinhua forth. Xiaosan, Xiaoxi, and Xiaowu have perished beneath the tribulation. It is certain that with merely Xiaolu and myself, we cannot safeguard you." Mingqing Zhenjuan nodded with composure, conjuring forth a colossal entity. It was a spiritual beast, a fusion of a black turtle and a serpent, with a large head and a diminutive body, its form enveloped in a tough shell that gleamed like black jade. "Xuanwu!" exclaimed Yi Haoxuan in astonishment. This was his inaugural encounter with his master's destined spiritual beast. Xuanwu raised its head high, gazing defiantly at the impending tribulation, exuding an aura reminiscent of an insurmountable mountain. The manifestation of Xuanwu provided a modicum of solace to the anxious heart of Li Haoxuan. "Xinhue, I apologize for interrupting your suppression of the poison," Mingqing Jinjuan said. "It matters not. That trifling toxin has long been subdued," Xuanwu replied nonchalantly. "As your destined spiritual beast, it is only fitting that I emerge in such dire circumstances to uphold the defense. Allow the little dragon and the spider to rest. They have exerted themselves sufficiently. The task now falls upon me." A bolt of black lightning descended with ferocity. In an instant, Xuanwu unfurled its protective barrier, causing the dark lightning to dissipate. After several futile strikes, the black lightning ceased its assault. The calamity clouds above began to dissipate gradually, leaving precious little time for the fiery tribulation. A desperate gamble seemed the wisest course of action, as the massive lightning sphere commenced its descent. Initially, it fell slowly, but soon it accelerated with tremendous force, descending with a mighty crash. Bai Yun Jiaolong and the ghost-faced spider tirelessly employed their spells to diminish the immense sphere's momentum. Yet their efforts appeared to be mere drops in the ocean. As the titanic sphere drew ever closer, the flickering bolts of lightning surrounding it relentlessly struck at Xuanwu's barrier. At first, it held firm, but gradually, the protective shield began to falter, developing small breaches through which lightning infiltrated. Lightning struck Mingqing Jinjuan, causing torrents of blood to cascade from his form. "Xinhue, what ails you?" Mingqing Jinjuan inquired. "The toxin begins to retaliate," Xinhue replied. Upon hearing this, Mingqing Jinjuan swiftly mobilized the spiritual energy from his dantian, channeling it into Xuanwu. With the influx of energy, Xuanwu adeptly divided its focus, reinforcing the barrier while simultaneously suppressing the surging toxin within itself. The colossal lightning sphere drew ever nearer, and Bai Yun Jiaolong and the ghost-faced spider exerted themselves even more fervently. Yet, they still could not halt the sphere's inexorable fall. Li Haoxuan heard the thunderous sound as the massive sphere collided with the barrier Xuanwu upheld, the two forces clashing in a titanic struggle, leaving the outcome uncertain. Mingqing Jinjuan continued to frantically channel his spiritual energy, swallowing pills to replenish his strength. In that moment, he was locked in a fierce contest. With a resounding crash, the barrier shattered, and the massive lightning sphere descended. The blinding brilliance compelled Li Haoxuan to shut his eyes, his voice rising in a muted shout. "Master." As the brilliance subsided enough for him to open his eyes, he quickly turned to seek his master's location. There, he beheld Mingqing Jinjuan standing resolutely, his spiritual garment in tatters, revealing the exquisite form beneath. Though the Bai Yun Jiaolong and the ghost-faced spider bore wounds, they seemed to be in relatively good condition. The three-eyed red fox stole a glance at Xuanwu, astonished to find it unscathed. Transforming into a fervent admirer in its heart, it mused, "Xuanwu is so magnificent. Master, Mingqing Jinjuan has weathered the tribulation. He shall henceforth be known as Mingqing Daojun," exclaimed Ji Xiang, leaping onto Li Haoxuan's shoulder and whispering excitedly in his ear. "Indeed, Master has triumphed over the tribulation." Without hesitation, Li Haoxuan summoned the Xianshui spirit sword, soaring towards the direction of Mingqing Daojun. "Master." Even before he arrived, Li Haoxuan's voice rang out. As he beheld Li Haoxuan approaching from afar, a smile tugged at the corners of Mingqing Daojun's lips. Li Haoxuan hastily dismounted the Xianshui spirit sword, rushing to support his master. "Master, are you well? Should I contact junior brother Ruofeng to bring his father?" Mingqing Daojun shook his head. "No need. I am not gravely harmed. Let us return to Chunfengxi together." Mingqing Daojun retracted Xuanwu and the ghost-faced spider, leaving only the Bai Yun Jiaolong, who retained its ability to fly, as they journeyed back to Chunfengxi. Upon their return, Mingqing Daojun took a moment to recuperate, donning a fresh spiritual garment before appearing before Li Haoxuan. Gazing upon his revitalized master, Li Haoxuan remarked, "Master seems to possess an even greater presence after transcending the tribulation." Mingqing Daojun chuckled at Li Haoxuan's superficial observation. Subsequently, the communication jade slip, dormant for millennia, was finally put to use. "Junior brother, after your rest, hasten to the Hall of 10,000 Beasts." Receiving the message from the sect leader, Mingqing Daojun led Li Haoxuan out of Chunfengxi. They stood at the cave entrance for a brief moment. Mingqing Daojun then performed a spell directed at the cave entrance, and soon, a small stone flew forth from within. Mingqing Daojun grasped the stone, tucking it into his robe. "Master, why did you retract Chunfengxi?" Li Haoxuan inquired, puzzled. Mingqing Daojun handed Li Haoxuan the jade-clear bamboo loft he had left in Chunfengxi, speaking only a few words. "You shall know soon." Li Haoxuan followed closely behind his master as they entered the Hall of 10,000 Beasts. After a considerable time, upon revisiting the Hall of 10,000 Beasts, Li Haoxuan still felt the innate grandeur emanating from within. My dear junior brother, congratulations. Zhao Riyun, the sect leader of the Beast Tamer sect, approached with a beaming smile. Senior brother, sect leader, Li Haoxuan greeted, following Mingqing Daojuan's lead. Zhao Riyun observed Li Haoxuan and noted his attainment of the great perfection in qi refinement, causing an even broader smile to grace his face. Haoxuan, you have reached the great perfection in qi refinement. It seems your foundation will soon be established. Junior brother, this is indeed a double blessing for you. Zhao Riyun continued, presenting him with a token representing the island's formation. Island? What is an island? Li Haoxuan was bewildered, having never heard of such a concept. Older generations have their topics, and younger generations have theirs, he mused, as he and Gu Xiaojing, the sect leader's eldest disciple, stepped outside the hall of 10,000 beasts to converse. After half an hour, Mingqing Daojun emerged from within the hall. Gu Xiaojing respectfully bowed to Mingqing Daojun upon their meeting. Mingqing Daojun acknowledged the greeting with a nod and, accompanied by Li Haoxuan, soared into the skies. Alighting upon the back of the Bai Yun Jiaolong, he then inquired of his master, Master, where are we headed? Upwards, was the succinct reply from Mingqing Daojun. A mere 3 words that not only addressed Li Haoxuan's question, but also propelled the Bai Yun Jiaolong into the heavens, ascending ceaselessly above. Amidst this rapid flight, Li Haoxuan's long hair danced wildly in the wind. After a brief moment, the Bai Yun Jiaolong came to a halt. Mingqing Daojun produced the island token bestowed by his master, the sect leader, and deftly performed a series of hand gestures, casting the token ahead. In an instant, a new world unfolded before Li Haoxuan's eyes. Before him appeared numerous islands of varying sizes, suspended in the air, enveloped in ethereal spiritual energy that shimmered with a radiant glow. Spiritual waters meandered around the islands, while celestial cranes flitted gracefully between them, painting a scene reminiscent of a realm of immortals. Master, where is this place? Li Haoxuan asked in awe. This is the residence of the transformation realm cultivators of the Beast Master sect, the Tai Su Islands, explained Mingqing Daojun. It became clear to Li Haoxuan that upon a nascent soul cultivator's ascendance to the transformation realm, the sect would reclaim their original abode and allocate a residence in the transformation realm to the newly ascended cultivator. The floating islands that Li Haoxuan beheld were indeed the abodes of these transformation realm practitioners. His ability to witness such wonders was a testament to his master's influence. On his own, it would take him centuries, if not millennia, to reach such heights. The token that Mingqing Daojun had cast now floated before them, guiding them to the island that belonged to him. They arrived at a rather appealing island, adorned with mountains, grasslands, and rivers. However, the vegetation appeared rather wild and unkempt, rendering the island somewhat disheveled. Particularly, the structures on the island seemed to have fallen into disrepair over the years. And Li Haoxuan pondered reporting this to the affairs peak for restoration. With the island token, Mingqing Daojun activated the protective array of the island, and together they stepped onto the land. Mingqing, come quickly to the Witheredwood Island. A voice echoed from afar. Li Haoxuan glanced at his master. Xian'er, this island shall be entrusted to your care. I shall return shortly, Mingqing Daojun said, as the Bai Yun Jiaolong whisked him away towards the source of the call. After watching his master depart, Li Haoxuan turned his gaze to the overgrown island. Well, the first order of business upon arriving is to clear the land, he declared. Seizing the opportunity while Mingqing Daojun was away, he decided to release Jixiang, his little mouse companion, to search for any remaining spiritual herbs on the island. Despite the rampant weeds, there might still be treasures to uncover. Who wouldn't appreciate some free spiritual herbs? Li Haoxuan, along with Jixiang and Wu Wu, roamed the island extensively, spending considerable time, yet finding only a few meager spiritual herbs, most of which were merely a couple of 100 years old. He adhered to the philosophy that any gain, however small, was still worth celebrating, and he carefully transplanted the few herbs he found into his dust-free space. All right, with the clearing nearly complete, it is time to attend to the main matter at hand. Li Haoxuan utilized the protective array to safeguard the dilapidated palace and any valuable trees. Then, raising a hand, he commanded, ignite. The three-eyed crimson fox opened its mouth, unleashing flames that engulfed the surrounding weeds. In an instant, the entire island transformed into a fiery spectacle. Fortunately, the island's protective array concealed the flames. Otherwise, the sudden blaze would surely incite a flurry of gossip among outsiders. As the fire raged, Li Haoxuan took refuge beside the river on the island, donning a simple water curtain shield. He retrieved a few miscellaneous books he had purchased from the Qinglong market and began to peruse them. Chapter 36, Hatching. A fox with fiery red fur darted swiftly to the riverbank, addressing Li Haoxuan within the water shield. Master, I have completed my patrol. All the weeds have been incinerated. Is everything in order? Everything is fine, Jixiang. I have also ensured the area is clear. Jixiang peered out from the fluffy neck of the three-eyed crimson fox. Good. Then I shall commence, Li Haoxuan announced, producing the Ming Si Qin from his storage belt and beginning to play Cloud Water's Zen Heart. The melody emanated from his location, rippling outward like waves across the surface of the water. Gradually, the enchanting notes ascended into the air, gathering dark clouds that drizzled spiritual rain in harmony with the music, saturating the entire island. Employing the Ming Si Qin to invoke the technique of spiritual rain was indeed an intriguing endeavor. Li Haoxuan sat serenely by the river, the spiritual rain cascading onto his water shield, creating gentle ripples. Immersed in his own world, he played the instrument with utmost focus, undisturbed by external distractions. Under the nurturing embrace of the spiritual rain, the scorched earth, recently singed by the fox fire, began to sprout tender grass anew, its vibrant green standing in stark contrast to the previously chaotic weeds. As the final note resonated, life returned. The spiritual rain in the sky diminished, eventually vanishing completely. Li Haoxuan waved his hand to dispel the water shield and set off to explore the entirety of the island on foot. Quite impressive. It flourishes splendidly. Content with the results of his efforts, Li Haoxuan nodded in satisfaction. Next, he turned his attention to the crumbling palace. Accompanied by the three-eyed crimson fox and the treasure-seeking mouse, Li Haoxuan ascended into the dilapidated palace, surveying the interior. He found it in a state of severe disrepair. The roof tiles were nearly disintegrated, crumbling into pieces at the slightest touch, rendering it uninhabitable. As he exited the palace, he spotted the Baiyun Jiaolong returning with his master. He hurried forward. Master, you've returned. I have mostly dealt with the debris on the island. However, I am uncertain how to handle the palace. If we wish to restore it, it may take some time before it is livable. Li Haoxuan recounted the situation he had assessed to Mingqing Daojun. After visiting Witheredwood Island, I went to the West Flame Peak to retrieve this, Mingqing Daojun replied, producing a miniature palace that exuded a celestial aura, exuding an air of grandeur. With one hand cradling the miniature palace and the other gesturing toward the dilapidated structure, Mingqing Daojun grasped at the crumbling palace, which instantly turned to ash, whisked away by a gust summoned by the Baiyun Jiaolong. Where the old palace once stood, only bare land remained. Mingqing Daojun infused his spiritual energy into the miniature palace and cast it into the sky, where it gradually expanded until it filled the entire space of the former dilapidated palace. At the center of the grand entrance, a massive plaque displayed the words Zhaohui Palace. Gazing at the resplendent Zhaohui Palace, Li Haoxuan felt a surge of joy within. Observing the young man he had guided since the age of 6, Mingqing Daojun smiled gently and remarked, "Within the Zhaohui Palace, there are numerous rooms, and it shall be just the two of us, master and disciple. Xian'er, feel free to choose any room you fancy for your stay," he encouraged. "Yes, master," Li Haoxuan replied eagerly. "Go on," Mingqing Daojun said softly. Indeed, within the Zhaohui Palace, it was only the two of them. The playful and mischievous creatures of feather and fur were no longer present, leaving only the bond between master and disciple. Li Haoxuan and Mingqing Daojun tacitly chose not to broach the subject again, instead calmly confronting the days that lay ahead. With alacrity, Li Haoxuan set off, accompanied by the three-eyed red fox and the treasure-seeking mouse, to explore the vast expanse of the palace. His mind was as clear as a pristine mirror, guiding him not to select the grandest chamber, but rather to choose the highest room within the Chaohui Hall. From the window of that room, one could behold the entirety of Yunxi Island's picturesque scenery. Although the island currently lacked any breathtaking views, Li Haoxuan mused that with meticulous care in the future, it would undoubtedly flourish into a sight worthy of admiration. As he gazed at the barren landscape outside, a sudden thought struck him: the 5 saplings of the Baohua magnolia he had received after his visit to the Baobao building. He retrieved his spiritual hoe from his storage belt and made his way to the open grounds outside the grand hall, commencing to wield the hoe with fervor. At that hour, it was likely that he was the only one in the Beastmaster sect engaging in such laborious toil. Jixiang held a spiritual melon seed in his hands, munching away as he spoke. Wu Wu cast a disapproving glance at the slothful mouse and chided, "Stop lazing about, and come help." After uttering this, the three-eyed red fox promptly joined in, using its forepaws to assist in the digging. "Here I come. Stop calling me that, you foul fox." After half an hour of diligent effort, they successfully planted the 5 Baohua magnolia saplings. Now, all that remained was to wait for them to grow and blossom. Li Haoxuan straightened up, wiping non-existent beads of sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. He gazed at the saplings for a while longer before reluctantly returning to his chamber to rest with his 2 spirit beasts. Upon entering his room, he sensed movement within the hatching array of the Li Chun space and swiftly stepped inside. There, he beheld 2 butterfly koi floundering within the hatching array. He quickly placed the 2 butterfly koi into the space's pool, where they joined the mysterious seeds. The 6-winged frost bees from the other hatching array had also successfully emerged. Li Haoxuan retracted the hatching array, allowing the 6-winged frost bees to roam freely within the space, awaiting their self-elected insect king. The last array, containing the egg of the Zixia spirit crane, also began to show signs of activity, with cracks gradually appearing on its shell. Soon a sharp, elongated beak punctured the surface of the shell, and purple mist began to waft out. Li Haoxuan sat cross-legged, forming hand seals, and via the master-servant contract, channeled spiritual energy into the Zixia spirit crane's egg, facilitating the hatching of the little creature within. After a while, as the purple mist dissipated, the Zixia spirit crane successfully broke free from its shell. Li Haoxuan fixed his gaze upon the newly born crane, which shimmered with spiritual light in its eyes, exuding an aura of vitality. Subsequently, a resounding crane call echoed throughout the Lichen space, bringing a smile to Li Haoxuan's face. Meanwhile, the 6-winged frost bees, having spent time together, successfully selected their insect king. Li Haoxuan proceeded to establish a master-servant contract with their chosen king. Following the conclusion of this contract, a stream of pure spiritual energy was returned to him, merging into his body. With this influx of energy, the long-dormant water Qilin egg began to exhibit changes. The rich spiritual energy within the Lichen space rapidly converged towards the water Qilin egg, signaling its impending hatching. The process of hatching the water Qilin egg was lengthy. Unlike his other spirit beasts that emerged swiftly from their eggs, this hatching was subtle, with countless streams of spiritual energy surging into the egg. Unlike the Zixia spirit crane, which released purple mist during its hatching, the water Qilin egg seemed to absorb every ounce of energy without displaying any signs. After an hour, movement finally stirred within the egg, with cracks appearing on its surface and a large hole forming at the front, through which a diminutive third-tier beast staggered out. It was significantly smaller than any water Qilin Li Haoxuan had previously encountered, yet its appearance was identical in every respect. This little water Qilin instinctively consumed the shattered eggshell scattered on the ground. Subsequently, its scales sparkled with a mesmerizing, kaleidoscopic sheen, akin to sunlight penetrating the water's surface and casting enchanting reflections beneath. Even its breath seemed infused with spiritual energy. "Master," the water Qilin said sweetly to Li Haoxuan. He approached, gently stroking it and warmly welcoming it with a smile. The water Qilin relished his touch, obediently sitting still as he caressed it. This newly hatched water Qilin was a third-tier spirit beast, representing Li Haoxuan's most formidable strength at this moment. For his own sake and that of his spirit beasts, he must devise a sound development plan. Suddenly, a surge of spiritual energy coursed through him, causing Li Haoxuan to tremble. In an instant, his entire being was suffused with spiritual energy. He hastily turned his focus inward, discovering that the energy was racing through his organs. He was on the verge of foundation establishment. Only after this foundational phase could he truly embark on the path of cultivation. As the sole disciple of Mingxing Zhenjuan, Li Haoxuan had steadfastly adhered to his master's teachings, refusing to consume any elixirs to elevate his realm. Thus, his dantian was solid and rich, devoid of any superficiality. Now, he was being cleansed by a torrent of spiritual energy, purging the remnants of his mortal existence from his body. The energy gathered within his dantian, nourishing him, while it continued to converge, gradually forming a dense spiritual mist. The high concentration of spiritual energy transformed into waves of warmth, swiftly melding into his meridians and dantian. Every part of Li Haoxuan's body felt as if it were being scorched, torn apart, and forged anew. He endeavored to expand his meridians, greedily drawing in more spiritual energy to convert it into his own power. After some time, the mundane impurities within him were expelled like dirt from his body. After a prolonged period of silence, Li Haoxuan slowly opened his eyes, his pupils radiating a restrained brilliance, faintly shimmering with spiritual light. The excruciating pain of forging his dantian and meridians had gradually receded, replaced by the bountiful spiritual energy within his dantian, now transformed into an expansive sea of spirit, surging with relentless power. Li Haoxuan had successfully established his foundation at the age of 11. Following his breakthrough, his contracted spirit beasts also reaped the rewards. The three-eyed red fox and the treasure-seeking mouse both advanced to the late first tier, nearing the threshold of the second tier. The freshly born water Qilin, Zixia spirit crane, butterfly koi, and 6-winged frost bees experienced an acceleration in their growth, their bodies growing noticeably larger. After establishing his foundation, Li Haoxuan felt light as a feather, his senses sharpened, and his consciousness capable of probing further distances. As he expanded his awareness, he discovered that the space seemed to have augmented in size alongside his breakthrough. The butterfly koi, which had previously been confined to swimming in circles, could now freely roam about. A small branch of the pool now meandered through the plot of black earth where spiritual herbs were being cultivated. The area of the black soil where the spirit herbs were cultivated has indeed expanded significantly. Observing this enlarged space, Haoxuan seemed to have discovered something profound. With the increase in space comes the ability to accommodate more items. He retrieved the Yuling Xiaozilu from his storage belt and placed it within the Liqin space, thus establishing a residence there. No longer would he need to sit on the ground and touch the soil. The current Liqin space, now furnished with a bamboo house, fields, flowing water, and spirit beasts, exuded an aura reminiscent of a quaint rural dwelling, embodying a leisurely lifestyle. After casting a dust-cleansing spell upon himself, he exited the Liqin space and sent a message to his master via the communication jade slip, informing him of his breakthrough and that he was currently consolidating his cultivation. Following this, Haoxuan settled down to solidify the realm he had painstakingly achieved. During this time, he also took out the Beast Taming true method that his master had prepared for him in advance, commencing the transition in his training. Upon successfully adapting to the Beast Taming true method, Haoxuan became acutely aware of the reciprocal effects from the various contracted spirit beasts within him. After more than half a year of tranquility, Haoxuan's serene life was disrupted. His communication jade slip buzzed with messages from Zhu Yuhan and her companions. Senior Haoxuan, what is happening? Today, Master Mingqing came to see my father, and I asked how you were doing lately. To my surprise, I overheard Master Mingqing say you had broken through to the foundation establishment stage. My father scolded me harshly, and I felt so miserable, sob. Congratulations on your breakthrough, Senior. My sister and I will be returning to the Beast Taming sect soon. Evidently, news of Haoxuan's advancement had already spread through Master Mingqing. Under the barrage of messages, Haoxuan was reluctantly pulled from his tranquil cultivation environment. At the fervent insistence of his junior sister Zhu Yuhan, who wished for everyone to gather at Qinglong Fangshi for a celebratory feast in honor of Haoxuan, he complied. Coincidentally, Wang Shuwan and Wang Jingming had also returned from Taoyuan City, allowing them to head directly to Qinglong Fangshi. Haoxuan, Su Ruofeng, and Zhu Yuhan set off from their sect, making their way to Qinglong Fangshi to meet with the Wang siblings. Having made plans and set a date, everyone awaited the arrival of that day with eager anticipation. On the appointed day, after a brief exchange with his master, Haoxuan boarded the purple mist crane and descended from Yunxi Island, heading towards the gates of the Beast Taming sect to find Su Ruofeng and Zhu Yuhan. Upon arriving at the mountain gate, they spotted Zhu Yuhan and Su Ruofeng waiting for them from afar, with a graceful purple crane soaring towards them, carrying Haoxuan. Ruofeng. Look, that's Senior Haoxuan, exclaimed Zhu Yuhan. Indeed, it is him, replied Su Ruofeng. Senior Haoxuan's purple mist crane is so magnificent. I wish to have one too. The rarity of such a spirit beast made it a prized sight even at the Wanbao building. Besides, you already have a swallowing mountain beast. Don't be greedy. Su Ruofeng replied. All right, I'll just admire it, Zhu Yuhan said wistfully. Senior Haoxuan is truly fortunate. As Haoxuan drew nearer, Zhu Yuhan excitedly called out, Senior, we're over here. Haoxuan directed the purple mist crane to approach them, saying to Zhu Yuhan and Su Ruofeng, all right, let us mount our spirit beasts and set off. Junior sister Shuwan and junior brother Jingming are already waiting for us at Qinglong Fangshi. Okay, Senior. The trio mounted their respective flying spirit beasts and soared towards Qinglong Fangshi. On the way, Zhu Yuhan seized the opportunity to speak. Senior Haoxuan, I heard from others that a new spirit dining establishment called Moonlit Branch has opened in Qinglong Fangshi. Oh, I've heard the cuisine there is exquisite, and many have flocked to dine there. What makes it so special? I believe it's a branch that opened from Zhuke Fangshi, reputed for its diverse and delectable dishes. That sounds delightful. Then, Senior Haoxuan, let us go there to sample the new spirit cuisine together. As Zhu Yuhan spoke, her confidence grew, and she ventured to express a long-held desire. Haoxuan, noticing the smile gracing Zhu Yuhan's lips, replied nonchalantly, very well. Let us heed your suggestion and dine at Moonlit Branch. Order whatever you wish. Senior, I'll cover the bill. Ah, you're the best, Senior Haoxuan. Chapter 38, Reunion. Upon entering Qinglong Fangshi, Haoxuan and his companions immediately spotted Wang Shuwan and Wang Jingming waiting for them at the entrance. Senior Haoxuan, exclaimed Wang Jingming, his face alight with joy. After more than half a year apart, the five of them now wore expressions of elation. The group cheerfully made their way to the Moonlit Branch that Zhu Yuhan had mentioned. Qinglong Fangshi remained as bustling as ever, with cultivators selling their wares at every stall. A myriad of spirit herbs, spirit ores, and spiritual items adorned the streets, recalling the dearth of goods on Yunxi Island. Li Haoxuan placed an order for dozens of boxes of spirit pastries to accompany tea at a nearby spirit cake shop. Additionally, he purchased some low-grade spirit herbs and spirit fruit seedlings from a stall, intending to cultivate them in the now expanded Lichen space. In no time, they had gathered an array of items. The three male cultivators then accompanied Zhu Yuhan and Wang Shuwan as they began to browse for items of their interest. Having not seen each other for a long time, Wang Shuwan and Zhu Yuhan were quite comfortable, with Wang Shuwan even buying Zhu Yuhan numerous trinkets. Observing their enthusiasm, Li Haoxuan and his companions chose not to interrupt, allowing them to explore Qinglong Fengshe at their leisure. However, the three resolved to head to Moonlit Branch first to rest for a while. Let us go ahead and secure a table at Moonlit Branch. You two take your time, Li Haoxuan suggested. All right, you go ahead, senior. As Li Haoxuan finished speaking, Wang Shuwan and Zhu Yuhan grew even more excited, diving into a charming spirit accessory shop. Zhu Yuhan held up a golden hairpin, exclaiming, "Senior sister, this golden one looks lovely. I believe the jade one suits us even better. Okay, let us keep looking. There is still so much to choose from." They exchanged smiles and continued their meticulous selection. Standing at the street corner, Li Haoxuan and his companions shared faint smiles, shaking their heads as they prepared to depart. Just then, Li Haoxuan caught sight of a boy in gray robes approaching, who appeared to be of a similar age. He found the boy's face strikingly familiar and struggled to recollect where he had seen him. Suddenly, memories flooded back to him from 5 years prior, and recognition dawned upon him. The boy in gray robes, with his head bowed and an indifferent expression, brushed past Li Haoxuan. In a moment of impulse, Li Haoxuan grasped his hand. The action was swift, yet the boy reacted just as quickly, reversing his grip to hold onto Li Haoxuan's hand. Surprised, Li Haoxuan stared at him. Zhou Mingyi. Zhou Mingyi, upon seeing Li Haoxuan, was momentarily taken aback. Unbeknownst to Li Haoxuan, after they turned to leave, a figure in the crowd cast a deep gaze in his direction before averting their eyes and continuing on their way. As Li Haoxuan walked alongside his junior brothers, the throng of people surged around them, and he furrowed his brow slightly, his heart entangled in myriad thoughts. He lowered his head and glanced at his hand, which had just brushed against Zhou Mingyi's, pressing his lips together in silence. After Li Haoxuan and the others arrived at Yushangshao, they ordered several signature dishes upon the recommendation of the waiter, awaiting the arrival of Wang Shuwan and Zhu Yuhan. Once all five gathered, they began to feast. Throughout this joyous gathering filled with laughter and merriment, although Li Haoxuan appeared to revel in the company, beneath his cheerful facade lay a profound concern for Zhou Mingyi. After finishing their ethereal meal at Yushangshao, the five returned to the Beast Master Sect. Upon their return, rather than immediately ascending to the cloud-covered Yunqi Island, Li Haoxuan made his way to Xianfeng. He yearned to uncover the tribulations that Zhou Mingyi had endured over the past 5 years. After expending spirit stones to gather intelligence, Li Haoxuan's countenance darkened. He had not anticipated the multitude of hardships that Zhou Mingyi had faced during this span. In the beginning, Zhou Mingyi, who had joined Xianfeng with a single fire spirit root, had already drawn the attention of the Yuanying true monarch, who intended to take him as a true disciple. However, to his dismay, on the eve of his apprenticeship, Zhou Mingyi's soul fire spirit root inexplicably became damaged. The cause remained a mystery, and the Yuanying true monarch, who had initially held Zhou Mingyi in high regard, turned to accept the young gentleman, Zhao Zhixiang, who had been brought back alongside Li Haoxuan and Zhou Mingyi by Long Shiruo, as his disciple instead. Following the damage to his spirit root, Zhou Mingyi was rendered unable to cultivate and took on the role of a menial worker at Xianfeng. Over the course of 5 years, he made numerous attempts to draw in spiritual energy, yet all were in vain. The impairment of his single fire spirit root prevented any trace of spiritual energy from remaining in his body, leaving him unable to step into the realm of qi refinement. The life of a menial worker over these 5 years transformed Zhou Mingyi from the gentle, caring youth who had once looked after Li Haoxuan into the indifferent, emotionally numb individual encountered in Qinglongfang City. 5 years prior, in the True Disciple Academy at Ganlu Peak, Li Haoxuan had harbored doubts about Zhou Mingyi's absence, believing that with his single fire spirit root, he would undoubtedly be accepted as a disciple by a Yuanying true monarch. Even if that did not occur, he would at least become an inner disciple, thriving within Xianfeng. Thus, Li Haoxuan had not paid much attention to Zhou Mingyi, never foreseeing the calamity that would befall him with the damage to his spirit root. Later, Li Haoxuan sent out his 6-winged frost bees to discreetly investigate within Xianfeng. On a night shrouded in darkness, he indeed overheard Zhao Zhixiang's subordinate, Zhao Shi, reporting that the 5-year period had elapsed, and Zhou Mingyi had been expelled from the Beast Master Sect by the steward of Xianfeng, losing even his status as a menial worker. Cast out by the steward of Xianfeng, Zhou Mingyi was left powerless as an ordinary mortal, a stark reminder of his vulnerability in the realm of cultivation. Thus, he could only seek refuge in Qinglongfang City, struggling to survive. This was the very reason Li Haoxuan encountered him in Qinglongfang City today. Understanding the sequence of events, Li Haoxuan rode his purple mist spirit crane back into Qinglongfang City, searching extensively, yet he found no trace of Zhou Mingyi. With this, he had no choice but to return to Yunxi Island. Within the Luchin space, the spirit herbs had matured sufficiently to be refined into elixirs. Consequently, Li Haoxuan posted several tasks on the affair's peak, enlisting outer sect disciples to assist in gathering supplementary materials. Once all materials were prepared, he took out the earth fire gourd, drawing forth the earth fire within to commence the alchemical process. Li Haoxuan first sought to refine the spirit-feeding pill. He placed the primary ingredient, Qingyan grass, into the Zijindan furnace and began the melting process according to the alchemical procedures. His consciousness enveloped the interior of the Zijindan furnace as the azure-green Qingyan grass gradually shrank and transformed into liquid under the searing heat. With deft precision, he added the remaining supplementary materials. At this moment, the furnace's interior morphed into a crimson ocean, various spirit herbs slowly liquefying. Li Haoxuan remained fixated on the developments within the Zijindan furnace. Once the time was ripe, he skillfully controlled his spiritual power to reduce the furnace's temperature. He observed the changes in the liquid herbs until they were completely melted before retracting his consciousness to focus intently on managing the flames. Within the Zijindan furnace, only a viscous substance remained. Li Haoxuan steeled himself, gradually increasing the furnace's heat, then forming the alchemical seals needed for pill condensation. In a delicate balance of concentration, the Zijindan furnace finally yielded a series of crimson pills. Following this, he opened the furnace and collected the pills in one fluid motion. Witnessing the successful emergence of 10 spirit-feeding pills, each brimming with spiritual energy and bearing a blood-red hue. Judging by their appearance, size, color, fragrance, and the spiritual energy they contained, these 10 pills were all classified as high-grade first-tier spirit-feeding pills. Li Haoxuan retrieved a white jade pill bottle and carefully stored the 10 spirit-feeding pills within. Though the pills were now contained in the bottle, the lingering fragrance of herbs pervaded the room, invigorating the senses and uplifting the spirit. Perhaps this was one of the joys of being an alchemist. Since graduating from the Ganlu Peak Academy, Li Haoxuan had not engaged in alchemy for quite some time. As a result, one batch of pills he attempted later did not succeed due to minor errors. Nevertheless, overall, he did not incur any losses. Thus, Li Haoxuan continued to cultivate spirit herbs, refine elixirs, and practice, maintaining the tranquility of his life. Chapter 39 should be above the clouds. The time for the external task training period had arrived. Many disciples of the Beast Master sect were returning from their travels, preparing to participate in the decennial sect competition. Li Haoxuan and his cohort would compete alongside the previous batch of disciples, sharing the stage in this grand event. In anticipation of this significant competition, Li Haoxuan diligently prepared. While he did not seek first place, he aspired for a higher ranking, as the rewards from the sect increased with one's standing, thereby bringing honor to his master. Recently, Li Haoxuan often ventured with his spirit beasts to the affair's peak to accept tasks, honing his skills through the battles encountered in these quests. Notably, under the rich spiritual energy of the Luchin space and the spirit-feeding pills crafted by Li Haoxuan, the three-eyed red fox successfully broke through to the second tier, unlocking its third eye. This third eye, located at the center of its forehead, significantly enhanced its attack and spiritual perception, greatly boosting its combat prowess. At this time, having concluded his training, Li Haoxuan was diligently wielding his spiritual hoe amid the black soil of the Luchin space, planting the vibrant, young spirit herbs he had recently acquired. Straightening up from the fields, he surveyed the thriving spirit herb garden, feeling an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A swarm of six-winged frost bees flew past him, returning to the hive atop the spirit fruit trees. Over time, the six-winged frost bees had burgeoned into a thriving colony, no longer limited to the original 10. Since establishing his foundation, Li Haoxuan had made full use of the land within the space. The spirit fields were filled with spirit herbs, and the surrounding open areas were abundant with spirit fruit trees. In a slightly delayed section was a pond with ungerminated, unidentified seeds. After tending to his tasks for a while longer, Li Haoxuan stepped out of the spirit fields, performed a cleansing spell, and then departed the space. Exiting the space in his room, he made his way toward the main hall of the Chaohui Palace. In the grand hall, the esteemed Taoist monarch of Mingqing sat with serene composure, his countenance cool and aloof, exuding an air of noble elegance. Li Haoxuan discerned that his master was in meditation rather than cultivation at this moment. Thus, he felt emboldened to speak. "Master." Upon hearing his voice, The Taoist monarch turned his gaze towards Li Haoxuan. "Shinner, you have arrived," he said. "Master, today marks the commencement ceremony of the sect's grand competition. I must head to the martial combat peak to participate." "I am aware. Come forth," the master replied. Upon hearing his master's words, Li Haoxuan obediently approached, standing beside the Taoist monarch and gazing up at him. The Taoist monarch, from seemingly nowhere, produced a storage pouch and handed it to Li Haoxuan. "This pouch contains second-grade spiritual artifacts, which I have prepared for you. Those first-grade artifacts you previously used during the chi refining stage can now be discarded. As your cultivation progresses, your artifacts must also keep pace. Examine them to see if they suit you. If you find them uncomfortable, you may explore the storage chamber within the Chaohui Hall." Li Haoxuan had grown accustomed to his master's lavish gestures over the years, and thus he accepted the pouch with ease. "Thank you, master." "Master, it is nearly time for my appointment with junior brother Ruofeng and junior sister Shuwan. I must take my leave. Go, and compete with a relaxed heart. Do not concern yourself with external accolades." Li Haoxuan nodded respectfully and exited the hall. Upon reaching the exterior of the Chaohui Hall, he promptly released the Zixia spirit crane, mounting it as he soared towards the designated meeting place. While en route, seated upon the back of the Zixia spirit crane, Li Haoxuan extended his consciousness into the storage pouch bestowed by the Taoist monarch. The items within reflected the master's characteristic style, from offensive and defensive spiritual artifacts to spiritual garments and shoes. Everything was included, sparing Li Haoxuan the need to procure additional supplies. He truly felt the warmth of his master's affection. After a short while, Li Haoxuan and the Zixia spirit crane arrived at the gathering site. There stood his fellow disciples, Su Ruofeng, Zhu Yuhan, and others, atop the mountain peak, accompanied by various spirit beasts, eagerly awaiting his arrival. A smile graced Li Haoxuan's face upon seeing them. Although a tinge of nervousness about the impending grand competition lingered within him, it was overwhelmingly overshadowed by excitement. He approached his companions and greeted them, "Junior brothers and sisters. You've arrived early." At that moment, Zhu Yuhan jumped forth, exclaiming, "Of course we had to arrive early, brother. The sect's grand competition occurs once every decade. It is the most significant event for the Beast Taming sect. It is regarded as a matter of utmost importance among the disciples of various peaks. Furthermore, the participants this time include all disciples from recent years, many of whom are exceptionally talented and striking in appearance. Such a grand spectacle is bound to be extraordinarily exhilarating. How could one not feel thrilled?" Su Ruofeng and Wang Shuwan stifled their laughter at Zhu Yuhan's exuberance. At that juncture, Wang Jingming stepped forward, saying, "I see you wish to stand on stage amidst hundreds of spectators, basking in applause and accolades after your victory. You, Haoxuan brother, look at this annoying Wang Jingming." Zhu Yuhan retorted, pointing at him while stammering. Su Ruofeng chuckled, "Jingming, spare him the exposure, haha," realizing that all three of her companions were laughing at her. Zhu Yuhan huffed in frustration, "You all are insufferable." The five of them were impeccably attired in the blue and white disciple robes of the Beast Taming sect, standing atop the mountain peak with the wind gently tousling their garments. Li Haoxuan gazed into the distance, captivated by the beautiful dawn glow. He turned to his playful junior brothers and sisters and declared, "Let us proceed." With that, he soared onto the back of the Zixia spirit crane, prompting the other four to hastily follow suit. The five spirit beasts emitted a low cry in unison and then ascended rapidly into the sky, breaking through the clouds. As they distanced themselves from the peak where they had just stood, they entered a thick expanse of white mist. The wind held around them, yet their faces radiated anticipation and exhilaration for the unknown, reveling in the freedom of the azure sky and billowing clouds. Li Haoxuan's Zixia spirit crane pierced through the sea of clouds, emerging into an endless expanse of blue sky, as pure and untainted as the deep sea, captivating all with its boundless beauty. The five of them surged forth from the clouds, the white mist beneath them gradually receding. They then flew in parallel towards the location of the martial combat peak. Chapter 40, Martial Combat Peak. In the distance, the lofty peaks towered into the clouds, standing proudly between heaven and earth. The ethereal white clouds drifted by, and faintly, the sound of a bell could be heard resonating throughout the vast expanse. The Martial Combat Peak was a specially designated site for the Beast Taming sect, where disciples engaged in friendly competition to hone their skills in beast taming, spellcasting, and swordsmanship. Li Haoxuan surveyed the expansive heavens, witnessing the majestic Martial Combat Peak surrounded by an array of spirit beasts. As they drew closer to the peak, the spirit beasts became increasingly numerous, each adorned with their respective riders. Given the elemental diversity of the spirit beasts, their bodies shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, creating a breathtaking spectacle. As the bell rang with increasing urgency, the spirit beasts descended like a rain of celestial creatures towards the magnificent martial combat peak. This scene was nothing short of magnificent. Haoxuan and his companions swiftly melded into this deluge of spirit beasts, cascading down upon the martial combat peak. Amidst the cacophony of various spirit beasts' roars, they landed on a vast plaza. As soon as they touched down, Zhu Yuhan began to look around excitedly, darting about the vicinity in a state of exuberance. Haoxuan and the others paid her no mind, allowing her to revel in her delight. Gazing around, they noted that the expansive venue was bordered by white jade railings, with spiritual energy swirling in the air. Laughter and conversation filled the atmosphere, creating a vibrant and harmonious ambience. In that moment, they felt as if they had become immortals walking among the clouds. The plaza was already bustling with energy, as disciples from the Beast Taming sect gathered for the competition. From a distance, the crowd appeared to be a sea of heads. Those standing in the plaza, all donned in blue and white disciple robes, were striking young men and women full of vigor. Despite the throngs of people, Haoxuan found the space to be surprisingly spacious. After a while, Zhu Yuhan, still unable to calm her excitement, continued to scan the area. Suddenly, a melodious voice called out from afar, "Brotherly, it has been a long time. Fellow junior brothers and sisters, it has been too long." Haoxuan and his companions turned to see a classical beauty with a delicate nose, cherry lips, and dark hair cascading down her back. The voice belonged to Sima Lingting, the true disciple of the Ziliu true monarch from the Yuehua Peak, a classmate of theirs from the Ganlu Peak Academy. Wang Jingming, hearing praises for his brother Haoxuan, couldn't help but smile. With a grin, he glanced around and remarked, "Indeed, there are many people here. I wonder when it will begin?" Sima Lingting nodded, saying, "My master is involved in the preparations for this grand competition, and they are currently deliberating on various details. We shall await with tranquility, for this period of anticipation shall not be prolonged." Indeed, numerous individuals have arrived. Apart from a few familiar faces, there are many whom I have never encountered before. Su Ruofeng glanced about and shook his head, commenting, "This grand competition of the Beastmaster sect is not solely attended by the core disciples. The outer disciples are equally involved. Hence, the multitude gathered in this square is truly considerable." Wang Shuwan surveyed the surroundings and remarked, "Though the numbers are substantial, once the contest commences, it is likely that the disciples from 5 years past will have the upper hand." Zhu Yuhan, who had been exuberant moments prior, let out a sigh and added, "Indeed. They have had 5 more years of cultivation than we have. However, our cohort may not necessarily be at a disadvantage. Besides senior brother Haoxuan, we also have formidable individuals like senior sister Pingting among us. Let us strive together and secure an admirable ranking." Zhu Yuhan's words resonated with the others, prompting nods of agreement. "What more is there to strive for? If you encounter me, you might as well concede early. Otherwise, my glazed hammer and flame lizard shall show no mercy," came a sudden voice that startled Haoxuan and his companions. They turned to see Zhao Zhixiang, ostentatiously fanning himself, his face adorned with that ever-irritating expression. "Indeed, when you meet our young master, you best surrender beforehand," echoed his lackey, Zhao Shi. Haoxuan and the others exchanged glances, choosing silence as they walked away. A year had passed, yet Zhao Zhixiang remained unchanged. It was bewildering how Master Huiyun had taken a liking to him. What could he possibly see in him? "If we truly face him, let us not hold back," Wang Jingming declared fiercely, twisting his wrist. Haoxuan chuckled at Wang Jingming's demeanor, about to speak when a gentle cough interrupted them. A male voice called, "Haoxuan." The sound was like a crystalline spring, refreshing and invigorating. Turning around, Haoxuan beheld a figure with ink-black hair, snow-white skin, exuding an aura of chill, and a smile gracing his lips. Before Haoxuan could utter a word, his fellow disciples chimed in, "Brother Jiang." Haoxuan joined in the chorus, addressing him as senior brother. Jiang Chuyin, glancing down at the shorter Haoxuan, raised a hand to pat his head and said, "Good luck in the upcoming sect competition." Haoxuan nodded in acknowledgement. With the brief interlude over, the group resumed their conversations. Su Ruofeng had long admired Jiang Chuyin, who possessed an ice spirit root, remarkable cultivation, and an esteemed lineage, but had never had the fortune to meet him until today. Thus, he seized the opportunity to speak, "Senior brother Chuyin, with your exceptional cultivation, I trust you will achieve splendid results in this sect competition." Jiang Chuyin's demeanor toward others was not as warm as it was with Haoxuan. He spoke coolly. Cultivation is but one aspect. Numerous other factors determine victory. Within this sect, there are hidden talents, so everyone must exercise caution. At that moment, Zhu Yuhan interjected, "Senior brothers and sisters, you will surely perform admirably. As for Wang Jingming, you must endure a few rounds. It would be quite embarrassing if you performed worse than I." "Are you implying I cannot win?" he retorted. Their playful banter elicited laughter from everyone except Jiang Chuyin, drawing glances from fellow disciples in their vicinity. Li Haoxuan's acquaintance with Jiang Chuyin was serendipitous. It had occurred while he was still studying at Ganlu Peak Academy, during a field mission led by Master Song Mingxin outside the Beastmaster sect. On that occasion, Li Haoxuan's task was to slay a mid-tier first-grade spirit beast and return its carcass to the academy. As he pursued a mid-tier first-grade unicorn wolf atop his three-eyed crimson fox, the fox, unfamiliar with the terrain, was lured into the territory of other spirit beasts. Due to its unsteady footing, it led Li Haoxuan tumbling into a concealed cave. The cave was shrouded in darkness, devoid of light. Yet, in that moment of descent, Li Haoxuan discerned the sounds of painful breaths emanating from within. He promptly instructed the three-eyed crimson fox to illuminate the cave. Its three tails ignited with crimson flames, casting light into the abyss. To his astonishment, not far from him lay an unconscious young man, garbed in the same blue and white disciple attire as Li Haoxuan. Without hesitation, Li Haoxuan approached to assess the situation. Chapter 41. So many people. The young man was none other than Jiang Chuyin. At that time, Jiang Chuyin was curled up, disheveled. His forehead slick with cold sweat, his expression one of agony, with his lips turned black, save for a thin white line that traversed them. Li Haoxuan recalled the records he had encountered during the Spirit Beast Festival. Iron Thread Python, a low-grade, third-tier spirit beast. Its venom is highly toxic. Those poison lose consciousness within 3 seconds, their lips turning black, with only a white line remaining. Warning: if you encounter an Iron Thread Python, flee within 10 seconds. Understanding that Jiang Chuyin had succumbed to the Iron Thread Python's venom and recognizing their shared status as disciples of the Beastmaster sect, Li Haoxuan resolved to act. Without hesitation, he retrieved a low-grade 4th-tier jade purity pill prepared by his master from his storage belt, pried open Jiang Chuyin's mouth, and administered the remedy. The effects of the jade purity pill required time to manifest. Thus, Li Haoxuan remained at Jiang Chuyin's side with the three-eyed crimson fox, awaiting his awakening. Gradually, the pill took effect, and Jiang Chuyin's condition improved, his body uncurled and relaxed. Observing the sweat beading on Jiang Chuyin's forehead, Li Haoxuan took out a handkerchief to wipe it away. During this process, Jiang Chuyin regained consciousness. As his eyes fluttered open, the first sight that greeted him was Li Haoxuan, attentively dabbing his forehead. Perhaps due to Li Haoxuan's striking features, Jiang Chuyin's first utterance was a heartfelt, "Thank you, junior sister." Upon hearing this, Li Haoxuan paused mid-wipe, his heart a tumult of emotions. When Jiang Chuyin fully comprehended the situation, he panicked, hastily correcting himself. "Thank you, junior brother." Jiang Chuyin stumbled over his words, and Li Haoxuan quickly responded, "No need for thanks." An awkward silence enveloped them. They sat on opposite sides, separated by a fox with a flaming tail, resembling stone lions at the entrance of a spirit artifact shop, utterly still. "Thank you, junior brother, for saving me." The Iron Thread Python's venom acts swiftly. Before I could retrieve an antidote from my storage bag, I had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Had it not been for you today, I may have perished here. Jiang Chuyin broke the silence, his voice earnest. With someone initiating conversation, Li Haoxuan found it easier to respond. "Senior brother, there is no need for formality. With your cultivation at the early stage of foundation establishment, you hardly required my assistance. I merely happened upon you. As disciples of the Beastmaster sect, we must support each other when faced with adversity," he continued. Jiang Chuyin nodded and inquired, "May I ask which peak you belong to, junior brother?" "I hail from the ascending Immortal Peak, a disciple of the Mingqing Jinjuan, Li Haoxuan." "Ah, so you are a disciple of my esteemed master's close friend. The Mingqing Jinjuan. My master, the Baiming Jinjuan, has always held a profound friendship with him. I have heard that ever since the Mingqing Jinjuan took on disciples, my master has longed to visit him, yet due to various circumstances, this has been postponed. It is indeed fate that I encountered junior brother Haoxuan here." Once the Yuqing Dan thoroughly purged the iron silk python venom from Jiang Chuyin's body, he was able to wield his spiritual power with ease. He immediately sat down to replenish his spiritual energy, and then, placing his right hand on Li Haoxuan's waist, he soared away from the cave. Upon emerging from the cavern, Jiang Chuyin accompanied Li Haoxuan to locate a mid-phase first-order double-faced spider. After Li Haoxuan successfully dispatched it, they returned together to their sect. The very next day after their introduction, Jiang Chuyin's master took him to visit the Mingqing Jinjuan. In the days that followed, during his leisure time at the academy, Jiang Chuyin often took Li Haoxuan to leisurely stroll around the Qinglong market, offering guidance on beast taming and spellcasting. The two thus became increasingly familiar with one another. At this moment, Li Haoxuan heard Zhu Yuhan beside him whisper, "Oh, who are those people?" Turning his gaze, Li Haoxuan observed a group of individuals approaching from a distance. A quick glance revealed that there were approximately 10 of them, all heading straight toward where Haoxuan and his companions stood. Haoxuan recognized the leader. He recalled having encountered Bai Tingyan of Baiyu Peak a few times during his outings with Jiang Chuyin to Qinglong Market. As Bai Tingyan reached Haoxuan and the others, he cupped his hands in salute to Jiang Chuyin, smiling, "Brother Chuyin, it's good to see you again." Jiang Chuyin merely nodded in acknowledgement, responding, "Junior brother, greetings." Bai Tingyan remarked, seeing Brother Chuyin's composed demeanor, "It seems the victor of this competition will undoubtedly be you." Jiang Chuyin shook his head repeatedly, saying, "Junior brother, you flatter me." Haoxuan had never been adept at engaging in such superficial exchanges, so he remained quietly in Jiang Chuyin's shadow. However, Bai Tingyan did not overlook him. His eyes gleamed with interest as he said, "So this is the esteemed disciple of the Mingqing Daojun. I must first congratulate the Daojun on his breakthrough to the transformation stage. Over the past few years within the sect, I have heard much about you, junior brother Haoxuan. Achieving the foundation establishment at the tender age of 11, your future is boundless. I am certain that in this sect competition, you will secure an impressive ranking." Haoxuan smiled in response, "I shall strive to do my best. This sect competition is no trivial matter. If possible, I encourage all junior brothers and sisters to exert their utmost efforts to attain higher rankings." With that, he led his group away. Shortly after their departure, a sudden cry of a bird echoed through the square, like a thunderclap, reverberating throughout the venue. All disciples in the square looked up to see a purple thunder eagle, crackling with violet lightning, escorting the Yuanying Xinjuan who had prepared for this sect competition. The foremost Yuanying Xinjuan, Wu Hui Xinjuan, gazed at the disciples assembled in the square and proclaimed loudly, "Esteemed disciples, you are the finest of the Beast Taming sect gathered here over the past decade. Today, we unite to partake in the decennial sect competition. Since the founding of our sect, we have traversed numerous epochs. Our esteemed ancestors established this grand event to admonish future generations, to mentor and reward disciples. Even in the face of the ever-changing world, our Beast Taming sect continues to flourish and prosper, far surpassing its former glory. Among the younger generation, there are many outstanding individuals. To select the best among the best and provide robust support for our exceptional disciples. The top 100 victors of this competition will earn the opportunity to enter the secret realm." Upon hearing this, the square erupted with excitement. What is the secret realm? It is a place teeming with spiritual beasts, abundant with rare spiritual herbs, brimming with countless opportunities. For cultivators, the secret realm is akin to a treasure trove. Thus, the young disciples present were exhilarated. Although the secret realm is fraught with dangers, what of it? Cultivating immortality is inherently a struggle against heaven and humanity. The perils within the secret realm pose no hindrance to cultivators. Chapter 42, The Wild Boar Charge. With a multitude of participants in the sect competition, a random drawing method was employed. To discern your opponents, please refer to the stone wall. The crowd turned to the direction indicated by Wu Hui Xinjuan, where a colossal stone wall displayed the names of all present, pairing them for combat. As the matchups were revealed, the disciples erupted into a clamor. Wu Hui Xinjuan did not quell their excitement and continued, "The competition will consist of multiple rounds, with victors advancing and losers being eliminated. This process will continue until the final showdown. Do you all understand?" The disciples responded in unison, "We understand." Their voices echoed through the skies. Once the commotion subsided, Wu Hui Xinjuan pronounced, "Now that everyone has identified their opponents, please quiet down. Next, I invite the sect leader to address you." The sect leader of the Beast Taming sect, Minghui Xinjuan Zhao Riyun, rose from his elevated position and walked slowly before the crowd. He scanned the disciples gathered before him and said, "You are the promising youth of our Beast Taming sect, with a future brimming with infinite possibilities. The future peak masters, elders, and even the position of sect leader may very well belong to one among you. To reach the aspirations I have just mentioned, you must all exert double the effort. Since our sect's inception, we have always adhered to the righteous path and now stand as a formidable sect in this region. Therefore, I implore each of you to focus intently on your cultivation, solidify your resolve, and tread your own path toward immortality." Every word from the sect leader stirred the disciples in the square, many displaying expressions of yearning and excitement. Following his address, the crowd responded fervently, "We will heed the sect leader's teachings." Observing the spirited disciples, the sect leader smiled and remarked, "This concludes today's gathering. Return and rest well. The sect competition will officially commence tomorrow morning." The disciples collectively bowed, responding, "Yes, sect leader." Each disciple mounted their spiritual beasts and flew back to their respective peaks. Only the sect leader and the various Yuanying Xinjuan who were preparing for the sect competition remained in the square. Wu Hui Xinjuan was the first to step forward. Addressing his fellow disciples, you should also return and rest, as the sect competition begins tomorrow. We must remain vigilant in safeguarding these disciples throughout the numerous contests ahead. The Yuanying Xinjuan present wasted no time, understanding that there was nothing further to be done, and departed in their own accord. On the first day of the sect competition, all disciples of the Beast Taming sect gathered in the square of the Wudo Peak. Upon arriving, the disciples noticed that the vast square looked markedly different from the previous day. Countless battle arenas had been set up across the square, each equipped with personnel from the affair's peak. Soon, the battles commenced. When it was the turn of a disciple to compete, their name appeared prominently on the arena. In an instant, the names of countless disciples scheduled to take the stage flashed across the numerous platforms. Once the corresponding disciples soared onto the stage, the duels began. The square was abuzz with excitement. For instance, Haoxuan observed a confrontation between a 6th-layer Qi Refinement Junior and an 8th-layer Qi Refinement Senior. Within 5 moves, the junior was swiftly knocked down by the senior. Those not participating crowded around various stages, eagerly watching the matches unfold. After witnessing several bouts, Haoxuan and his 4 companions began to feel fatigued. They distanced themselves from the throng and found a quieter spot. Wang Shuwan produced 5 rattan chairs, and they settled down, leisurely watching the other disciples compete from a distance. Haoxuan retrieved a plate of spirit peaches from his storage belt and placed it in the center of their group. Zhu Yuhan eagerly reached for a peach, taking a large bite. However, due to her haste, she found herself choking slightly. Observing this, Wang Shuwan helplessly reached out to pat her back, assisting her in expelling the unchewed peach flesh. Why hasn't it come to us yet? I've grown weary of waiting, Wang Jingming grumbled, his arms crossed and eyes narrowed. Su Ruofeng, understanding his impatient nature, replied, "This is merely the first day's competition, designed solely for elimination. With so many participants, our waiting time is extended, but tomorrow will be significantly better." Finally regaining her composure, Zhu Yuhan spoke up, "Aren't you all nervous? I'm feeling a bit anxious. This is my first time participating in such a large-scale competition, and I can't help but feel apprehensive." Haoxuan gently tapped her on the head, reassuring her, "Do not fear. You have been excelling in the academy. You shall perform admirably in this contest." "Really? Wah, Haoxuan brother, you always know how to comfort me." Zhu Yuhan's spirits lifted. "Haoxuan brother is right. Just focus on your match. Besides, you have the mountain-devouring beast and the tusked boar at your disposal, so there's no need for concern," Wang Shuwan added softly. Before long, Zhu Yuhan's name appeared on a nearby stage. Feeling nervous, she glanced back at Haoxuan and the others. "Brothers and sisters, I'm off now. I'll do my utmost to win. Go ahead and be at ease. But remember to let the mountain-devouring beast and tusked boar show some restraint. Don't injure your opponent too severely," they encouraged her, though her heart raced with trepidation. Once on stage, Zhu Yuhan exuded the necessary confidence. As a 10th-layer Qi refinement practitioner, she faced her opponent with fierce determination, summoning the tusked boar with a wave of her hand. In a swift maneuver, the tusked boar charged forth, sending the 9th-layer Qi refinement disciple hurtling out of the arena with just one attack. The unfortunate opponent tumbled down, spitting blood profusely. In a flurry of concern, Zhu Yuhan scolded her clumsy tusked boar, "It's all your fault. Dahao? I told you to hold back." She hastily retrieved a healing pill and rushed off the stage to administer it to her opponent. Once the opponent consumed the healing elixir and regained composure, Zhu Yuhan felt a wave of relief wash over her. Victorious, she returned to her companions, exclaiming, "That was terrifying. I didn't even have to lift a finger. Dahao merely nudged him, and he flew off. It barely exerted any effort." The group fell silent, only chuckling in response. "Haoxuan brother, it's your turn." Haoxuan glanced over to see his name displayed on the arena. With no hesitation, he rose from his chair, straightened his garments, and strode towards the stage bearing his name. Chapter 43, The Confrontation. Haoxuan's opponent was a 9th-layer Qi refinement disciple. As a foundational stage practitioner, the outcome was predictable, yet it astonished everyone. Haoxuan unsheathed a first-tier superior Xian water spirit sword and effortlessly unleashed a blade of light that sent the 9th-layer disciple flying. In just one move, the victor was determined with remarkable ease. Fortunately for the 9th-layer disciple, he did not suffer as grievously as Zhu Yuhan's opponent. Avoiding the fate of spewing blood, Haoxuan had exercised restraint with his sword light, merely ensuring his opponent's defeat without inflicting real harm. The ever-watchful Wu Hue Zhenjuan, keenly observing the arena, couldn't help but smile at Haoxuan's impressive display. This Haoxuan is quite remarkable. It seems Mingqing has cultivated him exceptionally well. The events unfolded so swiftly that many disciples were left in disbelief. Could he really be a 9th-layer Qi refinement disciple? To be dispatched in a single move? Surely. I could best him. If you don't understand, refrain from speaking foolishly. This is Haoxuan. a standout among the current generation of true disciples, arguably the finest among them. No wonder he is so formidable. A single sword light was all it took to vanquish his opponent. Of course, he possesses exceptional talent and has a remarkable master. He is known for his humility, never bullying the weak, earning a stellar reputation among true disciples. And let's not forget, those 4 companions of his are also prodigies not to be underestimated. Is this what they mean by where there are geniuses, more geniuses abound? On the side of Haoxuan, Su Ruofeng, and their companions, the sight of Li Haoxuan's effortless victory brought them to their feet in jubilation. Brother, still as powerful as ever, Wang Jingming exclaimed joyfully. Su Ruofeng wore a broad smile, saying, Brother, you've already triumphed. We must ensure that we don't fall behind and secure our advancement. As Li Haoxuan stepped down from the stage and approached his friends, he spotted Zhu Yuhan beaming at him from afar, waving enthusiastically. Haoxuan brother, you were incredible, truly the strongest among us. I knew you would win splendidly. Following Li Haoxuan's match, it was soon time for the others. They too showcased their skills and emerged victorious with ease. For them, the day's elimination round posed little challenge. They merely participated without much difficulty. Yet many outer disciples, after being defeated, walked away disheartened. They resolved to return and diligently train, aiming for better placements in the next grand competition. As the first day's elimination round concluded, the second day's matches swiftly approached. Following the first day's eliminations, the remaining competing disciples had dwindled to half. On the second day, instead of displaying names on the stone wall for participants to find their opponents, wooden plaques bearing the names of those advancing to the second round were hung on the branches of the Sanluo spirit tree. The disciples took turns approaching the random formation, reaching in to draw a name plaque at random. This method possessed a significant element of chance. As the saying goes, luck is also a part of strength. This method of assigning opponents seemed to affirm this age-old adage. The competition commenced once more, and Li Haoxuan and his companions settled in their corner. Observing the contests in the square, that disciple's flowing cloud steps are quite impressive. Alas, his opponent is being toyed with. Oh heavens, that corner beetle is far too dangerous. With an audacious leap, he dove into the fray, traversing through the bodies around him with reckless abandon. What a chilling spectacle it is. Over there, the male cultivator with the Mingy hound appears formidable as well. Zhu Yuhan and Wang Jingming, despite their seemingly frivolous remarks regarding the disciples competing on the arena, are actually engaged in a meticulous assessment. They must conduct thorough background checks on these potential rivals to avoid any unforeseen pitfalls. No matter how fervently the grand competition unfolds, there inevitably comes a moment when the atmosphere cools. The arena gradually begins to clear, and Li Haoxuan seizes the opportunity to step onto the stage. Rising slowly, he strides toward the Sanluo spirit tree. Reaching the tree, he extends his hand into the random array, gently pulling out a wooden token. A nearby disciple from the Affairs Peak steps forward to receive it and, channeling his spiritual energy, announces loudly, Zhao Zhixiang from Xian Peak, please step forward for the duel. Li Haoxuan is the first to ascend the now vacant arena, eagerly awaiting Zhao Zhixiang's arrival. The crowd stirs with excitement as Zhao Zhixiang, accompanied by his sidekick Zhao Shi, emerges from the throng. Although Li Haoxuan and Zhao Zhixiang have studied together at Ganlu Peak for 5 years, they have yet to engage in a sparring match. Li Haoxuan recalls that Zhao Zhixiang's prowess had always been rather average among their peers, leaving him with little impression of him. A glance at Zhao Zhixiang reveals a surprising smile and the unspoken words, you are bound to lose. Li Haoxuan is perplexed by the source of Zhao Zhixiang's audacity. Unfazed by being chosen by Li Haoxuan, Zhao Zhixiang approaches the stage with palpable enthusiasm. He is well aware of Li Haoxuan's strength, yet he feels undeterred. Before stepping onto the stage, he flashes a smile at the onlookers gathered around the arena. What an exhilarating experience to duel with the illustrious senior brother Li. His words may seem innocuous, but the exaggerated expression on his face induces a sense of discomfort. Wang Shuwan, Su Ruofeng, and their companions are also gathered at the foot of the stage, observing the two contenders. Zhu Yuhan, brimming with excitement, exclaims, Senior brother Haoxuan will surely leave Zhao Zhixiang searching for his teeth. Su Ruofeng interjects, this Zhao Zhixiang's confidence must stem from some hidden advantage. In their eyes, the outcome of the duel is a foregone conclusion, favoring Li Haoxuan. At this moment on the stage, Zhao Zhixiang resembles a spoiled scion of the mundane world. Wearing a bewildering smile as he addresses Li Haoxuan, why don't we amicably conclude this? You concede, and I advance. Li Haoxuan, smiling, replies, that won't do. I won't be holding back. With that, he calls forth his precious spirit beast, the nightmarish steed. A magnificent steed, engulfed in black flames and radiating a faint purple blaze, materializes on the arena. The nightmarish steed, exuding an air of majesty, lets out a resounding neigh upon its entrance. It appears Zhao Zhixiang has never possessed such a creature before. Could this be the wellspring of his confidence? Li Haoxuan remains undaunted by Zhao Zhixiang's ostentation, standing resolutely. Zhao Zhixiang's expression darkens momentarily, but he quickly reverts to his facade of the dutiful disciple. Senior brotherly, I shall strike first then. Dreamer, attack. Dark mist envelopes the nightmarish steed, cascading in all directions across the arena. With a swift motion, Li Haoxuan channels his spiritual energy into his palm, delivering a powerful strike that topples the nightmarish steed. Zhao Zhixiang stands momentarily dazed, unable to comprehend the situation. It appears as though Li Haoxuan has not moved at all. Yet the spirit beast has been decisively subdued. Who struck me? Zhao Zhixiang exclaims, bewildered by his surroundings. As he scans the area, Li Haoxuan cannot help but chuckle at his confusion. Who hit me? Zhao Zhixiang's bewilderment escalates until he receives another slap, this time from Li Haoxuan himself. Li Haoxuan, senior brotherly, how could you? Zhao Zhixiang seems to have drastically miscalculated the gulf between their abilities. After being knocked back, he shakes off the daze and, in a fit of fury, unsheathes his spiritual weapon, the black flame demon scythe. The scythe, wreathed in ominous flames, appears capable of reducing adversaries to ashes. Zhao Zhixiang channels his spiritual energy into the scythe and strikes fiercely at Li Haoxuan. The spectators are enraptured, some female disciples anxiously clenching their fists. If senior brother Haoxuan gets hurt, it would be disastrous. Zhu Yuhan, filled with tension, clutches Wang Shouwen's hand tightly, whispering, "This Zhao Zhixiang's black flame demon scythe seems formidable, doesn't it? Surely, senior brother has a plan." As the scythe descends, Li Haoxuan deftly rises on his toes, taking flight. In the instant the scythe strikes, he skillfully sidesteps, landing gracefully behind Zhao Zhixiang. Before the onlookers can fully comprehend Li Haoxuan's agility, he unleashes another strike of spiritual energy. Zhao Zhixiang, akin to a fragile rabbit, is sent flying from the force of the blow, tracing an arc through the air. A collective gasp rises from the crowd. Zhao Zhixiang, thoroughly disoriented by the unexpected turn of events, struggles to his feet, bewildered. As a disciple at the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage, surely I should not be bested so thoroughly. He rises, shaking himself off, while his attendant Zhao Shi rushes to support him, concern etched on his face. My lord, are you all right? Zhao Zhixiang grits his teeth. I'm fine, I can still fight. Senior brotherly, come at me again. With renewed determination, he lunges back onto the stage, channeling energy into the black flame demon scythe once more. Flames erupt from the scythe, aimed at Li Haoxuan's lower abdomen, an area critical for a foundational disciple's vitality. However, the spectators fail to grasp Zhao Zhixiang's intent, interpreting his actions as an inability to accept defeat. With unwavering resolve, Zhao Zhixiang pours all his spiritual energy into the scythe. Li Haoxuan stands firm, visibly consolidating his own energy within his palm. As Zhao Zhixiang swings the scythe toward Li Haoxuan, the latter suddenly vanishes. The scythe cleaves through empty air, and as Zhao Zhixiang turns to strike again, he is met with a swift kick that sends him sprawling from the stage. This time, he does not maintain the dignity of his previous stance. Rather, he falls in a most undignified manner, eliciting laughter from the onlookers. After Zhao Zhixiang was helped to his feet by Zhao Xiu, he promptly declared, "We have lost. We shall meet again next time." With that, he assisted Zhao Zhixiang in swiftly parting the crowd and making their escape. Following the conclusion of the contest, Li Haoxuan took a step back, clasped his fists in salute to the onlooking disciples, and turned to leave. Brother Haoxuan is truly formidable, one disciple remarked. Although Brother Li Xuan is strong, Brother Chuyuan is equally impressive. I just witnessed Brother Chuyuan's match this morning. He is even more remarkable. Who knows, perhaps one day they shall face each other. That would be quite a spectacle. In the ensuing days of competition, the remaining disciples were nearly all eliminated. Ultimately, from thousands of participants, only 64 emerged victorious. The grand tournament was now poised to enter its critical phase. Today, the esteemed Wuhui Xinjuan once again stood before the 64 champions. Addressing them, "You have reached a pivotal moment in this grand competition. The method of selecting your opponents will be determined by drawing lots." He gestured towards a colossal golden toad, crafted from an unknown material, positioned on the right side of the square. The toad's mouth featured a small opening, large enough for a hand to reach inside. Within the toad, there rested 64 jade tokens, each inscribed with a number from 1 to 63, along with a token resembling the toad, designated as the buy token. A disciple who draws this token will receive a buy in the first round. After the drawing, the matches will be determined by number. Contestant 1 against 63, Contestant 2 against 62, and so forth. The victors of the second round will continue in the same manner until the final showdown. Observing that his disciples were attentively absorbing the rules, Wu Hui Jinjuan nodded approvingly and announced, "You may proceed to draw your lots." At that moment, the gaze of all present fell upon the golden toad. The 64 participants, exhibiting mutual respect, engaged in the drawing process amidst a harmonious atmosphere. "Brothers, let us hasten to draw our lots," Zhu Yuhan exclaimed excitedly. Li Haoxuan nodded in agreement, saying, "Let us go." The 5 of them followed the crowd toward the golden toad. After a brief wait, it was their turn to draw lots. Leading the group, Li Haoxuan was the first to extract a jade token, then returned to his position to await the completion of the drawing by the others. Finally, the last male disciple approached the golden toad and retrieved the final jade token, marking the conclusion of the drawing. At this moment, the crowd began to examine the tokens in their possession. The Yuan Ing Jinjuan seated above could not help but observe the varied expressions of the disciples below. Chapter 45. A breeze. All disciples present were eager to possess the token inscribed with the image of the golden toad. Among the 64 participants, many were close friends, leading to a flurry of conversation. "My token bears the number 23. Mine is 45. What about yours?" "I have 9. Oh, I hope my opponent will provide me with an exhilarating match." There were many voices sharing numbers, yet none claimed to have drawn the golden toad token. Zhu Yuhan glanced around, listened for a moment, and upon losing interest, turned her attention to her brother Li Haoxuan. With a beaming smile, she asked, "Brother, what number did you draw? Surely, we are not opponents?" Li Haoxuan looked at her, smiling gently, and replied, "I have yet to check. Regardless of the number, I shall have an opponent. There is no need for me to calculate." "Brother, show me." "Let me see," Zhu Yuhan said, playfully prying the jade token from Li Haoxuan's grasp and lifting it high. She held it up to the sunlight, exclaiming, "Brother, brother, you have drawn the golden toad token." Her exclamation drew the attention of nearby disciples, who focused on the jade token she held aloft. Upon realizing the token bore the image of the golden toad, they cast envious glances at Li Haoxuan. Their admiration was purely for his good fortune, devoid of any ulterior motives. The Yuan Ing Jinjuan, who had been observing the scene, also noted this development. Upon learning that the holder of the golden toad token was a disciple of Mingxing Daojun, he could not help but inwardly exclaim, "This Li Haoxuan lad not only possesses commendable roots, but also boasts remarkable luck." Wang Jingming approached Li Haoxuan with measured steps, lightly patting his arm as he said, "Brother, your luck is truly exceptional." Li Haoxuan chuckled, "Indeed, it is fortuitous. It seems among us 5, only you can enjoy a moment of respite." Wang Shuwan added softly, "Now, dear brother, please sit patiently and observe our matches closely." The 5 exchanged glances and shared a laugh. At this juncture, Wu Hui Jinjuan called out, "Well, the drawing is complete. Disciples are to report to the staff at the affairs peak with their drawn numbers. Shortly, you will learn who your opponents are." The once boisterous crowd fell into silence, complying with Wu Hui Jinjuan's instructions. After registering, Li Haoxuan and his companions awaited in the square. Bored, Lin Haoxuan released his 3-eyed vermilion fox to frolic beside him. Suddenly, a voice broke through. "Ah, so you are the one who acquired the 3-eyed vermilion fox." Li Haoxuan ceased toying with the fox and turned towards the source of the voice. He beheld a strikingly alluring young man clad in vibrant red robes, adorned with embroidered peonies, exuding an air of opulence and elegance. The man's fox-like, alluring eyes were fixed intently on the 3-eyed vermilion fox beside Li Haoxuan. The fox, undeterred by the man's gaze, mirrored his curiosity, both appreciating each other's beauty. "May I inquire, esteemed brother, what brings you here?" Li Haoxuan asked, puzzled. The enchanting figure smiled softly, his sleeve brushing lightly as he replied, "I chanced upon this 3-eyed vermilion fox here and was moved by our fateful connection, albeit unfulfilled." "Unfulfilled fate, you say? How so?" Li Haoxuan probed. "It dates back 5 years. Do you recall competing for this 3-eyed vermilion fox at the Wanbao auction house? The one who persistently drove the price up was none other than you." The man replied, "Indeed, it was I. How could I not be enamored by the fox's fiery crimson fur? When the opportunity arose, I simply had to contend for it. Regrettably, I lacked sufficient spirit stones at the time and thus missed the chance. I never anticipated encountering the 3-eyed vermilion fox once more here at the Beast Control Sect. It seems my fate with it is indeed profound." The captivating man continued to speak. "Oh, I have not yet introduced myself. I am Yuichi. A pleasure to meet you, Li Haoxuan. I shall not detain you further, young brother. Fate shall reunite us on the arena." With that, Yuichi turned and departed. Indifferent to the gazes of those around him, Li Haoxuan watched his retreating figure, pondering the peculiarity of the encounter. After the staff at the affairs peak tallied the results, the list of matchups was finally unveiled. Upon that colossal stone wall, the jade tokens and names of the disciples participating in the competition were prominently displayed. The innumerable arenas that had once occupied the square had been dismantled, replaced instead by 8 grand platforms, each standing tall and separated by several dozens of feet. At this moment, the surroundings of the platforms were teeming with spectators. Clang, clang, clang. Once again, the clear and resonant sound of the bell echoed. Reminiscent of the first day, the chimes reverberated throughout the martial arts peak, invigorating the spirits of all present. The square, which had been bustling with noise moments before, fell into an immediate hush. At this juncture, the revered Wuhui Jinjuan appeared seemingly out of thin air, surveying the multitude of disciples before proclaiming aloud, "The competition begins." As his voice faded, all 8 platforms simultaneously sprang to life. The corresponding combatants ascended to their respective stages, confronting one another, poised and ready for action. Among the 5 participants, the first to engage in battle was Haoxuan. Her opponent was a disciple from Jiyuan Peak, surnamed Chun, with the given name Chen Sisi. The two stood at opposite ends of the platform, and a gust of wind, seemingly from nowhere, lifted the edges of their garments, presenting them as formidable figures. Haoxuan, standing confidently on her side, cupped her hands and said, "I humbly request your guidance, senior brother Chun." Chen Sisi returned the gesture with a bow, replying, "Please, junior sister. Give it your all." With that, Chen Sisi took a step back, raising his right hand towards the sky, summoning a Duan Ming Jiao to emerge on the platform. Diving toward Haoxuan. Unfazed, Haoxuan turned with a smile, uttering a single word, "Rise." As she pivoted, a flash of white light flickered. A defensive formation manifested beneath her feet, effortlessly intercepting the Den Ming Jiao's assault. Chen Sisi's brow furrowed as he murmured, "When did Wang Junior sister set up this formation? It seems victory won't come easily." Following this, Chen Sisi and his Duan Ming Jiao launched a combined offensive. The cries of the Duan Ming Jiao resonated with an eerie lamentation. Chen Sisi's movements were elusive, creating an air of unpredictability. The intensity of their joint attack appeared formidable enough to shatter Haoxuan's defensive formation. However, Haoxuan remained calm. With a graceful wave of her delicate hand, she disappeared within the protective array. In an instant, a radiant glow enveloped the stage, and Haoxuan, along with her spirit beast, the emerald butterfly, materialized behind Chen Sisi and the Duan Ming Jiao. The emerald butterfly stirred up a tempestuous wind, causing the spectators below to wince as the gust whipped against their faces. The fierce wind, imbued with the force of a gale, surged toward Chen Sisi and the Duan Ming Jiao. Taken aback by Haoxuan's swift counterattack, Chen Sisi hastily retreated 2 steps with the Duan Ming Jiao, conjuring a spell that erected a protective earthen wall to counter the impending onslaught. As the earthen wall collided with the gale, a resounding crash echoed through the air. Chen Sisi staggered but quickly regained his footing. Below, Wang Jingming furrowed his brow, remarking, "Chen Sisi possesses considerable skill. He managed to withstand my sister's emerald butterfly." The thrilling contest elicited enthusiastic cheers from the onlooking disciples. Chapter 46. Victory. Chen Sisi resumed his agile maneuvers, his expression serious as he chanted incantations, culminating in a powerful shout. From his storage pouch, a mo bamboo sword soared forth, ascending into the sky moments later. The sword descended like a bolt of lightning, aimed at Haoxuan from above, accompanied by the Duan Ming Jiao. Before the sword could reach her, Haoxuan, unfazed, gripped a length of white silk in her left hand and struck toward Chen Sisi. Instantly, the silk shimmered with a blinding light, hardening several-fold. In the blink of an eye, just as the silk was about to connect with Chen Sisi, the mo bamboo sword swiftly returned, colliding with her white silk. The 2 weapons trembled violently before rebounding away from each other. Although the mo bamboo sword had been diverted, the Duan Ming Jiao did not relent. It broke through the wind barrier, diving toward the emerald butterfly, its formidable claws poised to grasp at her. Haoxuan cried out, and with a swift twist of the white silk, she sent the Duan Ming Jiao flying. The audience erupted into a cacophony of astonishment and applause. Without hesitation, Haoxuan waved her right hand, summoning a Yixingwood sword into her grasp. As the sword emitted a soft chime, it swiftly lunged toward Chen Sisi's head. Chen Sisi's expression darkened as he clenched his jaw, his face somber. In that fleeting moment, the mo bamboo sword flew back into his hand. With determination, he gripped the sword tightly, and as the Yixingwood sword threatened to strike him, he summoned all his strength to deflect it, successfully parrying Haoxuan's attack. On the high platform, Wuhui Jinjuan nodded in approval. Suddenly, a thunderous impact resounded as Haoxuan's white silk collided forcefully with Chen Sisi, sending him crashing to the ground. Dust billowed into the air as the clash resounded. Even as the dust settled, Chen Sisi's complexion paled slightly, yet he showed no signs of retreat. Rallying alongside the Duan Ming Jiao with a fierce roar, Chen Sisi leapt onto the Duan Ming Jiao, gripping the mo bamboo sword tightly. channeling all his spiritual energy into the weapon. In an instant, the Mo bamboo sword blazed with brilliance, and the Duan Ming Diao, with Chen Sisi aboard, surged forward at an astonishing speed, barreling toward Haoxuan like an unstoppable force. Crack! The sound echoed, followed by a series of subsequent cracks as Chen Sisi, while channeling energy, simultaneously executed a spell that shattered the arena beneath Haoxuan's feet. Haoxuan's expression shifted as she felt the ground tremble beneath her. Suddenly, the platform beneath her splintered, and countless massive, sharp earthen spikes erupted from the ground, aiming directly at her position. This contest was truly riveting. How fortunate I am not to have accompanied junior brother Wang and the others on their mission. I would have missed this thrilling duel. Junior sister Wang is strikingly beautiful, and senior brother Chun is equally handsome. Both possess charm and formidable prowess. Discussions among the spectators surged like waves. Yet they did not impede the fierce battle unfolding on stage. Chen Sisi, still standing on the platform, bore no sign of ease. Instead, his eyes widened in alarm as he scanned his surroundings. Indeed, moments later, he realized he could not move, nor could the Duan Ming Diao. This was yet another formation. My heavens, junior sister Wang's array techniques are truly remarkable. I have been observing her closely since this duel began, yet I never detected her setting up the formations. A gust of wind swept across the arena, dispersing the thick dust. In an instant, Haoxuan's ethereal figure emerged before the crowd. The emerald butterfly soared forth, while Haoxuan wielded the Yixing wood sword, the white silk swirling gracefully around her. With a composed demeanor, a fierce glint emanated from her almond-shaped eyes as she infused her spiritual energy into the Yixing wood sword, delivering a powerful swing toward Chen Sisi. His face paled at the sight. He attempted to retreat to avoid the strike, but found himself immobilized. The Yixing wood sword advanced with an overwhelming aura, its fierce momentum striking fear into his heart. The emerald butterfly, hovering in midair, flapped its wings, releasing a fearsome wind slash that sliced through the air. At this moment, Chen Sisi's complexion had turned utterly pale. He comprehended that he was merely a rabbit trapped in a cage. Raising his head high, eyes tightly shut, he bellowed, "I concede." The contest came to an end, as a disciple from the affair's peak called out. With this proclamation, the Yixing wooden sword halted its motion, and the wind blades controlled by the emerald butterfly dissipated into thin air. Haoxuan retracted the emerald butterfly and Yixing wooden sword, clasped her hands in a gesture of respect, and smiled at Chen Sisi, saying, "Thank you, senior brother Chun, for your graciousness." Chen Sisi shifted his liberated body, offering her a wry smile as he replied, "Thank you, junior sister. This contest has granted me profound insights. I hope to compete again in the future." With that, Chen Sisi took his leave, departing the square on the back of a lamenting sculpture. At that moment, Sima Lingting approached, casting a few glances at Haoxuan. She remarked to Haoxuan, "It is truly enviable how junior sister Wang's cultivation and array techniques have advanced." Haoxuan's heart swelled with joy at Sima Lingting's praise, and the spirits of the four were equally lifted. Haoxuan chuckled. "Your remarkable combination of the wakeful spring mountain sword technique and the desert sharp-tailed mouse is indeed both unexpected and admirable." Sima Lingting responded with a smile. The other three junior brothers and sisters also possess formidable talents. I believe there are many more experts yet to reveal their prowess in this arena. At that moment, Haoxuan returned to their group, immediately surrounded by beaming faces. Each one sang her praises for the brilliance she displayed during the recent contest. Hearing such acclaim caused Haoxuan's heart to blossom with delight, her smile radiating joy. Her victory seemed to herald a promising start for them all, instilling confidence that they would achieve good results in the upcoming contests. Haoxuan junior brother. Suddenly, Haoxuan felt someone lean against him, the weight nearly causing him to topple. His focus had been solely on the conversation with his companions, entirely oblivious to the sudden proximity of another. Startled, he turned to discover it was Yuichi, who wore a bright smile, exuding an air of ease and retaining his stunning appearance. Yuichi glanced up and down at Haoxuan before greeting the other junior brothers and sisters. "Greetings, everyone." Clearing his throat awkwardly, Haoxuan inquired, "You senior brother, are you not participating in the contest? What brings you here?" Yuichi replied with a grin, "Oh, the contest? I completed my match long ago and have been leisurely passing the time since. Upon seeing you here, I thought to drop by and say hello." Zhu Yuhan's curiosity piqued at the mention of Yuichi. She asked, "You senior brother, you finished your match already? What was the outcome?" Straightening up, Yuichi ran his fingers through his hair before smoothing it down with a smile. "For me, this minor contest was certainly a victory." Zhu Yuhan cautiously inquired, "You senior brother, could it be that your cultivation is quite advanced?" Yuichi laughed heartily, shaking his head. "Oh, it's not that high, merely approaching the mid-stage of foundation establishment." Were it not for my daily pursuits of nurturing flowers and feeding birds, I would have likely broken through to the mid-stage by now. Leaning slightly, he rested against Li Haoxuan and placed a hand on his shoulder, whispering, however, Junior brother Haoxuan is truly impressive. I started my cultivation 5 years before him. If he were in my position, he might have already reached mid-stage foundation establishment by now. Li Haoxuan humbly replied, there is no need for such hypotheticals. You are already the best, senior brother. Yuichi stood, shrugged, and chuckled. This Li junior brother certainly knows how to flatter. My heart is brimming with joy, with his stunning beauty and silver tongue. It was no wonder Jiang Chuyin held him in such high regard. The onlookers were equally captivated by Yuichi's enchanting presence. Suddenly, a fervent roar erupted from the other side, drawing the attention of Li Haoxuan and his companions. They instinctively turned towards the source, their curiosity piqued. Yuichi glanced in that direction and exclaimed, oh, it's her. Let us go see the most renowned disciple of the Beast Taming sect. Who is it? Li Haoxuan asked, intrigued. Noticing the confusion on Li Haoxuan's face, Yuichi explained, among our cohort, aside from Jiang Chuyin, she is the most celebrated. With a mysterious smile, Yuichi added, you'll find out soon enough. He took the lead, making his way towards the arena. Li Haoxuan, fueled by curiosity, followed closely behind. They made their way to the first of the 8 arenas. The path was thronged with people, disciples densely packed around the arena, making it difficult for Li Haoxuan and his companions to advance. Among the many male disciples, the female disciples were notably more expressive in their admiration. As they reached the side of the arena, the din of voices became deafening, filled with discussions and praises for the figure on stage. Bai Shiqian is truly the most beautiful among the young disciples. One exclaimed, I agree. No arguments accepted. Another chimed in, woo, senior sister Bai Shi's strength is formidable. I long to undertake missions alongside her. Li Haoxuan turned his gaze to the praised Bai Shiqian. She had her hair elegantly styled, adorned with a jade hairpin, and donned a blue and white disciple's robe that accentuated her graceful form. Her eyes sparkled like the brightest stars in the night sky, deep and luminous. Her flowing hair emphasized her fair complexion, exuding an air of coolness and aloofness. In Li Haoxuan's eyes, such an ethereal beauty was indeed deserving of the disciples' admiration. Yuichi glanced at the stage, saying, the contest hasn't started yet. Soon, you'll witness her true strength. She is not your typical disciple of the Beast Taming sect. Li Haoxuan was grateful they had arrived early, for the first arena had already been filled to capacity with disciples of the Beast Taming sect. He thought it would be impossible for even a 6-winged frostbee to squeeze through at this moment. Suddenly, the previously boisterous square fell silent. With a shout from the disciples of the affair's peak, the contest was finally about to commence. Moments later, the cheers from the audience rose like a tidal wave, compelling Li Haoxuan to cover his ears. In contrast to Bai Shiqian's celestial beauty, her opponent could only be described as a girl of decent appearance. However, both were at the early stage of foundation establishment, promising an intense match ahead. Bai Shiqian, with her breathtaking visage, maintained her icy demeanor as she coldly addressed her opponent. Greetings, senior sister Xia. Xia Qinghe responded, it is a privilege to spar with you today, junior sister Bai Shi. Begin. With the disciple from the affair's peak's command, Bai Shiqian's expression remained unchanged as she directed her gaze at Xia Qinghe. Under the frigid gaze, Xia Qinghe felt a chill run through her, as if she were being scrutinized by a fearsome beast. Swiftly, Xia Qinghe summoned her spirit beast, an iron-armored crocodile, to shield her. In her right hand, she brandished a plain whip, bracing for the encounter. It has begun. It has begun. Someone exclaimed excitedly. Above the arena, Bai Lishan had not summoned any spirit beasts. Instead, she astonishingly produced a golden sun sword. Instantly, an aura of golden energy began to diffuse throughout the arena. The surface of the stage was even marked by the emanating sword energy, leaving distinct cuts. Below, Li Haoxuan and the others sensed the overwhelming power of the golden spiritual energy. Bai Lishan did not make a move, but coldly regarded Xia Qinghe, waiting for her attack. Observing the dancing sword energy above, Li Haoxuan pondered, is this what Yuichi referred to as unconventional? If faced with Bai Lishan, what chance would I have? At this moment, uncertainty gnawed at his heart. Xia Qinghe, feeling impatient, flicked her whip, sending the Su Nuo whip upward towards Bai Lishan. She kindly called out, junior sister Bai, watch out for the whip. The Su Nuo whip swiftly reached the ground beneath Bai Lishan's feet. Bai Lishan's expression remained indifferent, devoid of any emotion, and she made no movement. Instead, a golden shield enveloped her, effortlessly blocking Xia Qinghe's whip. Unwilling to concede, Xia Qinghe lashed out again with her whip. Now faster than before, it quickly reached Bai Lishan's position. Meanwhile, the ironclad crocodile, although not swift on land, swung its tail in another direction. With both parties attacking simultaneously, It was unclear how Bai Lishan would respond. In this critical moment, Bai Lishan flipped her hand and grasped the golden sun sword behind her. Her exquisitely beautiful face showed no sign of emotion. With a swift kick of her left foot, she sent the ironclad crocodile flying. Subsequently, she merely unleashed a strand of sword energy from the golden sun's sword, effortlessly countering the whip's assault. The crisp sound of the collision between the Su Nual whip and the sword energy echoed throughout the square, resonating in the hearts of many. The Su Nual whip was lightly nudged by the sword energy, akin to receiving a heavy blow, and rebounded swiftly, striking Xia Qinghe. Witnessing this scene, the expressions of several disciples below changed dramatically. Under the scrutinizing gazes, Bai Lishan acted without hesitation. She hurled the golden sun sword with her right hand and formed seals with both hands. The sword in the sky instantly radiated a brilliant golden light, blinding many spectators. The golden brilliance enveloped the entire square, the sword exuding potent spiritual energy and an extraordinary presence. Xia Qinghe, not daring to be complacent, felt a surge of panic as the golden sun sword descended toward her. She swiftly conjured 3 earthen walls in front of her in an attempt to withstand Bai Lishan's strike. On the opposite side, Bai Lishan's bright eyes shone, her long hair flowing gracefully in the wind, exuding an enchanting elegance. Yet, even with her ethereal beauty, her face remained expressionless, marked only by an alluring chill. The golden sun sword emitted a sudden clear cry, unleashing a torrent of golden light. In an instant, the brilliance intensified, piercing through the surrounding clouds and dissipating them. The sword surged forward like a celestial blade descending from the heavens, hurtling towards Xia Qinghe with unmatched ferocity. The sheer force rendered it unparalleled. Xia Qinghe's expression grew grave, issuing commands to the ironclad crocodile to intercept the sword's power, intending to absorb some of its force with the 3 earthen walls before her. In a heartbeat, the golden sun sword approached the first wall. The ironclad crocodile, seeing this, lunged forward, attempting to withstand a fraction of the blow with its sturdy scales. However, it was no match. The sword sent it flying. Bang, bang, bang. The golden sun sword breached all 3 earthen walls in succession, aiming directly at Xia Qinghe's forehead. As the blade hovered a mere centimeter from her brow, beads of sweat trickled down her face. The crowd was left in stunned silence, awestruck by the sword's overwhelming advance. When the spectators regained their composure, they found the golden sun sword had returned to Bai Lishan's side, its radiance subdued, appearing as an ordinary sword. Xia Qinghe slowly parted her lips, her voice hoarse. "Thank you, junior sister." She then swayed and collapsed on the arena floor. Her fellow disciples rushed to assist her, escorting her to the nearby alchemist for a health check. Observing Bai Lishan's performance, Yuichi's face broke into a smile, nodding in approval. Noticing Bai Lishan descending from the arena, he cheerfully waved and called out, "Junior sister Bai, over here." Bai Lishan approached, remaining silent. Upon seeing Li Haoxuan, she merely nodded at him. After a slight bow, she gracefully departed. The surrounding disciples who were unfamiliar with Bai Lishan gaped in astonishment. Goodness, this senior sister Bai is truly exceptional. She didn't summon a single spirit beast and won solely with a golden sun sword. Clearly, you know nothing. You must have just entered the sect 5 years ago. Senior brother, your foresight is indeed remarkable, just as you said. May I ask for clarification, senior brother? Cough, cough. Senior sister Bai possesses a natural sword bone, being of single gold spiritual root. She was directly brought to the Beastmaster sect by the divine transformation Dao Monarch. After entering the sect, she devoted herself entirely to the path of the sword, never binding herself to any spirit beast. In her heart, there exists only the sword, which encompasses everything. The golden sun sword in her possession has an even grander origin. It is said to be a growth-type spiritual weapon that sought her out after she entered the chi refining stage. With the innate power of a gold spiritual root and her natural sword bone, it is no wonder that senior sister Bai is so formidable. You also overlooked one crucial detail: senior sister Bai's relentless dedication to her cultivation day and night. It is precisely due to these factors that she possesses such formidable strength, earning her the title of a super genius alongside senior brother Jian Chuyin in the last session. The cold and aloof Bai Lishan did not hinder Yuichi's buoyant demeanor. He merely left a final remark: "Junior brothers and sisters, give it your all in the competition. See you on the arena, and I won't hold back." Meanwhile, other competitions continued on different platforms. Throughout the day, aside from Li Haoxuan and Wang Shuwan, Zhu Yuhan, Wang Jingming, and Su Ruofeng all faced defeat, missing out on the next round. On a new day, as the sun began to rise, the disciples of the Beastmaster sect had already gathered in the square, eager to participate in the decade-long Beastmaster sect competition. Li Haoxuan and his companions stood beneath the stone wall, observing the names displayed for the day's matches. Beside Li Haoxuan's name appeared his opponent for the day, Zhao Xingyao. I've heard of Zhao Xingyao. The Beastmaster is quite formidable, and their spells are impressive. Zhu Yuhan shared all she knew. Standing nearby, Su Ruofeng glanced at Li Haoxuan and Wang Shuwan, saying, the competition among the 64 elites has now entered its second round, and the remaining contestants are all among the best of the best. Senior brother Haoxuan and senior sister Shuwan, you must be cautious. Wang Jingming intended to add more, but was interrupted by the ringing of the bell, signaling the start of the next match. Li Haoxuan and Wang Shuwan exchanged a glance. And Li Haoxuan said, Junior sister, give it your all. Of course, senior brother. With a shared smile, they parted ways. Before separating, Li Haoxuan signaled to Zhu Yuhan and Wang Jingming to follow Wang Shuwan. He then headed to his arena with Su Ruofeng. Upon reaching the arena of Li Haoxuan, Su Ruofeng called out, Brother Haoxuan, I am cheering for you from below. Be cautious up there. The voice was strikingly familiar. Li Haoxuan turned to see Jiang Chuyin striding towards him. Senior Chuyin, what brings you here? What about your match? My match is on the very platform beside yours. Jiang Chuyin replied, giving Li Haoxuan's shoulder a reassuring pat. You shall surely emerge victorious. Just as they were about to exchange a few more words, the bell signaling the start of the competition sounded once again. Senior, the match is about to begin. You should go. We shall meet later, Li Haoxuan urged. Jiang Chuyin nodded and made his way to his own arena. Watching Jiang Chuyin's departing figure, Li Haoxuan turned and ascended onto his own platform. As he stepped onto the stage, his gaze swept over the sea of disciples. Without a certain level of composure, one might truly feel overwhelmed. The rising sun, a vivid crimson, cast a gentle light, enveloping everything in a comforting glow. Observing the clouds painted across half the sky, Li Haoxuan felt a surge of steadiness within him. Junior brother Li, Zhao Xingyao, his opponent, greeted him with a smile. I am Li Haoxuan, here to seek your guidance, Senior Zhao. The time had come. The match commenced. Zhao Xingyao exuded confidence, and with a flick of his wrist, a shimmering, scaly green leaf spirit snake coiled around his forearm. Please, Junior brother Li. Li Haoxuan cast a glance at the green leaf spirit snake, its eyes glinting with coldness and its fangs radiating a violet venomous glow. From afar, it was evident that this green leaf spirit snake was no ordinary foe. Li Haoxuan understood that Zhao Xingyao would not be as easily subdued as his previous opponents. Thus, he tightened his grip on the Xian Shui spirit sword. Noticing that Li Haoxuan had drawn only a sword, Zhao Xingyao remarked, Are you attempting to emulate senior sister by Li Jian? There is but one by Li Jian. Junior brother Li should not overestimate himself. Following his words, laughter erupted from the crowd of disciples, who chimed in, Indeed, not everyone can become like senior sister by Li Jian. Ha. Chapter 49, Wins and Losses. The surrounding noise was overwhelming. Li Haoxuan lowered his head, his focus solely on the Xian Shui spirit sword in his hand. Closing his eyes, the icy sensation awakened his inner yearning, a yearning for victory. Suddenly, he raised his head, sunlight illuminating his face. No one knew what thoughts coursed through his mind. Yet his resolve remained unshaken. Zhao Xingyao, accompanied by the green leaf spirit snake, swiftly approached Li Haoxuan. As the distance closed, the snake's mouth opened wider, revealing its fangs more clearly. They charged forward, yet Li Haoxuan felt an unwavering calm within. In that fleeting moment, as Zhao Xingyao and the green leaf spirit snake lunged at him, Li Haoxuan sprang into action. With a piercing cry reminiscent of a crane, the sound reverberated through the sky. As the purple mist spirit crane appeared, the previously crimson clouds transformed into a rich violet. The spirit crane, enshrouded in purple smoke, opened its beak and effortlessly lifted the green leaf spirit snake from Zhao Xingyao's arm, casting it high into the air. Then, with powerful wing beats, it struck at the spirit snake from all angles, disorienting it completely. The once arrogant green leaf spirit snake now kept its mouth tightly shut, its prideful fangs and venom rendered entirely useless. After a brief display of amusement, the purple mist spirit crane firmly grasped the green leaf spirit snake with its sharp claws and, after several loops in the sky, released it with force. A resounding crash echoed as the green leaf spirit snake plummeted onto the arena, rendered unconscious by the impact. Meanwhile, Li Haoxuan was not idle. Gripping the Xian Shui spirit sword, he infused it with spiritual energy, causing the sword's aura to surge forth. With a single technique, the water flow light strike, he sent Zhao Xingyao reeling, forcing him to retreat in haste. Moments later, Zhao Xingyao, desperately defending against the water flow light strike, found his spiritual energy depleted. The fatigue weighed heavily upon him, causing him to sway unsteadily on his feet. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Zhao Xingyao staggered a few times before collapsing with a thud, unconscious. A profound silence enveloped the spectators. They exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what to say. The outcome was utterly unexpected. Zhao Xingyao had not managed to land a single blow on Li Haoxuan and had spent the entirety of the match on the defensive. Even the once mighty green leaf spirit snake had been effortlessly subdued by the purple mist spirit crane. Was this truly a contest befitting the present moment? A disciple from the affair's peak, showing remarkable professionalism, was the first to react. He shouted, "Li Haoxuan wins." As the declaration of victory rang out, the onlookers snapped back to reality, spontaneously breaking into applause. Amidst the clamor of approval, Li Haoxuan gradually descended from the arena. For the disciples in attendance, although they recognized Li Haoxuan as a standout amongst his peers, they still held the belief that the previous cohort had been far superior and more capable of triumph. Little did they expect Li Haoxuan's appearance to completely upend their perceptions. His overwhelming performance in this match ignited a wave of anticipation for his subsequent battles among many disciples. Su Ruofeng rushed to the steps of the arena to greet Li Haoxuan, exclaiming, "Brother, you truly prevailed. What a remarkable advancement." Li Haoxuan beamed in response, "Let us proceed." Suddenly, a commotion erupted from a distant arena. Li Haoxuan raised his eyes to see that the noise originated from the central platform, where Senior Sister Bai Lijian was engaged. "That's Senior Sister Bai Lijian," Su Ruofeng explained. Upon glancing in that direction, Li Haoxuan witnessed Bai Lijian wielding her golden sun sword, effortlessly shattering her opponent's myriad of talismans and the crimson blood scorpion, swiftly overcoming her adversary. "She is truly formidable," Li Haoxuan remarked. As he and Su Ruofeng made their way to Wang Shuan's match, the surrounding disciples buzzed with excitement, discussing the spectacular battle they had just witnessed from Bai Lijian. Upon arriving at Wang Shuan's arena, they found it eerily vacant. Inquiring with nearby disciples revealed that the match had concluded long ago. After searching for a while, Li Haoxuan and Su Ruofeng finally discovered Wang Shuan, Zhu Yuhan, and Wang Jingming huddled in a corner of the square. As they approached, they noticed tears streaming down Wang Shuan's face. Li Haoxuan glanced at Wang Jingming and Zhu Yuhan. Their eyes conveyed the unfortunate truth. Wang Shuan had lost her match. "Please, tell me what happened," Li Haoxuan urged. At his prompting, Zhu Yuhan immediately began recounting the events like a sieve spilling its contents. Senior Sister Shuan faced Bai Tingyan from Bai Yufeng, the one who greeted senior brother Jiang Chuyan that day. That fellow employs particularly underhanded tactics, consistently summoning spirit beasts and employing array-breaking techniques. He first used a peculiar spirit beast to ensnare Senior Sister's emerald butterfly, and then deployed a rather unsightly artifact to dismantle her formations. In the end, she had no choice but to engage him in a raw contest of cultivation and spiritual power. However, how could someone at the early stage of foundation establishment compete against a senior sister who has only reached the 10th level of chi refinement? Regarding the disparity in strength, Li Haoxuan found himself at a loss for words, unsure how to console his junior sister. Fortunately, Wang Shuan had always been a resilient and independent individual. Although her demeanor was gentle, her inner strength was unwavering. After shedding a few tears, she swiftly regained her composure and turned to Li Haoxuan, inquiring, "Brother Haoxuan, how did your match turn out?" Li Haoxuan remained silent, while Su Ruofeng hesitated momentarily before whispering, "Brother," he emerged victorious. Upon hearing this, Wang Shuan's face brightened with a smile. "That's wonderful. At least one among us five may have a chance to reach the end." They had gathered beneath another arena, observing their peer, Sima Linting, engaged in a fierce battle on stage. At that moment, Sima Linting was locked in a heated struggle with her opponent. With a single stroke of her sword, awakening Spring Mountain, the arena seemed to transform into a verdant paradise. The surrounding vines, branches, and leaves rallied around her, providing formidable support. With a swift swing of her weapon, the foliage surged forth toward her adversary. Coupled with her spirit beast, the desert spiked tail mouse, she turned the ground beneath her opponent into quicksand. Overall, Sima Linting held a distinct advantage. The sound of rustling plants echoed as Sima Linting's rejuvenating wooden sword radiated a brilliant light. A single arc of her blade sent a wave of leaves, vines, and branches crashing toward her opponent with an unstoppable force. In that moment, her adversary could no longer withstand the overwhelming assault and was overwhelmed by Sima Linting's formidable prowess. Clutching their chest and spitting blood, the opponent cried out in defeat. Chapter 50, Disqualification. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Sima Linting descended from the arena and approached Li Haoxuan and the others. "Greetings, brothers and sisters," she said warmly. "I trust that brother Haoxuan and sister Shuan have also claimed victory?" Noticing a subtle shift in the expressions of those around her after her inquiry, she continued, "Is it that, Sister Linting? I was the one who lost." Brother Haoxuan emerged victorious, Wang Shuan interjected, stepping forward to speak. Sima Linting's eyes widened in disbelief. "How could Sister Shuan, with your strength, have lost?" I encountered a formidable opponent and succumbed in the match. Perhaps we can compete again in the future, Wang Shuwan replied nonchalantly. The day's competition had been intensely competitive, with many unexpected contenders emerging. According to Zhu Yuhan, among today's victors was an outer disciple from the Beast Taming sect. This individual had remained inconspicuous for the past decade, but made a stunning debut in today's contest, defeating a similarly ranked core disciple with the aid of a mysterious, mutated black dog. Even before the grand competition concluded and rankings were established, this individual was taken on the spot as a disciple by a nascent soul, true monarch, marking the beginning of their ascent. Following this battle, their name resounded throughout both the inner and outer sects of the Beast Taming sect. Zhu Yuhan then whispered conspiratorially, moreover, in tomorrow's third round of the Elite Disciples competition, Sister Bai Liqian's opponent is none other than this renowned Black Dog hero. What is the Black Dog hero? Wang Jingming asked, puzzled. Oh, that's just a colloquial nickname given by other disciples. He gained notoriety due to his association with a large black dog, hence the moniker, Zhu Yuhan explained. Wang Jingming paused in realization, I see. That name is rather unappealing, though I'm not fond of it at all. However, do you think the Black Dog hero stands a chance against Sister Bai Liqian? Su Ruofeng expressed his concerns. Wang Shuan shook her head, I doubt it. Setting aside everything else, Sister Bai's Golden Sun sword alone is formidable enough to deter anyone. Not to mention, she possesses various other techniques. Li Haoxuan calmly remarked. There is no need for concern. One must rely on their own strength. Sister Bai should have her own trump cards. Zhu Yuhan contemplated for a moment before sighing. Indeed. Sister Bai is not only highly skilled, but also exceptionally beautiful. She surpasses the Black Dog hero in every aspect. She is bound to win. Wang Shuan's expression turned worried as she spoke. That may be true for Sister Bai, but brother, your opponent will be Bai Tingen. I truly don't know how to approach this. Bai Tingen not only matched brother Haoxuan in cultivation, but also possessed an array of cunning tactics. From what I've gathered, he gathers intelligence on his opponents and devises strategies tailored to counter them. Upon hearing Wang Shuan's words, Li Haoxuan's mind conjured the vivid image of that striking figure. On the arena, she had swept through her foes with nothing but her Golden Sun sword. Surely, she would not falter now. Let us not dwell on it. The truth will reveal itself in the arena. As night deepened, everyone began to return to their quarters. Yes, brother. The other four departed from Li Haoxuan's room and returned to their temporary accommodations on the martial combat peak. The third round of the Elite Disciples competition was about to commence. Following the eliminations of the first two rounds, there were now 16 disciples from the Beast Taming sect. These 16 were evenly distributed among the 8 grand arenas in the plaza, competing simultaneously. Li Haoxuan was assigned to the first arena, while the match between Bai Liqian and the Black Dog hero was scheduled for the central stage. These two hotly anticipated figures drew considerable attention from the disciples of the Beast Taming sect. Li Haoxuan ascended the arena with composure, the 4 junior disciples standing resolutely behind him. Standing atop the elevated platform, he felt the weight of countless gazes upon him, and the ardent stares of his companions served as a source of motivation. A gentle breeze stirred his long dark hair. As the gong rang, the 8 arenas commenced their matches simultaneously. Li Shidi, I never anticipated we would meet in this competition, Bai Tingen remarked, his expression shifting from jovial to serious as he summoned a fine, hair-thin second-tier spirit needle and a second-tier spirit beast, the iron-skinned mad bear. Li Haoxuan could sense the oppressive aura of Bai Tingen at the early stage of foundation establishment from a considerable distance. Accompanying that pressure was the imminent threat of the spirit needle. His heart raced involuntarily as he retrieved the Xian Shui spirit sword from his storage belt, positioning it defensively against the incoming needle. Yesterday, he had only heard a single clang as the needle effortlessly pierced through the Xian Shui spirit sword. The sword's spiritual light dimmed rapidly, rendering it utterly useless in that instant. Li Haoxuan had no time to react. The robust iron-skinned mad bear lunged forward, its massive jaws gaping wide, and its powerful paws swung towards him. In a swift motion, he retracted the now-defunct Xian Shui spirit sword and summoned the three-eyed red fox. The liberated fox struck the lumbering iron-skinned mad bear with a deft paw, halting its advance. The appearance of the three-eyed red fox granted Li Haoxuan the precious moments he needed to recalibrate his stance. After refining the beast taming true art, he could now harness the foxfire of the three-eyed red fox freely due to their bond. Now, flames flickered behind Li Haoxuan, bestowing upon him the regal presence of an ancient fire deity. The intense heat emanating from the flames caused wisps of black smoke to rise, distorting the air around him and rendering his features somewhat indistinct to onlookers. At this moment, Li Haoxuan felt an unmistakable clarity regarding the covenant forged between himself and the three-eyed crimson fox, an intense warmth interlinking their essences. Gradually, he ascended into the air, radiating a brilliant crimson glow. Suspended in the atmosphere, he faced forward with an aura of invincibility. The fervent flames surrounding him possessed the power to incinerate all in their path. The disciples below held their breath, captivated by the spectacle unfolding on the arena. Eagerly anticipating what would transpire next, Haoxuan began to unleash the spiritual energy within him, and the flames around him blazed ever more fervently. The conflagration, born from Haoxuan, gradually enveloped the three-eyed crimson fox, igniting it in a fiery embrace. The fox emitted a tremendous roar, and the onlookers below could only feel the oppressive heat, instinctively retreating. The voracious flames completely consumed the three-eyed crimson fox, transforming it into a creature of pure fire, its original form utterly unrecognizable. Meanwhile, in the sky, Haoxuan remained unscathed, his hair and brows showing no signs of scorching. He stood poised, effortlessly commanding the raging inferno. With a piercing howl, the immense fire fox lunged at Beast Tamer, consuming everything in its path, including the iron-hide berserker. Haoxuan, entwined in flames, dove into the blazing conflagration. Amidst the roaring flames, all visibility was lost, leaving only the oppressive heat that enveloped the spectators. They stood in stunned silence, utterly transfixed. Chapter 51, The Final Four. The formidable black dog truly exhibited unparalleled strength. At this moment, two figures on the central arena were embroiled in a fierce struggle. The radiance of the golden sun sword dazzled the eyes, its sword energy enveloping the entire platform. Amidst this intense backdrop, an unexpectedly elongated black dog stood alongside an unremarkable male disciple. Their contest had persisted from the very beginning, and after 2 hours, neither side had yielded. The renowned black dog hero, Zhang Yulin, astonishingly held his ground against Bai Lishan's golden sun sword, leaving the audience in sheer awe. Some even dared to speculate, could this black dog hero genuinely triumph over Bai Lishan? The spectators, captivated by the thrilling duel, felt their attendance was entirely justified. Among them was Sima Lingting, who suddenly sensed a stir among the disciples behind her and turned to look. She observed as they parted to create a pathway, with Haoxuan leading 4 of his fellow disciples into her midst. Haoxuan, exuding grace and charm, elicited a smile from Sima Lingting as she remarked, "Senior brother Haoxuan, I trust you have emerged victorious." Haoxuan nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Sima Lingting smiled and redirected her attention to the ongoing contest. On the platform, Zhang Yulin and Bai Lishan engaged in a fierce clash, sword energy slicing through the air as the black dog and Zhang Yulin dodged deftly. As the black dog's evasions grew increasingly arduous, Bai Lishan discerned that the time to act had come. She was unwilling to linger any longer. Her expression remained devoid of emotion as she slightly parted her lips to utter the words, "Shining jade, flowing gold." In an instant, the speed of the golden sword energy on the platform surged dramatically. In Bai Lishan's grasp, the golden sun sword glimmered like crystal, radiating a blinding golden light. She stepped forward, and in that moment, a tempest ensued, with sword energy flying in all directions. Countless strands of golden sword energy sliced through the black dog and Zhang Yulin, leaving behind trails of crimson. As the golden sword energy enveloped the arena, Bai Lishan's figure gradually faded from view. When she reappeared, she stood poised with the golden sun sword aimed at Zhang Yulin's throat. The contest concluded. The disciples from the affair's peak erupted in cheers. I knew senior sister Bai Lishan would triumph. The black dog hero is but a fleeting star, while our senior sister Bai Lishan is a resplendent, celestial body. Indeed, how could a firefly dare compete with the brilliance of the moon? Genius is not merely a matter of innate talent. It is also a product of diligent cultivation. The chatter of the disciples, though diverse, reached the ears of those on the arena. Bai Lishan could not quell their voices. She merely clasped her fists in respect to Zhang Yulin before descending from the platform. With the departure of such a prominent figure, the remaining disciples dispersed, each seeking their own amusements. On the platform, only Zhang Yulin and his battle-scarred black dog remained. Haoxuan approached the arena, standing before Zhang Yulin, and extended his hand, as white as jade. Zhang Yulin, sensing the presence before him, lifted his gaze to behold a warm hand. He looked up further, entranced by the clarity of Haoxuan's eyes. "Rise," Haoxuan instructed, his voice crisp and clear, resonating in Zhang Yulin's ears. In a daze, Zhang Yulin placed his hand into Haoxuan's. Haoxuan effortlessly pulled him to his feet and then offered a vial of elixir from his left hand. "This is a second-tier superior Huanyuan pill, capable of healing both your and your black dog's injuries." Zhang Yulin, momentarily stunned, realized he could not accept the elixir, yet by the time he came to this realization, Haoxuan and his 4 companions had already walked away. Zhang Yulin gazed at the vial, murmuring, "Second-tier superior." Though he had become a disciple of the Yuanying true monarch, his master had yet to bestow any gifts upon him. At this moment, the second-tier superior elixir was a first for him. Clutching the vial tightly, he glanced down at his battered black dog, and without a word, he tossed a Huanyuan pill into both their mouths. As they walked away, Zhu Yuhan inquired, "Senior brother Haoxuan, why did you give him the Huanyuan pill?" His injuries, though seemingly severe, were already mitigated by senior sister by Lishan's mercy. He hardly required such a precious elixir. Li Haoxuan chuckled softly and replied, "Do not heed the mundane chatter. Simply be true to oneself." "All right, senior brother, you are simply too kind. However, I too desire a vial of Huanyuan pills," Zhu Yuhan implored. Without hesitation, Li Haoxuan retrieved another vial from his storage belt and tossed it into her embrace. "Ah, thank you, senior brother." In the fourth round of the Elite Disciples competition, Li Haoxuan had already been waiting on the platform for a quarter of an hour, yet his opponent had yet to appear. Other platforms had already commenced their bouts. "Ah, my brother Yu Weiyin has forfeited this round," a voice suddenly declared. The surrounding disciples erupted in astonishment. How could he forfeit? Indeed, after coming this far, how could he give up? What a pity. Could it be that he fears Li Haoxuan? The individual who had spoken approached the affair's peak disciple, whispering a few words into his ear. The disciple then stood at the center of the arena and proclaimed loudly, "Yu Weiyun of the Cloud Summit Peak, due to severe injuries, voluntarily forfeits this match." Thus, Li Haoxuan automatically proceeded to the next round of the competition. What? How could this be possible? Li Haoxuan had already had a bye once, and now his opponent had withdrawn as well. His fortune seemed extraordinarily favorable. Upon hearing the term fortune, Li Haoxuan couldn't help but feel that he had been exceptionally lucky lately. Could it be attributed to his contract with the auspicious beast, the water Qilin? Nonetheless, having one less match was advantageous, allowing him to conserve energy and resources. Li Haoxuan nodded at the disciples of the affair's peak and descended from the arena. In this world, aside from the Ming and Qingdao monarchs, no one knew of Li Haoxuan's bond with the water Qilin. Therefore, everyone could only attribute the outcome of this match to Li Haoxuan's sheer luck. After Li Haoxuan effortlessly advanced to the next round, the results of the other matches soon followed. Li Haoxuan, along with Sima Linting, Bai Liqian, and Jiang Chuyin, emerged as the top 4 competitors in this Beastmaster Sect competition. Jiang Chuyin was the favorite to win the championship, followed closely by Bai Liqian. The inclusion of Li Haoxuan and Sima Linting surprised many. Numerous elders of the Beastmaster Sect marveled at the promising talent of these 2 young individuals. The 4 stood upon the arena, with Li Haoxuan and Sima Linting holding their own against Bai Liqian and Jiang Chuyin. Arranged in a row, they exuded both beauty and strength, dazzling to behold. Chapter 52, Majestic Presence. Below the stage, thousands of disciples from the Beastmaster Sect gathered, their eyes fixed intently on the 4 of them. Zhu Yuhan, observing Li Haoxuan on the stage, whispered to Wang Shuwan, "Senior sister, with so many people watching senior brother Haoxuan, do you think he might feel nervous?" Wang Shuwan shook her head, indicating her uncertainty, and lifted her gaze to the arena. On the stage, Li Haoxuan appeared ethereal and refined, a gentleman of distinction, while Bai Liqian exuded an air of coldness, surrounded by a piercing aura. Sima Linting was as charming as a blooming peach blossom, warm and inviting, while Jiang Chuyin emanated an icy presence, akin to eternal, unmelting frost. On the elevated platform, the unrepentant true monarch smiled, addressing the gathered disciples. "Esteemed disciples, as of today, we have determined our 4 finalists in this competition. They possess extraordinary talents and exquisite mastery of beast taming, representing the elite of our Beastmaster Sect. Tomorrow's matches will see Li Haoxuan face Bai Liqian and Jiang Chuyin contend with Sima Linting." Once the unrepentant true monarch concluded, the crowd dispersed, and the 4 descended from the arena. Just as Li Haoxuan turned to glance at Bai Liqian, he noticed her nod slightly before she departed. He then returned to the position occupied by Su Ruofeng and the others, stating, "Let us head back." Upon arriving at their quarters, Zhu Yuhan could no longer contain herself, exclaiming, "What a splendid performance between senior brother Haoxuan and senior sister Bai Liqian. Could it be that the true monarchs of our sect orchestrated this?" As night deepened, some had already succumbed to slumber, while others tossed and turned restlessly. Among them was Li Haoxuan, who found himself unable to sleep. His peculiar behavior kept his companion, Jixiang, wide awake as well. With wide eyes, Jixiang observed his master's strange antics. Li Haoxuan rose from his bed, prompting Jixiang to leap into his embrace. Clutching it close, Li Haoxuan ventured outside. The disciples had all fallen asleep, leaving Li Haoxuan in peaceful solitude. He gazed upward at the luminous moon, its silvery light cascading upon the earth like the early frost of autumn. Suddenly, Jixiang stirred in his arms, its head turning in another direction. Li Haoxuan followed suit, and in the shadows, he discerned a figure moving slowly. His heart stirred with curiosity, and he quietly trailed the silhouette. The figure ambled leisurely, almost as if meandering. Li Haoxuan speculated, perhaps it's a fellow disciple. If they are not a threat, I shall return. He concealed himself more effectively, continuing his stealthy pursuit. It was not until the figure stepped into the light that Li Haoxuan recognized it was none other than Senior Sister Bai Liqian. She had walked from the disciples' quarters to the Immortal pavilion on the martial combat peak, where she stood alone, gazing into the distance. Under the moonlit pavilion, the beauty admired the moon in solitude. Li Haoxuan hesitated to intrude, intending to retreat, but the drifting willow fluff nearby made Jixiang sneeze loudly. Who goes there? Bai Liqian snapped, and in the next moment, her golden sun sword surged forward. Li Haoxuan quickly stepped back to evade it, calling out, Senior Sister Liqian, it's me. Haoxuan. Bai Liqian retracted her sword and regarded Li Haoxuan, asking, Junior brother Haoxuan, what brings you here at this late hour? Li Haoxuan approached Bai Liqian, cradling Jixiang, and explained the circumstances. At that moment, Bai Liqian appeared less aloof than during the day. Instead, she engaged in casual conversation with Li Haoxuan, prompting him to linger a while longer. Standing beside her, Li Haoxuan caught a faint, alluring fragrance in the air. Their dialogue was not incessant. At times, they paused to silently admire the nocturnal scenery. Jixiang boldly scampered to Bai Liqian's feet, chirping playfully. The sharpness in Bai Liqian's demeanor softened somewhat as she bent down to cradle Jixiang, gently stroking it. The serene moonlight bathed the two in its glow, akin to blooming night, blooming serious, captivatingly beautiful and utterly enchanting. In that moment, beneath the moonlight at the Immortal pavilion, it felt as if celestial beings truly graced their presence. On the martial combat peaks plaza, only two grand arenas remained. The crowd surrounded them, with Jiang Chuyin facing Sima Linting on one stage. Li Haoxuan stood on his own platform, facing none other than Bai Liqian, whom he had conversed with the previous night. Behind Bai Liqian, the golden sun sword radiated golden light. How would Li Haoxuan contend with this formidable golden sun sword? At this moment, no one could foresee the outcome. The disciples encircling their arena speculated on how Li Haoxuan would inevitably fall to Bai Liqian's prowess. Would it be a single strike or two? On the sidelines, Wang Jingming and his companions furrowed their brows at these remarks. Zhu Yuhan felt compelled to chastise those speaking ill, but Wang Shuwan held her back. Senior brother advised against engaging in verbal disputes, she reminded, urging Zhu Yuhan to remain calm. Please, junior brother Haoxuan, enlighten us. Bai Liqian stood tall, her golden sun sword gleaming brilliantly behind her. Li Haoxuan replied nonchalantly, I implore senior sister Bai to give her all and show no mercy. Bai Liqian was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a bold declaration from Li Haoxuan. Without further ado, she raised her right hand, and the golden sun sword ascended swiftly. In midair, the sword radiated its golden brilliance, illuminating all present with a warm glow. Yet, within Li Haoxuan's heart, there was no fear, only an exhilarating thrill. He produced his second-tier high-grade spiritual weapon, the Magpie Blood Bow. The exquisite, power-infused bows sparked envy among the watching disciples. The Magpie Blood Bow in Li Haoxuan's grip stood unwaveringly against Bai Liqian's golden sun sword. As he held the bow, a chilling sensation coursed through him, as if he could sense its spirit. Grasping the Magpie Blood Bow and gazing at the golden sun sword, a surge of bravado welled within him. He believed he could shatter the sword with his bow. Meanwhile, Bai Liqian felt an eagerness to engage in a contest against the Magpie Blood Bow. With a sharp command, the golden sun sword erupted in brilliance, soaring skyward. The golden light bathed Li Haoxuan's face as he slowly drew the Chueshua bow. Bai Liqian, her expression grave, tightly gripped her incantation. Suddenly, the golden sun sword in midair surged forth with the swiftness of lightning, embodying the might of crashing waves, hurtling towards Li Haoxuan. Li Haoxuan released the bowstring, and the Chueshua arrow immediately surged to meet it. The aquamarine radiance collided with the golden light in the air, matching the golden sun sword's ferocity. In the next moment, the sword's blade straightened, cleaving downward. The Chueshua arrow shimmered, pivoting in midair, and shot back towards Li Haoxuan. Suddenly, a wisp of foxfire emerged, incinerating the Chueshua arrow to ashes. A three-eyed red fox with fiery crimson fur appeared beside Li Haoxuan. The magnitude of the golden sun sword was well known to all, yet none anticipated such overwhelming force. Chapter 53, A Clever Victory. Bai Liqian's face remained impassive, her hesitation non-existent. With a flash of golden light, the golden sun sword descended mercilessly from the sky. The three-eyed red fox moved gracefully, extending a paw to counter it. At that moment, the golden sage's brilliance captivated the onlookers' attention, fixated on the clash between the three-eyed red fox and the golden sun sword. A glimmer flickered in Li Haoxuan's eyes. Emblazoned with flames, the three-eyed red fox charged at the golden sun sword. When the fox and the sword collided in midair, they were instantly repelled, returning to their respective masters. Both displayed a sense of reluctance, leaping once more into the sky. The red and golden lights danced amid the heated confrontation, leaving chaos in their wake. The sounds of their collisions resonated like thunder on a clear day. Moreover, the disciples gathered not far from the arena found the cacophony nearly deafening. The expressions of the disciples shifted dramatically, and in a bid to safeguard their lives, they retreated a considerable distance from the arena. When they glanced back, they found Haoxuan standing steadfastly on the platform, seemingly indifferent to the duel between the three-eyed red fox and the golden sun sword. As time passed, under Lishan's control, the golden sun sword shone ever brighter, its might escalating, gradually overpowering the three-eyed red fox. In the midst of Lishan's intricate incantations, a sudden surge of blood and chi within her body nearly caused her to lose her balance. A tempest of surprise and fury washed over her as she directed her gaze towards Haoxuan, who remained unfazed, standing there like a tranquil breeze under a clear moon. Lishan glanced at her feet, her ears catching a familiar squeaking sound. My heavens, what has senior brother Haoxuan employed to ensnare Lishan so abruptly? Look, Lishan is surrounded by formations. With the aid of a keen-eyed observer, the disciples below began to comprehend the situation. In the midst of this fierce battle, Haoxuan had utilized the three-eyed red fox to distract the golden sun sword while dispatching the auspicious mouse to establish formations. To set formations amid such a fervent skirmish? The auspicious mouse's efforts were far too conspicuous. How could Lishan have not noticed? Indeed, how could she have overlooked it? As the chatter among the disciples grew louder, Lishan's ire intensified. She forced herself to regain her composure, steadying her body as she commanded the golden sun sword to duel with the three-eyed red fox. Observing the fiery fox, she recalled its full name, the three-eyed red fox. The activation of its third eye has an offensive effect on the consciousness of cultivators. Could it be that the three-eyed red fox had just employed this technique? However, Lishan found no evidence of the third eye's opening. The beast control true art. Foundation stage, Haoxuan. In a moment of clarity, Lishan pieced everything together. After transcending the chi refinement stage, Haoxuan had redirected his training towards the beast control true art, receiving a boon from the three-eyed red fox, thus acquiring the ability to attack the consciousness. It was Haoxuan who had just executed this technique, obscuring Lishan's awareness and granting the auspicious mouse the time to set formations. Furthermore, while the three-eyed red fox and the golden sun sword clashed, Haoxuan was not entirely passive. He was busily directing the auspicious mouse to establish the formations. Hence, he stood there so resolutely, devoid of further action. What a grand game indeed. Lishan bit her silver teeth, her expression tinged with frustration. Her garments billowed without wind as the golden sun sword, after colliding heavily with the three-eyed red fox, suddenly soared back. With her right hand raised, Lishan grasped the golden sun sword. At the moment their hands met, a radiant golden light enveloped her exquisite form. The golden sun sword not only emitted a dazzling brilliance, but also resonated with the roar of a nine-clawed golden dragon. Lishan and the sword became one, and wielding the resplendent golden sun sword, she cleaved downward at her feet, shattering the newly formed array. Observing the array, which had not yet been entirely destroyed, she delivered another strike. Subsequently, she ascended skyward alongside the golden sun sword, soaring toward the heavens. The array in shambles, Haoxuan, still manipulating it with his consciousness, experienced a backlash. Clutching his chest, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Suddenly, a blinding golden light surged forth from the distance, rapidly approaching. A myriad of golden beams converged into a colossal pillar of sword energy, charging towards Haoxuan. Facing the sword energy, Haoxuan exhibited no fear. His eyes sparkled as he grasped the Chueshua bow. In an instant, he infused spiritual power into the bow and released an arrow towards the sword energy. Boom! The sound erupted like a thunderclap, reverberating across the sky. Below, Haoxuan's four younger disciples grasped their hands tightly, their anxiety palpable. Other disciples covered their ears, attempting to shield themselves from the cacophony. At that moment, Zhu Yuhan and Wang Shuan's lips drained of color as they anxiously observed the arena. If it comes to it, we should urge senior brother to concede. Absolutely not. Senior brother is not one to surrender, Wang Jingming firmly rejected, though his body trembled despite his resolve. As the smoke cleared, Lishan found herself ensnared by tendrils of purple mist, with the auspicious mouse brandishing a dagger against her throat. Haoxuan sat upon the back of the purple mist spirit crane, drawing his bow directly at Lishan's face. The three-eyed red fox remained poised on the ground, watching intently. In a whisper only they could hear, Lishan stated, that formation can affect the use of spiritual power. This time, I was careless. Junior brother. You have won. As the reality of the situation dawned upon the disciples below, their faces paled. None had anticipated Li Haoxuan's victory over Bai Lishan. Though it may have been a clever win, it was still a win. In an instant, Li Haoxuan basked in newfound glory, the eyes of the disciples shimmering with admiration. As the announcement of Li Haoxuan's victory echoed from the disciples of the affair's peak, he descended from the platform, hastening to recuperate, for another match awaited him. The outcome of the other platform was unsurprising, with Jiang Chuyan easily securing victory. Ultimately, the contest for the top spot rested upon the shoulders of Li Haoxuan and Jiang Chuyan. After both Li Haoxuan and Jiang Chuyan completed their recuperation, they once again ascended the platform. Today's duel marked the final contest of the decade-long competition. Under the watchful gaze of the multitude, the match commenced. At first, the two exchanged blows with vigor. However, as the duel progressed, Li Haoxuan grew weary, considering that Jiang Chuyan might be holding back out of gratitude for saving his life. He directly implored, "Senior brother Chuyan, please give it your all, do not hold back any longer." Recognizing the seriousness etched on Li Haoxuan's face, Jiang Chuyan understood he could no longer afford to take it lightly. He summoned his spiritual beast, the frosty ice snow lion, to his side. Jiang Chuyan formed a seal with his hands and pointed skyward, causing a flurry of snowflakes to cascade down, accompanied by a fierce gale. On the martial combat peak, an eerie silence enveloped the arena. The wind upon the platform seemed to pause, suspended in the air. The world fell into profound stillness, as if time itself had been frozen in this eternal moment. Through their bond, Jiang Chuyan infused spiritual energy into the body of the frenzied ice snow lion. Like a being of pure ice, he raised his finger to the heavens, chanting incantations. In an instant, the previously warming air plummeted into an icy chill. Dark clouds surged on the horizon, and the snowflakes gradually dissipated, transforming into hail that violently pelted the ground. Chapter 54 concluded. The frenzied ice snow lion commanded the hailstorm, launching a relentless assault upon Li Haoxuan. Despite the protection of the three-eyed scarlet fox, he could not withstand the ferocity of the onslaught. He was compelled to manifest a shield of water, using his spiritual energy to fend off the hail. The confrontation between Jiang Chuyan and the frenzied ice snow lion intensified. The heavy cloud cover and the incessantly falling hail morphed into a massive vortex, reminiscent of a colossal ice and snow monster that sought to engulf Li Haoxuan and the three-eyed scarlet fox. The wind howled fiercely, and snow raged uncontrollably. Li Haoxuan's handsome visage turned pale, his steps faltering and unsteady, unable to maintain a firm stance. To stabilize himself, he was left with no choice but to summon all of his spiritual energy, battling against the tempest of ice and snow. The vortex of the blizzard spun with increasing ferocity, its reach expanding rapidly. On the platform, Li Haoxuan found himself with almost no ground to stand on. From the depths of the swirling storm, a resounding roar echoed. The frenzied ice snow lion leapt forth, enveloped in a myriad of ice and snow, delivering a devastating blow to Li Haoxuan. Was this the end? In the next moment, Li Haoxuan was consumed by the ice and snow. After a considerable interval, the frost dissipated, revealing a battered young man, swaying yet defiantly standing upon the arena, while the three-eyed scarlet fox beside him lay unconscious from exhaustion. Mingqing Daojun appeared out of thin air, swiftly collecting the three-eyed scarlet fox. He cradled Li Haoxuan and pried open his mouth to administer a medicinal pill before soaring into the sky. Wang Shuwan and the others, noticing the direction of their departure towards Yunxi Island, withdrew their focus and departed from martial combat peak. Jiang Chuyan, having secured first place, was surrounded by disciples below the stage, amidst a cacophony of jubilant cheers. He remained silent, embodying his usual aloof demeanor, his gaze fixed upon Li Haoxuan, who was being carried away by Mingqing Daojun. Slowly, Li Haoxuan opened his eyes, familiar sights greeting him as he found himself back on Yunxi Island. In his own chamber, he gradually sat up, his mind blank, until he heard loud shouts from outside. "Master, open the door." It's Wu. Rising to his feet, Li Haoxuan opened the door, only to be tackled to the ground by a large red fox. "Master, you've finally woken up. You've been asleep for 2 days." Li Haoxuan patted Wu-Wu's fur and gently pushed it aside to stand. Perhaps the exhaustion from the recent competition had taken its toll, and now that he had relaxed, he felt the need for more rest. "But now, I have awakened, haven't I?" Stepping outside, he glanced toward the Dawn Radiance Hall, noticing that the Baohua magnolia he had planted was thriving, which brought a smile to his face. Regarding his defeat to Jiang Chuyan, Li Haoxuan felt no resentment. He merely acknowledged his own shortcomings and resolved to cultivate harder. He retrieved the communication jade slip, which contained messages from his junior disciples. Notably, Su Ruofeng's message was at the top, Senior Brother Haoxuan. The closing ceremony of the sect's grand competition has concluded. Your reward of contribution points for placing second has been credited to your disciple token. The time for entering the Xintong secret realm is set for 1 year from now, at which point the 5 of us will set off together, holding the communication jade slip. Li Haoxuan responded to each message and informed his master of his awakening before vanishing into the Legion space. Within that realm, everything flourished splendidly, save for a water Qilin sporting a sulky expression. Why didn't you call me out when you were battling that Jiang fellow? Other beasts had their moments. Even Jixiang did, yet I had none. So it was Yuan Ruo, the water Qilin, who bore a grumpy demeanor for this reason. Yuan Ruo, your 3rd-tier strength would be overkill against him. Besides, you are my trump card. How could I reveal you so soon? Li Haoxuan gently coaxed the sulking Yuan Ruo. Though Yuan Ruo was a water Qilin, having only recently been born, its mindset was still childlike, necessitating a delicate approach from Li Haoxuan. With half a year remaining until the secret realm's opening, Li Haoxuan could indulge in a leisurely period. He planned to thoroughly read through the miscellaneous texts left over from his qi refining period. However, gazing at the bountiful spirit fruits adorning the branches, he realized he must first attend to some tasks. Leading his spirit beasts, he commenced the harvest of the spirit fruits. During the harvesting, Yuan Ruo focused on the mantra that anything consumed was rightfully theirs, devouring all the spirit fruits from one tree before moving to the next. The quantity of spirit fruits was vast, filling several storage bags. Master, there are far too many spirit fruits. We few beasts cannot possibly eat them all. Why not sell some? Wu Wu suggested thoughtfully. Jixiang, overhearing the 3-eyed scarlet fox, shook its little head and replied, Sell them? What are they worth? It's far better to brew them all into spirit wine. That would be valuable. Jixiang's words opened a new avenue for Li Haoxuan. The recipe for spirit wine should be in the transmission pavilion. I also possess ample contribution points. Let us pay a visit. Without delay, Li Haoxuan mounted his Zixia spirit crane and set off for the transmission pavilion. As the sole disciple of Mingqing Daojun, Li Haoxuan never lacked for techniques or spiritual artifacts. Thus he had never visited the transmission pavilion before. This would be an opportunity to broaden his horizons. The transmission pavilion's area was slightly smaller than the administrative hall on the affair's peak, yet it remained substantial. Numerous entrances led into the pavilion, each manned by guarding disciples. Li Haoxuan casually chose one entrance to approach. You must present your disciple token to enter, one of the guarding disciples announced. Li Haoxuan produced his disciple token and placed it in the designated receptacle. Upon doing so, the token activated a small array, which illuminated and reported to the grand formation of the transmission pavilion. Subsequently, a small opening appeared at the entrance, permitting only Li Haoxuan to enter. Stepping through the threshold, he entered a new realm. Inside the transmission pavilion, the ambience was steeped in antique wooden charm. A wooden counter was set at the entrance, manned by disciples who assisted others in duplicating techniques and recipes. Noticing Li Haoxuan's hesitation, the disciple at the counter spoke. I presume this is your first visit. Senior Brother. Within the transmission pavilion, you can find techniques, recipes, formations, and wine recipes, all available at the cost of varying contribution points. Should you wish to duplicate anything, simply bring it to the counter. Once you memorize it, the duplicated jade slip will automatically be destroyed to prevent leakage of information. The first floor caters to the qi refining stage, the second to the foundation establishment stage, the third to the golden core stage, and the highest floor is reserved for the tribulation transcendent stage. You may ascend according to your cultivation level, and the pavilion's formation will automatically grant you passage. Li Haoxuan expressed his gratitude and ventured inside, where he began to explore. To his surprise, he discovered that the spells, musical skills, and agile techniques bestowed upon him by his master were not merely exceptional, but indeed rare treasures. He pondered the potential contribution value of these gifts, attempting to quantify their worth, but soon found himself unable to calculate the total and subsequently abandoned the effort. The transmission hall was truly remarkable. In addition to the individual array protections on each cabinet, every disciple was shielded by their own protective formations. Although Li Haoxuan felt close to a fellow disciple ahead of him, in reality, there was a considerable distance between them, and despite walking for quite some time, he could not reach the other's side. Chapter 55, Departure. After a brief exploration, Li Haoxuan turned to serious business and sought out the recipes for spiritual wine. The spiritual fruit trees he had planted in the dustless space were primarily of the first rank, so it sufficed to search for recipes suitable for the qi refining stage. He selected several popular recipes among the qi refining disciples and, with the spiritual wine in hand, approached the counter. The counter attendant swiftly handled the few jade slips containing the recipes, tossing them into the air, only for them to return to their original slots in the cabinets, as if by magic, leaving Li Haoxuan in awe. Senior Brother, please hand me your disciple token. Li Haoxuan presented his disciple token, and the attendant made a swift motion at a specific spot on the counter before returning the token to him. 3 first-rank spiritual wine recipes amount to 356 contribution points. Your disciple token still holds 19,644 contribution points. Please take care of it. Senior brother. The attendant handed over the disciple token along with a replication jade slip, which Li Haoxuan accepted. It appears that the second-place reward from the sect competition has granted me 1,000 contribution points. He mused thoughtfully. Embracing the principle of making the most of his visit, Li Haoxuan proceeded towards the foundation establishment stage. Now that he had established his foundation and acquired his destined spirit beast, the water Qilin, he realized that the only thing he lacked was a personal spiritual artifact. He needed to give considerable thought to how he would forge this artifact. Upon arriving at the foundation establishment section, he headed directly to the area dedicated to weapon crafting literature. After surveying the selections, he chose several books and casually picked another from the miscellaneous section to replicate. This endeavor cost him an additional 6,000 contribution points. As he exited the transmission hall, Li Haoxuan remarked, "These contribution points seem to vanish swiftly. It appears I must strive harder to earn more in the future." He mounted his purple mist spirit crane and soared back to Yunxi Island, preparing for a period of seclusion. Upon entering the grand hall of the Morning Radiance Palace, he spotted Daojun Mingqing meditating within. As Li Haoxuan stepped into the hall, Daojun Mingqing opened his eyes and inquired, "Xin'er, where have you been?" "Master, I visited the transmission hall. I sought out a few recipes for spiritual wine and some books on weapon crafting to plan for my personal spiritual artifact." "You haven't even reached the golden core stage yet, and you're already contemplating your personal artifact," Daojun Mingqing responded. "However, given your aptitude, it is only a matter of time. It is wise to plan ahead. You secured second place in the sect competition, which entitles you to exchange for any item at the exchange pavilion on the affair's peak. I have not chosen for you. You may decide for yourself in the future." "Yes, master. Now that you are in the early stages of foundation establishment and have a lifespan exceeding 200 years, be cautious not to aim too high. Remain steady and grounded. The early condensation of your golden core is of utmost importance." In the ensuing time, Daojun Mingqing addressed some of Li Haoxuan's uncertainties regarding his cultivation path. It was not until a distant sound of a transmission talisman arrived from outside Yunxi Island that Li Haoxuan took his leave and returned to his chamber. Shortly after his return, Li Haoxuan received a message from Daojun Mingqing via his communication jade slip. "Xin'er, I must leave the sect for matters of importance. My return is uncertain. In the meantime, take good care of yourself and avoid any perilous situations." Just as Li Haoxuan was about to respond, he heard the roar of the Biyun Jiao Long outside his door. Upon opening the door, he saw that Daojun Mingqing had already departed into the distance. "Master, hurry into the space." The voice of Dayu echoed in Li Haoxuan's mind. Dayu was the first of the 2 butterfly carps to hatch, while the other was named Xiaoyu. With Daojun Mingqing gone, Li Haoxuan found himself alone on Yunxi Island, allowing him to forego any further array arrangements for concealment, and he directly entered the dustless space. "Come to the pond, master." Following Dayu's instructions, Li Haoxuan approached the pond and gazed into the water. "Master, look. The seed has finally sprouted." Indeed, as Dayu had claimed, the unknown seed gifted by the water Qilin had finally germinated. The seed had remained dormant for so long that Li Haoxuan had assumed it would never take root, yet it had now come to life. What followed was a period of anticipation for the blooming flower, at which point he would discover the nature of this mysterious plant. After giving Dayu and Xiaoyu further instructions, Li Haoxuan began his cultivation within the space. Over the course of the year, the once unknown seed grew into something recognizable, sprouting a lotus leaf and a bud. To his amazement, it was indeed an aquatic spirit plant. With the aid of auspicious memories, Li Haoxuan learned its name, the Water Moon Guanyin Lotus. According to auspicious, once fully matured, the Water Moon Guanyin Lotus would be a 9th-tier spirit plant, possessing formidable healing and purifying capabilities, making it a bane to malevolent entities and impurities. Li Haoxuan employed spirit communication techniques to engage in a simple dialogue with the Water Moon Guanyin Lotus, subsequently establishing a master-servant contract with it. The Water Moon Guanyin Lotus became Li Haoxuan's first non-beast contract target, which was quite novel. Yet, the most astonishing aspect was the reciprocal gift from the Water Moon Guanyin Lotus, which enveloped Li Haoxuan in an enchanting fragrance of lotus that emanated from within him, an aroma that could not be dispelled. Upon arriving at the assembly point, Li Haoxuan noted that most of the participants had gathered. In addition to the 100 disciples, several senior sect members had come to escort them. The expedition to the Xiantong secret realm was being led by Ziliu Jinjuan, the master of Sima Linting. The atmosphere at the assembly point was lively, with each disciple surrounded by familiar faces, exchanging hushed conversations, their excitement palpable and unrestrained. Li Haoxuan located the spot indicated by Wang Shuwan and joined her and the others. The positioning of the 100 disciples was organized by order of arrival rather than by their competition rankings. The atmosphere was calm and orderly, with no loud chatter or pushing among the disciples. Overall, the gathering was composed and respectful. To their left, 11 Qinghan boats were docked, each capable of seating 10 individuals, perfectly accommodating the accompanying elders and the 100 disciples. As a latecomer, Li Haoxuan had barely settled at the assembly point when the 100 disciples were already fully gathered. Following the arrangements made by the relevant disciples, they began boarding the Qinghan boats one by one. Li Haoxuan and his companions were assigned to the second-to-last boat. Departure. Once everyone was aboard the Qinghan boats, Ziliu Xinjuan issued the command, and all 11 boats soared through the sky in unison, creating a breathtaking spectacle. The location of the secret realm that Li Haoxuan and his companions are heading to lies within the Death Ridge, the vast expanse of which remains unknown, shrouded in perilous mysteries. Traveling from the Beast Taming Sect to the Death Ridge requires at least a month by the swift Qinghan vessel. Shortly after boarding, disciples assigned to logistics began distributing the fasting pills to the group. Chapter 56, Withered Bones. Sitting in silence aboard the Qinghan vessel proved to be rather unproductive. Prompting Zhu Yuhan to initiate conversation, Brother Jiang Chuyin did not accompany us this time, originally intending to join. Urgent matters within his clan led the sect to allocate his spot to Brother Kong Yan'an. I've heard that Brother Kong has achieved the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Is he not on the verge of breaking through to Golden Core? Wang Jingming interjected. Indeed, and he hasn't even turned 100 yet. If he manages to transcend to Golden Core before that milestone, he shall earn considerable renown in the cultivation world. And that is not all. Brother Yan'an is a genius with a single wood spirit root. He possesses a kind heart, often saving lives among the outer disciples. Many of them regard him as a paragon of virtue. Zhu Yuhan's admiration for Kong Yan'an prompted the nearby junior sister to chime in, leading other male disciples to nod in agreement. Another female admirer of Jiang Chuyin, unwilling to be outdone, remarked, Brother Jiang is commendable too. He simply arrived a bit later. Had he been of similar age to Brother Kong, he may not have lagged behind. On the Qinghan vessel, the activities were indeed limited. Conversations filled the daytime, while evenings were reserved for meditation and cultivation, making time pass swiftly. Li Haoxuan couldn't help but marvel at the convenience of the Qinghan vessel for travel. Shielded from winds and rains, cultivators merely needed to insert spirit stones and maintain their bearings. Those engaged in cultivation must possess patience. Despite the lengthy journey aboard the vessel, none exhibited signs of impatience. The daytime exchanges and nighttime practices fostered a sense of camaraderie among the traveling disciples. A month later, Li Haoxuan and his companions finally disembarked from the Qinghan vessel, their faces alight with joy. After all, enduring a prolonged stay in confined quarters could be quite stifling. The group from the Beast Taming sect landed at the nearest marketplace, Withered Bones Market, to the Death Ridge. As its name suggests, the Death Ridge harbors the potential for untimely demise. Despite the myriad dangers within, the abundant spiritual energy and countless spiritual herbs and opportunities continually draw numerous adventurers, leading to the establishment of Withered Bones Market over time. Every day, harrowing tales emerge from the Death Ridge, becoming fodder for gossip within the marketplace. Withered Bones Market does not belong to any sect. It is merely a congregation point for cultivators attracted by the Death Ridge. The market is devoid of any organization, operating in utter chaos. The location of the Xiantong secret realm is not on the periphery of the Death Ridge, but rather at its inner edge, marking their destination this time. The discovery of this secret realm is attributed to an inner disciple of the Beast Taming sect, who, pursued by a silver-toothed leopard, managed to send a message about the anomaly before meeting his demise. After an investigation, the sect confirmed the existence of this yet-to-be-revealed Xiantong secret realm. Entry is restricted to those below the Golden Core stage. The sect promptly dispatched a transformation god and a nascent soul true monarch to the Death Ridge, setting up a formation to conceal the anomaly. Should the Xiantong secret realm open without adequate control, a horde of rogue cultivators might seize the opportunity to invade. Gaining entry to the Death Ridge is no simple matter, and there remains some time before the entrance to the Xiantong secret realm opens. Therefore, true monarch Ziliu decided to rest for a day within Withered Bones Market before venturing into the Death Ridge. Meanwhile, she emphasized safety concerns to her disciples. Though they are disciples of the Beast Taming sect, there are always audacious rogue cultivators who may harbor ill intentions. Hence, it is imperative to remain vigilant. Withered Bones Market is vast, teeming with countless treasures brought back by adventurers from the Death Ridge, including spiritual herbs, spirit beasts, spiritual grasses, and spiritual fruits. Treasure hunters sell their findings within the market and purchase sufficient talismans and pills to take back into the Death Ridge, seeking higher value items to sell for spirit stones, thus creating a closed loop. After the departure of their leader, true monarch Ziliu, the disciples of the Beast Taming sect became lively within their quarters. Shortly, 100 disciples began to emerge in small groups, heading toward the market. The Withered Bones market is filled with shops and stalls, with many eager bargain hunters perusing but hesitating to make purchases. After browsing for a while, Haoxuan's 4 junior disciples expressed their desire to buy something, prompting him to allow them to pursue their interests. With the hope of stumbling upon a hidden gem himself, Haoxuan tucked the auspicious creature into his sleeve, allowing it to sense the happenings around them. As his junior disciples disappeared from sight, Haoxuan began to explore on his own. His first stop was the open market. Upon entering, he was immediately engulfed by a cacophony of noise and a throng of people. The vast array of stalls and the bustling crowd left him momentarily at a loss, but his heart raced with excitement at the prospect of unearthing treasures. As he mingled among the crowd, he observed individuals clad in a variety of garb. The stalls overflowed with items related to cultivation. "Brother Haoxuan, what brings you here? Are you alone?" Sima Lingtian appeared beside him out of nowhere. "Ah, it's junior sister Lingtian. I'm just browsing," Haoxuan replied nonchalantly. "Then let us explore together. I happen to come alone as well." He did not decline her offer, and they strolled forward side by side. Their striking appearances drew the attention of those around them. But upon noticing their Beast Taming sect attire, the onlookers quickly diverted their gazes. Though they had interacted within the sect before, such leisurely outings were rare. After visiting several stalls selling pills, talismans, and spiritual tools, Haoxuan quickly discerned that the prices here were significantly higher than those in the outside market. Conversely, the spiritual herbs and materials were considerably cheaper. Embracing the notion of utilizing spatial storage, he purchased a variety of spiritual herbs and stowed them away. Meanwhile, junior sister Sima engaged in a conversation with a stall owner, leaving Haoxuan to idly browse a nearby stall. This particular stall, compared to others, was rather unremarkable. The items displayed were haphazardly arranged, some iron or alongside a jumble of spiritual herbs, while the other side held various odds and ends, including charred bark and earthy roots. Perhaps due to the disarray, passing cultivators were disinclined to stop and inspect. The stall owner, an elderly woman, welcomed Haoxuan with a smile, her eyes glimmering with hope that he might purchase something from her humble collection. Unlike other stall owners, she refrained from boasting about her wares, allowing Haoxuan the freedom to choose in peace. Chapter 57. A bag of bones. Haoxuan held a particular fondness for this vendor, contemplating that if he could not find anything he desired, he might as well select an item at random to bolster her business. As he perused the wares, it soon became evident that there was nothing of interest left on the stall. He resolved to casually pick something up for purchase. Suddenly, the Li Qin jade pendant, which had remained dormant in his sea of consciousness, stirred unexpectedly, startling Haoxuan. Following the pendant's subtle guidance, his gaze fell upon an unremarkable stone nearby. Intrigued, he pointed to a small heap of fiery grass and inquired of the vendor, "How many spirit stones for this modest collection of fiery grass?" "That would be 12 spirit stones in total," the vendor replied with a smile. "As for this black stone beside it, consider it a gift. Feel free to take this stone used for the stall cover." With the vendor's generous offer, Haoxuan waved his hand and stored both items in his spatial belt. The two continued to wander the market, though their exploration leaned more towards observation than acquisition. They only perused what piqued their interest, appearing to onlookers as mere disciples of the sect on a leisurely stroll. By the time they departed the market, they had barely scratched the surface, having explored scarcely a fifth of the sprawling bazaar, leaving Haoxuan once again in awe of its vastness. Upon returning, Haoxuan and Sima Lingting discovered that many of their fellow disciples had already returned, though Wang Jingming and his companions were yet to arrive. The returning disciples adorned themselves with numerous new spirit beast bags, clearly indicating a fruitful outing at the bone market. Haoxuan exchanged minimal pleasantries with the other disciples, and after reaching the Beastmaster sect's residence, he and Sima Lingting retreated to their respective quarters. That night, a Golden Core disciple confirmed the number of individuals present at the residence. Once it was established that all disciples had returned, they retired for the evening. At dawn the following day, Haoxuan and his comrades reconvened, the disciples obediently listening to the announcements made by the esteemed Ziliu Jinjuan. The journey ahead would no longer involve the Qinghan boat. Instead, they would be divided into smaller teams. This arrangement would facilitate their arrival at the entrance to the secret realm within 15 days. Only those who arrived within the stipulated time frame would be permitted entry. Those who exceeded the deadline would remain outside, waiting alongside their elders for the others to enter. Ziliu Jinjuan's decision afforded the fledgling disciples a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, Sending these inexperienced fledglings directly into the secret realm could result in needless loss of life, an unworthy sacrifice. Once they entered the Death Ridge, the disciples of the Beastmaster sect were well versed in spirit beasts, thus avoiding the folly of attempting to ride flying spirit beasts as targets in the sky. They proceeded on foot, in unison with their assigned teammates as designated by Ziliu Jinjuan. Each small team was led by a Golden Core disciple, who would assist in coordinating and organizing their efforts. More importantly, in times of peril, they would intervene to safeguard the lives of their team members. Each team set off under the guidance of their Golden Core disciple, with Li Haoxuan and Wang Shuwan positioned at the rear. They observed their fellow disciples, who had journeyed with them, dispersing in various directions. The members of their own team began to feel a mix of apprehension and excitement. Before long, Li Haoxuan's group embarked on their own journey. The trees in the Death Ridge were notably more peculiar, towering and densely packed, making their path increasingly treacherous. As Li Haoxuan kept a vigilant watch ahead, his foot suddenly slipped. He quickly channeled spiritual energy to stabilize himself. To guard against a potential ambush from spirit beasts, he unhesitatingly drew the second-tier superior spirit artifact, the Flying Snow Sword, and struck at the ground beneath him. Uncertain of what he had struck, Li Haoxuan felt the sword meet resistance. Diverting his attention to his fellow disciples, he discovered they were all facing similar predicaments. It was then that Li Haoxuan discerned the nature of the assailant, bloodthirsty devil vines. Summoning his three-eyed red fox, he unleashed its fox fire to temporarily repel the vivid crimson tendrils. In his line of sight, his junior brothers and sisters were valiantly engaged in combat against the bloodthirsty devil vines. The ever-combative Wang Jingming brandished his flame-wreathed broadsword, striking with fervor, his youthful spirit unabated. The Golden Core disciple perched atop a tall tree observed the struggle of Li Haoxuan and his comrades, deeming the small bloodthirsty devil vines no threat to them. He felt content to watch the spectacle unfold. Yet, unbeknownst to him, a camouflaged vine stealthily ascended the tree, swiftly piercing the Golden Core disciple's dantian. Before he could utter a sound, the hapless disciple was dragged away, vanishing amidst the foliage above. Li Haoxuan, ever vigilant, noticed this alarming turn of events. His expression shifted as he shouted, "Everyone, be cautious. These bloodthirsty devil vines are formidable." However, it was too late. More bloodthirsty devil vines surged forth, overwhelming them. Wang Shuwan was ensnared by a bloodthirsty devil vine, collapsing to the ground. Sensing his sister's peril, Wang Jingming quickly infused his spirit energy into his broadsword, driving back the surrounding vines and rushing to her side. As he severed the vine that had ensnared Wang Shuwan's foot, Wang Jingming extended a hand to help her up. But disaster struck. His body was pierced by a crimson, bloodthirsty devil vine. The onlookers could scarcely register what had transpired before he was drained of life, reduced to nothing more than a bag of bones. In an instant, a vibrant soul, a steadfast companion, was transformed into a lifeless corpse. Witnessing this harrowing scene, Wang Shuwan succumbed to despair, fainting at the sight. Li Haoxuan, Su Ruofeng, and Zhu Yuhan were rendered momentarily paralyzed by shock. Meanwhile, Sima Lingting gritted her teeth and wielded her sword to cut through the encroaching vines. She promptly shattered a jade talisman, calling for assistance from her master, Ziliu Jinjuan. Sensing Sima Lingting's distress, Ziliu Jinjuan swiftly gathered her spiritual energy and appeared at the location of Li Haoxuan and his companions. Upon her arrival, she witnessed the bloodthirsty devil vines attacking with ferocity. Observing the stunned expressions of Li Haoxuan, Su Ruofeng, and Zhu Yuhan, alongside the unconscious Wang Shuwan and the nearby skeletal remains, Ziliu Jinjuan recognized the gravity of the situation and immediately intervened, driving back the bloodthirsty devil vines. With her intervention, the vines retreated, and she left her spirit beast, the mantis, to guard the group while she pursued the retreating threat. At this moment, only Sima Lingting remained capable of taking charge, and she rallied her team members to gather together. Chapter 58. The past surrounded by the other team members. Li Haoxuan and his companions remained silent and still. Sima Lingting, observing their stunned expressions, could not help but compare them to their once spirited selves. She let out a gentle sigh, took a step forward, and approached Li Haoxuan, saying, "Senior brother, what shall we do next?" Upon hearing Sima Lingting's soft voice, Li Haoxuan regained his senses. He opened his mouth to speak, but found himself momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief pause, he spoke in a hoarse voice. "We shall remain here and await the return of Master Ziliu." The disciples present nodded in agreement, and with the protection of Master Ziliu's curved saber mantis nearby, they quickly settled down to restore their composure. As Mingxing Daojun was absent from the sect, Li Haoxuan took the initiative to produce the communication jade slip belonging to the sect's elder. He conveyed the news of Wang Jingming's demise to the sect. After a while, The sect master responded, stating, "The Wang family has been informed of Wang Jingming's passing. Currently, his ancestor is hastening towards the Death Ridge." Having completed this task, Li Haoxuan felt utterly exhausted. He seated himself on the ground, closed his eyes, unsure if he was meditating or merely resting. With his eyes shut, Li Haoxuan found himself enveloped in darkness. He walked onward through the void until a glimmer of light appeared ahead. He moved toward the illumination until he was bathed in its glow. The sunlight stung his eyes, prompting him to shut them once more. A voice reached his ears. Senior brother, what are you doing?" It was Wang Jingming's voice. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself surrounded by 4 junior disciples, all smiling at him. Wang Jingming was the first to speak. With a cheerful tone, he said, "Haoxuan, what's the matter? Have you fallen asleep? You must wake up quickly. The annual academy examination is approaching, and we need to hurry to the academy. Otherwise, Mr. Song will surely punish us." As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Jingming took hold of Li Haoxuan's hand and pulled him towards the academy. As they ran, Li Haoxuan pondered, "What is happening?" It felt as though he had truly returned to the past, accompanying the 4 junior disciples to the academy for the annual examination. Surrounded by the vibrant sensations of the moment, the sorrows that had burdened his heart seemed to dissipate into thin air, and he gradually became enraptured by the experience. Watching Wang Jingming triumph over his opponent on the arena, wielding a flaming greatsword and displaying a radiant smile, Li Haoxuan could not help but smile in return. Murmuring to himself, "This lad remains unchanged." However, for Li Haoxuan, Wang Jingming's radiant smile was not the most profound impression he held in his heart. The most indelible memory was of the child who, after being defeated by an opponent, wept inconsolably beneath a pine tree in the pouring rain. Li Haoxuan vividly recalled that day when, in front of a large audience, Wang Jingming had been soundly beaten by his adversary. He had suffered a humiliating defeat. Losing face before all, that proud boy had turned and fled the academy, disappearing into the torrential downpour. Li Haoxuan, along with the other 3 junior disciples, searched tirelessly for him, but to no avail. Eventually, it was Li Haoxuan who remembered the secret hideout Wang Jingming had once taken him to. After a long search, he found him there. At that moment, Wang Jingming was no longer the arrogant second-generation immortal, but a true child. He was crouched on the ground, holding his head in his hands, sobbing alone. Li Haoxuan rushed to his side, slowing his pace as he neared, then knelt beside Wang Jingming. Gently, he reached out and stroked the boy's head. Sensing someone beside him, Wang Jingming slowly lifted his gaze. Li Haoxuan beheld Wang Jingming's tear-streaked face, his eyes red and puffy from crying, mixed with rainwater. "Senior brother." Upon seeing Li Haoxuan, Wang Jingming leaped into his embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Li Haoxuan enveloped the anguished child in his arms, offering no words, simply providing quiet solace. Li Haoxuan's presence seemed to grant Wang Jingming an outlet for his pent-up emotions, allowing him to weep freely in the rain. The sound of raindrops striking the ground mingled with his cries, echoing throughout the world. Wang Jingming clung to Li Haoxuan, wailing, while the Lichuan jade pendant in Li Haoxuan's mind emanated a refreshing aura, clearing his thoughts. Thanks to the pendant, Li Haoxuan understood that he was merely lost in a reverie. Yet, he found it difficult to relinquish Wang Jingming from his embrace. After a moment, he gently released the boy. As Li Haoxuan withdrew his arms, Wang Jingming lifted his head once more. "Senior brother?" His tear-filled eyes searched Li Haoxuan's face. Li Haoxuan gazed at the pitiful child, once again stroking his head, and said, "Jingming, this is where I must leave you. Life is a vast wilderness, and its rule is never to look back. I have my own path to tread, and perhaps we shall meet again in the future." As Li Haoxuan uttered his final words, everything around him swiftly faded away. He closed his eyes, choosing not to observe his surroundings. When Li Haoxuan opened his eyes again, he found himself seated beside Su Ruofeng and Zhu Yuhan, while Wang Shuwan and Wang Jingming had vanished. The moment Li Haoxuan's eyes fluttered open, Master Ziliu sensed it and approached him, inquiring, "How do you feel now? Your state of mind has greatly improved." "Thank you, Master Ziliu, for taking the time to assist me." In the ensuing moments, Li Haoxuan learned that while he had been lost in reverie, Wang Jingming's ancestor had already arrived, taking away Wang Jingming's remains and the mentally shattered Wang Shuwan. The bloodthirsty magic vine that had orchestrated it all had retreated unscathed. According to Master Ziliu, it was merely a branch of a bloodthirsty magic vine at the transformation stage, and their small party had unfortunately encountered it while it was out hunting. It was precisely because it was only a branch that so many of them had survived. Had they encountered the main body, they would have surely met with their demise. Master Ziliu had pursued the branch, but, considering her own safety and that of the other disciples from the Beastmaster sect, she had to return the way she came and suspend her pursuit. Nevertheless, Master Ziliu had left a tracking device on the branch and had entrusted the necessary items for further pursuit to Wang Jingming's ancestor. The subsequent course of action would be determined by them. Had Li Haoxuan still been conscious when the ancestor arrived, he would certainly have accompanied Wang Jingming back. However, he had been unable to make a choice at that moment, and now that he remained here, he would continue to forge ahead. Su Ruofeng and Zhu Yuhan had also made the difficult decision to stay behind, recognizing that Li Haoxuan required the presence of loved ones for protection. Chapter 59, The Search for the Heart. Their small party had encountered unforeseen circumstances, causing them to lose precious time and fall behind many other teams. Now that Li Haoxuan had recovered, he took charge, leading everyone to pack their belongings and set off without delay. At this moment, Li Haoxuan felt a newfound sense of responsibility. He was determined to guide everyone safely to the entrance of the secret realm. Upon returning to the Beast Master Sect and participating in Wang Jingming's funeral, Wang Shuwan proposed a shocking idea that left everyone astounded. Wang Shuwang expressed her desire to venture to the outer sect in search of a tranquil haven where she could find respite for a while. This time, she was remarkably resolute, impervious to the entreaties of others. Even the venerable ancestor of the Wang clan found it futile to dissuade her and ultimately acquiesced, permitting her to rest in the Baichao Valley of the outer sect. The Baichao Valley, known for its temperate climate and abundant spiritual energy, was adorned with a plethora of spiritual herbs and plants, making it a favored destination for the alchemists of the Beast Master Sect seeking rare ingredients. A fellow disciple from the Wang family escorted Wang Shuwang to the entrance of the Baichao Valley and halted his steps. "Sister Shuwang, this is Baichao Valley," he announced. "I shall leave you here. The elders have already informed the steward within, and you will be well looked after." Wang Shuwang clutched the jade pendant she had taken from Wang Jingming, nodding her gratitude to her kinsman. Alone, she stepped into the valley. Upon entering, she was enveloped by the sight of flourishing herb fields and the refreshing scent of medicinal plants that filled the air, uplifting her spirit. As she gazed into the distance, she beheld the verdant fields, thrumming with life, shrouded in a delicate mist of condensed spiritual energy, creating an ethereal ambience reminiscent of a celestial apothecary. Such a serene and beautiful locale was indeed a rarity in the world of cultivation. Lost in the tranquility, a childish voice suddenly interrupted her reverie. "Are you Wang Shuwang, senior sister?" Turning toward the sound, she noticed a young boy with two playful pigtails standing a few steps away, clad in the outer sect's disciple garb. His cheeks flushed with innocence and charm. His bright eyes sparkled with curiosity as he gazed at her. Wang Shuwang nodded and replied, "Hello, junior brother. I am Wang Shuwang." The boy, enchanted by her ethereal beauty, beamed with delight. "Senior sister Wang, you are so lovely. By the way, my name is Su Fu. You can just call me Fuzi from now on." "Very well, Fuzi," she responded, and the boy's face lit up with joy, unable to contain his happiness. He eagerly took her hand, exclaiming, "Senior sister, welcome to Baichao Valley. We can accompany each other now. Though there aren't too many people here, everyone is quite amiable. Let me show you to your quarters, and then we can visit Granny Baichao. You are so beautiful. She will surely adore you." This lively little fellow managed to dispel some of the shadows that had clouded Wang Shuwang's heart, rekindling the hope that she might truly begin anew. Fuzi led her to Granny Baichao's abode, a quaint little loft constructed of spiritual wood, nestled beside a crystal-clear stream. Granny Baichao appeared to be in her 60s. Garbed in a verdant Taoist robe, her complexion rosy and her demeanor warm, exuding a friendly aura. Upon seeing Fuzi escorting Wang Shuwang, Granny Baichao's smile broadened. Fuzi eagerly introduced her. "Granny, this is Senior Sister Wang." Following the introduction, Wang Shuwang respectfully bowed. "Greetings, Granny." Granny Baichao appraised Wang Shuwang with kind eyes. Recognizing her as a well-mannered child, she nodded amiably and said, "There is nothing required of you here in Baichao Valley. You may simply take the time to cultivate your heart and mind. Should you need anything, feel free to ask Fuzi to relay your message to me." "Yes, Granny," Wang Shuwang replied with utmost respect. After their meeting, she and Fuzi, hand in hand, exited the quaint loft to head towards her assigned quarters. Meanwhile, after enduring peril, Li Haoxuan and the members of his team had become increasingly vigilant. They arranged themselves according to their cultivation levels, forming a harmonious march forward. As they ventured deeper, the dangers heightened, and their alertness soared to its peak. As night fell, under Li Haoxuan's guidance, they selected a resting spot for the evening and began preparations. They cleared the area surrounding their temporary camp and, with the help of Li Haoxuan and Sima Linting, set up a protective formation to ensure a peaceful night's rest. Despite the formation, no one in the team dared to relax completely. They maintained a level of vigilance even while resting. The following day, they continued their journey. With each step deeper into the wilderness, valuable spiritual herbs and plants began to emerge, and rare spiritual beasts occasionally darted past their path. As disciples of a prestigious sect, Haoxuan and his companions adhered to their principles, only harvesting herbs that had matured sufficiently, allowing the younger ones to continue their growth undisturbed. They were not inclined to pursue immediate gains at the expense of long-term benefits. The bounty they collected filled the team with anticipation for the impending secret realm. On the 6th day of traversing the Death Ridge, they encountered yet another challenge: the Fog Marsh, notorious for its high fatality rate among low-tier cultivators. What appeared to be a mere fog-laden swamp concealed deadly spiritual beasts and flora within. The ethereal mist, seemingly innocuous, obstructed the flow of spiritual energy within cultivators, making even a slight disruption during combat perilous. The Fog Marsh was akin to a slumbering tiger, although it appeared dormant. A moment's inattention could lead to disaster in its deceptive tranquility. Haoxuan and his team followed a route mapped out by their sect. To ensure the safety of his team, Haoxuan and Sima Linting intentionally chose a safer path, only to discover discrepancies with the actual terrain. Prioritizing safety, they decided to retrace their steps and select a different route, accepting that their arrival might be delayed in exchange for reduced risks. As night enveloped them, they encountered another team led by none other than senior brother Kong Yan'an, who had been the subject of much discussion aboard the Qinghan vessel. After a deliberation between the two teams, they resolved to journey together. Haoxuan engaged in further dialogue with senior brother Kong Yan'an, discovering an alternative path nearby that could lead them to their destination. With discussions concluded, both Haoxuan and senior brother Kong Yan'an refrained from resting and ventured ahead to scout the route. With a larger group, they took turns keeping watch during the night. The members of Kong Yan'an's team held their spiritual weapons at the ready during their vigil, suggesting they had faced considerable challenges along their journey. At the break of dawn, the first rays of sunlight bathed the protective formation, bringing a collective sigh of relief from the group. They had passed the night without incident. Senior brother, is this secret realm truly worth our endeavor? Zhu Yuhan inquired skeptically. Haoxuan shook his head, then nodded thoughtfully, responding, whether it is worth it depends on one's personal affinity. In the depths of the secret realm, danger intertwines with countless opportunities. The presence of rare elixirs aged for centuries, mystical beasts unseen in the outside world, and even long-lost techniques captivates the hearts of many. Zhu Yuhan glanced at the disciples surrounding her. Their faces bore no trace of regret, only an insatiable desire to venture into the mysterious depths. She chose to remain silent, continuing her forward march. As afternoon descended, they settled down to meditate and restore their spiritual energy. Suddenly, a sandstorm, which should not have existed in the woods, materialized before them. The tempest consumed everything in its path, stripping leaves from branches and leaving behind only bare trunks. Some trees were uprooted by the terrifying force, swept into the storm, disintegrating into countless fragments. Haoxuan and his companions stood within a protective formation, waiting for the storm to pass. He positioned himself at the edge of the barrier, his consciousness probing the chaos beyond. Occasionally, he managed to extend his awareness into the storm, only to have it swiftly rebuffed. It felt akin to a game of hide-and-seek, and Haoxuan found himself entranced, relishing the challenge. Your actions are rather amusing. He heard a voice beside him. Turning, he discovered it was Kong Yan'an, who stood smiling at him. Haoxuan retracted his consciousness, returning the smile. If all goes well, we should soon reach the entrance to the secret realm, Kong Yan'an said, standing shoulder to shoulder with Haoxuan, both gazing at the tempest outside. Their exchange was sparse, yet there was no awkwardness between them. Instead, a surprising comfort lingered. As they stood close, Kong Yan'an caught a whiff of the faint lotus fragrance emanating from Haoxuan, momentarily taken aback, before quickly regaining his composure. A subtle smile graced his lips, though it remained largely unnoticed by others. Just then, the trees surrounding the protective formation began to stir, rapidly closing in. The bothersome branches whipped against the barrier, and after a relentless assault, a breach formed, causing one of the junior sisters to be swiftly pulled out by a tree spirit. Fortunately, Kong Yan'an reacted promptly, wielding his spiritual weapon, the broken jade spear, to sever the tree spirit's branch and rescue her. Once the group united to repel the swarm of tree spirits, they hastily consumed healing pills for their wounds. While no serious injuries were reported, some had sustained minor ones. As Haoxuan assessed the condition of the injured disciples, he straightened and caught sight of the dependable figure administering healing with spiritual energy. At that moment, the presence of this figure among the disciples instilled a sense of safety, soothing Haoxuan's anxious heart. This must be the renowned senior brother Kong Yan'an, whose actions indeed justified his esteemed reputation. Yet, as they continued their journey, unexpected incidents did not cease. The unfolding events left little room for contemplation. Haoxuan and his companions now faced the onslaught of blue lightning. The tempest had erupted suddenly, mingled with fierce winds that were utterly unbearable. In this strange locale, they were not alone. They encountered another party of disciples from their sect, also engaged in their own trials. Though they belonged to the same sect, a stark contrast existed between the two groups. One was a spirited faction of sword cultivators, while the other consisted entirely of female cultivators, whose floral fragrance wafted toward them long before they drew near. According to Kong Yinnan, these were disciples from the Nine Heavens mystical sword sect and the 100 Flowers Palace. Both sects were among the 10 most prestigious, holding a commendable relationship with the Beastmaster sect. The sword practitioners of the Nine Heavens mystical sword sect were renowned for their abilities, even utilizing the raging lightning to temper their own physiques. Meanwhile, the seemingly delicate female cultivators of the 100 Flowers Palace, far from being overshadowed, exhibited their prowess as they pressed forward. From this display alone, it was no wonder the top 10 sects had endured in the realm of cultivation. The rigorous training and trials they subjected their disciples to were evident. Regardless of how gifted a disciple might be, each sect would inevitably expel them into perilous territories, allowing them to experience the harsh realities of the cultivation world and bloom amidst the bloodshed. After traversing the storm, the three sects exchanged greetings before parting ways. Now, only a few hours separated Li Haoxuan and his companions from the entrance to the Xiantong secret realm. With their destination in sight, the younger disciples sighed in relief. Though the journey had been arduous, it had not claimed any lives. This experience broadened their horizons and honed their skills. Entering the secret realm was now their primary objective. After some time, they finally reached the entrance to the secret realm, where the esteemed Ji Lu Jinjuan awaited them. As Li Haoxuan and Kong Yinnan arrived, another group appeared, marking the gathering of all the teams previously designated by Ji Lu Jinjuan. Li Haoxuan conducted a quick headcount and noted that the number of disciples present had dwindled from over 100 at their departure to less than that now. Those who were absent had likely succumbed to the dangers they had faced. Chapter 61. A fortuitous opening. Zhu Yuhan turned to her surroundings, perplexed. Brother Haoxuan, where is the entrance to the Xiantong secret realm? I don't see it anywhere. The entrance to the Xiantong secret realm did not present itself as Li Haoxuan and the others had anticipated. They all stood on a level expanse, surrounded by trees, with no sign of an entrance in sight. The Beastmaster sect possessed limited knowledge of this newly discovered realm, only having determined that it could accommodate disciples below the Golden Core stage. Thus, the opportunity to enter the Xiantong secret realm was awarded to Li Haoxuan and his companions as a prize for the sect's grand competition. Ji Lu Jinjuan remained silent, instructing the disciples to sit quietly and rest. The time has come. Prepare yourselves. Finally, the observant Ji Lu Jinjuan spoke. He formed a hand seal and pointed ahead, revealing the hidden formation that had been concealed among them. Ji Lu Jinjuan continuously infused the formation with spiritual energy, causing a luminous glow to emerge at its center. As he poured in more energy, the frequency of the flickering light quickened, expanding until it transformed into a towering orb of light. Despite its brilliance, the radiance posed no harm to the eyes of those present. Under the influence of Ji Lu Jinjuan's energy, the grand light sphere gradually morphed into an arched door, wide enough to allow the disciples to pass through. As the disciples of Li Haoxuan awaited the command of the esteemed Ziliu Jinjuan to enter the secret realm, the disciples of the Jiutian Zhuangjian sect and the Baiwa Palace, who had previously encountered them, also made their appearance. These individuals had sensed the fluctuations in the vicinity due to their proximity to this location and hastened over without delay. Upon witnessing the presence of Ziliu Jinjuan, the disciples of Jiutian Zhuangjian sect and Baiwa Palace respectfully bowed and awaited her words. Since you are here, you may enter together. You are all aware of the customs. I shall remain outside, awaiting your return. Yes, Jinjuan. The disciples of Jiutian Zhuangjian sect and Baiwa Palace replied in unison. An agreement existed among the 10 major sects, stipulating that when disciples from any of the sects encountered a secret realm, the elders of any sect must afford these young disciples an opportunity to enter and seek their fortunes. Naturally, entry was not without cost. The younger generation from other sects would be required to relinquish half of whatever they acquired within the secret realm as a sort of entry fee. The Beastmaster sect, being a prominent sect, had effectively concealed the happenings surrounding the entrance of the secret realm. Observing the scattered disciples around, one could discern the energy being channeled into the concealment formations by the Golden Core stage practitioners. It was precisely due to their diligent efforts that the rogue cultivators wandering Death Ridge remained oblivious to the anomalies occurring here. With the entrance to the secret realm now stabilized, the disciples entered in an orderly fashion. Remember to prioritize your lives. Do not be captivated by spiritual herbs or the young of spirit beasts. Zili Jinjuan's voice resonated in the ears of each disciple. With a wave of her hand, the disciples of the Beastmaster sect, led by Kong Yinnan, were the first to step into the Xiantong secret realm. Following their entry, the disciples of Jiutian Zhuangjian sect and Baiwa Palace followed suit. Upon stepping through the luminous portal, Li Haoxuan felt the world spin around him. Once his balance was restored, he found himself in a verdant forest, seemingly teleported to a random location within the Xiantong secret realm. As he prepared to venture forth, a strange sensation prickled at the back of his neck. Instinctively, he drew his Feishuo sword and struck out. A discordant cry reverberated through the woods. When he sheathed the sword, it was stained with the warm blood of the spirit beast that had attempted a surprise attack, yet he could not see the assailant. All around him were towering trees that reached for the sky. Having encountered such an event so soon after entering the Xiantong secret realm heightened Li Haoxuan's vigilance. If he had been injured, he doubted his ability to escape the forest unscathed. For cultivators, the utility of spiritual awareness is paramount. Li Haoxuan had already expanded his consciousness, probing for potential dangers in his surroundings. Moreover, the spirit beasts he had meticulously nurtured were now invaluable assets. He summoned the treasure-seeking rat, the three-eyed red fox, and the six-winged frost bees, all of whom emerged with exuberance from their secluded space. Recognizing the perilous nature of the secret realm, they quickly surrounded Li Haoxuan to provide protection. Within the Xiantong secret realm, the treasure-seeking rat proved to be the most effective, and Li Haoxuan followed the direction indicated by his companion, Jixiang. Before long, Jixiang led him to a remarkable find, a spiritual herb growing at the base of a towering tree. It shimmered in a deep purple hue, with golden-purple light glistening on its leaves, which were small yet densely packed. Li Haoxuan recognized it at a glance. It was the rare fourth-tier spiritual herb, Xiang grass. This herb was a key ingredient for refining the fourth-tier elixir, Ziki Donglai Dan, and was seldom seen outside the Xiantong secret realm. Li Haoxuan was pleasantly surprised to discover that the first spiritual herb he found upon entering the secret realm was indeed Xiang grass, a fortuitous start to his journey. After ensuring the area was safe with the help of the six-winged frost bees, he cautiously took out a spiritual hoe and extracted the valuable Xiang grass. This successful harvest filled him with anticipation for the remainder of his adventure in the Xiantong secret realm. To make room for more treasures from this secret realm, Li Haoxuan swiftly entered the secluded space, emptying his storage belt into it before returning to the Xiantong secret realm. However, unbeknownst to him, something within the items he had just deposited was undergoing a subtle transformation. Over the next day, thanks to Jixiang's treasure-seeking abilities and the vigilance of the six-winged frost bees, Li Haoxuan successfully gathered a considerable amount of items. Yet, he did not encounter another bountiful find like the Xiang grass. Although no dangers had beset him throughout the day, he had narrowly escaped peril on several occasions. After a full day of wandering through the expansive forest without finding an exit, Li Haoxuan felt the weight of exhaustion settling in on both himself and his spirit beasts. He sought out a secure location, quickly set up a formation, and planned to rest. Just as he activated the formation with a spiritual stone and was about to relax, he heard the sounds of a fierce battle nearby. Initially, Li Haoxuan had no intention of involving himself in the commotion, but as the conflict drew closer, he felt compelled to apply a concealment talisman and cautiously approach the source of the noise. To avoid drawing attention to himself, he dared not come too close and instead found a tall tree with dense foliage to hide behind, allowing him to observe the fierce confrontation. Among the combatants, one party was familiar to him, the disciples of Jiutian Zhuangjian sect whom he had encountered twice before, while the other was a young disciple clad in dark clothing, an individual he had never seen. The dark-clad disciple moved with a ghostly grace, unleashing green toxic mist that entwined with the Jiutian Zhuangjian disciple. Both combatants were at the 10th level of qi refinement, engaging in a fierce exchange. To Li Haoxuan, the dark-clad disciple exuded an unsettling aura, delivering merciless strikes aimed at the Jiutian Zhuangjian disciple's vital points, as if intent on ensuring their demise. After slicing through the green mist with a sword strike, the Jiutian Zhuangjian disciple shouted in anger, "How can members of the Wandering Poison Sect be here? From where did you enter? This Xiantong secret realm, which reappeared a millennium ago, cannot be monopolized by your 10 sects alone. The Wandering Poison Sect naturally deserves a share of the spoils," the dark-clad disciple retorted disdainfully. It turned out that the Xiantong secret realm had first manifested a millennium ago and was discovered by the Wandering Poison Sect at that time. They had originally intended to seize control of the secret realm to ensure their disciples could enter it for generations, thereby strengthening their sect. However, they had not anticipated that the secret realm would randomly reappear. For a randomly appearing secret realm, any efforts to monopolize it would be futile, as one could never predict when or where the next entrance would manifest. The entrance to the Xiantong secret realm was not limited to just one location. "We entered through another entrance, so do not underestimate the Xiantong secret realm," the dark-clad disciple added. Originally, The entrance to the secret realm discovered by the disciples of the Beastmaster sect was merely one of several. There were other entrances as well. It stands to reason that within this secret realm, they are not the only 3 sects present alongside the 10,000 Poisons sect. As they continue their journey, Haoxuan must exercise greater caution and vigilance. He fixates on the fierce battleground, while the 6-winged frost bees diligently survey their surroundings. From their feedback, Haoxuan learns that, aside from himself, several spirit beasts are lurking nearby. The 2 combatants engaged in the intense conflict eye each other, seemingly poised for a scenario reminiscent of a mantis stalking a cicada, with a yellow bird waiting in the wings. In the next moment, a disciple from the 10,000 Poisons sect unleashes his formidable move, catching an unsuspecting disciple from the 9 Heavens Mystic Sword sect off guard and knocking him to the ground. As a disciple of one of the top 10 sects, Haoxuan cannot remain a mere bystander. He channels his spiritual energy to cast a water snake technique, then swiftly retracts his energy and activates a swift escape talisman. Before making his rapid exit, Haoxuan glances back at the battlefield, noting that the disciple from the 9 Heavens Mystic Sword sect has gained the upper hand, prompting him to leave without a second thought. After departing from the battlefield, Haoxuan arrives at a vast plain. This expanse is inhabited by numerous snow bunnies, their pristine, fluffy fur being one of the most sought-after materials for crafting winter spirit garments among cultivators. In the chill of winter, donning such garments not only uplifts the wearer's spirits but also delights the eyes of onlookers. At the transaction peak, the pelts of these snow bunnies can be exchanged for substantial contribution points. Embracing the adage that even the smallest mosquito is still meat, Haoxuan sets about capturing them. Accompanied by the 3-eyed crimson fox, due to their long-standing life of ease, the snow bunnies are numerous, and the grass of the plain has been grazed down to a low height. To preserve the pristine quality of the snow bunny fur, Haoxuan refrains from using his flying snow sword, and instead prepares to utilize spells to capture them. With a series of hand seals, his bright eyes keenly observe the snow bunnies munching on the green grass, just as a snow bunny finishes its meal and prepares to leap to another patch. Haoxuan acts. A round water orb envelopes the snow bunny entirely, preventing it from breathing normally within the water, leading to its demise without a trace of bloodstain on its pristine fur. The 3-eyed crimson fox scurries forward, grasping the snow bunny in its mouth and returning it to Haoxuan. Upon receiving the snow bunny, Haoxuan strokes its fur, confirming its softness and striking color, a testament to its desirability. He stores the snow bunny in his storage belt and allows the 3-eyed crimson fox to hunt independently, optimizing their efficiency through teamwork. After half an hour, Haoxuan senses that it is time to move on, unwilling to squander any further time in this spot. Just as he prepares to leave, an unexpected occurrence unfolds. The ground begins to tremble violently, accompanied by the thunderous sound of rapid movement approaching from the distance. Haoxuan turns to the source of the noise and discovers a colossal spirit beast barreling toward him. Each step of this creature reverberates through the plain, its form reminiscent of a rhinoceros, with emerald eyes and a stunning blue horn protruding from its snout. It is a giant rhinoceros. Haoxuan, along with the 3-eyed crimson fox, takes off running. A peculiar scene unfolds on the prairie. Ahead, a disciple clad in blue and white, accompanied by a red fox, races forward, while behind them, a towering rhinoceros charges relentlessly. Haoxuan's cultivation level is comparable to that of the giant rhinoceros, yet he harbors no confidence in his ability to slay such a formidable beast with a single strike. As the sound of pursuit grows ever nearer, Haoxuan finds himself filled with exasperation. Just as the rhinoceros's colossal horn threatens to make contact with Haoxuan's back, in a moment of dire urgency, a sword strike lands upon the giant rhinoceros. With a resounding thud, the beast's thick hide reverberates in response, momentarily diverting its attention. The plain falls silent. Haoxuan gazes at the individual who wielded the sword. He sees a figure soaring through the air on a flying sword, clad in a sky-blue disciple robe. With hair as dark as ink, skin whiter than snow, sword-like brows, and deep-set eyes that resemble tranquil pools, he exudes an air of nonchalance, reminiscent of the languid sunlight in winter or the distant twinkling stars on an autumn night. Below him stands Jiang Huai of the 9 Heavens Mystic Sword sect. My apologies, Junior. Earlier, I inadvertently provoked the giant rhinoceros by seizing the spirit herb it was guarding, thereby bringing it upon you, Jiang Huai explains, his words dispelling Haoxuan's prior frustrations. Haoxuan finds it difficult to voice any harsh words against this mid-stage foundation establishment disciple of the 9 Heavens Mystic Sword sect. They can converse later. As soon as Jiang Huai finishes speaking, he swiftly raises his spiritual sword and executes a technique that immobilizes the giant rhinoceros. He then unleashes a flurry of sword strikes upon the bewildered creature, which bellows in pain from the onslaught. However, The giant rhinoceros soon regains its composure, letting out a furious roar that shatters Jiang Huai's hold on it, charging toward him with renewed vigor. Yet, before the giant rhinoceros can reach Jiang Huai, a sword strike descends from above, cleaving it down to the ground. Jiang Huai's strike lands squarely on the rhinoceros's horn, severing the front half cleanly away. Li Haoxuan marvels inwardly at Jiang Huai's prowess, recognizing him as a formidable sword cultivator capable of such a decisive blow. Although the giant rhinoceros is only at the initial stage of foundation establishment, Jiang Huai's ability to dominate it speaks volumes of his strength. In the mortal realm, there is a saying that a cornered rabbit will bite. How much more so for a creature as powerful as the giant rhinoceros? The beast's eyes widen, its body radiating golden light as it leaps high, charging toward Jiang Huai. In response, Jiang Huai ascends higher on his sword, evading the attack while opting not to linger in battle with the creature. With a swift motion, Jiang Huai unleashes a technique, sending a wave of pale white sword energy toward the giant rhinoceros, cleaving it in twain. Suddenly, the tranquil plain is disturbed by new footsteps. Who goes there? Li Haoxuan murmurs. The wind wafts across the plain, causing the green grass to sway gently. Before them appears a man sporting a sinister smile, flanked by several disciples. Long time no see, Sword Prince Jiang Huai. He sneers, his eyes gleaming with malice. Qin Jinyu, Jiang Huai exclaims. I never anticipated we would meet here. The sect leader instructed me to lead a team into this realm, so here I am to take a look. Qin Jinyu remarks nonchalantly, stroking a venomous insect in his hand. Oh, is this giant rhinoceros on the ground my welcoming gift? Then I shall graciously accept it. Numerous venomous insects swarm forth from Qin Jinyu, a dark mass that descends upon the split carcass of the giant rhinoceros. In mere moments, the beast's remains vanish, leaving only a terrifying skeleton behind. Sated, the insects return to Qin Jinyu, who declares, My dear little one, say the flavor is quite delightful. Thank you for the generous gift. His tone conveys a feigned sincerity as he expresses gratitude toward Jiang Huai. In response, Jiang Huai casually slices through the air with his sword, severing an invisible insect that plummets to the ground. There's no need for formality, but please refrain from making any further movements. Jiang Huai seemed disinclined to engage in further conversation with Qin Jinyu. He directly approached Li Haoxuan, seized him, and soared away on his sword, leaving the plain behind. Finding a secure location, Jiang Huai halted and turned to Li Haoxuan, saying, That individual was Qin Jinyu, the poison prince of the Wanda sect. I sincerely apologize, junior brother, for subjecting you to such turmoil in a fleeting moment. May I inquire the name of this disciple of the beast control sect? I am Li Haoxuan, he replied. Ah, so you are junior brotherly. Initially, that giant rhinoceros was meant to serve as an apology to you. However, it was squandered by Qin Jinyu's venomous insects. Fear not. I shall slay another spirit beast for you to take with you. Jiang Huai's words bore no emotional weight. He merely stated them matter-of-factly. Upon hearing this, Li Haoxuan hastily waved his hand, exclaiming, Brother Jiang, there is no need for such gestures. I merely chanced upon this situation and have suffered no injuries. You need not go out of your way to slay a spirit beast on my account. Let us part ways here. There are many treasures within this secret realm awaiting your discovery, and I shall not impose upon your time any longer. After bowing in farewell, Li Haoxuan hurriedly departed, anxious to avoid any entanglement should Qin Jinyu pursue them. After parting from Jiang Huai, Li Haoxuan arrived at a location abundant with flowing water, where the crystal-clear depths revealed numerous first-level spirit beasts leisurely gliding through the currents. The six-winged frostbeast diligently fulfilled its duties, expertly surveying the surroundings. In this water-rich area, spirit beasts often came to drink, prompting Li Haoxuan to remain vigilant, wary of encountering any high-level beasts. However, despite exercising utmost caution, even the most careful of sailors may encounter turbulent seas. As Li Haoxuan traversed this area, he came upon a third-level rock hermit crab basking in the sunlight. Though it appeared to be in slumber, it occupied a position right at the water's edge. The rhythmic rise and fall of its breath created gentle ripples across the surface of the water, demonstrating its effortless influence over the surrounding environment. This seemingly dormant rock hermit crab did not graciously allow other spirit beasts to approach for a drink. Instead, as one ventured too close, it swiftly extended its claw, cleaving a smaller spirit beast in two before devouring it as a snack. Observing this scene, Li Haoxuan prepared to quietly retreat, only to discover that the rock hermit crab had opened its eyes, a glimmer of mockery evident within them. Stalling in uncertainty, he resolved to disregard the creature and hastily fled to another location. The rock hermit crab, unfazed by Li Haoxuan's departure, merely adjusted its posture, resuming its sunbathing with a newfound comfort. After fleeing to a safe distance, nightfall enveloped the realm. The dangers of the Xiantong secret realm intensified under the cover of darkness. Li Haoxuan decided to set up a formation to rest. The lakeside was tranquil, and as he sat in meditation, the soothing sounds of insects serenaded him. However, before long, a group of individuals arrived. Noticing their dark garments, Li Haoxuan recognized them as members of the Wandu sect. How many of them had come? Why was it that everywhere he turned in the Xintong's secret realm, he encountered their presence? Confusion settled in his mind. He observed as they stealthily prepared to dive into the depths of the lake, but soon, the water began to churn violently. Li Haoxuan witnessed a golden-line mud turtle stirring up chaos within the lake, engaging in a fierce battle with the disciples of the Wandu sect. Delving deeper with his consciousness, Li Haoxuan discerned a dark, gaping hole beneath them, a likely entrance to the turtle's lair, which the Wandu disciples sought to infiltrate for some unknown treasure. It was this very transgression that incited the wrath of the golden-line mud turtle. As a late-stage second-level spirit beast, the golden-line mud turtle retaliated with ferocity, catching the Wandu disciples off guard. The leading disciple, employing the sect's unique communication gestures, orchestrated his comrades' movements amidst the tumultuous waters. The discipline and quality of the Wandu disciples were commendable, as they quickly regained their composure under their leader's guidance and initiated a counterattack. Unfazed by its hefty form, the golden-line mud turtle wielded the surrounding waters with precision, striking at the Wandu disciples with powerful currents. The vibrant crimson blood from the disciples gradually stained the lake's surface, creating a hauntingly beautiful spectacle amidst the chaos. Li Haoxuan's companion, Jixiang, grew restless in his embrace, emerging from the collar of his robe. Master, master. There are precious treasures in that lake. We must not let this opportunity slip away. Jixiang's words ignited a spark of ambition within Li Haoxuan as he observed the imposing golden-line mud turtle and the mysterious darkness behind it. He contemplated how he might gain entry. Applying a concealment talisman, he channeled his spiritual energy and executed the water transformation technique imparted by his master. Silently slipping into the lake, he treaded carefully, avoiding any disturbances, inching closer to the gaping hole. Upon nearing the entrance, he noticed a cluster of algae swaying gently with the current. Jixiang, now increasingly agitated, ceased speaking through their bond and resorted to squeaking in urgency. To quell the restless treasure-seeking rat, Li Haoxuan cast a silent spell before proceeding quietly. Thankfully, the distraction caused by the Wandu disciples had drawn the golden-line mud turtle's attention away, allowing Li Haoxuan to approach unimpeded. Upon entering the turtle's lair, Jixiang, unable to vocalize due to the spell, communicated through their bond. Master, here. This is crystal jade algae, immensely beneficial for turtle-type spirit beasts. This particular cluster is over 9,000 years old. Once it reaches 10,000 years, it will possess transformative properties, capable of healing any ailment within turtle spirit beasts and aiding in their cultivation. Li Haoxuan grasped the immense value of the crystal jade algae. He swiftly and cautiously harvested it, ensuring to leave a small portion for the golden-line mud turtle that had vigilantly guarded it. Ignoring the ongoing battle between the turtle and the Wandu disciples, he quietly exited and returned to his formation. The golden-line mud turtle was overwhelmingly powerful, leaving the Wandu disciples severely injured, with severed limbs floating atop the water's surface. The leading disciple, gritting his teeth, recognized the futility of penetrating the turtle's lair that day and signaled for a retreat. Moments later, they vanished from Li Haoxuan's sight. The golden-line mud turtle, having observed the complete departure of the Wandu disciples, turned back toward its lair. Upon returning to the cave, the golden-line mud tortoise, upon discovering that the precious crystal spirit algae it had diligently guarded for over a millennium had dwindled to a mere fragment, let out a furious roar. The low-level spirit beasts at the lake's bottom trembled in fear, paralyzed and too afraid to swim. Having acquired the crystal jade algae, which had been nurtured for over 9,000 years, Li Haoxuan was determined not to let it go to waste. Within the Lichen space, there remained areas suitable for cultivating the crystal jade algae, and Li Haoxuan was resolute in his efforts to nurture it to a millennium's maturity, thus unlocking its full potential. He promptly entered the Lichen space, intending to plant the algae in the pond where the water moon guanyin lotus resided. Upon entering the Lichen space, Li Haoxuan was taken aback. How could there be a 7- or 8-year-old boy clad in a belly band within his Lichen space? Could it be that the spirit beasts in this realm had given birth to him? But surely, they would have produced spirit beast eggs, not a human child? The little boy, noticing Li Haoxuan's gaze fixed upon him, shyly fidgeted with his hands and lowered his head in embarrassment. Regaining his composure, Li Haoxuan approached him and inquired, "Who are you?" The boy, too bashful to meet Li Haoxuan's eyes, murmured, "Master, I am the spirit of the Lichen space." A spirit of the Lichen space? Li Haoxuan was puzzled and pressed further. Why did you not reveal yourself before, only to appear now? The seriousness in Li Haoxuan's tone frightened the boy, who, With a pitiful expression, clung to Li Haoxuan's leg and anxiously explained, I was gravely injured in the past, rendering me unable to speak or manifest, and I could only quietly observe my master. Fortunately, when you purchased that 5-element stone and left it in the Lichin space, I was able to absorb its energy and finally appear before you. Through their conversation, Li Haoxuan learned that the Lichun space was a damaged celestial artifact. His ability to contract with the Lichun space was due to its impairment. Otherwise, as a mere chi refining stage cultivator, he would not have been able to claim it as his own. Master, what I have just told you encompasses all that I currently know. Beyond that, my memory is rather hazy. From now on, there is no need for you to worry about the Lichun space. I can manage it entirely, the boy declared confidently. Puffing out his chest, Li Haoxuan affectionately patted the boy's head, saying, Then I shall entrust the Lichun space to you, Ru-yi. Ru-yi. The boy looked puzzled. Yes, it is the name I have just bestowed upon you. I have a name now. I have a name. I shall be called Ru-yi. Ru-yi joyfully exclaimed, running in circles around Li Haoxuan. Master, enough chatter. Quickly plant the crystal jade algae in the pond, urged Ji Xiang, anxiously tugging at Li Haoxuan's collar. Upon hearing Ji Xiang's words, Ru-yi eagerly volunteered, Leave it to me, master. I can do it well. Very well. Then give it a try. Li Haoxuan handed the crystal jade algae to Ru-yi. Upon receiving it, Ru-yi dashed toward the pond and leaped right into the water. Seeing the little one plunge in, Li Haoxuan felt a pang of anxiety, fearing he might drown due to his small stature. However, upon closer inspection, he discovered that Ru-yi could move freely underwater, displaying no signs of distress. Do not worry, master. At that moment, the water Qilin Yuan Ruo, who had been in seclusion, approached Li Haoxuan. Although the water Qilin was a divine beast with ancestral memories, it was still childlike in nature, eager to explore the world beyond the Lichin space. After much coaxing from Yuan Ruo, Li Haoxuan conceded to take him outside for a bit of fun. The water Qilin, experiencing the outdoors for the first time, was filled with exuberance. Its 4 little feet firmly planted on the ground, it joyfully leaped several times. Watching Yuan Ruo's excitement, Li Haoxuan contemplated allowing him to venture out more often, considering it a form of respite. Master, look, that is a long-tailed squirrel. We don't have those in our space. The water Qilin exclaimed excitedly. Ji Xiang, observing the water Qilin's foolish antics, instantly lost all reverence for the divine beast. Li Haoxuan chose to let the water Qilin revel in its joy without interruption. Chapter 65, Confrontation. Li Haoxuan and his companions continued their journey without pause, eventually arriving at a peculiar mountain. This mountain was astonishing, for all 4 seasons coexisted simultaneously. Spring adorned the base, followed by summer, autumn, and winter at the peak. Within this single mountain, the cyclical dance of the seasons was steeped in mystery, and Li Haoxuan believed it to be teeming with countless opportunities and dangers. As he approached the foot of the mountain, he found the branches soft and vibrant, the fresh air invigorating. Without hesitation, he stepped into the mountain. Amidst the verdant foliage, numerous adorable spirit beasts flitted about, appearing to pose no immediate threat. However, not long after, as he walked, a green leaf detached from a tree and began to drift slowly downward. Yet, as it neared Li Haoxuan, it inexplicably accelerated and shot towards him. Fortunately, with a quick reflex, he evaded it, losing only a few strands of hair without sustaining further harm. Detecting a captivating fragrance, Li Haoxuan followed its alluring trail and soon found himself at the edge of a pool. Looking up, he beheld ripe, 3rd-tier loquat spirit fruits hanging from the branches above. As he reached out to pluck one, he was suddenly engulfed by a cloud of toxic mist. It turned out that the 3rd-tier loquat spirit fruits were actually transformed by venomous insects. As Li Haoxuan approached, they burst forth to attack. In an instant, the toxic mist infiltrated Li Haoxuan's meridians, rendering his spiritual energy immobilized. Faced with the swarm of venomous insects, he was at a loss. Just then, a stream of water enveloped the insects and hurled them into the pool. Master, are you all right? It was Yuan Ruo who had intervened. I'm fine, Li Haoxuan replied. Though his words were merely bravado, he was far from fine. The insect venom was rapidly spreading through his body. Am I to perish in this place? Just as the venom threatened to invade his dantian, a refreshing sensation began to radiate from within. White spiritual energy dispersed from his dantian, and upon encountering the toxic mist, the venomous particles disintegrated. What is happening? Li Haoxuan wondered. Master, it is Xiaoyu. A tender voice echoed in Li Haoxuan's consciousness. Hearing that long-absent voice, Li Haoxuan finally understood. So it is you, Xiaoyu. Thank you. The protective force enveloping his dantian was the water moon guanyin lotus gifted by the old water Qilin. Ever since their contract, it had quietly grown within the space, seldom making its presence known. To his surprise, it was now springing into action in this dire moment. Oh, is everything all right? It seems you truly possess remarkable abilities, not merely relying on that Jiang Huai fellow for protection. A sinister voice sliced through the air, and a figure emerged from the woods. Li Haoxuan looked up to see Qin Jinyu, whom he had encountered alongside Jiang Huai. Noticing Li Haoxuan's puzzled expression, Qin Jinyu continued, "Our 10,000 poison sect is not a righteous sect by any means. I am not one to seek fame at the expense of honor. I have merely laid a trap here with the intent to covet wealth and take lives, to acquire the resources necessary for my cultivation. I initially believed that capturing you would be an effortless endeavor, yet I was mistaken to think you were akin to those pampered disciples of the sect." He gazed with keen interest at the water chillin beneath Li Haoxuan's feet, commenting, "Your spiritual beast possesses some remarkable traits, managing to eliminate my venomous insects in a single strike. Might I inquire if you would be willing to part with it? I would pay a handsome price." Upon hearing someone express the desire to purchase it, the water chillin's expression shifted dramatically, its face contorting into a menacing glare directed at Qin Jinyu. Li Haoxuan, unfazed, simply uttered 2 words, "Not for sale." The smile that had graced Qin Jinyu's face vanished in an instant. He coolly replied, "If you refuse to sell, I shall take it by force." Without hesitation, he advanced towards Li Haoxuan. Li Haoxuan swiftly retreated, only to find that the ground provided him insufficient space, leading him to the edge of the pond. However, remaining composed, he promptly employed the water treading technique, positioning himself in the center of the pool. He then released 2 butterfly carps from the leech in space. In aquatic combat, the advantage lay heavily with the butterfly carps. Oh, 2 late-stage water attribute spiritual beasts. It seems you are well equipped. However, whether you can escape this mountain is another matter, Qin Jinyu remarked without restraint. "Big carp, little carp, engage." At Li Haoxuan's command, the 2 butterfly carps began to manipulate the water, launching an assault on the shore where Qin Jinyu stood. Facing the onslaught from the 2 butterfly carps, Qin Jinyu remained unperturbed, drawing forth his second-tier upper-grade spiritual weapon, the 9-leaf flying blade, effortlessly slicing through the streams of water to nullify their attack. He then unleashed a swarm of venomous insects from his person to counterattack. The big and little carps, with a flick of their fins, surged forward to engage the venomous insects. A fierce confrontation ensued between the currents of water and the swarming insects. The airborne insects clashed with the 2 carps, neither side yielding ground. Meanwhile, the water chillin, having seen Qin Jinyu brandish the 9-leaf flying blade, launched an offensive against him. The early-stage water chillin easily outmatched Qin Jinyu in their duel. Fully aware of the strategy of capturing the leader first, Li Haoxuan drew forth the flying snow sword to assault Qin Jinyu. In a 1-on-2 scenario, Qin Jinyu found himself struggling immensely. Had it not been for his late-stage foundation establishment cultivation, he would have already met his defeat. Since it has come to this, do not blame me for being ruthless. Qin Jinyu's demeanor shifted. Li Haoxuan paid no heed to Qin Jinyu's words, intent on subduing him. Through his life bond contract, he communicated with the water chillin. Initially, he anticipated a powerful move from Qin Jinyu. However, the unexpected turn of events transpired in the water. The big and little carps, previously engaging in a balanced fight with the airborne insects, had forgotten that the water chillin had earlier dispatched a batch of venomous insects into the pond. Those insects, submerged in the water, suddenly ambushed the big and little carps, catching them off guard. The big and little carps suffered injuries from the venomous insects' bites. Seizing the opportunity, the swarm rapidly injected their toxins into the bodies of the 2 butterfly carps. The poison spread swiftly within them, and in a mere 10 seconds, the bond between the big and little carps and Li Haoxuan dissolved. Their once pristine white forms floated lifelessly atop the water's surface. Li Haoxuan cleaved through Qin Jinyu and rushed towards the location of the 2 butterfly carps. Before he could reach them, the venomous insects from both the water and the air descended upon the 2 butterfly carps, devouring them completely. Li Haoxuan stood in shock, but was only momentarily stunned before turning back to resume his assault on Qin Jinyu. He unleashed the full extent of his swordsmanship. Each strike aimed at Qin Jinyu's vital points, showing no mercy, only ferocity. "Oh, is this your anger? They are merely spiritual beasts, not anything else. Why such fury?" Qin Jinyu's flippant tone further incensed Li Haoxuan, prompting him to intensify his attacks. The water chillin, equally incensed by Qin Jinyu's words, resolved to reveal its full power. With a furious roar, the water and vapor from the pond began to coalesce, forming an immense vortex in the sky. At that moment, Qin Jinyu recognized that the water chillin's power surpassed that of a mere second-tier spiritual beast. His expression shifted. "Enough, I shall cease this charade. Farewell." With that, he made no effort to resist, as Li Haoxuan's flying snow sword pierced through him. Subsequently, his body erupted in a burst of green toxic mist, engulfing Li Haoxuan. The speed at which the poison invaded his body was alarming, But the water moon guanine lotus once again performed its function, dissipating the toxic vapor. Li Haoxuan emerged from the green mist, his face devoid of expression, leaving only an air of cold indifference. My master has escaped. I am deeply sorry. The water Qilin lamented. The big carp and little carp. Enough. Let us continue searching this mountain. Perhaps he still lingers here. Li Haoxuan replied, his face an emotionless mask as he departed. At that moment, the water Qilin dared not utter another word, obediently following Li Haoxuan. In the summer of the mountains, the sound of cicadas filled the air, each note grating on the water Qilin's nerves, causing a dull ache in its mind. Li Haoxuan, sensing the water Qilin's distress through their bond, chose to spare it from the torment of cicada calls by retracting it into the lichen space. Surrounding Li Haoxuan were the six-winged frost bees. In an instant, one of the bees met its demise. Li Haoxuan's vigilance heightened, narrowly evading an incoming attack. Though a corner of his garment was torn away, as he dodged the tree demon's strike, he noticed a trace of darkness where the fabric had been touched. This tree demon is poisonous, he thought, narrowly avoiding further contact. Upon landing, he inspected his condition, relieved to find that aside from the lost fabric, he suffered no further harm. With the death of the one six-winged frost bee, Li Haoxuan's swarm had sustained significant losses. This incident made him more cautious, prompting him to release the auspicious creature, focusing on a prudent strategy moving forward. As he continued along his path, a talisman suddenly flew into his view. A glance revealed it to be a distress signal from the Beast Taming sect, imbued with the unique essence of its disciples' cultivation techniques. I am Zhao Zhixiang from Xian Peak. Fellow disciples, please come quickly to my aid. Li Haoxuan hesitated momentarily, but then infused the talisman with spiritual energy. It regained its vitality. Racing back along the path from whence it came, Li Haoxuan affixed a hastening talisman to himself and hurried towards Zhao Zhixiang's location. However, before he could reach the gathering point, an overwhelming heat, accompanied by the pressure of a high-tier spiritual beast, enveloped him. Li Haoxuan instinctively turned to flee, but, upon reflection, retrieved a breath-concealing talisman, applying it to himself. With deliberate movements, he continued onward. Before him stood Zhao Zhixiang, engaged in a fierce battle with a creature resembling a human form but devoid of a face, comprised entirely of molten lava and black stone, the Crimson Blaze Fiend. In his left hand, he wielded a spiritual sword, while his right clutched a golden sun mushroom, nurtured by the essence of magma. The stunning nightmare horse, which once captivated the audience at the Beastmaster Sect's arena, lay lifeless nearby. Only Zhao Zhixiang and a frenzied blood wolf struggled to endure the relentless onslaught of the Crimson Blaze Fiend. Upon seeing Li Haoxuan approach with measured steps, Zhao Zhixiang felt as though he had glimpsed a savior, exclaiming, "Senior brother, save me." Without hesitation, Zhao Zhixiang sheathed his spiritual sword, disregarding the frenzied blood wolf, and dashed towards him, his expression filled with the hope of salvation. However, to Li Haoxuan, Zhao Zhixiang appeared both panicked and disheveled. Clenching his right fist, Li Haoxuan pondered silently as his gaze remained fixed on the Crimson Blaze Fiend rather than on Zhao Zhixiang. This creature was a mid-tier, third-grade spirit beast, its cultivation far surpassing Li Haoxuan's own. It was indeed remarkable that Zhao Zhixiang had survived for so long under the fiend's assault without succumbing. Zhao Zhixiang sprinted towards Li Haoxuan's position, but the Crimson Blaze Fiend was unwilling to relent. With a thunderous roar, it unleashed a torrent of molten lava that sent Zhao Zhixiang sprawling, a mouthful of blood erupting from him. Li Haoxuan could not help but shout, "Return that golden sun mushroom to the Crimson Blaze Fiend." As he observed Zhao Zhixiang's obstinacy, his voice turned icy. "Fool, having taken its possession, do you truly believe you can escape unscathed today?" Zhao Zhixiang's heart brimmed with resentment. This golden sun mushroom was a rare find since entering the mystical passage and held immense importance for him. Consuming it would allow him to establish a foundation in this realm. He had initially intended to attract a scapegoat using the sect's distress signal, but unexpectedly, the one who arrived was Li Haoxuan, complicating his plans significantly. Glaring at Li Haoxuan ahead, Zhao Zhixiang gritted his teeth in frustration. In a sudden act of desperation, he hurled the golden sun mushroom towards Li Haoxuan, igniting his own essence to prepare for escape. Upon witnessing the mushroom leave Zhao Zhixiang's grasp, the Crimson Blaze Fiend wasted no time. It bellowed furiously, unleashing a wave of lava that engulfed Zhao Zhixiang. "Ah, my body, it burns." Though he had burned his own essence, he could not evade the fiend's wrath, and he perished in the molten onslaught. Greed ultimately leads to ruin. It is wiser to seize the moment and preserve one's life. Zhao Zhixiang's demise prompted Li Haoxuan to reflect once more on that young man. With the original bearer now gone, Li Haoxuan found himself in possession of the golden sun mushroom, glaring at him with ferocity. The Crimson Blaze Fiend was met with Li Haoxuan's calm demeanor. He raised the golden sun mushroom toward the creature, stating, I harbor no desire for this item and am willing to return it to you. However, should you attack me, I shall destroy it." The fiend's expression shifted, its gaze intensifying as it regarded Li Haoxuan with growing hostility. It struggled to comprehend how this seemingly weak foundation cultivator dared to negotiate terms. Yet, should this minor cultivator destroy the mushroom, all those years of waiting would be in vain. Recognizing the fiend's apprehension, Li Haoxuan stepped closer, speaking earnestly. "As a disciple of the Beastmaster sect, I uphold my word and would not engage in dishonorable conduct. You would do well to trust me this once." The man and beast faced off until Li Haoxuan invoked the spirit summoning technique, which elicited a flicker of emotion in the crimson blaze fiend. It let out a low growl, signaling for Li Haoxuan to toss the golden sun mushroom to it. Li Haoxuan, displaying a nonchalant demeanor, complied and threw it. The crimson blaze fiend lunged, seizing the mushroom with its grasp before turning away in silence. Truly impressive, junior brotherly, Li Haoxuan thought, acknowledging his own ability to confront the crimson blaze fiend and emerge unscathed. A glance to his left revealed Jiang Huai's gaze meeting his own. "Brother Jiang, you flatter me." They exchanged a brief acknowledgement before parting ways. Li Haoxuan pondered the vastness of the mystical passage, despite not encountering Su Ruofeng or Zhu Yuhan. He had unexpectedly crossed paths with Jiang Huai twice, an oddity indeed. Maintaining his vigilance, Li Haoxuan encountered no significant threats during his subsequent journey, encountering only a handful of minor spirit beasts that sprang from the foliage. With Jixiang sniffing about, they uncovered numerous spiritual herbs. Through continuous training, Jixiang's sensitivity to the aura of rare treasures sharpened, allowing him to navigate his innate gifts with greater finesse. Li Haoxuan swiftly collected a vibrant gold-edged grass, stowing it in the lichen space for Rui to replant. Under Jixiang's guidance, Li Haoxuan soon espied a moon blossom grass. As he approached to harvest it, a sudden white figure darted from behind, launching a rapid assault. A sense of foreboding surged within him as he sensed danger, his instincts prompting an immediate evasive maneuver. Yet, a sharp pain shot through his left arm. Reacting swiftly, Li Haoxuan channeled his spiritual energy to distance himself from his previous location. His heart raced as he glanced ahead, locking eyes with a small, snow-white spirit beast, strikingly conspicuous amidst the greenery. It was diminutive in stature, its eyes glimmering with allure, while its sharp claws left delicate traces upon the earth. Its snowy tail swayed gently. "Is that a Phase 1 illusory heart ferret?" Li Haoxuan gasped in astonishment. This elusive creature, once thought extinct a millennium ago, possessed the innate ability to conjure illusions, beguiling cultivators and other spirit beasts alike. The illusions it crafted were remarkably lifelike, ensnaring victims in their grip. The pelts of the illusory heart ferret were highly coveted for crafting spiritual garments, particularly favored by high-level cultivators, especially the female practitioners of the Haoxuan sect. Due to various factors, this species had been ruthlessly hunted to extinction over 1,000 years ago, and references to it had become exceedingly rare in tomes on spirit beasts. Li Haoxuan had only come to know of it through obscure texts he had read. To his astonishment, he had encountered this long-lost spirit beast within the mystical passage. The illusory heart ferret was remarkably cunning, having deceived not only Li Haoxuan, but even Jixiang, who failed to recognize the false spiritual herb it had conjured. Tension hung in the air as they faced each other, the illusory heart ferret displaying both cunning and patience. It had chosen the opportune moment to strike. While the wound it inflicted on Li Haoxuan was not severe, his arm bled profusely. As he attempted to staunch the flow with his spiritual energy, he found an unseen force resisting his efforts to envelop the wound. It seems that this is one of the unique abilities of the illusory heart mongoose. The loss of blood is gradually diminishing Li Haoxuan's condition. The clever illusory heart mongoose is taking advantage of this, biding its time. It believes that as time passes, this foundational cultivator will succumb to its prowess. Li Haoxuan, too, has discerned the intentions of the illusory heart mongoose. Consequently, he resolves to end the confrontation swiftly. With his right hand, he draws the flying snow sword and lunges toward the illusory heart mongoose. Furthermore, in order to conserve his spiritual energy, he retrieves several spiritual talismans from his storage belt, sealing off the escape routes of the illusory heart mongoose. Li Haoxuan maintains a steady resolve, skillfully employing both the flying snow sword and the talismans to ensnare the illusory heart mongoose. For the moment, the mongoose finds itself at a loss against Li Haoxuan. However, through keen observation, Li Haoxuan notices the glimmer of intelligence in its eyes, indicating that the illusory heart mongoose is searching for an opportunity to deliver a lethal blow amidst their struggle. Blood continues to flow from Li Haoxuan's arm, prompting him to engage the illusory heart mongoose with utmost urgency. The flying snow sword arcs gracefully, forcing the mongoose to retreat. In a flash, Li Haoxuan forms a seal with his right hand, activating the spirit-binding array of the Beast Master Sect at the very location of the illusory heart mongoose. The mongoose finds itself trapped, its agitation palpable as it relentlessly assaults the spirit-binding array. Yet, no matter how ferociously it attacks, its claws cannot breach the formation. Haoxuan, clutching the wound on his left arm, advances swiftly. He then performs a single-handed seal, sending a contract from his hand toward the illusory heart mongoose ensnared within the spirit-binding array. The radiant light of the master-servant contract envelopes the mongoose. With the aid of the spirit-binding array to suppress the mongoose, the power of the contract surges into its body. The illusory heart mongoose pauses for a fleeting moment before thrashing wildly. At that instant, Haoxuan intensifies his spiritual energy output, causing the light of the master-servant contract to blaze even brighter. The mongoose lifts its gaze to Haoxuan, its eyes momentarily glazed before gradually regaining their luster. The master-servant contract is a success. Haoxuan calmly dispels the spirit-binding array and instructs auspiciously the illusory heart mongoose to protect him. He promptly sits down, consumes a medicinal pill, and tends to the wound on his left arm. Once the bleeding ceases and the wound is treated, Haoxuan exhales a sigh of relief. He stows the flying snow sword back into his storage belt and swiftly departs the area with auspicious and the illusory heart mongoose. Upon entering the ethereal space, the illusory heart mongoose is momentarily transfixed. The abundance of spiritual energy in this realm surpasses even that of the Mystic Passage secret realm. Towering spiritual fruit trees and slumbering spiritual cranes and red foxes abound, alongside countless high-grade spiritual herbs, each more plentiful than the last. The illusory heart mongoose is utterly astonished, pondering whether this could be the realm of immortals. Conversely, auspicious, an old inhabitant of the ethereal space, displays no such navet. After skillfully exploring the ethereal space, it returns to its nest. Observing the illusory heart mongoose's reaction, Haoxuan is not taken aback. After all, the spiritual fruits and herbs here evoke envy in countless individuals from the outside world. Given that the illusory heart mongoose is now bound by contract, Haoxuan encourages it. Feel free to explore a bit and familiarize yourself. This will be your long-term abode. The illusory heart mongoose senses the sincerity in Haoxuan's words through their bond. Calming its previously restless heart, it nods, choosing to seek out Auspicious, who had remained by its side. The two spirit beasts engage in an unspoken exchange. Remaining nestled together in Auspicious' nest, Haoxuan, undeterred, makes his way to the jade-clear bamboo pavilion. Upon entering the pavilion, Haoxuan senses Yuan Ruo cultivating within her own chamber. He refrains from disturbing her, standing quietly at her door for a moment. Subsequently, he retreats to his own room and rests on the bamboo bed. Chapter 68, Relentless Pursuit. Haoxuan does not engage in meditation, but instead indulges in a few hours of restful sleep, reminiscent of a mortal slumber. In this long-awaited dream, he finds himself transported back to the days before he entered the Beastmaster Sect. He once possessed a blissful family. His father was a modest county official, and his mother, gentle and amiable. From a young age, Haoxuan exhibited remarkable intelligence, earning the praise of his mentor, who deemed him a prodigy. In his youthful imagination, he envisioned a future where he would ascend through the imperial examination, becoming a benevolent official recorded in history, revered for his contributions to the people. Yet, how many truly virtuous individuals exist in this world? The political arena is rife with treachery, and corruption abounds. That fateful year, calamity struck, and floods ravaged many regions. The county where Haoxuan's family resided was severely affected, and the situation grew increasingly dire. The common folk found themselves in dire straits, struggling for sustenance. In response to the disaster, the court allocated funds and provisions for relief efforts. However, after being siphoned off by officials at every level, the aid was woefully inadequate. Haoxuan's father intended to allocate the scant resources entirely for disaster relief, but little did he know that his superior would demand a further withholding of 70%. Should such a significant portion be withheld, nothing would reach the suffering populace. Haoxuan's father, unwilling to acquiesce to the upper echelon's demands, fell victim to their machinations. The afflicted citizens, witnessing the thin gruel, mere rice water, erupted in grievances. In a bid to evade responsibility, the higher officials shifted all blame onto Haoxuan's father. Haoxuan vividly recalls that day, when he and his mother were joyfully playing beneath the pomegranate tree. Suddenly, the grand door of their home burst open, and a band of armed soldiers stormed in, their leader brandishing his father's severed head. With a casual toss, the head rolled across the floor, coming to rest at Haoxuan and his mother's feet. Upon seeing her husband's head, his mother let out a piercing scream, her visage contorted in agony, utterly distraught. The soldiers ransacked their home, and amidst the chaos, Li Haoxuan's mother sacrificed her life to create an opportunity for him to escape. To this day, Li Haoxuan vividly remembers the sight of his mother lying in a pool of blood. In an instant, he transitioned from the son of a county official to a beggar in the city. His frail form, devoid of adult protection, rendered him at a disadvantage compared to the other robust beggars. Consequently, he became subject to the whims and brutality of the larger beggars, enduring humiliation and beatings. With no other recourse, he fled the county, wandering aimlessly from village to village. After a prolonged slumber, he awakens to find his hairpin missing. At this moment, his black hair cascades untamed around him. Indifferent to its disarray, he steps outside the bamboo pavilion and observes Snowball, the illusory heart mongoose, Wu, Rui, and auspicious frolicking in the open space. The purple cloud crane stands watch from a distance atop a tall tree, resembling a vigilant sentinel. Despite having known each other for only a short time, the four now play joyfully as if they were longtime friends. Having spent several years within the Beastmaster sect, Li Haoxuan has formed bonds with many spirit beasts. He understands that spirit beasts are inherently more innocent and approachable than cultivators. Coupled with his childhood experiences, he often finds himself in the company of spirit beasts within the sect. The only junior disciples with whom I have established a rapport are Su Ruofeng and Zhu Yuhan. Upon the appearance of Li Haoxuan, the four little ones halted in their tracks, forming a neat line and gazing intently at him. After a brief slumber, Li Haoxuan's mood had largely settled, allowing him to display a smile. He exchanged a warm grin with his three spirit beasts and the artifact spirit, leading them through the ethereal realm. The spiritual herbs and fruit trees within this space were thriving magnificently, their age rendering them even more potent. Li Haoxuan mused to himself that if he were to refine these high-aged spiritual herbs into pills, he would undoubtedly achieve exceptional results. As he wandered into a patch of spiritual herb fields, the illusionary heart weasel came to a halt, transfixed by a particular herb. Observing this, Li Haoxuan approached the weasel and stood alongside it. "What troubles you, Snowball?" he inquired. I desire that Millennium 9, the weasel replied, its voice dwindling into a whisper as it spoke. Understanding its wish, Li Haoxuan exchanged a knowing glance with Rui, who immediately darted to the location of the Millennium 9. Unearthing it with a spiritual hoe, Rui then returned to present the herb, still cloaked in earth, to the weasel. Though the Millennium 9 lay within reach, the weasel hesitated to accept it. Cautiously, it lifted its gaze to Li Haoxuan, who encouraged, "Take it, if the Millennium 9 proves beneficial to you." Upon hearing this, the weasel joyfully leaped from the ground and onto Li Haoxuan's shoulder, wrapping its elongated body around his neck in a display of affection. "Thank you, master," it exclaimed sincerely. Watching this tender scene, Wu couldn't help but chuckle. The weasel's antics resembled a fluffy white scarf adorning Li Haoxuan's neck, evoking a sense of amusement. After consuming the Millennium 9, the weasel retreated to its cozy nest, slipping into a deep slumber. It seemed that once Snowball awakened, it would have ascended to the mid-second tier. Upon hearing Rui's words, Li Haoxuan understood why the weasel had yearned for the Millennium 9. It aimed to utilize it for advancement. He instructed Rui to keep a vigilant watch over the weasel and to inform him of any developments. Having rested sufficiently, he prepared to venture outside. In the autumnal mountains, a sea of red met the eye. In the maple forest, leaves cascaded down like delicate butterflies dancing in the breeze. The beauty of the maple grove was breathtaking, yet it concealed unimaginable dangers. Li Haoxuan treaded cautiously through the forest, his consciousness probing the surroundings. Not far ahead, two figures approached, their attire devoid of any distinctive insignia. Heightening his alertness, Li Haoxuan shifted his path away from them. Though he distanced himself, it was not long before he encountered two unfamiliar faces. At this moment, realization dawned upon him. He had stepped into a trap. He pondered who would orchestrate such a scheme against him in this secret realm. And one name flashed through his mind, Qin Jinyu. Coming to this conclusion, Li Haoxuan chose to halt his retreat, standing firm as he waved his sleeve and declared, "Since I am already here, you might as well bring your junior disciples out." After 3 seconds, a sinister laughter echoed through the maple grove. "Indeed, Junior Li has discerned our presence." Qin Jinyu emerged from behind a maple tree. Li Haoxuan regarded him with an impassive expression and inquired, "I seek Qin Shixiang for a matter of importance. May I ask what brings you and your juniors here to find me?" As Qin Jinyu stepped forward, his disciples began to materialize one after another, encircling Li Haoxuan. It's nothing of great consequence, merely a matter concerning your spirit beast." "Oh, not just any ordinary spirit beast. It is that water chelan. My brother has contemplated and still desires it. Your spirit beast is indeed a rare find. The water chelan has been absent from the cultivation world for a millennium. Had it not been for the profound heritage of the Wandu sect and my extensive knowledge, I would have surely missed it." It appeared that after their previous encounter, Qin Jinyu had deduced the identity of Yuan Ruo's water Qilin based on his impressions. If Qin Jinyu were to possess the water Qilin, he could concoct the long-lost corrosive poison of the Wandu sect using its blood, thereby elevating his status within the sect and paving a smoother path in his cultivation journey. No way, your aspirations are forever unattainable. You should first repay the 2 lives you owe me, Li Haoxuan articulated deliberately, aware that Li Haoxuan would not yield the water Qilin easily. Qin Jinyu subtly gestured to the 20 or so disciples surrounding him. Upon receiving the signal, a flurry of light erupted from their positions. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of impact reverberated through the air. Li Haoxuan, in a single breath, unleashed over 20 spiritual artifacts from his storage belt, detonating them to thwart their assault. Amidst the swirling smoke, roars of beasts erupted as Li Haoxuan's spirit beasts darted from his side to engage the disciples of the Wandu sect. A long sword and a short sword sliced through the haze, hurtling toward Li Haoxuan's face. Grasping the Feishua sword, he slashed downward, momentarily deflecting both blades with a sharp clang. His hand trembled slightly as the short sword renewed its assault, glimmering with a menacing toxic sheen. What a nuisance! Li Haoxuan cursed inwardly, feeling a surge of frustration at the Wandu sect's poisonous techniques. On the other hand, Li Haoxuan's spirit beasts showcased their unique abilities. The 3-eyed crimson fox unleashed a sea of consciousness attack on the Wandu disciples, igniting them with its foxfire during their moment of distraction. However, given the overwhelming number of Wandu disciples, the second-tier spirit beast could not afford to employ its third eye frequently. The Zixia spirit crane, graceful and poised, soared gracefully above, executing pinpoint strikes. The battles featuring the auspicious little creature were particularly entertaining. It stealthily climbed onto the shoulder of a Wandu disciple, utilizing its tail to poke at the disciple's eyes. Although its combat prowess was modest, it proved surprisingly effective, causing several Wandu disciples to suffer humiliating defeats at its hands. Despite the 3-eyed crimson fox's valiant efforts, it too faced overwhelming odds, sustaining injuries in the process. Li Haoxuan swatted away the long and short swords, charging to the aid of the 3-eyed crimson fox, using a defensive artifact to shield it from incoming attacks. Back to back, they faced the encircling Wandu disciples, resolute in their stance. Juniorly, it would be prudent to reconsider. There is no need to wait for these little spirit beasts to lay down their lives before surrendering the water Qilin, Qin Jinyu urged, attempting to persuade him. Li Haoxuan's silence seemed to provoke Qin Jinyu's ire. If you seek death, do not blame your brother for your fate. Continue. Among the disciples of the Wan Poison sect still able to fight, upon hearing Qin Jinyu's words, they all fixated their gazes on Li Haoxuan and the 3-eyed crimson fox, preparing to strike at the opportune moment. Through their contract communication, Li Haoxuan and the 3-eyed crimson fox took the initiative to attack. The flying snow sword danced in Li Haoxuan's hands, creating a flurry of sword flowers. The disciples of Wan Poison sect, unable to evade, found themselves caught off guard as Li Haoxuan seized the moment to thrust the flying snow sword forcefully into the dantian of a hapless disciple. As the dantian was pierced, the disciple's spiritual energy dissipated instantaneously, rendering him akin to a withered leaf, crashing heavily to the ground. Perhaps it was a friend he was familiar with, as another disciple from Wan Poison sect shrieked and charged forward. Li Haoxuan remained unperturbed, his expression cold as he conjured another sword flower. In a flash, the sword light of the flying snow sword splattered blood across the sky, slowly trickling down to the earth. In an instant, Li Haoxuan had claimed the lives of 2 men, standing at a distance. Qin Jinyu observed this scene unfold without a hint of sorrow for the loss of his junior brother. Instead, he directed the others to launch a new wave of assault. At this moment, the disciples of Wan Poison sect unleashed their poison bags, releasing countless venomous insects that swarmed from their bodies, obscuring the light in the sky. Li Haoxuan summoned his spiritual energy to create a protective barrier, while the venomous insects that appeared in the air were entrusted to the Zixia spirit crane and the 3-eyed crimson fox to handle. Alone, with the flying snow sword in hand, he charged swiftly toward the disciples of Wan Poison sect. The air was filled with the sounds of anguished cries, as severed limbs from the Wan Poison sect disciples scattered through the air. The overwhelming stench of blood rapidly permeated the area, transforming it into a veritable hellscape. In this maple leaf forest, already terrifyingly red, the addition of blood made the hue appear even more strikingly vibrant. In the blink of an eye, nearly all the disciples of Wan Poison sect had been annihilated. Observing the horrifying scene before him, Qin Jinyu's throat went dry. It became painfully evident to him that he had underestimated Li Haoxuan's prowess. Nonetheless, the allure of the water Qilin was simply too great for him to resist. His junior brothers held no significance in his eyes. He was willing to tread upon their corpses in his pursuit. In the den of tigers and wolves that was the Poison Sect, he had earned the moniker Poison Prince through his ruthless and decisive nature. Without a moment's hesitation, he wielded his long sword and short sword to attack Haoxuan, who was embroiled in battle. "Master, be careful," the Xixia spirit crane warned through their contract, its voice echoing across the battlefield. However, for Haoxuan, engaged in a solitary struggle against numerous foes, there was no time to react. All he heard was the sound of a spiritual instrument piercing his body, followed by its withdrawal. To his surprise, he turned to find that the three-eyed Crimson Fox had shielded him from the blow. Haoxuan cleaved through another Poison Sect disciple with his sword, yearning to reach the three-eyed Crimson Fox's side, only to be confronted by yet another disciple attacking him. He could not advance, leaving the three-eyed Crimson Fox to contend with Qin Jinyu alone. Qin Jinyu not only manipulated his spiritual weapons, but also unleashed the carefully cultivated venomous insects. Under the dual onslaught, the three-eyed Crimson Fox fought valiantly. However, as time passed, it became increasingly difficult for the three-eyed Crimson Fox to endure. The relentless bites of the insects inflicted excruciating pain, rendering it unable to control its foxfire for an attack. It could only howl towards the heavens, attempting to express its suffering. Qin Jinyu infused his spiritual energy into the short sword and long sword, hastening their speed as they approached the three-eyed Crimson Fox. The short sword first pierced through the fox's throat, followed swiftly by the long sword that penetrated its abdomen. In that moment, both weapons were stained with fox blood. Realizing that its vitality was swiftly waning, the three-eyed Crimson Fox let out a heart-wrenching cry. Simultaneously, Haoxuan, as its master, sensed the bond of their contract beginning to fray. Panic surged within him, marking his most frantic moment since witnessing the demise of his spiritual beasts. He could not afford to lose Wu Wu. His consciousness rapidly delved into the Lichin space, yearning to summon the water Qilin to extricate him from this dire predicament. Yet, a momentary blankness clouded his mind. The water Qilin, at that moment, was undergoing an evolution akin to the illusory heart minx, rendering him unable to summon it. Interrupting its progression would jeopardize any future chances of advancement. Haoxuan could not do that. Through their master-servant contract, the three-eyed Crimson Fox grasped Haoxuan's thoughts. Calmly, it communicated through their bond, "Master, Wu Wu can no longer accompany you. Master, flee." The three-eyed Crimson Fox's voice resonated within Haoxuan's consciousness. With its remaining strength, it lunged at Qin Jinyu, fiercely biting down on his right arm and tearing it away. Subsequently, it collapsed to the ground, motionless. At this moment, Haoxuan, covered in wounds and blood, unleashed all of his power to repel the remaining disciples of the Poison Sect, charging toward Qin Jinyu. The three-eyed Crimson Fox's final retaliatory strike caught Qin Jinyu off guard, and the loss of his arm caused him to break out in a cold sweat. "Since Wu Wu has severed your arm, I shall take your leg." With a swift stroke of his sword, Haoxuan left Qin Jinyu no room for evasion. The loss of an arm and a leg left him in a dire predicament. In a state of panic, Qin Jinyu's left hand plunged into his storage bag. Scattering powder carelessly, Haoxuan, unable to evade, found himself enveloped by the powder Qin Jinyu had released. "Spirit Crane, hurry down and save the master," Jixiang urged anxiously, tapping the Xixia Spirit Crane's head. The Xixia Spirit Crane dove from the sky to the ground, its wings fanning away the remaining powder suspended in the air. Its talons gripped Haoxuan's shoulders tightly, lifting him away to safety. Witnessing this, Qin Jinyu waved his left hand in the air, executing an unknown action. As he watched Haoxuan being carried away by the Xixia Spirit Crane, a wave of frustration surged within him. The pain from losing an arm and a leg, compounded by his dissatisfaction, drove him into a furious outburst. The dwindling number of Poison Sect disciples, witnessing their senior brother in such a state, quickly gathered around to staunch his bleeding wounds. Within the secret realm, flying with beasts was an act that one would never dare to attempt under ordinary circumstances. Yet, given Haoxuan's peculiar situation, there was no other means of escape. Amidst the peril, the Xixia Spirit Crane soared at an astonishing speed, swiftly distancing itself from the maple leaf forest and the mountain. Before long, Jixiang sensed something amiss. The Xixia Spirit Crane's flight speed was gradually diminishing. Recalling the last gesture Qin Jinyu had made as they departed, it became evident he had enacted something. Jixiang immediately examined the Xixia Spirit Crane's body, discovering a pinhole-sized wound in its rear. At this moment, the flesh around the wound had turned black, the blood no longer red but a desiccated black stain. Before Jixiang and the Xixia Spirit Crane could utter a word, its flapping wings came to a halt. The Xixia Spirit Crane had perished, its talons loosened, and Jixiang, witnessing Haoxuan lose consciousness from the depletion of spiritual energy and the effects of the powder, gritted its teeth and leaped from the Xixia Spirit Crane's body onto Haoxuan's. "Spirit Crane, we part ways here." I must lead the master to safety. As they plummeted from a great height, the fierce winds forced Jixiang to cling tenaciously to Li Haoxuan's clothing with his tiny rodent teeth, his beady eyes scanning the surroundings. At that moment, they were still a considerable distance from the ground. Jixiang's mind raced with thoughts. If they continued to fall straight down, they would surely meet a gruesome fate upon impact. Amidst their rapid descent, Jixiang noticed a waterfall cascading nearby. Desperate times called for desperate measures. Beneath that waterfall, there must be a pool or river to cushion their fall. However, they were still quite far from it. What should I do? Jixiang pondered. Suddenly, inspiration struck. I possess the thunderbolt given to me by my master. I shall use its explosive force to propel us towards safety. With a swift motion, Jixiang retrieved the thunderbolt from his storage necklace, calculated the trajectory, and hurled it into the air. In an instant, it detonated, sending powerful gusts that propelled both him and Li Haoxuan towards the waterfall. Peering down, Jixiang saw that they had ascended to hover above the waterfall, and indeed, a pool awaited below. At last, Jixiang exhaled in relief. The thunderous sound of their entry into the water reverberated around them as they plunged into the depths of the pool. Although they were temporarily safe, new challenges soon emerged. As a diminutive mouse, Jixiang struggled valiantly, but found it impossible to drag Li Haoxuan to the surface. Watching as his master sank beneath the water's weight, Jixiang anxiously swirled atop the surface. What to do? What to do? Master, please don't sink too quickly. Let me think of a solution. Just then, a splashing sound broke the surface. Jixiang beheld a tall figure swimming towards Li Haoxuan, rescuing him from his watery plight. Observing the figure cradling Li Haoxuan horizontally and bringing him to the shore, Jixiang hastily swam to the water's edge and scrambled onto dry land. He rolled and rushed to Li Haoxuan's side, who lay on the ground, his disheveled hair framing a flushed face, mouth slightly agape as he groaned. So hot. So uncomfortable. Jixiang was taken aback by Li Haoxuan's condition. His tiny mouth gaped in shock as one word flashed in his mind. Aphrodisiac. What has he been afflicted with? Jiang Huai stared at Li Haoxuan, who, while tugging at his clothing, revealed his fair skin, puzzled. Li Haoxuan murmured, his face growing increasingly crimson as he stripped away more layers. Jiang Huai then pondered, could it be an aphrodisiac? Straining to prop himself up, Li Haoxuan opened his eyes and, upon seeing Jiang Huai nearby, managed to utter, Brother Jiang, please take me to that large rock beneath the waterfall. Witnessing Li Haoxuan's distress, Jiang Huai stepped forward, brushing aside the damp hair from Li Haoxuan's face before lifting him once more. Channeling his spiritual energy, Jiang Huai transported Li Haoxuan beneath the waterfall. With determination, Li Haoxuan forced himself to sit upright under the torrent, feeling the cascading water wash over every inch of his body. The heat stemming from the aphrodisiac coursed chaotically within him. Li Haoxuan concentrated on invoking the beast control true art. As he did so, the remaining contracts with his spiritual beasts began to react. Jixiang's contract had little effect. It was the water Qilin and the water moon Guanyin lotus that proved significant. The water moon Guanyin lotus's nurturing energy allowed Li Haoxuan to suppress the potency of Qin Jinyu's aphrodisiac, while the water Qilin's restorative power soothed and healed his dantian and meridians. Jiang Huai did not depart, but instead sat by the water's edge, sword in hand, vigilantly guarding Li Haoxuan. Observing Li Haoxuan gradually recovering amidst the flowing waters, Jiang Huai's furrowed brow began to ease. Chapter 71, The Concealment Array. Li Haoxuan tirelessly channeled the beast control true art, seizing every moment to expel the foreign substances within his body. With the aid of the water moon Guanyin lotus, he finally expelled the last vestiges of heat from his system. As he opened his eyes, he immediately spotted Jiang Huai sitting cross-legged by the tree with his sword in hand, eyes closed in meditation. Witnessing Jiang Huai's sacred and unassailable demeanor, Li Haoxuan felt a flush of embarrassment at his previous indiscretions. With the gentle sound of flowing water, Li Haoxuan refrained from disturbing Jiang Huai, closing his eyes to quietly adjust his internal energy. Fully immersed in the operation of the beast control true art, he soon noticed a faint trickle of energy flowing out of his body. Like a diligent investigator, he carefully followed the source of this elusive energy. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the faint energy within him was being drawn towards a stone wall obscured by the waterfall. Consciously, Li Haoxuan directed the remaining energy within him to merge with the path of attraction. To his astonishment, no matter how much energy he infused, the stone wall continued to absorb it insatiably. Sensing something peculiar, Li Haoxuan stood up, intending to take a closer look. At that very moment, Jiang Huai opened his eyes. Without hesitation, Li Haoxuan shared his findings. Jiang Huai, unperturbed, took to the air. As Jiang Huai soared closer, Li Haoxuan opened his mouth to warn him of the swift water above, but before he could utter a word, Jiang Huai conjured a barrier of spiritual energy. enveloping both of them. Standing side by side, they gazed at the stone wall that Haoxuan had described as a siphon for spiritual energy. Let me cleave it with my Qing Xuan. Jiang Huai raised his sword, ready to strike. Haoxuan quickly raised a hand to halt him. Wait. Let me investigate first. Stepping out of Jiang Huai's protective barrier, Haoxuan was splashed by a few droplets of water but pressed on undeterred. Approaching the stone wall, he reached out to touch its surface, and it was then he felt the wall's true nature. The stone wall no longer exhibited any restraint. As soon as Haoxuan's fingers grazed it, the rate at which it absorbed his energy intensified. Haoxuan allowed the stone wall to siphon his energy, using the opportunity to discern its peculiarities. Fortune favored the diligent, and Haoxuan finally discovered a distinctive feature upon the stone wall, a small array pattern. Following this lead, he gradually uncovered other array patterns, ultimately revealing that the entire stone wall was inscribed with a massive formation. What did you find? Jiang Huai inquired. Approaching as Haoxuan explored further, Haoxuan withdrew his hand from the stone wall, replying, "This wall conceals a vast and intricate concealment array, effectively shrouding whatever lies behind it. Its design is exquisite. When the precious spirit stones within are depleted, it draws energy from the external environment to sustain itself. Moreover, as the spirit stones gradually replenish their energy, this cycle continues, allowing the array to endure until now." After Haoxuan's explanation, Jiang Huai grasped the impressive nature of the concealment array. Haoxuan continued, "I was able to uncover this array purely because the precious spirit stones within have sustained damage, causing the concealment array to begin its collapse. Yet it steadfastly fulfilled its duty, continuously absorbing spiritual energy from the outside world to maintain the final operation of the formation." After uttering these words, Haoxuan fell silent. Within the secret realm, such a formidable concealment formation existed. The treasures concealed behind this formation were undoubtedly of considerable value, and Haoxuan certainly would not let the opportunity slip by easily. His mind raced with thoughts, seeking a method to unravel the formation. Although Haoxuan was a disciple of the Beast Taming sect, primarily specializing in the art of beast mastery, the sect devoted tremendous resources to cultivating its true disciples. Within the halls of the true disciples, a plethora of knowledge regarding cultivation was imparted, and disciples were required to master every aspect before participating in the final graduation ceremony. Thanks to years of training in the Beast Taming sect, Haoxuan's skills in breaking formations were quite remarkable among his peers. Brief flashes of inspiration would occasionally illuminate his mind, presenting potential methods to dismantle the formation. However, upon attempting these methods, they proved ineffective, compelling him to seek alternative approaches. Jiang Huai, who had no understanding of formations, could only quietly observe from the side as Haoxuan tirelessly experimented with different solutions. This could work, but no. I must try something else. How on earth can I break this formation? The more he pondered, the more perplexed he became, unsure of how to proceed. Suddenly, as Haoxuan touched the formation, he experienced a peculiar sensation. Instinctively, he grasped something profound and began to dismantle the formation with renewed vigor. Jiang Huai did not rush Haoxuan. Instead, he noticed that as Haoxuan's movement slowed, his grip on the spirit sword tightened. His consciousness swept meticulously around them, leaving no corner unexplored. After a considerable time, Haoxuan finally formed a single hand seal, condensing his spiritual energy into a needle-like form, and decisively pierced a specific spot within the formation. As his spiritual energy entered the formation, the entire concealment formation erupted with radiant brilliance. In an instant, a blinding red light shot forth from the formation, dividing into two and merging into the foreheads of Haoxuan and Jiang Huai. An ancient male voice resonated in their minds. "With heaven and earth as witnesses, today we forge a bond, unyielding and everlasting." The contract was established. After the voice faded, Haoxuan felt a new connection with Jiang Huai. This bond differed from the spirit beast contracts he shared with the water Qilin. Haoxuan could sense Jiang Huai's intentions, and Jiang Huai could feel his in return. This sensation reminded Haoxuan of something he had encountered in a miscellaneous tome of the cultivation world, a heart-linked contract. This contract, once prevalent among Dao companions in the ancient cultivation realm, had fallen out of favor due to the discomfort it caused practitioners when revealing their innermost thoughts to another, particularly when some harbored insincere feelings. Ultimately, such contracts were discarded. Haoxuan shared this knowledge with Jiang Huai, who nodded calmly, stating, "We shall find a solution after exiting the Xiantong secret realm. For now, let us proceed within." With that, Jiang Huai raised his sword and prepared to advance. Haoxuan quickly reached out, halting him. Wait a moment. He retrieved a second-tier defensive spirit artifact, the Wutu Spirit Pearl, from his storage bag. Channeling his spiritual energy into it, the Wutu Spirit Pearl began to float above them, enveloping them in a protective barrier. "Let us go," Li Haoxuan declared. Together, Li Haoxuan and Jiang Huai stepped into the concealed cave. As they entered, they felt as though they were being scrutinized from every angle. Jiang Huai furrowed his brow. Noticing Jiang Huai deep in thought, Li Haoxuan paused to await his judgment on whether to enter the cave. Through the heart-linked contract, he gleaned the myriad thoughts swirling in Jiang Huai's mind. After a moment, Jiang Huai lifted his gaze to meet Li Haoxuan's eyes. Li Haoxuan detected a flicker of complexity in his expression as he spoke. "Since we have discovered this place and unraveled the formation, it stands to reason that there lies an opportunity for us within this cave. Let us venture forth, but proceed with caution." Chapter 72, Answering Questions. The two advanced, only to be enveloped by a sudden white mist. A sensation of weightlessness washed over Li Haoxuan, startling him momentarily. However, he strove to maintain his composure, bracing for whatever might unfold next. As they vanished into the mist, the entrance to the cave disappeared as if it had never existed. The sounds of cascading water and rocks reverberated in the air, while the stone walls remained smooth, without a single crack. Upon the water's surface, a first-tier spiritual dragonfly flitted by. Everything was eerily tranquil. Gradually, the sensation of weightlessness dissipated, and Li Haoxuan regained control over his body. He opened his eyes to find Jiang Huai absent, standing alone before an unfamiliar structure. Why is there a boy?" a voice exclaimed from an unseen corner. However, Li Haoxuan paid no heed to the sound, engrossed in observing his surroundings. It appeared to be an antechamber, with a formation guarding the exit. To leave, he would first have to dismantle the formation. After a brief examination, he determined that the formation was not particularly difficult to break. He extended his index finger, enveloped in spiritual energy, and touched a specific point on the formation. Instantly, the formation teetered on the brink of collapse. Subsequently, Li Haoxuan quietly summoned the flying snow sword, channeling his spiritual energy into it. With the swiftness of lightning, the sword cleaved through the formation. In an instant, a soft sound echoed as the formation shattered. Li Haoxuan smiled triumphantly, pushed open the door, and stepped outside. Upon exiting, he found himself in a vast hall, starkly empty save for a few lifeless objects. Li Haoxuan looked up to the highest point, where a lavish chair adorned with pearls, gemstones, and jade awaited, yet it remained unoccupied, a mere remnant of its former glory. He released a swarm of six-winged frost bees to meticulously search the expansive hall, but they uncovered nothing of value. Could it be that the opportunities here have already been claimed by others? No, if that were the case, the formation would not have remained. Concluding that there were still treasures to be had, Li Haoxuan, accompanied by the swarm of frost bees, began to explore the area thoroughly. Together, they scoured the hall, discovering numerous rooms, each protected by a formation. He proceeded into each distinct chamber. This time, breaking the formations was not a test of his skills. Instead, it evaluated his knowledge of beast mastery. Drawing upon his solid foundation in beast taming, Li Haoxuan answered the questions posed by the formations in each room. With each correct answer, the formation would dissolve, allowing him to acquire a useful tip regarding beast mastery from within the room. As he answered more questions, the knowledge presented became increasingly valuable and rare. This continual bounty invigorated Li Haoxuan, for regardless of whether further opportunities awaited him, the knowledge he had already gained made the journey worthwhile. After a considerable passage of time, Li Haoxuan completed the final question and retrieved the treasures concealed within. It was a book, casually opened, yet he was astonished to find the emblem of the Beast Taming sect inscribed upon its pages. This revelation left him momentarily disoriented. How could such a symbol appear here? Could it have been left by some venerable predecessor of the Beast Taming sect? Li Haoxuan, clutching the book, exited the final chamber and returned to the grand hall. He lowered his gaze, engrossed in his reading as he walked to the center of the hall. "Young one, raise your head." A clear, resonant female voice echoed throughout the vast hall. The sudden utterance captured all of Li Haoxuan's attention. He instinctively lifted his gaze to the front, where a majestic, ethereal figure was seated upon an opulent stool. This apparition was clad in a resplendent robe, intricately embroidered with exquisite phoenix patterns, exuding an air of regal elegance. Her features were striking, with a high nose and deep-set eyes that radiated an enigmatic power, as if she could see through all things. Li Haoxuan realized that although she was but a phantom, her enduring presence suggested that dealing with someone as inconsequential as himself, a mere foundational-level cultivator, would be effortless for her. Thus, with utmost respect, he bowed and introduced himself. "I am Li Haoxuan, here to pay my respects to you, esteemed elder." Seeing the handsome young man display such respect and courtesy, the ethereal figure, Feng Yusen, nodded in acknowledgement of his greeting. "I observe that you are practicing the true scriptures of beast taming, possess numerous spirit beast contracts, and carry the essence of the watery Qilin. Might you be a disciple of the Beast Taming sect? Feng Yusen spoke with an air of ease. Li Haoxuan, taken aback by her accurate observations, felt a surge of fear alongside his astonishment. He could not help but break out in a cold sweat. Indeed, I am a disciple of the Beast Taming sect. Might I inquire if you are as well? How did you arrive at such a conclusion? Feng Yusen inquired, her tone curious. Li Haoxuan explained. The chambers outside are filled with knowledge of beast taming, some of which are exclusive secrets of the sect. Furthermore, the book I discovered in the last room bore the emblem of the Beast Taming sect, leading me to boldly speculate about your identity. Feng Yusen listened intently to Li Haoxuan's logical reasoning, clearly pleased. She laughed heartily, exclaiming, "What an admirable junior you are. Indeed, I too belong to the Beast Taming sect. My name is Feng Yusen, though I wonder if you are familiar with it." Upon hearing her name, Li Haoxuan gasped in astonishment. He had not anticipated that this ethereal figure was Feng Yusen, the renowned beast master from 3,000 years ago, a formidable power during her time. With her singular ice spirit root and mastery of the beast taming technique, she had overwhelmed disciples of other sects in her era. According to records, whenever the beast master ventured out, she was accompanied by various high-tier spirit beasts. She took great delight in rescuing others from peril and championing justice. When she intervened, she would unleash her lead spirit beasts to subdue foes, leaving them utterly convinced and helpless. The last account of Feng Yusen in the cultivation world spoke of her rescuing a male sword cultivator, after which both vanished without a trace, never to be seen again. Li Haoxuan could scarcely believe his fortune in encountering such a legendary figure from 3 millennia past. "You must be an exceptional disciple of the Beast Taming sect to have entered the Xiantong secret realm," she remarked. "The path for female cultivators is fraught with challenges. Initially, I designed this formation to seek a female disciple to inherit my legacy. However, it misidentified the watery essence within you, thus bringing you here." There was a hint of regret in her voice. After a brief pause, she continued, "My ethereal form cannot endure much longer. Thus, I shall bestow upon you all that I possess." Chapter 73, Emergence. Facing such a tremendous opportunity, Li Haoxuan immediately knelt, expressing his gratitude. With a graceful wave of her sleeve, the 4 Seasons mountain within the Xiantong secret realm began to tremble. The spirit beasts residing within sensed the disturbance and exerted themselves to escape from the mountain. In that moment, birds and beasts scattered in all directions. Meanwhile, Qin Jinyu and his disciples, resting and healing within the mountain, were propelled outward by an unseen force. The occurrence transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving them no time to react as they were ejected from the mountain and crashed to the ground. For his disciples, the impact was bearable. However, for the injured Qin Jinyu, who had only just staunched his bleeding, this sudden upheaval exacerbated his wounds, causing him immense suffering. The once massive 4 Seasons mountain had now shrunk to a mere object in Li Haoxuan's hand. The diminutive mountain vanished from sight, only to reappear in the grand hall, hovering before him. "Take it," commanded Feng Yusen. Li Haoxuan extended his hands solemnly to receive the item. "This small mountain is a 7th-tier spirit artifact I once used to nurture my beast horde, the Beast Taming Mountain. With your current cultivation level, you may not be able to unleash its full power, yet you can still utilize it to some extent. Once you reach the integration stage, you may incorporate additional materials to further refine and elevate it." With Feng Yusen's assistance, Li Haoxuan successfully established himself as the master of this 7th-tier spirit artifact. After recognizing its new master, he felt a surge of control over the Beast Taming Mountain. He couldn't help but reflect on how he and Qin Jinyu had once clashed fiercely within this mountain, and now it had transformed into his spirit artifact. "The technique of beast taming is recorded in the book you have acquired. You should study it diligently to master the art," Feng Yusen advised. "Thank you, esteemed elder. I am at a loss for how to repay you," Li Haoxuan replied earnestly. Feng Yusen dismissed his expression of gratitude, simply stating, "You must swear the heart demon oath here. Should you achieve success in your cultivation and the beast taming sect face dire straits, you are obliged to lend your assistance and not turn a blind eye. The heart demon oath is a vow to the heavenly principles, establishing karmic ties. Should you violate it, you will undoubtedly face the backlash of the heart demon. The lightest consequence is a lifetime without advancement. The gravest could lead to your demise during the heavenly tribulation." "Understood, I swear," Li Haoxuan declared resolutely. "I, Li Haoxuan, vow to the heavenly principles that if the beast taming sect encounters great peril, I shall certainly offer my aid. Otherwise, the heart demon shall arise, and I shall perish beneath the heavenly tribulation." Upon hearing Li Haoxuan's unwavering oath, Feng Yusen's expression softened, and a warm smile graced her face. Sensing her good spirits, Li Haoxuan seized the opportunity to inquire, "Elder Feng, during our entry into the formation, I inadvertently formed a heart contract with another individual. Might I ask how we can dissolve this bond?" After a moment's pause, he added, somewhat bashfully, the other party is also male. The revelation of both parties being male elicited a hearty laugh from Feng Yusin. Ha ha ha. Fear not. While it is rare for males to form contracts with one another in ancient times, it certainly occurred on occasion. Her words caused Li Haoxuan's face to flush with embarrassment. As she observed his reddened cheeks, Feng Yusin composed herself and said earnestly, the formation for this heart contract was one I inadvertently acquired with my husband. We intended to forge a bond, but unforeseen circumstances led to our demise before we could complete it, leaving the heart contract intact. Your situation likely arose because, during my array's formation, my husband inadvertently included this ancient heart contract formation within the hidden array, resulting in your encounter. I regret to say that I do not possess the means to dissolve this heart contract, she concluded. The elucidation provided by Feng Yusin only deepened Li Haoxuan's sorrow regarding this unforeseen calamity. Madam, a striking figure emerged in the hall, prompting Li Haoxuan to turn his gaze towards the individual. The person strode directly towards Feng Yusin, wrapping an arm around her waist, their actions exuding an intimate familiarity. Oh, this must be the male sword cultivator, Li Haoxuan mused. Feng Yusin offered no resistance to the man's hand-holding and half-embrace, seeming to relish the affection. Have you completed your assessment? He inquired. It is done. The moment it concluded, I rushed here to find you, came the reply. Madam, is it not yet over? Her husband asked. Feng Yusin chuckled lightly, tightening her grip on her husband's hand as she replied, it has long been concluded. I was merely engaging in trivial conversation with that young man. Li Haoxuan observed as the figures of the two, once so vividly present, began to fade into obscurity. Yet, Feng Yusin and her companion appeared untroubled by this transformation, embracing even more tightly in front of him. She buried her face in her husband's chest, remaining still for a moment before revealing half her face to glance at Li Haoxuan, saying, what has been given must not be forgotten. Remember your promise. Fear not. I shall not forget. Li Haoxuan resolutely responded, then respectfully bowed, watching as the pair completely vanished into the ether. If one does not ascend to immortality, then even the grandest of names and riches will merely dissipate, forgotten in the torrents of history. After the disappearance of Feng Yusin and her husband, Li Haoxuan was once again engulfed in a sensation of weightlessness. His vision darkened momentarily, and upon reopening his eyes, he found himself in a new locale. Having left the hall behind, surveying his surroundings, he discovered no sign of Jiang Huai. Through their bond, he sensed that Jiang Huai was still alive. Surely, he too had been transported elsewhere. Ultimately, Li Haoxuan chose to disregard Jiang Huai for the moment, as, according to the intelligence relayed by the six-winged frost bee, Su Ruofeng and Zhu Yuhan were in close proximity. Without delay, he hastened toward their location. Atop a mountain peak, Su Ruofeng and Zhu Yuhan stood, gazing at the opposite summit. We have been here for quite some time without encountering our senior brother. I wonder how he fares. Su Ruofeng lamented, his despondency affecting Zhu Yuhan as well. With a sigh, she remarked, Wang Shiji has fallen. I wonder what has become of Wang Shiji. Enough, enough. Su Ruofeng interjected urgently. Let us refrain from such talk and focus on finding our senior brother. Then let us proceed forward, Zhu Yuhan suggested, exploring the secret realm while searching for him. No sooner had Zhu Yuhan spoken than a fly buzzed past her face. As she instinctively reached out to swat the bothersome insect, she caught sight of a blue fruit in the direction it had flown. That fruit appears to be a water-attributed spiritual fruit, Su Ruofeng observed. Hee. Yet another discovery, Zhu Yuhan exclaimed, eager to approach and pluck the fruit. Su Ruofeng swiftly grasped her arm, declaring, I am faster. Allow me to retrieve it. With that, he leaped up the tree. Senior brother, be careful, Zhu Yuhan cautioned. Do not worry, junior sister, Su Ruofeng reassured her. At that moment, his hand reached toward the spiritual fruit, poised to pluck it. Senior brother, hurry, Zhu Yuhan cried out. As Su Ruofeng turned to look, he found a long-armed orangutan glaring at him, poised to pounce upon the fruit thief. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Ruofeng snatched the fruit from the tree and shouted to Zhu Yuhan, run. He leaped down, the orangutan behind him calling out to its kin. In an instant, a horde of long-armed orangutans surged after them. The cacophony of their roars was nearly unbearable. Su Ruofeng wasted no time in unleashing his spiritual energy, sending forth blades of wind as he turned to flee. The two were no longer merely harvesting spiritual fruits. They had unwittingly garnered an entire tribe. Senior brother. Their cries are unbearable. Zhu Yuhan gasped as they ran. Suddenly, she stumbled, collapsing to the ground. Senior brother, her pitiful cry prompted Su Ruofeng to look back. The swarm of orangutans was closing in rapidly, and though he yearned to save his junior sister, time was not on his side. Junior sister. Su Ruofeng cried out in anguish. Amidst the chaos, a male voice resonated, water flows gently. In mere breaths, an individual seized the opportune moment. As the orangutans charged towards Zhu Yuhan, two hands surrounded by swirling water plunged decisively into the neck of one of the beasts. Each stream of water struck true, piercing the carotid artery, and hot, crimson blood erupted from the creature's body, splattering onto the faces of its still-living companions. In an instant, the orangutan horde erupted in shrill cries, thrashing about and kicking up clouds of dust. Though they were many, the sudden onslaught of blood and the loss of their kin restored some semblance of reason, filling them with primal fear, and they began to retreat. Zhu Yuhan and Su Ruofeng turned to behold the calm figure of Li Haoxuan, his hands entwined with water as he faced the long-armed orangutans. Their hearts surged with excitement. "Senior brother," Su Ruofeng exclaimed. "Wah, Haoxuan senior brother, you have finally arrived. You are truly reliable." Zhu Yuhan sobbed, sitting on the ground, tears trickling down her cheeks. Li Haoxuan dispelled the water, advancing to assist Zhu Yuhan to her feet. "Junior sister, are you unharmed?" he inquired. "I am fine, feeling quite well now," Zhu Yuhan replied. Buoyed by Li Haoxuan's support, her spirits lifted. "How did you come to provoke this horde of orangutans?" Li Haoxuan asked. As Zhu Yuhan began to explain, her tone became exasperated. "We merely took one of their fruits. I do not understand why they pursued us so relentlessly." "Oh, and what kind of fruit was it?" Li Haoxuan pressed. Zhu Yuhan gestured to Su Ruofeng, saying, "Senior brother Ruofeng, quickly show Haoxuan senior brother." With that, Su Ruofeng produced the fruit, placing it before the trio. After a moment of inspection, Li Haoxuan declared, "This is a fourth-tier spiritual fruit, the water snake fruit, which possesses significant restorative properties for water-attributed spirit beasts. Each location houses but one water snake fruit tree, which takes a millennium to mature and bears fruit for a century. If the fruit is not harvested upon ripening, it will drop to the earth, nourishing the soil." Li Haoxuan examined the fruit more closely, stating, "It appears this water snake fruit is yet unripe. While it may suffice for cultivation purposes, it offers minimal enhancement for spirit beasts." Upon hearing this, disappointment washed over Zhu Yuhan's face. "What a waste of effort. At the time, I was so focused on harvesting." Li Haoxuan chuckled, saying, "There is still merit in your efforts. As your senior brother, I am willing to purchase this water snake fruit for cultivation." With a flourish, Li Haoxuan produced equivalent goods from his storage pouch in exchange for the fruit held by Su Ruofeng and Zhu Yuhan. He promptly placed the water snake fruit into his Li Qin's space, instructing Rui to arrange for its cultivation. As Li Haoxuan's cultivation level continued to rise, the low-tier spiritual fruit trees within his space would soon require replacement. For the time that followed, the three acted in unison. Li Haoxuan refrained from summoning his treasure-seeking mouse, resulting in a diminished yield compared to before. Nonetheless, when compared to the other individuals who had entered the Xiantong secret realm, their harvest was still quite bountiful. After gathering with Zhu Yuhan and Su Ruofeng, they encountered numerous other disciples from minor sects and rogue cultivators. It became evident that the entrance to the Xiantong secret realm was indeed not limited to just one or two. During this time, the trio nearly clashed with the disciples from the smaller sects and the rogue cultivators, but the moment Li Haoxuan unsheathed his faciua sword, their adversaries promptly retreated without further entanglement. Su Ruofeng had just plucked a moonshade grass when the ground beneath them began to tremble. Although the tremors were slight, the cultivators were acutely aware of them. "Heavens, brother Ruofeng, what have you done? You haven't uprooted the lifeblood of the Xiantong secret realm, have you?" exclaimed Zhu Yuhan. Her mouth agape. Su Ruofeng's face bore an expression of helplessness. "You weren't paying attention on the Qinghan boat, were you? This is merely a sign that the Xiantong secret realm is about to close. The tremors are still mild. We have time to reach the exit," Li Haoxuan interjected. "We have all gained significantly this time. Let us not let a small loss overshadow our achievements. We should make haste to the exit." "All right, we will heed your advice, brother," Su Ruofeng and Zhu Yuhan replied in unison. Though they were within the confines of the secret realm, they were still blessed with the warmth of sunlight, a cerulean sky, and freely drifting white clouds. Li Haoxuan picked up the carcass of the recently slain Haoxuan beast, tossing it into a storage bag designated for beast corpses without a second thought. Suddenly, he heard the sound of spiritual weapons clashing not far from where they stood. At the riverbank, several cultivators were hastily making their way toward them. Soon, they came into view, led by a woman in a pale yellow dress, her face veiled, cradling a pipa in her arms. Her brow was furrowed, and the white veil she wore was stained red with blood seeping from her lips. She staggered, nearly losing her footing. Once she regained her balance, she began to strum the pipa, launching attacks at the pursuers behind her. Each pluck of the strings released invisible sound waves laced with ice shards, aimed at her assailants. Despite being targeted by her attacks, the pursuers appeared relatively untroubled and composed. The group chasing her was clad in crimson garments, led by a grotesque man, flanked by several of his disciples. The ugly leader sneered. Oh, beautiful maiden. There's no need to run. You're injured and have fallen victim to my blood charm poison. I advise you to stop and come with me willingly. Otherwise, if I catch you, well, the woman, enraged by his words, immediately retaliated with her pipa. The leader, infuriated by her defiance, retorted, Umph. You're truly asking for it. Just wait, I'll make you regret this. His taunts only heightened the woman's anxiety, while her cultivation level was on par with his. Her reluctance to inflict harm had allowed his disciples to ambush her successfully, rendering her vulnerable to the insidious blood charm poison. This vile drug, which invaded her bloodstream, was far more difficult to evade than the one Qin Jinyu had administered to Haoxuan. The woman, relying on her foundational cultivation and unique techniques, had managed to suppress the drug's effects long enough to severely injure her assailants and escape their encirclement. However, with so many pursuing her, the odds were stacked against her, and amidst the chaos, it was inevitable that some would land spells upon her. With her injuries and the blood charm poison coursing through her veins, she was in no condition to fend off her attackers. The relentless pursuit left her no time to fully expel the poison from her body. Her situation grew increasingly desperate. If those behind her caught up, she could only imagine the indignities she would suffer. Chapter 75, The Escape. She had just scanned the area with her spiritual sense and noted the presence of cultivators devoid of any demonic influences, which spurred her to expend her remaining strength and flee in this direction. However, as she drew nearer, she felt the blood charm poison surging beyond her control, leaving her face flushed and her body trembling. Despair washed over her. It seemed she was destined to perish here today. Yet even in death, she vowed not to allow those loathsome men to lay a finger on her. Oh ho, brothers, it seems our lovely maiden can no longer hold on. You might as well stop. The blood charm poison is about to fully manifest. The more you suppress it with your spiritual energy, the more violently it will erupt. The leader leered, extending a skeletal hand towards her. As his bony fingers approached, her vision blurred, the world around her dissolving into shadows. A bitter smile played on her lips as she gathered her spiritual energy in her palm, preparing to end her life with a strike to her own forehead. Not good. She's going to commit suicide. The leader exclaimed in alarm. He immediately manipulated the transparent, thread-like spiritual artifact in his grasp, which stealthily ensnared the woman. Upon realizing she had been bound, despair and terror flickered across her face, quickly replaced by a seductive allure. Just as the leader was about to make contact, an unexpected turn of events occurred. From a distance, Haoxuan sprang into action, summoning the fateful sword. Seeing the woman's plight reminded him of his own experience under the influence of Qin Jinyu's aphrodisiac. Had it not been for Zhang Huai, he shuddered to think of his fate. Thus, he resolved to intervene. The fateful sword soared into the air, targeting the leader's binding thread first. Subsequently, Haoxuan retrieved the Chueshua bow from his storage belt and infused it with spiritual energy, launching assaults against both the leader and his disciples. The Chueshua bow unleashed a barrage of spiritual arrows toward them. The sudden onslaught left the leader and his followers with little time to react. As Haoxuan's arrows pierced through their skulls, the expressions of shock and disbelief etched upon the faces of the slain were mirrored by the chaos that ensued among the remaining disciples. Not good. Brother Yanyao has been killed. He was also a foundational cultivator and possessed a second-tier spiritual artifact. We stand no chance. We must flee. The surviving disciples, witnessing their leader's demise, abandoned the woman and the corpses of their companions, scattering in panic. Most of those fleeing were merely chi-refining cultivators, lacking formidable spiritual artifacts. Their greatest reliance had been on their leader, Yanyao. As they fled, Haoxuan did not pursue them mercilessly, allowing Su Ruofeng and Zhu Yuhan to refrain from exterminating every last one. Su Ruofeng took the lead in clearing the scene, collecting the storage bags from Yanyao and his companions before reducing the corpses to ashes. The three of them gathered, pondering how best to assist the woman on the ground. While Haoxuan contemplated their next move, Zhu Yuhan, a fellow female cultivator, stepped forward to support the woman, cradling her in her arms, distancing her from the cold earth. In a tender gesture from Zhu Yuhan, the woman's veil accidentally fell away. Upon seeing her countenance, Zhu Yuhan was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "It is actually her." Through Zhu Yuhan's explanations, Haoxuan finally learned that this woman was none other than Su Qingya, a distinguished figure from the esteemed Tianyin Pavilion, renowned for her exceptional musical skills and formidable cultivation. Realizing this, Haoxuan summoned the Shueyue Guanyin Lotus from his spatial realm to dispel the blood enchantment plaguing her. Cradling a pristine white lotus in his hands, he approached Su Qingya, and as the Shueyue Guanyin Lotus gradually emanated a soft white glow, it permeated her being. Slowly, the flush on Su Qingya's face receded, and her body ceased to tremble from the struggle. Her breaths became steady, and the atmosphere grew tranquil. While administering treatment to Su Qingya, Li Haoxuan discerned her true level of cultivation. Initially, he and his companions had perceived her as a nascent foundation cultivator. However, during the healing process, he realized she was, in fact, at the mid-stage of the foundation establishment. It appeared that Su Qingya had been concealing her true abilities, and her predicament must have stemmed from a moment of carelessness. As Su Qingya lay in Zhu Yuhan's embrace, she gradually regained consciousness. At first, she appeared somewhat bewildered, but as memories flooded back, her expression shifted to one of intense panic. Quickly, she checked her garments with both hands, relieved to find them intact and undisturbed. Turning her gaze to Zhu Yuhan, who smiled reassuringly at her, she finally felt a sense of calm wash over her. However, upon noticing Li Haoxuan and Su Ruofeng nearby, a flicker of wariness returned to her features. Yet, in the next instant, she recalled that these three had come to her rescue, softening her demeanor. After a brief moment, Su Qingya learned from Zhu Yuhan that it was Li Haoxuan who had saved her. She raised her eyes and gazed deeply at him. I am Su Qingya of Tianyin Pavilion, and I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the three of you for your life-saving assistance. Rising to her feet, she bowed gracefully, her tone gentle yet earnest. There is no need for such formalities, Su Daoist. In our journeys, mutual aid is essential for survival, Li Haoxuan replied, regarding her with sincerity. As the four conversed, the Xiantong's secret realm began to tremble once more, with a force greater than before. Time is of the essence. We must hasten to find the exit and leave this realm, they urged one another as they proceeded. Su Qingya seemed remarkably familiar with the surroundings, leading Li Haoxuan and the others swiftly to the exit. Together, they leaped into the light portal, and after a dizzying whirl, they found themselves back at the place where they had initially entered the Xiantong's secret realm. Upon exiting, they noticed that Su Qingya was no longer among them. Before they could ponder this further, the presence of Ziyu, true monarch, graced them. It is a relief that you have returned safely, he said. With an elder from their sect nearby, Li Haoxuan felt the tension he had been holding ease considerably. After their return, Li Haoxuan, along with his companions and Ziyu, true monarch, waited for 3 days until the entrance of the Xiantong's secret realm closed completely, with no one else emerging. During this time, Li Haoxuan observed the Yutian Xuanzong and Baiwa Palace's nascent soul, true monarchs, who had come to safeguard their disciples who had encountered fortuitous opportunities, responding to Ziyu true monarch's summons. Despite the losses among the disciples from the 3 major sects during their expedition into the secret realm, the harsh realities of the cultivation world were well understood by the sect elders. As they prepared to depart, Li Haoxuan glanced toward Jiang Huai of the Yutian Xuanzong, who was organizing his team, silently wishing him well. Let us set forth, Ziyu true monarch announced softly. As Li Haoxuan turned to leave, Jiang Huai also cast a glance toward the departing Beastmaster sect. Chapter 76. Apologies after exiting the Death Ridge. Ziyu true monarch did not grant them much time to linger. Following a brief respite in the Kuga market, they hurried back to the Beastmaster sect. Standing once more within the familiar confines of their sect, Li Haoxuan let out a sigh of relief. At last, they had returned. The disciples who emerged from the Xiantong's secret realm all bore bulging storage pouches. Upon returning, smiles adorned their faces, with some proclaiming their intention to discard any unnecessary spirit plants and spirit beast materials at the affair's peak in exchange for contribution points. Li Haoxuan, Su Ruofeng, and Zhu Yuhan regarded this notion with indifference. After bidding farewell, they each returned to their respective peaks. Watching Su Ruofeng and Zhu Yuhan ride off on their spirit beasts, Li Haoxuan couldn't help but recall the Zixia spirit crane. Shaking his head, he summoned the Feishua sword from his storage pouch and took to the skies toward Yunxi Island. Upon arriving at the island, he immediately made his way to the Chaohui Hall, eager to see if his master had returned. As he stepped into the grand hall, he spotted the familiar figure at its center. Master, he called out. Shinner, his master replied. Li Haoxuan rushed to his side, inquiring, Master, did you gain any insights during your travels? Mingqing Daojun shook his head and then asked, how did your experience go, Shinner? At this inquiry, Li Haoxuan recounted the demise of the Sanmachi fox and the Zixia spirit crane in detail. Upon hearing this, Mingqing Daojun fell silent, gently ruffling Li Haoxuan's hair. Get some proper rest in your chamber, he advised. Yes, Master, Li Haoxuan replied, turning to leave. Remembering Mingqing Daojun's earlier shake of the head and his own recognition of the tortoise's poison suppression, he retrieved the crystal Yuzhao, which he had nurtured for 10,000 years from the lichen space. Master, this 10,000-year crystal Yuzhao is said to heal all ailments in tortoise-type spirit beasts and assist them in enhancing their cultivation once it reaches such an age. I wonder if it would be beneficial for the poison tortoise. Please take it and give it a try. The rich spiritual energy emanating from the crystal Yuzhao left Mingqing Daojun momentarily speechless. Eventually, he waved his sleeve to accept it, telling Li Haoxuan, "I shall take this. And later, I will recompense you with something else." Li Haoxuan hurriedly declined, not daring to respond further. He quickly exited the grand hall and returned to his own quarters. As night descended, the moonlight flowed gently, bathing Yunshi Island in a silvery frost. The moon, pure as jade, seemed shy, hastily entwining itself with a wispy cloud, casting everything into a dreamy haze. At this moment, Li Haoxuan, clutching a vial of spirit wine beneath the Baohua magnolia tree, intoxicated himself under the cold moonlight and the falling magnolia petals. The scene remained vividly etched in his memory even after many years. It was as if the master had summoned every drop of spirit wine from the lichened space, pouring it into his mouth without pause. It was the first time the spirit had witnessed its master weep, tears mingling with wine in the stillness of the night, soaking his garments. It thought, the master must be missing Wu Wu, Dali, and Xiaoli. Ultimately, it was Mingqing Daojun who carried Li Haoxuan back to his chamber. The following midday, Li Haoxuan awoke, his head pounding. He pressed his hand to his forehead, attempting to alleviate the throbbing of his hangover, but to no avail. At that moment, a paper crane flew in through the window, carrying a message. Li Haoxuan found the appearance of the paper crane rather curious, as those familiar with him would typically reach out via communication jade slips. The transmission paper crane, a rare occurrence in recent years, came to life as Li Haoxuan infused it with spiritual energy. The voice of Wang Shuwan urgently emanated from within. "Haoxuan, come quickly to the Beast Cry Gorge." The urgency in her tone hinted at an impending crisis. Anxiousness gripped Li Haoxuan's heart. Disregarding his headache, he summoned the flying snow sword and departed from Yunshi Island, heading towards the Beast Cry Gorge as indicated by Wang Shuwan. The Beast Cry Gorge was a place of jagged rocks and wild overgrowth, echoing with the anguished cries of beast souls. Dark clouds loomed overhead, and a chilling wind swept through, as ferocious beast souls drifted ominously in the gorge. Upon entering, Li Haoxuan immediately felt the oppressive coldness of the gorge. Even at its periphery, the fierce winds were palpable, prompting him to don a protective aura for himself. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air, a terrible cry that Li Haoxuan instantly recognized as Wang Shuan's. He rushed towards the source. To his horror, 3 beast souls emerged from the shadows, converging on Wang Shuwan from 3 directions. Caught off guard, she stumbled and was unable to defend herself, ultimately being knocked into a thicket by the rampaging Thunder Mouse beast soul. Although the rampaging Thunder Mouse had only possessed mid-level second-tier strength in life, Li Haoxuan, despite being at the initial stage of Foundation establishment, felt capable of handling the situation. Gripping the flying snow sword, he leaped forward. The sword glimmered with silver light as he drove back the rampaging Thunder Mouse beast soul, swiftly pivoting to eliminate the floral ring snake and the fiery sand ant beast souls, cornering the rampaging Thunder Mouse against a cliff, leaving it with no escape. With a decisive swing, Li Haoxuan obliterated the rampaging Thunder Mouse beast soul. He sheathed the flying snow sword and turned to Wang Shuwan, who had just regained her footing. Just as he was about to speak, darkness engulfed him. In those final moments of consciousness, he saw the guilt-ridden expression in Wang Shuwan's eyes as she softly murmured, "Brother, I'm sorry. I had no choice." When Li Haoxuan regained consciousness, he found himself in a vast underground stone chamber. As he attempted to move, the sound of clanking chains echoed in his ears. He was suspended above a massive pool of blood, his limbs bound tightly, unable to channel any of his spiritual energy. Gazing ahead, he beheld an elderly man, frail and hunched, with hair as white as snow. The man's eyes sparkled with the hope of life, and a smile graced his lips, though to Li Haoxuan, it bore an unsettling quality. As the old man noticed Li Haoxuan's awakening and his gaze fixed upon him, the smile vanished instantly. Frowning, he remarked, "You woke up so soon. Wang Jingyuan is truly unreliable." He produced a communication jade slip, seemingly contacting someone. Li Haoxuan, unwilling to accept his fate, inquired of the elder, "Who are you? Where's this? Why have you bound me in such a manner?" The old man, taken aback by the audacity of this Foundation establishment youth daring to question him, felt a mix of anger and amusement. "Your name is Li Haoxuan, if I'm not mistaken. But it matters little what you are called now. Your body shall soon belong to me. Are you attempting to seize my body?" Panic stirred within Li Haoxuan. Yet he maintained a calm faade. "My master is Mingqing Daojun. He will come for me shortly. How about releasing me?" The old man scoffed dismissively. "Just a mere child in the god transformation stage. I have nothing to fear. Master Hujin, Jingyuan has arrived." A middle-aged man entered the chamber, disrupting the exchange between Li Haoxuan and the elder. Upon hearing Wang Jingyuan address the old man, Li Haoxuan recognized the elder's true identity. Master Hujin, a revered figure of the Beast Taming sect, had once battled against demonic forces 8 centuries ago to save a city of mortals, sustaining severe injuries in the process. Though he had vanquished the demonic adversaries, he had been afflicted by their dark sorcery, retreating to the Beast Taming sect to recuperate. Since then, he had remained within its confines for centuries. Chapter 77. The Oncoming Calamity. Haoxuan could not help but ponder. How grievous must his injuries have been for one of such cultivation to resort to body snatching. However, the fact that Master Hujin sought to usurp his body left him devoid of sympathy. Now that the boy has awakened, are the preparations complete? Master Hujin inquired. Wang Jingyuan promptly replied, everything is ready. The soul-devouring water was just acquired at the Lan Mountain Marketplace, and it is currently being expedited here. It should arrive in about an hour. Wang Jingyuan's words incited the ire of Master Hujin, who exclaimed, after 6 years of planning, I expended considerable effort to have your son and daughter infiltrate this boy's life and gain his favor, all for the purpose of this body snatching. Just as we were nearing completion, your son lost his life, and your daughter nearly defied our plans. Now, even the soul-devouring water is delayed. The resources I have provided your Wang family have only fostered a cadre of useless individuals. The elder's fury compelled Wang Jingyuan to kneel in contrition. Please, master, quell your anger. The description of a deceased son and a disobedient daughter struck a chord in Haoxuan's mind, leading him to realize that Wang Jingyuan was indeed the current head of the Wang family, the biological father of Wang Shuan and Wang Jingming. His thoughts were abruptly drawn back 5 years to the cheerful faces of the youth and maiden who had greeted him so warmly. Little did he know that from their very first encounter, he had already been ensnared in their schemes. At that moment, Haoxuan felt as though his heart was being torn asunder. Yet, his rationality compelled him to ponder, why him? In this world of immortal cultivators, countless prodigies existed who could be targeted for body snatching. Why was he chosen? The perplexity overwhelmed him, and he resolved to set aside his heartache. Determined to attentively listen to the dialogue between Master Hujin and Wang Jingyuan, hoping to glean useful information from their exchange. At this juncture, there was no other recourse. You must instruct your subordinates to ensure surveillance. We cannot allow this boy's master to intervene and thwart my body snatching. Should this attempt fail, only one opportunity will remain. The revelation that he had 2 chances for body snatching astounded Haoxuan. While he had limited knowledge of the concept, he understood that within the realm of immortal cultivation, each person possessed but a single opportunity for such an act. Failure meant finality. The notion that Master Hujin claimed to have 2 chances was utterly astonishing. Seeing that Master Hujin had calmed, Wang Jingyuan quickly added, Master, I am aware of what you speak. Those with single water spiritual roots are predominantly female cultivators. We have searched for 3 centuries and have only encountered 2 male cultivators with single water roots. This is already a stroke of luck. Silence. Had you not allowed Mingqing, that boy, to escape control, how could he have returned from the outside with his foundation established, making it impossible for me to seize his body? Now that Mingqing has formed his core, he possesses the seed of the Tao within him. If I attempt to usurp him now, what chance do I have of ascending to immortality? Master Hujin's frustration was palpable as he berated Wang Jingyuan. Wang Jingyuan, sensing the gravity of the situation, quickly lowered his tone, seeking to appease the elder. This indeed falls upon the Wang family's shoulders. After a period of time, amidst numerous small counties, we stumbled upon the figure of Haoxuan. We deftly circumvented the laws of heaven and fate, administering some inferior life-preserving elixirs, which led to the demise of his parents at the hands of corrupt officials. Upon hearing this, Haoxuan was rendered speechless, his mind a blank slate. Yet, Wang Jingyuan continued, by utilizing beast-attracting powder, the Bai Shui serpent claimed the life of an ordinary mortal from Long Shirua's entourage. Consequently, Haoxuan was seamlessly brought back to the Beastmaster sect. He has since established a solid foundation, achieving perfection in his cultivation. In the future, our ancestor shall assuredly ascend to immortality using this boy's body. The thought of his eventual ascension alleviated much of the anger within the tiger gene ancestor, though his expression remained harsh as he huffed towards Wang Jingyuan. The 2 of them paid no heed to Haoxuan, who was suspended in the blood pool center. At that moment, Haoxuan's face was devoid of any expression, his heart shrouded in despair. He had believed that the loss of his parents and his descent into beggary were the result of the malice of worldly officials. Little did he know that it was all due to the singular water spiritual root he possessed. This singular water spiritual root had cost him his parents, turned him into a puppet for others, and rendered him a monumental joke. He had never imagined that he was merely a pawn on someone else's chessboard. A significant portion of his fleeting life had been manipulated by others. How absurd, truly absurd. Haoxuan, in a fit of madness, began to laugh maniacally. At this moment, his bizarre behavior finally drew the attention of the tiger gene ancestor and Wang Jingyuan. The tiger gene ancestor declared, "This is not good. This boy is showing signs of developing a heart demon." In an effort to prevent the emergence of the heart demon, the tiger gene ancestor forcefully rendered Li Haoxuan unconscious, interrupting his descent into delusion. Hurry and prepare everything. Our time is limited, and I must proceed with the soul snatching, the tiger gene ancestor commanded sternly. A figure swiftly moved not far from the Beastmaster sect. He arrived at an inconspicuous small mountain, standing outside to form a hand seal. After a brief moment, a small opening appeared in the mountain's protective array, and he quickly entered. Upon seeing him, the guards within the mountain remarked, "Zhou Luo, why have you only just arrived? The master has urged you numerous times. Hurry and deliver the items." Zhou Luo appeared somewhat dazed, whether feigned or innate was uncertain. Stammering, he replied, Oh, all right. I shall deliver it to the master now." He turned and clumsily ran in the direction of Wang Jingyuan. The individual who had initially spoken to him spat disdainfully at his awkwardness. "If you weren't a favored relative of the master's concubine, how would this task fall to you?" With that, he resumed humming a tune, engrossed in a vulgar novel hidden in his bosom. Make way, the lady is coming." At the sound of this shrill voice, the servants quickly parted to create a path. A beautiful woman, clad in a light green patterned silk robe and a lake green embroidered skirt, her hair styled into a woman's bun, hurried in, supported by a sturdy matron. Behind her followed a procession of attendants. "The lady has arrived. Madam, come quickly to see the young master." "My son," the beautiful woman cried out in anguish. As Li Haoxuan regained consciousness, he slowly lifted his head. Upon seeing the beautiful woman before him, his eyes reddened, and like a 6-year-old child, he cried out, "Mother!" Hearing her child call out in distress, Baisher felt her heart ache. She wiped her tears with a handkerchief and said, "My poor child, what has happened to make you suffer so?" On the bed, Li Haoxuan continued to call out, his voice choked with sobs, "Mother!" Baisher's hand, which had been wiping her tears, halted abruptly, and she quickly crossed over the servants to sit beside Li Haoxuan's bed, gently saying, "Xianer, my dear Xianer, the servants say you fell from your horse. How do you feel now? Is there anywhere that hurts? Speak to your mother." Li Haoxuan's emotions teetered on the brink of collapse, and upon hearing Baisher's concern, his eyes brimmed with tears. An overwhelming sense of repression and grievance surged within him as he gazed intently at Baisher, tears streaming down his cheeks, his pale lips trembling as he uttered, "Mother, mother." Each cry of mother echoed his deep sense of injustice, tears flowing freely. "Xianer, I am here. Baisher grasped Li Haoxuan's hand tightly. "Mother, I want to go home." Baisher's grip on Li Haoxuan's hand gradually loosened. She met his gaze and replied, "You are home now. What nonsense are you speaking?" "Mother." Before Li Haoxuan could finish, Baisher, who had just held his hand tenderly, now tightened her grip fiercely around his neck. With malice, she hissed, "It is all your fault. If it weren't for you, how would your father and I have perished? Why not sacrifice your life to save ours?" Li Haoxuan gasped for breath, the grip choking him. With great difficulty, he opened his eyes to behold Baisher's once beautiful visage, now twisted with rage. You are not my mother. I am not your mother. Who would want to be your mother?" Upon hearing these words, Li Haoxuan's heart shattered completely. His hands ceased their struggle against Baisher's grip, falling limp at his sides. He abruptly closed his eyes, resigning himself to the thought that Baisher might as well choke the life out of him. Li Haoxuan's acceptance of his fate seemed to bring satisfaction to Baisher, who tightened her grip even further. "Master, I have brought the items you requested," Zhou Luo stammered, presenting the spirit bottle containing the soul-dispersing water to Wang Jingyuan. Wang Jingyuan snatched it from Zhou Luo's hands, cradling the bottle as he exclaimed, "Excellent. The soul-dispersing water has finally arrived. Now we have everything." And the ancestor will no longer. As he spoke, Wang Jingyuan contemplated that when the ancestor proceeded with the soul snatching, he must remain vigilant beside him, unwilling to stray far. Thus, he ordered Zhou Luo to follow closely behind him as they approached the tiger gene ancestor. In his excitement, Wang Jingyuan moved swiftly, leaving Zhou Luo struggling to keep up. Upon reaching the tiger gene ancestor, Zhou Luo was gasping for breath. "Ancestor, everything is prepared." Wang Jingyuan raised the soul-dispersing water bottle high. The meditating tiger gene ancestor opened his eyes, nodding in affirmation, and declared, "Let us commence the formation. I have waited far too long." Upon uttering these words, the pressure that had been building in his chest for 3 centuries dissipated. "Yes, ancestor." "Zhou Luo, come here and assist me." "Yes, master." A glimmer of determination shone in Zhou Luo's eyes. Though he lacked understanding of formation techniques, under Wang Jingyuan's direction, he simply needed to run back and forth, arranging the items accordingly. At this moment, his greatest expenditure was mere physical energy. As time flowed, a mysterious formation gradually took shape, with the blood pool where Li Haoxuan lay at its center. As the venerable tiger gene personally placed a supreme spirit stone into the array, the entire formation was finally activated. The moment the mechanism began to operate, the blood pool surged with a brilliant crimson light, and the previously unconscious Li Haoxuan opened his eyes, though they appeared hollow and devoid of life. It has begun. Tiger Jean cackled with malicious glee as he seated himself to commence the soul-seizing process. His spirit detached from his corporeal form, drifting towards the blood pool where Li Haoxuan lay. However, as he approached and attempted to manipulate the soul-dissolving water to extinguish Li Haoxuan's soul, an unexpected event transpired. The soul-dissolving water defied his control, splashing directly onto his own ethereal body. The searing pain of the corrosive liquid elicited uncontrollable cries from him. In that moment, he was no longer the exalted Tiger Jean, but rather a crude and brutish figure. What is happening? Wang Zhenyuan, you have betrayed me. Tiger Jean glared at Wang Zhenyuan, his eyes wide with fury. Wang Zhenyuan, terrified by the outburst, quickly stammered, Ancestor, I would never dare. Something must be amiss. It must be Zhou Luo, he is to blame. In a desperate attempt to deflect the blame, he pointed accusingly at the seemingly foolish Zhou Luo nearby. However, upon inspecting Zhou Luo, Tiger Jean realized that he bore no resemblance to Wang Zhenyuan's description. Zhou Luo, though outwardly unremarkable, emanated a distinctly different aura. Who are you? How did you come to be here? Tiger Jean instinctively questioned. Zhou Luo flashed a grin and respectfully clasped his hands, replying, Venerable Tiger Jean, greetings. I am indeed your second target for soul-seizing, Ming Qing. With that declaration, the Taoist Lord Ming Qing raised a hand, dispelling Zhou Luo's disguise and restoring his true form. How did you come to be here? And how did you uncover my plans? If one wishes to keep a secret, one must first refrain from wrongdoing. Had I not stumbled upon your scheme years ago, I would not have distanced myself from the sect. Only after achieving my own success did I dare to return. You sly rascal, you have known my intentions for some time. But how did you come by this knowledge? It truly puzzles me. Oh, that is a question for you to ponder. Just then, the massive stone door, which had remained shut, was suddenly blasted open. Zhao Ruiyun, the sect leader of the Beast Master sect, entered with a contingent of disciples, swiftly subduing both Wang Zhenyuan and Tiger Jin's corporeal forms. Positioning themselves behind Taoist Lord Ming Qing. Zhao Ruiyun, you have meddled in my affairs. Tiger Jin exclaimed in disbelief. After a moment, he sensed something amiss. You lack such capability. It must be your master, that wretched Yu Su. Tiger Jin, when you slaughtered countless innocents in Jinyan City, you should have anticipated this day. Back then, in your quest to procure the healing item from that transformation stage cultivator, you slaughtered an entire city as populace to force his hand, and after obtaining the item, you annihilated him and his partner, weaving a grand deception. You never considered that, despite acquiring that healing item, it would not cure your afflictions. Instead, your reckless pursuit of poison to counter poison has only exacerbated your injuries. It turned out that the heroic tales surrounding Tiger Jin were mere fabrications, a colossal lie spun in his selfish quest for others' possessions and his own healing. The so-called hero of the Beast Master realm was revealed to be a self-serving scoundrel. Zhao Ruiyun regarded the disembodied Tiger Jin with disdain. The two soul-seizing methods you painstakingly obtained from the demonic path are now rendered useless. Zhao Ruiyun, you audacious brat, you dare to thwart my plans. If I survive, it would be a boon for the sect. Why have you brought them here to obstruct me? Tiger Jin, your perspective is exceedingly biased. A voice resounded from outside, clear to all present within the stone chamber. Hearing this, Tiger Jin's fury intensified. Yu Su, come forth, you hypocrite. Yet, no matter how he called, Yu Su remained silent. Zhao Ruiyun then spoke. Tiger Jin, cease your futile calls. My master has no desire to meet you. Your soul-seizing plot was anticipated from the moment you plotted against my junior brother Ming Qing. Ming Qing's acceptance of Li Haoxuan as a disciple was merely a strategic move. Li Haoxuan, having regained his senses, pressed for answers. Master, is what the sect leader said true? His inquiry captured the attention of everyone present, their gazes shifting towards him. Taoist Lord Ming Qing remained silent, while Zhao Ruiyun, feeling exposed, turned his face away in shame. The disciples behind the two elders cast sympathetic glances at Li Haoxuan. At this juncture, there was no need for further inquiry. Li Haoxuan comprehended the truth. He lowered his head, silenced by the revelation. Having reached this point, Tiger Jin was relentless. Ignoring the pain racking his spirit, he lunged at Li Haoxuan, merging with his body. Within Li Haoxuan, two luminous entities engaged in fierce combat. In terms of the struggle, Tiger Jin initially held the upper hand, forcefully subduing Li Haoxuan. Yet, Li Haoxuan did not yield to despair. He counterattacked with vigor, attempting to bite away at Tiger Jin's essence. The once smooth surfaces of the two entities became marred with imperfections. Tiger Jin's essence surged with newfound vigor, flipping to gnaw at Li Haoxuan's form, causing it to gradually dim. Suddenly, The lichen jade pendant within Li Haoxuan radiated an invisible wave. This wave collided with Tiger Jin's essence, momentarily halting his advance. As the pendant emitted an increasing number of ripples, Tiger Jin's essence began to lose its brilliance. When the final invisible wave struck, Tiger Jin's essence dissolved entirely, while Li Haoxuan's essence slowly regained its former luminescence, albeit with lingering scars that would require time to heal. Though Li Haoxuan struggled internally, his body lay in a state of involuntary twitching. With Tiger Jin's spirit extinguished and the soul-seizing attempt thwarted, Li Haoxuan's physical form ceased its movements. "Senior brother, he has failed," Taoist Lord Mingqing announced. Zhao Ruiyun was taken aback. He had not anticipated that a venerable figure in the void refining stage would fail to seize the body of a Foundation Establishment junior. They had prepared for the eventuality of Tiger Jin's success, ready to obliterate Li Haoxuan's physical form. While Li Haoxuan was indeed an exceptional junior, for those in positions of power, eliminating a mere mouse in the void refining stage was deemed far more critical than preserving an unripe talent. Such as the calculus of those in high places, the delicate balance of gains and losses. "Xiaojing, take Wang Jingyuan away. Finish this," Zhao Ruiyun commanded. "The Wang family shall seize this opportunity to eradicate them from the Beast Master sect entirely. Now, go forth and attend to your duties." The disciples followed their senior brother, Gu Xiaojing, as they escorted Wang Jingyuan out. Within the stone chamber, only Mingqing Daojun, Zhao Ruiyun, and Li Haoxuan remained. Zhao Ruiyun gazed at Li Haoxuan, who was pitifully suspended above the blood pool, and asked, "Junior brother, how shall we deal with your soul disciple?" After a moment of contemplation, Mingqing Daojun replied, "His spirit is currently injured and cannot be moved lightly. Let us send him to senior sister Xianming at Baiming Peak." "Very well, junior brother. However, in addition to this, your assistance is also required for the subsequent matters concerning old ancestor Hujin and the Wang family. As for Haoxuan, I will have my second disciple, Ling Shuiyu, take care of him," Zhao Ruiyun stated after thorough consideration. Mingqing Daojun silently nodded his agreement to Zhao Ruiyun's arrangement. Zhao Ruiyun produced a communication jade slip. After a brief interval, a young woman of similar age to Li Haoxuan entered the stone chamber and took him away to the nearest Baiming Peak. A fortnight later, Li Haoxuan had spent half a month at Baiming Peak, lying motionless in the guest room without a single drop of water or grain of rice. Ling Shuiyu visited him daily to converse, but Li Haoxuan remained unresponsive. Today, as she came to speak with him, she refrained from her usual lengthy discourse, leaving only a single remark before departing. "Junior brother Haoxuan, my master said that you, alongside Mingqing Daojun, have vanquished old ancestor Hujin and the Wang family, rendering great service to the Beast Master sect. My master has stated that, without harming the sect, you may request one favor." Though he heard these words, Li Haoxuan remained in a state of numbness. His mind wandered in obscurity, and the exhaustion of both body and spirit overcame him, leading him into a deep slumber. In his dreams, he encountered his father, mother, the three-eyed red fox, and the purple haze spirit crane. At times they showed him kindness, while at others, they tore at his garments, causing his emotions to fluctuate uncontrollably. "Ah!" he cried out, breaking free from that chaotic state. His eyes, vacant and hollow, turned towards the window, where the cold wind had pushed it ajar. "It's snowing." At last, Li Haoxuan spoke, his first words after the ordeal with old ancestor Hujin. He threw off the covers and struggled to rise from the bed, making his way to the window. Outside, snowflakes danced gently in the air, falling like willow catkins, while delicate ice crystals sparkled with a radiant glow. He beheld the myriad of tiny snowflakes drifting down, settling on branches, green grass, and rocks, collectively weaving a tapestry of winter's silver garb. "Perhaps this is the best choice." Li Haoxuan's voice was swallowed by the biting winter wind. He discarded his sect disciple robes and donned his tattered garments from before. Although worn and small, they belonged to him. Without a moment's hesitation, he opened the door and stepped outside, unnoticed by anyone, as he ventured forth, leaving behind footprints in the snow. Chapter 80, Departure. The treasure-seeking rat, the phantom-hearted marten, and the spirit of the artifact watched anxiously from within the lichen space. "Rui, please let me out. I can warm the master's heart," implored the treasure-seeking rat. Yes, let me out too. I can be his scarf," echoed the phantom-hearted marten. "All right, go." Rui immediately released them from the space, lamenting her own lack of a physical form. "Master, we have arrived." Upon their emergence from the lichen space, the treasure-seeking rat and phantom-hearted marten quickly found their places to provide warmth for Li Haoxuan. Though their bodies and fur offered little warmth, they filled his heart with a comforting sensation. On this snowy winter day, Li Haoxuan walked alone within the sect, as the other disciples remained hidden in their rooms or caves, oblivious to his presence. In the vast expanse of the sect, It felt as though he was the sole traveler, moving forward in solitude. He finally arrived at his destination, the ascending Immortal Peak. Pausing to gaze upon the place he had called home for many years, which he once believed to be his true belonging. His eyes meticulously scanned the peak before he lifted his leg and began the ascent. On this snowy day, aside from a few guarding disciples, no one else moved about the ascending Immortal Peak. The guards recognized Haoxuan and allowed him to pass without obstruction. Entering the Hall of Myriad Beasts, he found Zhao Riyun and Gu Xiaojing engaged in discussion regarding sect affairs. Upon noticing Haoxuan's arrival, they ceased their conversation. Seeing Haoxuan's disheveled state, Gu Xiaojing hurried forward to assist him. Junior brother Haoxuan, what has happened to you? Haoxuan subtly evaded his grasp, then suddenly knelt before them. The sound of his knees striking the cold floor echoed throughout the spacious hall. Master, I heard from senior sister Ling Shuyu that you have granted me one request, provided it does not harm the sect. Now, I wish to withdraw from the Beastmaster sect. I no longer wish to be a disciple. Upon hearing this request, Zhao Riyun immediately exclaimed, Haoxuan, what are you doing? You cannot speak such things lightly. Realizing the gravity of his words, Haoxuan understood he had not yet conveyed his intent strongly enough. Master, even before I joined the sect, I was but a pawn in the hands of old ancestor Hujin and yourselves. I could accept being a temporary piece, yet I cannot remain a pawn forever. The game has concluded. It is best to let me go? Observing Haoxuan's resolute expression, Zhao Riyun asked, Are you truly certain about this? Master, I am resolute. Haoxuan replied without flinching. This matter cannot be decided by me alone. If you wish to leave the Beastmaster sect, you must have your master's consent as well. I will consult him. Zhao Riyun's communication jade slip soon received a reply from Mingqing Daojun. If this is his wish, let it be so. With his master's approval, coupled with the request being made to fulfill his desire, Zhao Riyun acquiesced. He instructed Gu Xiaojing to accompany Haoxuan on his departure. Along the way, Gu Xiaojing shared some important considerations regarding his withdrawal from the Beastmaster sect before watching him leave the ascending Immortal Peak. Clad in his old clothes, with a heart unburdened, Haoxuan strode confidently towards the exit of the Beastmaster sect. Yet, unbeknownst to him, today, amidst the falling snow, marked his 13th birthday. Mingqing Daojun, I am Ling Shuiyu, sent by my master to deliver the belongings of junior brother Haoxuan. Haoxuan, left within the sect. Ling Shuiyu rode upon a white-winged phoenix, speaking outside Yunxi Island. Come in. Upon her utterance, Ling Shuiyu entered Yunxi Island without hindrance. Once inside, the island's enchanting scenery captivated Ling Shuiyu, particularly the several magnificent magnolias blooming outside the Chaohui Hall, which were simply breathtaking, making it hard for her to tear her gaze away. The first thing Ling Shuiyu did upon entering the Chaohui Hall was present Haoxuan's belongings to Mingqing Daojun. Upon examining the storage belt in his hands, Mingqing Daojun was momentarily stunned, only snapping back to reality when Ling Shuiyu called his name. Daojun, the belongings of Haoxuan have been entrusted to your care. My master has other matters awaiting my attention, so I shall take my leave for now. After Ling Shuiyu departed, Mingqing Daojun delved into his storage belt with his consciousness, discovering therein the items he had given to Haoxuan. The Yuqing bamboo loft, the flying snow sword, and the magpie blood bow were all meticulously arranged, intact, and undamaged. Mingqing Daojun withdrew his consciousness from the storage belt and sat alone in the empty grand hall, his gaze drifting toward the horizon. A Tier 2 early-stage Earth Donkey was being bewildered by the illusion Heart Weasel. This Earth Donkey, a formidable presence in the vicinity, stood over 2 meters tall and measured more than 3 meters in length, its weight considerable. With each step, the ground trembled beneath it. The earthy brown hide of the Earth Donkey was impervious even to ordinary spirit tools. For the illusion Heart Weasel, engaging in play with the Earth Donkey was manageable, yet a direct confrontation posed a significant challenge. Jixiang stealthily produced a chain, gradually circling around to the side of the Earth Donkey, preparing for a sneak attack. The Earth Donkey's eyes glimmered with a fierce light as it dug its hooves into the ground, snorting out hot breath. It charged wildly at the illusion Heart Weasel, leaving deep furrows in the earth. Seizing the moment, Jixiang tripped the Earth Donkey. Haoxuan infused spiritual energy into the Beast Mountain and, with a decisive strike, sent the Earth Donkey reeling, bloodied and incapacitated on the ground. The Beast Mountain in his grasp was of exceptional rank, and with his current strength, he could not fully unleash its potential. However, directing it to strike his foe was well within his capabilities. Since Haoxuan became the new master of the Beast Mountain, this remarkable spirit tool had undergone subtle changes. In the past, the mountain was divided into 4 distinct levels, each embodying the essence of a different season, a testament to the meticulous design of the predecessors of the Beast Taming sect. Yet now, under Haoxuan's stewardship, everything had transformed. The formerly delineated seasonal vistas had quietly vanished, replaced by flora and trees flourishing in accordance with the seasons. This was not chaos. Rather, it appeared as though the Beast Mountain was adapting to its new master, undergoing a self-reconstruction and reconfiguration, resetting its previous design, and embarking upon an entirely new journey. After attending to the incapacitated earth donkey, Haoxuan placed it into a temporary storage bag. At this point, a month had elapsed since his departure from the Beast Taming sect. Dressed in a simple black robe purchased from an ordinary clothing shop, he strolled along a narrow path. Not far off, the sounds of gongs and drums reverberated, prompting Haoxuan to glance in that direction. A lively procession of people, replete with music and cheers, was unfolding. "Master, what is happening over there?" Jixiang inquired, peeking out from his collar. Observing a throng of red-clad individuals, Haoxuan replied, "It appears someone is getting married. And by the looks of it, they are making quite a grand affair." Among the procession, the robust figures in red garments exerted their strength as they carried a large, ornate bridal sedan chair, leaving one to ponder the beauty seated within, prompting such an extravagant celebration. Haoxuan, accompanied by Jixiang, approached to get a closer look. As a gust of wind swept by, the curtain on one side of the sedan chair was lifted. "Ah, tragedy!" cried the leading matchmaker, turning to gaze into the sedan chair, where the bride sat in an oddly contorted position. Her veil had been lifted, and her entire body was askew, leaving only her head upright. The woman's appearance was indeed striking, yet her smile was excessively exaggerated. The bearers of the sedan chair were startled by the matchmaker's exclamation, causing the chair to jolt and the bride to tumble out from within.